Fletcher of Fate. When the gods turned Earth into their battlefield, one man answered with arcane arrows. Thomas Grimshaw didn't choose the game, but with the rare Spellfletcher class, he might just win it. Survival is no longer enough. It's time to fight fate. You're listening to Fletcher of Fate on Magecat Audiobook. Like, follow, and prepare for a world where magic meets precision.
Chapter 1. Dawn broke as I packed up my van, and the sun painted its golden light across the sky. I never got bored of mornings in Yosemite National Park, especially when that meant waking up to the stunning landscapes and the bird song that welcomed the day. Well, I would have been able to hear the dawn chorus if the guy who had parked next to me wasn't blaring Tame Impala at 7 in the morning. Even the birds that were perched on nearby tree branches looked pissed off as my neighbor pushed the beaded curtains aside to clamber out of his rented VW camper, yawned loudly, and slurped his coffee. The campsite was empty aside from our 2 vans, and yet he'd decided to park right beside mine, which only fueled my desire to move on to the next site as quickly as possible. He had a greasy man bun, round John Lennon-style glasses, and a t-shirt covered with pictures of potted plants and the phrase, "I just wet my plants," across his chest. Jesus. "Morning, Tommy," he said with a wave, despite the fact I was literally 2 feet away from him. "It's Thomas," I said, and climbed back into the van to dismantle the bed. "Right," he called out, then lowered his voice into a gruff action movie trailer rasp. "Thomas Grimshaw, rock climber, wild camper, lone wolf." How did this guy have so much energy this early? "Is that supposed to be an impression of me?" I asked. "Dude, I meant it in, the best way possible," he said. "You're, the coolest dude I've ever met. Where'd you get the wheels, by the way? I'm renting this puppy, but I'm thinking about taking this traveling thing long term." I just sighed and made sure I had all of my climbing gear easily accessible. The kitchen cabinets were locked up tight. The bed was stowed, and all I had left to do was dispose of my garbage in the nearest trash bin. I grabbed the trash bag, braced myself, and stepped back outside. "Dude," my neighbor, whose name I'd already forgotten, but who looked like Braden, said, "we should, get each other social so we can meet up again." "I'm not on social media," I said, and chucked the trash into the dumpster. "Of course you're not. Dude, you're so cool." Probably Braden said dude far too much. In fact, I never wanted to hear the word again, if I could help it. "Thanks," I said, and opened the driver's side door of my van. "See you around." "Wait, I'm meeting some friends in a few, and I'm sure they'd love to meet you. Don't you want some company while you're climbing? I prefer to go it alone, but thanks anyway." "Dude, you're crazy, but all right. Hopefully our paths will cross again on this earthly plane or the next." Unfortunately, it seemed he wasn't being ironic. "Sure," was all I said as I started up the van. Probably Braden waved again as I pulled out of the site and headed off down the road, and I snorted a laugh and shook my head at the sight of him in the rearview mirror. It was only a short drive to my next spot. Sometimes I stayed in the van, but I still had my wild camping gear for when I wanted to settle down a little closer to the rock formation I'd chosen to climb that day. I'd been in Yosemite for 2 months now, but I'd been traveling across the U.S. national parks for a few years. I'd always been a super outdoorsy type who was into climbing, archery, and anything in the fresh air. But I'd taken a detour away from that when I studied physics in college. I'd had a really good job at a military contractor in Utah, where I grew up for a little while until I realized I wasn't happy being in one spot and tied to a job. And that's when I decided to go on the road with the money I'd put away and become a dirtbag mountain climber until I figure out my place in the world. Once I was parked and the van was secured, I jogged through the forest and let the fresh, dewy air fill my lungs. Soon the new rock formation loomed overhead, and I studied it while I figured out the best way up. I took my time, but I was sure I had a good path mapped out. I chalked up my hands from the bag on my belt, got my ropes ready, and began to climb. There were plenty of holds near the base of the rock, but it became smoother as I went up. The wind picked up, too, once I was out of the protection of the trees, and the heat of the sun increased as I edged up the sheer face. My muscles strained happily, and I reveled in the physical exertion that climbing took. There was something so peaceful about being up so high, surrounded by a blanket of one of nature's most beautiful creations, and only 10 fingers to keep me from falling to my death. What wasn't so peaceful was when my vision began to swirl. I tried to squint through it at first, but it clouded and spun like a whirlpool. It was all I could do to hold on to the rock face as I squeezed my eyes shut and then opened them again to try and banish the disorientating spiral. But still the swirling continued. And then I saw a levitating scroll appear right in front of my eyes. "What the—" I muttered. The scroll unfurled, and words appeared on it, written in gold letters. "Congratulations, people of Earth! You have been selected to participate in the Great Game." The what? The initial sentence disappeared from the scroll and a new paragraph appeared. "I am the Herald of the Gods, sent to welcome you into the Great Game and to assist you once it begins. Fear not, we shall not be strangers for long. I am here to make the transition into the Great Game as smooth as possible." I started to wonder if probably Braden had slipped some sort of special powder into my beer last night when I wasn't looking. "The gods have been observing you, the humans, for a long time. Ever since you were slimy creatures dragging yourselves out of the oceans, in fact. They have watched you grow and evolve over the millennia, have seen your societies be built and destroyed, and have marveled at the technology such a primitive species was able to create. But now they believe you are finally in a suitable form to participate in the Great Game." So much for being an atheist. I gritted my teeth as my arms and legs began to shake from the strain of holding myself in place. But the scroll was taking up about 90% of my vision, so I didn't dare risk letting go of the wall to find a better hold. That being said, I wasn't sure I could hold on much longer. "You may be wondering what the Great Game is. No shit. Earth is to become the gods' battleground, and some of you will be watched over by one of them." The scroll went blank again, and I waited for this Herald of the Gods to give me a little more information than that. But it turned out that that meager and infuriatingly vague explanation was all I was going to get, because the scroll went on to say something else. "Those who are chosen, that is." That one sentence sent a shiver down my spine, which didn't help with my grip on the rock wall. Some of you will? What the hell did that mean? What had started off as a weird hallucination had turned into an ominous crawling sensation that covered my skin and set my heart beating double time. And I wanted this fucking scroll to disappear so I could get down and drive myself to the nearest hospital. Whatever was going on with my eyes or my head wasn't normal. Seeing floating scrolls that claimed to be from some godly messenger certainly wasn't normal. But the scroll wouldn't budge, no matter how much I blinked or what direction I looked in. "All humans will be subjected to a physical and intelligence test. Those of you who pass both tests will go on to be adventurers in the Great Game. Those of you who do not, well, unfortunately, it looks like your time is up. We are sorry to see you go, but we wish you all the best." Go? Go as in die? What the fuck was this Herald guy saying? Was he going to kill everyone who doesn't pass his test? Shit, I needed to get down. I needed to... "Let's begin with the physical test, shall we?" Something yanked me backward, and I let out a panicked gasp as I was ripped off the rock wall. I went totally stiff as I waited for the lurch in my stomach that would come when I began to fall toward the distant ground, but it never did. Instead, I was suspended in mid-air and totally unable to move. I could just about see the blue sky above me, and the rock face I'd just been hanging off was about a meter away. I could even see the chalk prints where my hands had been, but I couldn't reach for the safety of the handholds. I was flying. This was, without a doubt, the most hair-raising, awesome thing that had ever happened to me. I noticed that my toes began to tingle as something hot caressed them, sort of like the sensation when I slipped my cold feet into a hot bath. The prickling warmth just began to move up through my feet, then over my ankles, and then up my legs. I just thanked God, or the gods, I supposed, that this so-called physical test wasn't an invasive one. I didn't believe in the crop circle folks who like to claim they'd been probed by green Martians, but it didn't stop the thought from crossing my mind. The heat spread up my thighs like a hot blanket, then over my pelvis and across my stomach. My hands began to tingle as well, and it was almost like the warmth was coming from within me, in a way. Like I was being scanned from the inside out. It continued up to my neck and enveloped my head. For a few seconds, my whole body remained filled with warmth, and a wave of calm washed over me. It was nice, short-lived as it was. Eventually, the heat dissipated and the scroll reappeared in my vision. Congratulations! You have passed the physical test with a score of 9.5 out of 10. Well, damn, 9.5. I supposed with all of the physical activity I did every day, it kept me in pretty good shape. And it seemed that this herald of the gods agreed. That was one test down, but there was still another to go. The intelligence test. And if I didn't pass that, then... well, I supposed I would not only be finding out that deities definitely did exist today, but also if some sort of afterlife did too. Let's begin the intelligence test, shall we? The scroll erased itself, and then a new question appeared on the floating parchment. What number is missing from this sequence? 4, 9, 16, 25, question mark, 49, 64. What was this, math bowl? I stared at the numbers, and the pattern quickly became clear. Each went up by odd numbers of increasing value, starting at 5, then 7, then 9, and so on. Following that pattern, I had to figure out 25 plus 11, which equaled 36. 36, I said. The question vanished. For a split second, I wondered if I'd somehow calculated it wrong or read the wrong number, and looked down at the long fall beneath me. But then the Herald of the Gods sent another message. Correct! Now for question 2. I breathed a sigh of relief. That one had been fairly simple. If they all continued in the same vein, then I'd be fine. What can you hold without touching it? Your breath, I said almost instantly. Days on my own in the wilderness could occasionally get a little boring, so I liked to keep my mind busy with quiz books, and I'd gotten pretty quick at riddles over the last few years. That and Sudoku. The words disappeared. Correct! That was fast! Now for question 3. The final question. This was it, then. The difference between me staying alive or being let go. I chewed my lip as I waited for the words to form, and for a moment I wondered how the other 8 billion people across the world were faring. Wind, sun, rain or shine, how shall we all pass the time? I know. Let's all play a game. See whose is the winning name. Try your best to follow the rules. Learn as you go, use weapons and tools. Earth shall be forged anew. We hope you're there to see it too. I blinked at the poem. There wasn't a question. Maybe there was one coming? I tried to commit each line to memory in case it suddenly vanished and I was tested on it. But the words remained, and a 2-minute timer appeared in the corner of my eye and began to tick down. Shit, This really was the final task, then. Maybe the question was the second line about how we'd pass the time. I assumed that by playing the great game was the only answer, but that didn't feel right to me. Earth shall be forged anew. Was that just part of the rhyme, or did they really mean it? That didn't matter now. I needed to figure out what this meant. I only had a minute and a half left. I muttered the poem under my breath and was on the second-to-last line when I caught something. Wind, how I see, try, learn, earth. W-H-I-S-T-L-E. Surely that couldn't be it, could it? Nothing else had jumped out at me from the poem, and I had less than a minute remaining. So I breathed in as much air as I could, pursed my lips, and whistled. I held it for as long as I could until my breath finally ran out and I gasped for air. As soon as the poem on the scroll vanished, my mouth went desert dry. I could have sworn my heart stopped beating as I waited for word of my fate. Correct! That was a tough one. I blew out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding as my body shuddered with relief. Congratulations! You have passed the physical and intelligence tests with scores of 9.5 out of 10 and 9 out of 10 respectively. And the great game would like to welcome you as an adventurer. Honestly, I was just glad I wasn't dead, and this Herald of the Gods was very chirpy for someone who had probably just sent millions, if not more, to their maker, if this was even real. It is now time for you to pick your class, which is what kind of adventurer you would like to be, along with 3 perks to go along with it. You will have 15 minutes to do so, and you must make a decision before the time is up, or else we will unfortunately have to let you go as well. It would be a shame to see you go after you achieved such high scores. Happy choosing! The scroll was suddenly filled with information, and as my eyes quickly scanned down it, more appeared, almost like the scroll had unraveled further. I went back to the top. I had 15 minutes to get through this document and choose my class, so there was no point in rushing it, especially if there was no guarantee I'd be able to change once the great game began. I started with the first one on the list. Master of Arms. The Master of Arms is a heavy armor class that specializes in the use of every type of weapon. There is no type of weapon they don't have an affinity with. Many of those who select Master of Arms fulfill martial roles, such as defensive tanks, glass cannon melee damage dealers, mid-ranged battlefield commanders, and long-range fire support. If there was going to be fighting in this game, then maybe being adept with all kinds of weapons could be useful. Class Resource. The class resource for the Master of Arms is called Warrior's Insight. They begin each fight with no Warrior's Insight. Every unblocked blow they land awards them with 1 point of Warrior's Insight. Only 1 point of Warrior's Insight can be awarded every 3 seconds, and these points can then be used to activate perks during the fight. Class Passive. Weapons Mastery. The equivalent of having 10 points allocated in every weapon specialization. Starting equipment. Basic Spear. Basic Iron Cap. Perk types. Pure Power. Offensive. Defense. Defensive. Tactical Acumen. The Master of Arms seemed to be kind of like a soldier-type adventurer, and while I liked the sound of being a total badass on the battlefield, I wasn't sure how I felt about having none of the Warrior's Insight, the class resource, without being engaged in a fight. I didn't know what to expect from the great game, but sometimes it was better to pick and choose when to fight. Even so, I went on to have a look at the perks the Master of Arms could choose from. Pure Power. Physical Specimen. The Master of Arms uses his superior strength to exert the next attack. That attack does additional damage, even to armor, equal to the Master of Arms level. Activating this perk costs 1 Warrior's Insight. Crushed Debuff. The Master of Arms inflicts the Crushed debuff with the next attack. It lasts 3 seconds per level and reduces the enemy's ability to block, evade, and hit by 33%. Activating this perk costs 3 Warrior's Insight. Peak Performance. The Master of Arms can wield his physicality to temporarily augment his damage and defensive capabilities. For 2 seconds per level, the Master of Arms gains 10% of his strength as armor ignoring damage, and 10% strength as a bonus to his armor rating. Activating this perk costs 3 Warrior's Insight. Furious Onslaught. The Master of Arms unleashes a furious series of attacks upon his hapless enemy. When the Master of Arms hits an enemy whose health points are below 50%, they can activate this perk to increase movement speed, attack speed, and critical strike chance by 33% for 1 second per level, to a maximum of 20 seconds. Activating this perk costs 4 Warrior's Insight. Body Blow. The Master of Arms forgoes their weapon to launch a powerful kick or shoulder charge at their enemy, knocking them off their feet but deals no damage points. Activating this perk costs 2 Warrior's Insight. Defense. Enduring Champion. The Master of Arms can shrug off nearly any blow temporarily. Upon activating this perk, the Master of Arms cannot die for 1 second per level to a maximum of 10 seconds, even if his health is reduced to below 0. When the effect ends, if his health is below 0, he will die. Activating this perk costs 3 Warrior's Insight. Titanic Resilience. The Master of Arms becomes almost impossible to stop. For 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Master of Arms is immune to all debuffs negatively affecting movement speed and ignores all movement penalties from difficult terrain effects. Activating this perk costs 1 Warrior's Insight. Exigent Circumstances. The Master of Arms draws the attention of nearby enemies away from his allies. Upon activation, nearby enemies are taunted and can only attack the Master of Arms for 2 seconds per Warrior's Insight spent on activation. The Master of Arms may spend unlimited Warrior's Insight on this perk. Eye for an Eye. The Master of Arms can sustain themselves in combat by inflicting pain. For 1 second per level to a maximum of 10 seconds, every point of damage the Master of Arms inflicts will heal him in equal measure. Activating this perk costs 4 Warrior's Insight. Armored Titan. The Master of Arms can use their armor to shrug off even the mightiest blows. The Master of Arms can double armor rating for 2 seconds per Warrior's Insight spent on activating this perk. Master can spend unlimited Warrior's Insight. Tactical Acumen. Augment Allies. The Master of Arms can find the enemy's weak points and direct his allies where to strike. For 5 seconds, all allies' damage ignores 5% of enemy armor per Warrior's Insight spent activating this perk. The Master may spend unlimited points of Warrior's Insight activating this perk. Consecrated Ground. The Master of Arms are experts in selecting battlefields that provide an advantage to their allies. For 10 seconds, all allies gain a 10% chance to block, a 10% chance to evade, and a 10% increased incoming healing. Activating this perk costs 3 Warrior's Insight. Marching Orders. The Master of Arms can channel his tactical acumen to guide his allies' specialist abilities. Upon activating this perk, the Master's allies gain class resources equal to the Warrior's Insight spent activating this perk. The Master may spend unlimited points of Warrior's Insight activating this perk. Battle Standard. The Master of Arms symbolizes leadership personified. This perk lasts until the Master attacks again. While active, allies are immune to all morale or fear effects and cannot be taunted. Additionally, allies have a 50% chance to ignore any hit that would cause them to be knocked down or stunned. Activating this perk costs 2 points of Warrior's Insight. Fuel the Fight. The Master of Arms isn't a specialized healer, but can provide valuable restorative abilities to his allies. For 5 seconds, each ally heals 1% of their health per second per level to a maximum of 10%. Activating this perk costs 3 points of Warrior's Insight. There was a lot to digest here, and not only about the Master of Arms class. For starters, there were going to be levels in this game, as well as classes, and by the sounds of it, a lot of fighting. It almost sounded like one of those role-playing games I used to play on my Nintendo when I was a teenager, or in my basement with my friends when I was younger than that. I couldn't help but feel a little buzz of excitement about possibly being a part of one of those games that I used to lose myself in for hours on end. Sure, I was 27 now, so I would probably be a little rusty, but I was confident I could ease back into it in no time. As for the perks on offer for the Master of Arms, they all sounded pretty cool. The only thing that nagged at me was the tactical acumen section. A lot of those perks seemed to be based around not only protecting and increasing the effectiveness of the Master of Arms, but also of their allies. Admittedly, I'd never been big on working in teams, and it seemed to me like the Master of Arms sort of had to be a part of one, especially as the class had very few healing qualities on offer. If I was going to be thrust into a game I had no idea about, I wanted to be a lot more self-sufficient. So, with that in mind, I moved on to the next class. Shaper. The Shaper is a light armor spellcaster class that specializes in manipulating physical forces. The class spells allow the caster to alter the laws of physics to suit the demands of the adventurer. A new Shaper can struggle to match the consistent damage of other classes, but a high-level Shaper should have the highest damage potential of any class. The best role for someone in this class is doing heavy damage from a distance, but a Shaper is also capable of being structured around defensive ability and area control. This one was definitely interesting. Altering the laws of physics to suit the adventurer's demands? That sounded like some serious Matrix shit. Class Resource. A Shaper's class resource is called Inner Will. Shapers begin with 5 maximum points of Inner Will and gain an additional point every 5 levels. When out of combat, they replenish their Inner Will after 30 seconds. In combat, Shapers regain a point of Inner Will every time they stun or knock down an enemy, a maximum of once per 3 seconds. Shapers regenerate 1 point of Inner Will every 10 seconds in combat. Class Passive. Reality Warper. The Shaper's offensive spells deal 3% additional damage per level. Starting equipment. Basic Scepter. Basic Spell Talisman. Perk types. Force. Mass. Acceleration. Force. Force Push. The Shaper harnesses kinetic magic to push an enemy or object away with irresistible force. When the Shaper casts this spell, it pushes the target directly away from the Shaper by 3 feet plus 1 additional foot per level to a maximum of 20 feet. This spell has a 25% chance to knock down the target. This spell costs 3 Inner Will to cast. Force Pull. The Shaper harnesses kinetic magic to pull an enemy or object toward them with irresistible force. When the Shaper casts this spell, it pulls the target directly toward the Shaper up to 3 feet, plus 1 additional foot per level to a maximum of 20 feet. This spell costs 3 Inner Will to cast. Force Crunch. The Shaper massively increases the effect of gravity experienced by the target. The enemy has their movement speed reduced by 75% for 5 seconds. Additionally, they take damage equal to 1/2 of their armor rating per second for 5 seconds. Lastly, the crunched target takes 25% increased damage from projectiles for 5 seconds. This spell has an increased chance to knock down the target per level. This spell costs 5 Inner Will to cast. Shockwave. The Shaper emits a powerful series of shockwaves from their body in all directions. The first shockwave hits enemies in melee range, dealing 500 armor-ignoring damage. The second shockwave hits enemies up to 10 feet away. It deals 250 armor-ignoring damage and has a 50% chance to knock down enemies. The third shockwave hits enemies up to 25 feet away, and has a 50% chance to inflict the blind debuff on knocked down enemies. This spell costs 5 inner will to cast. Force Blades. The Shaper conjures and fires 3 energy blades at his target. The energy blades each do 100 damage and have a 20% chance to stun the target for 1 second if they hit. This spell costs 2 inner will to cast. Mass. Force Field. The Shaper creates a powerful force field around himself that renders him immune to damage. The force field prevents all incoming damage for 3 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds. If the Shaper moves his position or casts an offensive spell, the force field immediately ends. Enemies that hit the force field in melee are knocked down. This spell costs 5 inner will to cast. Magnetic Field. The Shaper creates a magnetic field around him that reflects projectiles back to the source. The magnetic field lasts for 5 seconds or 5 projectiles, whichever occurs first. The projectiles deal an additional 3% damage to their source per level of the Shaper. This spell costs 4 inner will to cast. Diamond Skin. The Shaper redirects the force of incoming damage to function as a defensive layer. When cast, the next incoming damage is blocked, and that damage is added to the Shaper's ward until used. Cost 2 inner will. Unbearable Burden. The Shaper crushes his target and causes their morale to break. This spell inflicts the crushed debuff on their target. The crush debuff lasts for 3 seconds per level. Crushed reduces an enemy's chance to block, a chance to evade, and a chance to hit by 33%. Enemies crushed by this spell must pass a morale check with a percent penalty equal to the Shaper's level. Failing this check causes them to flee for 10 seconds. This spell costs 3 inner will to cast. Magmatic Hammer. The Shaper conjures a magical stone hammer that unleashes a devastating attack and then crumbles to dust. This spell equips a single-use melee weapon that deals 500 spell damage if it hits. This hit automatically stuns and knocks down the enemy. This hit can be evaded but cannot be blocked. This hit ignores wards. This spell costs 4 inner will to cast. Acceleration. Speed Injection. The Shaper slows time around himself, allowing him to move at double speed, 100% faster, for 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds. While this spell is active, the Shaper's chance to evade attacks is doubled. Enemies cannot evade the Shaper's spells or attacks. This spell costs 4 inner will to cast. Aerodynamicism. The Shaper and his allies' projectiles gain tremendous speed. For 5 seconds, the Shaper and his allies' projectile attacks and spells deal an additional 2% damage per level of the Shaper. Cost 2 inner will. Jaunt. The Shaper can teleport himself a short distance, anywhere he can see up to 1 foot per level away instantly. This spell costs 1 inner will to cast. Void Manipulation. The Shaper can make himself incorporeal to pass through solid objects. This spell can only be cast out of combat. The Shaper becomes incorporeal for 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds and cannot interact with solid objects. This spell costs 3 inner will to cast. Static Discharge. While this spell is active, each time the Shaper is hit, he gains 1 static charge. When he reaches 5 static charges, the field discharges, and all enemies within 1 foot per level to a maximum of 20 feet take 500 damage. The static field lasts for 10 seconds. This discharge has a 100% chance to stun enemies for 2 seconds. This spell costs 3 inner will to cast. The physics element of the Shaper class definitely appealed to me, as did the idea of being one of the most effective classes on the board once I got to a higher level. But on the flip side, the thought of being unable to inflict as much damage as the other classes when starting out in the great game wasn't a comforting thought. If I was going to enter an unknown location with rules and enemies, then I wanted to be able to protect myself. Still, it had some impressive perks on offer, so I decided I'd come back to it if none of the other classes appealed to me. Huntsman. The Huntsman is a medium armor class that is comfortable fighting in melee using axes or from a distance using bows. They augment their potent combat abilities by applying powerful magical tinctures to their weapons to inflict extra damage over time effects. Additionally, they are masters of their environment and have several abilities that allow them to gain an advantage over their enemies by mastering the terrain. A huntsman can also master the elements, learning to inflict various magical elemental ailments to debuff the enemy. Class resource. The huntsman's class resource is Gnosis, which they use to concoct their tinctures and fuel their rituals. Their base Gnosis pool is 5, and the maximum is 10. Huntsmen gain a Gnosis point every 5 seconds. They gain an additional Gnosis point when they hit an enemy suffering from 3 or more damage over time and or elemental ailments. Class passive. Huntsmen gain 25% of their sense skill rating as a bonus to their acuity. Starting equipment. Basic longbow. Basic two-handed axe. Class perks. Tincture mastery. Survival. Elemental attunement. Now we were talking. I was good at archery, and I liked that the role could fight both from a distance and with melee weapons. It was also a master of elements and their environment, and as an outdoorsy type, that sounded right up my street. I went on to the perks. Tincture mastery. Note: a huntsman may only have one tincture active at a time. Scorching acid. The huntsman applies an acidic tincture that ignites enemies when it inflicts wounds. While this tincture is active, all wounding hits inflict acid burn. Acid burn inflicts 5% of the huntsman's hit points per second as damage. Each acid burn stack lasts 3 seconds. This tincture costs 5 Gnosis to apply. Potent poison. The huntsman applies a toxic tincture that weakens the enemy as it deals damage over time. While this tincture is active, all wounding hits inflict poisoned. Poisoned deals 5% of the target's strength to itself each second. A poisoned target receives a 50% penalty to all healing it receives. A target may have only one stack of poisoned at a time. Poisoned lasts 20 seconds. This tincture costs 5 Gnosis to apply. Anticoagulant coating. The huntsman applies a tincture that causes uncontrolled bleeding to the enemy and slows their movement. While this tincture is active, all wounding hits inflict bleeding. Bleeding deals 5% of the damage from the wounding hit again per second. A bleeding target moves 5% slower for each stack of bleeding. Each stack of bleeding lasts 5 seconds. This tincture costs 5 Gnosis to apply. Violent admixture. The huntsman may apply multiple tinctures simultaneously if they have sufficient Gnosis. Each tincture is 33% less effective. Pack tactics. The next tincture the huntsman applies also applies to his allies' weapons for 10 seconds. This tincture costs 4 Gnosis to apply. Survival. Custom poultice. The huntsman applies a magical poultice to his own wounds. The poultice heals the huntsman for 5% of his health per second for 5 seconds plus 1 second for every level, to a maximum of 15 seconds. Additionally, it removes 1 ailment at random from the huntsman. This skill costs 3 Gnosis to activate. Creative camouflage. The huntsman can hide in plain sight in any environment. When creative camouflage is active, as long as the huntsman stands still, he cannot be detected visually by enemies. This skill costs 3 Gnosis to activate. Words on the wind. The huntsman can send messages to his allies over great distances by having the winds speak for him. For each Gnosis spent activating this ability, the huntsman can telepathically communicate a single word to his allies. The huntsman may spend unlimited Gnosis on this spell. Impassable terrain. The huntsman alters the ground in the area to hinder the movement of enemies. Impassable terrain lasts for 5 seconds plus 1 per level of the huntsman, to a maximum of 20 seconds. This ability reduces the movement speed of enemies in the area by 50%. This skill costs 3 Gnosis to activate. Fast twitch. Huntsmen train their reflexes to lightning speed. The huntsman moves and attacks 5% faster plus 1% per level to a maximum of 20% faster. Additionally, the huntsman increases his ability to evade hits by the same percentage. Fast Twitch lasts 10 seconds. This skill costs 4 Gnosis to activate. Elemental Attunement. Frostbite Touch. The huntsman becomes the avatar of the winter winds. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the huntsman's wounding attacks inflict Frostbite. Frostbite slows the attack and cast speeds of the enemy for 2 seconds. Frostbitten foes take 10% more fire damage. This spell costs 4 Gnosis to cast. Searing Pain. The huntsman harnesses the element of fire to scorch his foes. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the huntsman's wounding attacks inflict Scald. An enemy may have unlimited stacks of Scald at a time. Each stack of Scald lasts 3 seconds. Each stack of Scald reduces movement speed and chance to evade attacks by 3%. This spell costs 2 Gnosis to cast. Lightning Rod. The huntsman channels the electrical power of the air to topple the mightiest foes. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the huntsman's wounding attacks inflict Shock. Shock lasts until the enemy is hit again. Shocked enemies have a 50% reduced armor rating. This spell costs 3 Gnosis to cast. Elemental Lord. The huntsman wraps himself in elemental armor to shrug off the harshest conditions. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the huntsman is immune to elemental ailments, and incoming elemental damage is reduced by 33%. This spell costs 5 Gnosis to cast. Reap Gnosis. The huntsman's superior attunement to the elements allows him to fuel his abilities. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the huntsman's bonus Gnosis from hitting a foe suffering from 3 or more ailments is doubled. This spell costs 1 Gnosis to cast. The huntsman was definitely the front runner for me so far. Outdoorsy, good in a fight, and with the ability to heal himself to a degree. Again, it did seem like huntsmen tended to go along with other allies, though, and seemed a little brutish. Similar to the Master of Arms, I wasn't just about causing bloodbaths everywhere I went. But I definitely preferred this class to the first two. Next was the Thaumaturge. Thaumaturge! The Thaumaturge is a light armor caster class that utilizes the hidden secrets of blood magic to heal allies, cast potent defensive barriers, and siphon life from enemies. Thaumaturges are key members of adventuring parties for their team-supporting ability, but it's a foolish foe who underestimates their offensive capabilities. Class Resource. The Thaumaturge's class resource is blood magic, which they utilize to fuel their sanguine rituals. Once every 10 seconds, the Thaumaturge can sacrifice their health points in 10% increments. For each 10% of health sacrificed, they gain 2 points of blood magic. Additionally, when an enemy dies in combat with the Thaumaturge or their party, they gain a point of blood magic. Class Passive. The Thaumaturge does not gain attack or cast speed from focus. Instead, for every 2 points of focus, the Thaumaturge regenerates 1% of life per second. Starting equipment. Basic Ritual Dagger. Basic Spell Talisman. Class Perks. Life Transfer. Protection Rituals. Vampirism. Life Transfer. Life Bond. The Thaumaturge sacrifices his life to heal his ally. Sacrifice 10% of health and heal a single ally for 150% of the amount sacrificed plus an additional 10% per level. This spell costs 2 blood magic to cast. Red Mist. The Thaumaturge creates a healing mist around the battlefield, healing their allies over time. All nearby allies regenerate 3% of their health per second. The mist has a base duration of 10 seconds plus 1 second per level, to a maximum duration of 20 seconds. This spell costs 4 blood magic to cast. Blood Reckoning. The Thaumaturge heats his own or his allies' blood, causing the damage they inflict to heal them. For 5 seconds, the thaumaturge or one ally heals themselves for each damage dealt. The target of Blood Reckoning gains 1% attack and casting speed for each level of the thaumaturge to a maximum of 20. This spell costs 3 blood magic to cast. Bloody Tendrils. The thaumaturge links himself with an ally, sharing their pain. While linked, the thaumaturge can choose to take any damage incoming to the target onto themselves. Additionally, the thaumaturge can heal the target for 25% of their total health by spending a blood magic. For every 5 levels, the thaumaturge can link an additional target simultaneously. This spell costs 1 blood magic to cast. Power through blood. The thaumaturge knows how to extract arcane value from blood in unexpected ways. When casting this spell, spend any number of blood magic. For each spent, one ally gains 2 points of their class resource. For every 5 levels, this spell applies to an additional target. Protection Rituals. Ring of the Guardian. The thaumaturge creates a ward that protects allies from enemy attacks. For 10 seconds, allies in the ward gain a 50% bonus to their armor rating, a 50% bonus to their chance to evade attacks, and a 50% increased effect on their wards. This ward only works against attacks, not spells. This ritual costs 5 blood magic to cast. Ring of Reflection. The thaumaturge creates a ward that reflects some incoming damage back to the source. For 10 seconds, allies in the ward reflect 10% of incoming damage. This damage cannot be reduced in any way. This ritual costs 3 blood magic to cast. Ring of Action. The thaumaturge creates a ward that speeds up allies and slows enemies. For 10 seconds, allies within this ward attack and cast 15% faster, and enemies attack and cast 15% slower. This ritual costs 4 blood magic to cast. Ring of Doom. The thaumaturge creates a ward that detonates and damages everything inside of it. For 10 seconds, this ward does nothing. Upon expiration, it deals damage each to 10% of the victim's health per blood magic spent to cast it. This ritual can have an unlimited amount of blood magic spent to cast. Ring of Elemental Harmony. The thaumaturge creates a ward that protects its allies from all elemental damage of a chosen element. When cast, the thaumaturge picks an element. For 10 seconds, all damage of that element hitting allies within the ward is reduced to 0. All other elemental damage is doubled. This ritual costs 3 blood magic to cast. Vampirism. Soul Thief. The thaumaturge takes a sip of the soul of his enemy. This spell removes 3 class resource points from the enemy. The thaumaturge gains 10% health per resource point consumed. This spell costs 2 blood magic to cast. Blood Drinker. The thaumaturge touches his target, stealing health. The spell steals 5% health from the target, and the thaumaturge gains 300% of the amount stolen. This spell costs 2 blood magic to cast. Transfusion. The thaumaturge becomes vastly more efficient with blood magic. For 10 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the thaumaturge gains a 25% bonus to all healing done from any spell. This spell costs 2 blood magic to cast. Mark for Death. The thaumaturge places a death mark on an enemy, stealing health when other allies hit the enemy. For 10 seconds plus 1 second per level, the thaumaturge heals for 1% of all damage dealt to the marked target. The target gains 1 stack of bleeding for 1 second per damaging hit. Bleeding deals 5% of the damage from the wounding hit again per second. This spell costs 5 blood magic to cast. Vampiric Armor. The thaumaturge steals health from the enemy, gaining a ward. When cast, the thaumaturge deals 100 damage per blood magic spent. For each blood magic spent, gain 10 points of ward. The thaumaturge may spend unlimited blood magic when casting this spell. One word. Ew. This one was a definite no. The fact one of the perk types was called Vampirism was enough justification for that. The healing and protection abilities of the thaumaturge were very impressive, but also just fucking weird. It would be a great role to have in a party, sure, but I had no intention of being a healer with next to no way of protecting myself. There was a blank space beneath the thaumaturge section, so I figured that was the end of the classes I had to choose from. But just in case, I used my eyes to make the scroll go down a little further, and lo and behold, there was another group of classes there. Specialist classes! Congratulations! As a result of your naturally high starting fitness and/or intellect, you have been granted access to specialist classes. Only the highest-ranking adventurers have specialist classes available to them. Specialist classes are intended to be more self-sufficient than the core classes. This comes with a trade-off. At low levels, the adventurer will have to choose between devoting more resources to offense or defense, whereas a core class can count on his allies to cover his deficiencies. At higher levels, however, the specialist classes will be far more powerful than a core class. I like the sound of that a lot. And the fact that these classes were only available to those who did the best in the tests was a bonus. Coupled with the fact these classes sounded a lot more self-sufficient than the others had been, and I was already sold on the idea of a specialist class before I even read through the list. So, what sort of bonus classes did I have to choose from? First up was something that sounded like it was straight out of a black and white movie. Duelist! The Duelist is a light armor melee class that uses grace and skill to avoid attacks and precise technique to eviscerate their foes, rather than thick plate armor and brute force. A skilled duelist can tackle multiple foes simultaneously, but they shine at taking on a single target. A duelist typically dual-wields swords and is a master at parrying attacks and turning the tables when their foe least expects it. Class Resource. The duelist's class resource is called Momentum. Whenever the duelist successfully evades an attack or spell, they gain a point of Momentum. Momentum can be spent on parrying future incoming attacks or spells. A foe who has his attack or spell parried is considered exposed. If the duelist has sufficient momentum, he can then launch a counterattack to deal devastating damage. Class Passive. A duelist's base chance to parry an attack is equal to his chance to evade attacks. While his normal attacks can be evaded or have damage reduced by armor, counterattacks cannot be evaded, nor does the target get the damage reduced by armor rating. Starting equipment. Pair of Fencer's Blades. Class Perks. Fancy Footwork. Witty Repartee. Uncanny Ability. Fancy Footwork. Note: the duelist can only use one stance at a time. Flash of Steel. The duelist's blades twirl through the air at lightning speed, deflecting incoming projectiles. Until the duelist moves or attacks, they have a 75% chance to deflect incoming projectiles. This stance costs 2 momentum to swap into. Blood Dance. The duelist takes a defensive stance that heals him when parrying. For 5 seconds plus 1 additional second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the duelist heals for 10% of his health when he successfully parries an attack. This stance costs 3 momentum to swap into. Arena Fighter. The duelist takes a stance commonly seen in fighting pits and gladiatorial arenas where dirty tricks abound. For 5 seconds plus 1 additional second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds. When the duelist successfully parries an attack, he may kick sand in his enemy's face, inflicting Blinded. Blinded lasts for 4 seconds, and while blinded, an opponent may not evade attacks and has their chance to hit reduced by 50%. This stance costs 3 momentum to swap into. Ambidexterity. The duelist uses a fighting stance that relies on dealing damage with his offhand weapon to catch the opponent off guard. For 5 seconds plus 1 additional second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, when the duelist gains 10% to his parry chance, and his counterattacks deal 10% more damage. However, he may only counterattack with his offhand weapon. This stance costs 2 momentum to swap into. Deadly Gambit. The duelist uses an all-or-nothing offensive stance to finish his foe. This stance lasts until cancelled. While in this stance, the duelist attacks 50% faster, but takes double damage from enemies. This stance costs 4 momentum to swap into. Witty repartee. Dazzling display. The duelist launches a counterattack with the pommel of his sword that leaves his enemy seeing stars. The next counterattack performed by the duelist will inflict stun on the enemy for 1 second. A stunned enemy cannot attack or evade and may only move backward. This counterattack costs 3 momentum. Barbed attack. The duelist's counterattack is aimed at opening an artery. The next counterattack performed by the duelist will inflict bleed. Bleeding deals 5% of the damage from the wounding hit again per second. A bleeding target moves 5% slower for each stack of bleeding. Each stack of bleeding lasts 5 seconds. This counterattack costs 3 momentum. Leg Specialist. The duelist unleashes an attack on the enemy's hamstrings. The next counterattack performed by the duelist will cripple the enemy. A crippled enemy is immobile until the ailment is removed and cannot evade attacks. This counterattack costs 2 momentum. Coup de grace. The duelist goes for an all-or-nothing death blow. The next counterattack deals 50% more damage. However, the duelist cannot parry or evade another attack for 5 seconds. This counterattack costs 4 momentum. A spot of bother. The duelist uses this to heal himself. The duelist's next counterattack does 50% less damage, but heals himself for the amount of damage inflicted on the enemy. This counterattack costs 3 momentum. Uncanny ability. Strength and conditioning. This parry is especially effective against armored foes. The duelist's next parry gives double momentum if the enemy has a higher armor rating than the duelist. This parry costs 1 momentum to use. Disarm. This parry involves locking the opponent's weapon and twisting their arm. They can either drop the weapon or break the arm. The next parry causes the opponent to be unable to use their right arm in combat for 5 seconds. They can ignore this penalty by dropping their weapon. This parry costs 3 momentum. Counter spell. Rather than deflecting an attack, this parry is used to protect against magic. If successfully parried, the next incoming spell can be reflected back to its source. The spell will deal no damage to the source, but will cause them to become open to a counterattack for the next 5 seconds. This parry costs 2 momentum. One-man army. The duelist parries the blow from one attacker and uses it to launch a counterattack at another. If this parry is successful, the duelist may launch a counterattack at a different foe without costing momentum. This parry costs 3 momentum. Arrow dancing. The duelist weaves in and out of incoming missile attacks acrobatically to close the gap to his ranged foe. This parry may only be used against missile attacks. If successful, the duelist avoids the missile, launches himself up to 50 feet toward his foe in the blink of an eye, and then may use a counterattack. This parry costs 4 momentum. I could definitely see how this class was far more well-rounded than the others had been, which meant they didn't need allies to defeat whatever enemies the great game had to offer. And the perks were admittedly sick. But on the other hand, I kind of liked the idea of being more adept with multiple weapons, whereas the duelist seemed almost wholly reliant on his sword, and there wasn't much in the way of healing abilities here either. And while I didn't plan on getting injured, I had to be realistic. If I was going to be fighting enemies, the likelihood that I might get at least some bumps and scrapes was high. And again, I didn't want to be reliant on someone else to heal me, if I could help it. Fortunately, it seemed that my prayers might be answered with the next specialist class. Spellfletcher. The Spellfletcher is a medium armor class that combines archery and wizardry. In addition to firing normal arrows, a Spellfletcher can forge spells into magical arrows to unleash powerful feats of sorcery at his foes. Through their magic, a Spellfletcher can either be an offensive juggernaut or an unkillable nightmare. but as a specialist, a wise Spellfletcher will balance offense and defense. Additionally, they can utilize wisps, which are nature spirits that share an affinity with the mana used by the Spellfletcher to forge his spells. While usually armed with a bow, the magical nature of the mana-forged arrows and the power of their summoned wisps mean they are as deadly in close quarters as from long range. Unkillable Nightmare. I like the sound of that. Medium armor class, tick. Archery, tick. Wizardry, awesome. And the Spellfletcher had an affinity to nature, clearly, since it could utilize wisps, which were apparently nature spirits. I didn't want to get ahead of myself, but so far so good. Class resource. A Spellfletcher's class resource is mana. Their base mana pool is 10 and is increased by 1 for each point of focus they obtain. They passively regenerate 1 mana every 3 seconds if they do not attack during that 3 seconds. Once out of mana, they must stop fighting if they want to regenerate it. Class passive. Strength grants bonus damage to spells instead of weapon damage. Bonuses from weapon mastery, bows, apply to spell damage in addition to attacks. Focus does not grant casting speed, but the bonus to attack speed is doubled. So, I would always have mana at my disposal, and it would passively regenerate unless I was attacking, which sounded fine. And I could increase the quantity of my class resource whenever I acquired a focus point, whatever that meant. It seemed that the Spellfletcher's main weapon was a bow, which worked well for me since I was a fairly skilled archer already. But it also seemed to be open to using other weapons, if one could add points to their weapon master's skills. I went on reading. Starting equipment, basic shortbow, plus 5 damage. Basic quiver, 10 arrow capacity. 10 basic arrows. Class perks, eradication, purification, communing. Eradication, bolt to the heart. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow of pure lightning. That arrow does an additional 300 lightning damage. Additionally, if it hits its target, the lightning can arc to up to 2 nearby enemies, dealing 100 lightning damage. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Molten Rain. The Spellfletcher fires his next arrow into the air, which explodes, raining drops of molten iron on his enemies. This arrow unleashes an area effect attack that deals 25 fire damage per second to each enemy in the area for 5 seconds. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Deep Freeze. The Spellfletcher's next arrow is imbued with the cold of the deepest winter. It unleashes an icy conal attack upon impact. All enemies hit by the conal attack take 75 cold damage and cannot move or attack for 2 seconds. This arrow costs 4 mana to forge. Fissure. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow that burrows into the earth and unleashes a massive explosion on enemies adjacent to him. The Spellfletcher leaps into the air and fires an arrow into the ground below him. Upon hitting the ground, a fissure is created. 1 second later, the fissure explodes, sending razor-sharp shards of rock into the air. Enemies adjacent to the fissure take 200 physical damage, which is reduced the further away from the fissure they are. Enemies wounded by the fissure move at half speed for 10 seconds. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Arcane Phoenix. The Spellfletcher channels the soul of a mythical creature into their arrow to eradicate their foes. This arrow deals damage in a line underneath its flight path. Any enemy hit by the magical line takes 100 armor ignoring damage. When the arrow hits its mark, a phoenix explodes upward, dealing another 200 armor ignoring arcane damage to the target and any adjacent enemies. This arrow costs 4 mana to forge. Purification. Healing Rain. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow with potent healing capabilities. The Spellfletcher fires it into the air and it explodes, raining down a warm summer rain on the battlefield. The Spellfletcher and any allies heal 10% health per second for 5 seconds, and all movement-impairing ailments are removed. This arrow costs 2 mana to forge. Soothing Wave. The Spellfletcher forges an explosive arrow that heals in an area, fired at a ground target. When it lands, it explodes, and all adjacent allies heal 200 health, with the amount reduced further away from the epicenter. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Peregrine Arrow. The Spellfletcher forges an arcane arrow that protects body and soul. It deals no damage, but automatically hits its target if the target is an incoming missile attack or spell. Intercepted missile attacks are deflected harmlessly, while incoming spells are countered. So if someone shoots at him, he can intercept it and cancel theirs out. This arrow costs 2 mana to forge. Nullification. The Spellfletcher cleanses themselves, body and soul. Lose all mana. All mana-forged arrows are unforged. Lose all negative ailments. Cannot gain any new ailments for 1 second per mana lost. Heal 10% hit points per mana lost. Mana-forged stitches. The Spellfletcher is healed by the mana flowing through his body. For 20 seconds, every mana spent heals the Spellfletcher for 5%. This spell can only be used once every 30 seconds. This arrow costs 4 mana to forge. Communing. Mimicking Wisp. The summoned Wisp replicates the magical attacks of the Spellfletcher. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Wisp will shoot a copy of every mana-forged arrow. The Wisp's attack will deal 66% less damage and will attempt to select a different target unless there is no other option in range. This Wisp costs 4 mana to summon. Surgical Wisp. This Wisp protects from spells and cures the Spellfletcher's ailments and defends from incoming spell damage. The incoming spell damage is reduced by 50% plus 1% per level, and the Wisp is unsummoned. When the Wisp is unsummoned, it removes 1 ailment from the Spellfletcher. This Wisp costs 2 mana to summon. Reticule Wisp. This Wisp detects weak spots in the enemy's defenses and directs his summoner where to strike. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Wisp provides a reticule for the Spellfletcher on his target, which increases the chance to land a critical strike by 10%, and reduces chance to evade the arrow by 50%. This Wisp costs 3 mana to summon. Mana-hungry Wisp. This Wisp devours raw mana from the environment, sharing it with the Spellfletcher. The Spellfletcher's mana regeneration rate is doubled until he forges a mana arrow. Upon forging an arrow, the Wisp is unsummoned. This Wisp costs 1 mana to summon. Ghost-walking Wisp. This Wisp cloaks the Spellfletcher in environmentally adapted camouflage. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Spellfletcher cannot be detected by sight or sound. The effect ends immediately if the Spellfletcher spends any mana or moves. This Wisp costs 5 mana to summon. I had a feeling that this was the one. It had everything I'd been looking for. It was a medium armor class with plenty of defensive and healing abilities, but it also had eradication perks that would allow me to come at any enemies with very impressive offensive strikes as well. The Wisps were an added bonus too, and I liked that they pulled mana from the world around them. There was clearly a link to nature there that appealed to me, though the field also seemed to have the broadest capabilities so far. Even the Wisps had a wide range of powerful, useful skills to choose from. With this specialist class, I could go where I pleased, and I wouldn't be reliant on any allies for healing or protection. Sure, with some of the perks, I could heal any allies I might come across along the way, but it was the fact I wouldn't be dependent on anyone else that I really liked. I still had one more class to go, but I doubted another one would impress me more than the Spellfletcher had. Witch Hunter. The Witch Hunter is a heavy armor bruiser melee class that can dish out remarkable damage to their enemies while utilizing their zeal to absorb significant wounds themselves. Witch Hunters are masters of blunt weapons, burning attacks and spells, and pious prayers. Class resource. The Witch Hunter's class resource is Zeal. Every time they land a wounding attack or receive a wound, they gain a point of zeal. Class passive. Witch Hunter's burning zealotry isn't merely proverbial. Anytime they gain a point of zeal, they have a 25% chance to instantly consume it and detonate an aura of fire at all enemies surrounding them. This aura inflicts a stack of scald on nearby enemies. An enemy may have unlimited stacks of scald at a time. Each stack of scald lasts 3 seconds. Each stack of scald reduces movement speed and chance to evade attacks by 3%. Starting equipment: basic two-handed mace. Class perks: Witch's Hammer, Burning Faith, Pious Prayers. Witch's Hammer. Dervish. The Witch Hunter spins like a cyclone for one attack, hitting all nearby foes. Each successful hit deals plus 25 damage. This attack costs 5 zeal to use. Skull Grinder. The Witch Hunter performs 3 quick bashing attacks that do additional damage if each is successful. The Witch Hunter launches a quick attack that hits for plus 10 damage. If successful, he attacks again for plus 75 damage. If successful, he launches a third rapid attack that hits for plus 100 damage. If any of the 3 attacks miss, the chain ends, and the Witch Hunter loses all his remaining zeal points. This attack costs 3 zeal to use. Hammer Mastery. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Witch Hunter gains plus 10 weapon mastery points with blunt weapons. This attack costs 3 zeal to use. Body Blow. A haymaker blow aimed at the target's midsection. If this attack hits, the target is knocked down for 2 seconds. This attack costs 4 zeal to use. Fuel the Fight. The Witch Hunter hammers a knocked down opponent like a nail. If this attack hits a knocked down foe, it gives 2 zeal to the Witch Hunter and heals him for 15% of his health. This attack costs 3 zeal to use. Burning Faith. Blind Faith. The Witch Hunter's burning zeal is amplified. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Witch Hunter's passive chance to consume zeal and inflict scald is doubled. This skill costs 3 zeal to use. Cinder Touch. The Witch Hunter's attacks themselves burn the enemy. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Witch Hunter's attacks deal 50% less damage, but inflict burning. Burn inflicts 5% of the Witch Hunter's hit points per second as damage to the target. Each stack of burn lasts 3 seconds. This skill costs 4 zeal to use. Smite the Weak. Deal increased damage to scalded foes. The Witch Hunter's next attack deals 5% increased damage per stack of scald on the enemy. This skill costs 2 zeal to use. Cleansing Fire. The Witch Hunter burns away his ailments with his purifying flames. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds. Whenever the Witch Hunter detonates his fiery aura, he cleanses all ailments from himself and nearby allies. This skill costs 3 zeal to use. Armor of the Just. The Witch Hunter is protected by his fiery aura. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Witch Hunter receives 5% less incoming damage for each stack of scald on the source of the damage. This skill costs 2 zeal to use. Pious Prayers. Angelic Strike. This prayer guides the Witch Hunter's next blow to its target. The next attack by the Witch Hunter hits automatically, and the damage is lucky. Lucky damage rolls twice and takes the higher result. This prayer costs 2 zeal to cast. The Unsullied. Directs the enemy's weapons and spells away from the Witch Hunter. The attack or spell targeted at the Witch Hunter has its chance to hit unlucky, and the damage it inflicts is unlucky. Additionally, the Witch Hunter's armor rating counts as 50% higher. This prayer costs 2 zeal to cast. Proselytize. Causes the Witch Hunter and his allies to become infused with faith. Witch Hunter and his allies automatically inflict scald with the next attack or spell they land. This prayer costs 4 zeal to cast. Castigation Prayer. This prayer punishes the heretic for using magic against the witch hunter. If the witch hunter's next attack hits a target casting a spell, the spell is nullified, and the witch hunter gains zeal equal to the class resource the caster used to pay for the spell. This prayer costs 2 zeal to cast. Prayer of the Apostate. This prayer condemns the enemies of the witch hunter for healing themselves. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds. The next time the target of this prayer heals, the healing is negated, and they are inflicted with 3 stacks of Scald. This prayer costs 5 zeal to cast. As powerful as the witch hunters sounded, it didn't sit right with me. It kind of sounded like the warrior priest type roles in other RP games I'd played, though this one wasn't averse to dealing out pain with any blunt weapon they could get their hands on. And since I'd only just discovered that a group of so-called gods existed, and in about 10 minutes since they'd revealed themselves to us, they'd culled probably a large population of the Earth and forced us into their great game, I wasn't entirely sure how faithful and pious I felt toward them currently. There was no doubt about it then. The Spellfletcher class was the only one that felt right for me. I checked the timer in the corner of my vision and saw that I only had about 4 minutes left to choose my perks. So I went back up the scroll to the Spellfletcher section and read over all of them again. The Herald of the Gods had said I could choose 3 of them, but didn't say it had to be 1 in each section, though I thought it seemed smart to take 1 from each. 1 offensive perk, 1 defensive, and 1 wisp would make for a balanced adventurer. I started with the eradication perks, which appeared to be the more offensive ones. Immediately, the bolt to the heart arrow jumped out at me, and not just because it was at the top of the list. It cost 3 mana to forge, which would still leave me with 7 remaining during a fight until I gained focus points and could increase my mana base pool. If I was planning on going into this game as a lone wolf until I figured out if I needed a party or not, I like the idea of being able to hit multiple enemies at once. So a lightning bolt that could arc through the air and hit 2 other targets as well as the one I'd fired at was exactly what I wanted. The Molten Range and Fissure perks also caught my eye, but I assumed there would be a chance to unlock more of them as I went along. Next, I scanned through the Purification perks, which were the healing and defensive arrows. The Peregrine arrow sounded awesome, but could only protect me, not heal, and nullification meant I would lose all mana, and while it regenerated passively, I wasn't keen on the idea of that number ever dropping to 0. The mana-forged stitches were definitely effective, but couldn't heal any other allies, and cost a lot of mana on top of the mana it cost to activate it. So, I found myself in a toss-up between the Healing Rain and the Soothing Wave. On one hand, the Soothing Wave would explode and heal me and my allies by 200 health, which sounded like a lot. On the other hand, the Healing Rain would heal me and any allies for 10% health per second for 5 seconds, and all movement-impairing ailments would be removed. I guessed that healing by 200 health would be pretty substantial, at least early on in the game. But if I thought about it, I could heal up to 50% with the Healing Rain, and it cost 1 less mana to forge. I decided to go for Healing Rain for now and to keep the Soothing Wave in mind for the future. Finally, it was time to look at the Wisps. They offered a much wider array of abilities than the other class perks, and I took my time despite the timer counting down in my peripheral vision to go through each one. The Mimicking Wisp was certainly tempting. That, paired with the bolt to the heart, would mean I could attack a fair number of enemies at once, even if the Wisp couldn't deal out as much damage as my attacks could. The Surgical Wisp would be another healing perk, and I wasn't sure I needed 2 to begin with. Hopefully I wouldn't be in need of medical attention that often, and there were other, far cooler wisps that I could equip myself with instead. Like the Reticule Wisp. That one seemed to act almost like a laser dot scope on a gun, and would pick out the enemy's weak spots and reduce their chance to evade my strikes by 50%, which was an impressive ability. The Mana-Hungry Wisp gathered mana from the surrounding environment to double the rate of mana regeneration. though I figured that wisp would be a lot more useful once I was deeper into the game and had a larger pool of mana to regenerate. For now, I only had 10 mana, and it regenerated by 1 point every 3 seconds, so it wouldn't take that long to refill. I didn't know what kind of enemies these gods had designed for me to face, but what I did know was that having the chance to pause, gather myself, and formulate a plan would be invaluable, as would the stealth that invisibility would provide me with in case I needed to hunt for my food. And as I went up the levels, I'd be able to turn invisible for longer, so the perk would only get better as the game went on. The ghost-walking wisp was perfect, and if I'd had it this morning, I definitely would have used it to avoid probably Brayden. "Okay," I said once I'd made my decision. "So, how do I—" The list suddenly vanished, and the Herald of the Gods wrote a new message. "Specialist class! Spellfletcher selected!" How did it know that? "Eradication perk! Bolt to the heart! Selected!" Was this Herald guy psychic? "Purification perk! Healing Rain! Selected!" This thing was starting to freak me out. "Communing perk! Ghost Walking Wisp! Selected!" Well, at least I got my choices right. "Welcome to the great game, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw. We are delighted to have you." Thanks? "You're welcome. Good luck." The scroll rolled up like a curtain blind and then vanished, leaving only swirling clouds in front of my eyes. "What now?" I asked. "Do I have to—" I felt that lurch in my stomach as whatever had held me up let go. And then I was falling. Chapter 2. Something was trickling very close to my head. For a second, I thought I was back in my van, and I had a moment of panic when I thought I'd left the kitchen tap on. But then I remembered everything. The Herald of the Gods, the weird tests, the falling, and I sat bolt upright. I opened my eyes, and the first thing they focused on were my own legs stretched out beneath me across the mossy ground. I hurriedly pulled my black cargo trousers up to knee height and checked my legs for any broken bones, but they were perfectly fine. My toes wiggled, my knees bent, and my muscles didn't have a single ache or pain. I checked my arms beneath my light brown hoodie, counted my fingers, and pawed at my face, but everything seemed to be intact. My insides were still inside, and my outsides were injury-free. I didn't know how far I had fallen, but surely I should have been a bag of mangled and broken bones. I brushed my brown hair out of my eyes, blinked at my surroundings, and then actually gasped out loud. I was in one of the most beautiful woodland clearings I had ever seen, and since I'd been on the road for a few years, that was saying something. The glen was like something out of a fairy tale, with lush green moss that covered every inch of the soft earth, trees that swayed lazily in a warm breeze, bluebirds that flitted and danced overhead, and a bubbling brook, which I realized was the source of the trickling sound that had woken me. The dreamy turquoise water looked stunning, and as I shuffled to the shoreline and dipped my hand into it, I sighed at the feeling of the crisp liquid that enveloped my hand. I splashed my face to banish some of the grogginess and then carefully got to my feet. I felt good. In fact, I felt better than good. Generally, I tended to be a little achy, especially in the mornings, but my groaning muscles had been completely rejuvenated. I took a deep breath and thanked my lucky stars that I was still alive, though when I peered a little closer at the trees that fenced me into the picturesque clearing, I noted the shadows that lay beyond them. The rest of these woods didn't look quite as inviting and heavenly as the glen did. And now that I thought about it, these woods didn't look anything like the Yosemite forests I'd just been in. Most of the trees in the vicinity were ash trees, and there was no sign of any of the oak, cedar, or sequoias that I'd been staring at the last few days. Nor were there any mountains, I noticed. The one I'd clung onto while my entire belief system had been shredded had totally disappeared, and all that was above my head was a blue sky and a blazing sun. As I squinted against its blinding rays, my eyelids flickered for a moment, That seemed to be a trigger of some sort, because as soon as I did that, my vision suddenly lit up like a Christmas tree. I sucked in a breath as what felt like a million things flashed up in front of my eyes and hovered there, sort of like the Herald's scroll had. I took a second to catch my breath and then tried to focus on exactly what had just filled my eyeline. At the very top of my view was a full red bar, and below it was the word health. It was exactly like the health bar I'd seen in all those video games I'd played over the years, where the character's life and health were shown with a graphical representation. In this case, my health bar was completely full, which probably explained why I felt so damn good. Conversely, along the bottom of my vision was another bar, though this one was empty with a green border and had XP written just above it. I realized that must be for the experience points that had been mentioned in the scroll, and which I currently had none of, apparently. I supposed that made sense. I'd been inside the great game for about 2 minutes, and so far I'd washed my face and gotten to my feet. That was hardly something to be awarded for, though I did wonder how I might earn XP in this system. On the bottom left was a label that said Level 1, which made sense as I was a new adventurer, and beside that was a bag of gold aptly labeled Gold, with a 0 on the front. Damn, I was broke in this game then. Well, just like my life in the old world, I didn't intend to stay that way for long. On the right side bottom corner was a blue hourglass labeled Arret. Arret? What the hell did that mean? When nothing appeared to explain that, I moved over to the final label in the top left corner that said Mana, 10. I remembered that mana was my class resource, so I was glad to see that I had got to start the game with a full load. The same couldn't be said for my XP and Arret, the former being totally empty, and the latter being only about half full, but I figured mana was probably more important right now anyway. There was more to this game than I'd initially expected, but fortunately a scroll appeared in the center of my view, and some familiar sloped golden handwriting began to dance across the page. Welcome, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw, to the great game! You should be proud to have made it into the system. Unfortunately, there were many who did not pass the testing stage. I wondered how many people hadn't made it to being adventurers. On second thought, I decided that I could live without knowing that statistic, and I could live without constantly thinking about how weird it was that I was being contacted by the Herald of the Gods. So I decided that from now on, the Herald was going to be renamed Herald, to reduce a bit of the holy shit feeling from this whole situation. Herald sent another message. You are now looking at the Adventurer's User Interface, or UI for short. You are currently on the main page, which I would recommend leaving visible at all times, and which displays your most important information, such as your class resource counter, your level, your health and XP ratings, and your Arret. Earn XP by defeating enemies and completing quests. Level up by filling up your XP bar. That answered that question then. Once I defeated whatever enemies this game had in store for me, the XP bar would go up, and eventually I would be able to level up. I shall go into what happens when you level up in one moment, but for now, let's focus on the UI, shall we? Sure, I said, though I had a feeling that was more of a rhetorical question. You may be wondering what Arret is, that hourglass on the bottom right. Arret represents your devotion to the god of your class. In your case, Spellfletchers are the players for Eliana, goddess of wisdom and battle. The more quests you complete, the more you will please your god, and the more Arret you will earn. The more quests you deny, the more your Arret will diminish. If I were you, I wouldn't let that blue sand disappear. I took the warning from Harold very seriously. He seemed to beat around the bush a little when it came to killing off humans in the name of this game, but I got the message, which essentially was, lose all your Arret and die. I had a feeling that the same could be said for letting the health bar get emptied as well. You might want to sound a little less excited when discussing people's impending doom, Harold, I muttered. On the god front, however, I was even more pleased with my chosen class now that I knew that I had Eliana watching over me, the goddess of wisdom and battle. I couldn't really ask for better than that.
Let's have a look at more of your UI, shall we?
An arrow appeared on the right side of my vision, and Harold clearly wanted me to click it, so I began to raise my hand to try and select it.
No need to use your hands. Your mind will do the work for you. Just imagine clicking on it and see what happens.
All right. I thought about clicking on the arrow, and to my surprise, the UI slid across like a PowerPoint slide onto a new page. I had no idea how the great game had such access to my mind, but that seemed like something I could worry about later. For now, I just needed to figure out how to use it. So I focused on the new page, which was more cluttered than the previous one. Along the top were 3 words followed by a number: strength, 0, acuity, 0, focus, 0. I remembered that adding points to focus, which I hadn't understood at the time, meant that I could increase my mana pool. As for the others, I was sure that Harold was about to go into more detail. And I was right.
Across the top of your vision, you will see 3 traits: strength, acuity, and focus. When you level up, you will be able to put 1 point into one of these traits. The more times you level up, the more trait points you will collect, and the more powerful and well-rounded an adventurer you will become. Strength. Each point of strength increases weapon damage by 1%. Each point of strength increases hit points by 1%.
I remembered that strength granted bonus damage to spells instead of weapon damage for my class from my first read-through of the list. Depending on the spell I was casting, that could cause some serious pain to my enemies.
Acuity. Each point of acuity increases critical strike chance by 1%. Each point of acuity increases the chance to evade attacks by 1%.
I knew that acuity was usually a measure of how sharp my senses were, so it made sense that putting trait points into that trait would mean I'd be better at evading attacks, and knowing where to hit an enemy in order to deal a critical strike, which usually meant an attack that dealt extra damage by hitting a vulnerable spot in most games.
Focus. Each point of focus increases attack and cast speed 1%. Each point of focus grants a point of warding, which is consumed to reduce incoming damage by 2%. Ward is restored when it has been 10 seconds since the last use of the ward. For Spellfletchers, focus does not grant casting speed, but the bonus to attack speed is doubled, and it adds 1 mana to their class resource pool.
All right, all of that made enough sense. The more I leveled up, the more trait points I would get, and the better my traits would get. Now it was time to look at the other list I could see in front of me just off to the left.
The list below your trait score are the skills that are available to you. Like trait points, you will be awarded 1 skill point each time you level up as well. I'll give you a moment to read through them.
Thanks. As I scanned the list, it was kind of amusing to see the 0 beside each of them. Hilariously, I was, at this current moment, officially unskilled. But I reminded myself that if I wanted to survive in this new world, then I couldn't stay that way. So I went back to the top of the list and read it more carefully.
Skills. Weapon Mastery. Weapon Mastery increases the chance to hit, the chance to land a critical strike, and the ability to equip higher-tier weapons. Mercantilism. Mercantilism reduces the cost of items or services from vendors. Sense. Sense increases the ability to detect nearby enemies, avoid traps, and find hidden items. It also counteracts enemies with stealth abilities. Cooking increases ability to craft consumables that restore health in combat. Alchemy increases the ability to craft consumables that increase damage in combat. Weapon and armor crafting. Craft basic items and increase the ability to upgrade items found to a higher tier. Additional skills are unlocked through adventuring. I quickly decided that weapon mastery and sense sounded like the best skills to invest in as soon as I got my first few skill points. If the main goal of this game was to defeat enemies and complete quests, then those skills would be the most useful for that purpose. Done reading? Great! Let's move on. Another arrow appeared on the right of my vision, and I mentally selected it. The slide went across, and I found myself looking at the most cluttered of the 3 pages. The list was titled Gear. Gear! Armor! Helm! Not available. Body armor! Not available. Boots! Not available. Weapons! Main hand! Not available. Offhand! Not available. Two-hander! Basic short bow, plus 5 damage. Quiver. Basic quiver, 10 arrow capacity. Basic arrows, 10. Trinkets. Ring 1, not available. Ring 2, not available. Adventurers can have up to 10 rings, but only 2 active ones at a time. Amulet, not available. Belt. Items on the belt can be removed in combat. Basic belt. Bag. Basic bag. Basic bag holds 10 items, but is infinitely sized to hold any size item. Items in the bag cannot be broken. Items in the bag cannot be removed from the bag in combat. So, it appeared that all of these item slots were available to me, but very few were filled. For one thing, I had 0 armor to start with, which was a good thing to keep in mind whenever I had to face my first enemy. From the initial class list, I remembered that my starting equipment was the basic short bow and 10 arrows in a basic quiver. It seemed that I also possessed a belt, which could hold items that I could use in combat, and a bag which I could store up to 10 any-sized items inside, but I couldn't remove anything from it during combat. I figured I'd mainly put food, camping gear, and clothing in there once I had the chance to gather some. But then again, who knew what this game had in store? There were slots for main-hand and offhand weapons that weren't yet filled, but I intended to fill those slots as soon as possible. As good as I was with a bow, I needed some close-range melee weapons just in case. There was also a note beneath the list that read, "Loot can drop once an enemy is defeated." So, I needed to keep an eye out for useful shit that these enemies might leave behind, or else I'd have to buy it from merchants, which would cost money I currently didn't have. And on the topic of enemies, I suddenly felt a twinge of concern as to what or who they might be. If every class answered to their own god or goddess, then who is to say that these enemies weren't actually other people from different classes? That the point of this game wasn't to defeat some mysterious foes, but the other humans who had been ripped from a world they knew and thrown into this one. That certainly gave me pause. Would the gods have decided to pit humans against one another just to see who would come out on top? In their thousands of years as they observed us, did one of them happen to stop in at the Colosseum and watch some ancient Roman gladiators hack one another to death and decide that they'd steal the idea for their own game? They clearly hadn't had a crisis of conscience when it came to wiping out those they didn't deem worthy or capable of entering the great game. So was it possible that they might want me to murder other people? Because, if so, I knew in my soul that taking innocent lives wasn't something I would be able to do. But for now, all I could do was hope that wasn't what Harold was implying that I would have to do. I supposed I would find out one way or another anyway. The scroll reappeared. Congratulations! You have completed your tour of your UI and are now ready to participate in the great game. I can't wait to see how you fare. I'll pop in now and again, but for the most part, you're on your own. Good luck, adventurer, and remember to keep your wits and your weapons about you. And with that, Harold and his scroll vanished. I fluttered my eyelids. The UI disappeared, and I was once again alone by the bubbling brook. At least,
I thought I was until I noticed something floating in my peripheral vision. I whirled around and found myself looking at a small ball of dimmed light, sort of like a tendril of smoke that had been caught in a ray of sunshine. It flitted around my head, and I could have sworn it seemed excited. I watched in surprise as it morphed into a human hand shape and then waved merrily in my direction. "Are you my wisp?" I asked. In response, it morphed again, this time into a sort of cartoon ghost, and spun around my head a couple of times. Right, the ghost-walking wisp. Cool. It morphed once more, this time into a smiley face, and then came to a halt just above my right shoulder. "I guess you're the angel on my shoulder, then?" It nuzzled against my cheek and pulsed slightly brighter, and I felt it brush against my skin like a cool breeze before it went back to its spot on my shoulder. Its light was definitely dimmed, and I had a feeling that when I activated the communing perk, it might glow. It was a sweet little thing, and powerful, too, when summoned. I heard of will-o'-the-wisps before in some of the other games I'd played, and I knew those versions were based on old folklore. Both versions were mischievous spirits that led travelers off the path they were supposed to follow. And while I doubted my wisp would have any bad intentions toward me, I had a feeling that the word mischievous wasn't an incorrect description of it. I'm gonna call you Willa. Willa the Wisp. Willa made a squeaking sound, shot off into the sky, did 3 loop-de-loops, and then glided back and forth down toward me like a leaf that had fallen off a branch. From that reaction, I figured she was a fan of the name. I turned back to the glen and noticed that something had appeared on the ground just a few feet away. I walked over to it and found that my gear for the game had arrived. I picked up the basic short bow and weighed it in my hands, then drew it without an arrow nocked just to test the tensile strength of the bow and the string. Even though it was called basic, it was still a nice piece. It was a wooden short bow, and I assumed the string was made of traditional sinewy animal materials. I had a strong suspicion that the bow would perform poorly if it got wet, so I made a mental note to avoid that. This really seemed like a medieval peasant's bow rather than a weapon of war, but it was constructed solidly enough. Nothing extraordinary, but it would certainly do enough damage to anything I hit. Beside it was my basic quiver with the 10 arrows already loaded inside it. The quiver was, frankly, a pretty crappy rawhide leather quiver. No doubt someone who owned this would want it for its durability rather than for its looks or utility. It would suffice, but an upgraded item would suit me just fine if I got one. Then there was the belt, which I picked up and secured around my waist. I could see where items could be strapped or attached to it, but for now it was empty. It was also rawhide and not particularly aesthetically pleasing. And finally there was the empty, dark brown canvas bag that could apparently hold items of an unlimited size. I had half a mind to shove my arm in there and try to feel for the bottom, but I decided there were more important, pressing matters to deal with first, such as, what the hell was I supposed to do now? A part of me was tempted to gather some wood and build myself a nice hut right beside this brook. I certainly wouldn't have minded waking up to this view each morning. But then again, all the talk of defeating enemies and completing quests had scratched an itch I hadn't realized I'd been suffering from. There was a real chance of adventure in this great game, and there was a whole world, a whole system out there to experience. I didn't know how many other people had made it here, wherever here was, if it was even Earth or somewhere entirely new. But I had made it. And though I wasn't sure of the motive behind the gods and their great game, I was going to make the most of this while it lasted. So I picked up the bag and slung that across my back, then put my quiver diagonally across the other shoulder. Finally, I grabbed my bow and began to put that over my shoulders as well. But I didn't get it all the way on before I heard it, the snap of a twig under a foot. There was something creeping up behind me. Chapter 3. It was a hideous thing that emerged from between 2 ash trees, and the first thing I saw was a four-toed foot, which was probably the one that had snapped the twig and alerted me to its arrival. The nails were brown and broken, and the sickly green skin was leathery from where it had ventured across the forest barefoot. I lifted my gaze and noted the knobbly knees, hunched, muscular legs, and overhanging belly. Long grass seemed to grow right out of its skin to act as a kind of loincloth, but I did notice the tail that dragged along the ground behind it, which more resembled a vine than a body part. And as I looked further up, over the grassy chest, the wide shoulders, the lean arms, and the thick neck, I began to notice the mushrooms, twigs, and even the insects and snails that covered its torso, as if the forest floor itself had come alive and now stood before me. Moss clung to the four sharp-nailed fingers on its dirty hands, and toadstools sat on both shoulders and protruded from its neck, which led up to the face. It was definitely a face only its mother could love. A bulbous, warty nose spread out from between its eyes like a limp balloon and hung down over its disgusting mouth, which I swore I saw some fruit flies burst out of as it bared its teeth at me. The teeth in question looked like old, rotten planks of pine wood, and some of them were missing altogether. A black tongue slithered across its purple lips, and drool oozed down its chin. Its face was scarred where weeds grew from its cheeks, and its eyelids sagged around its bulging eyeballs. Its irises were a mucus yellow color, and its gaze was firmly and hungrily locked right on me. I watched as it lumbered forward another couple of steps, and that's when I noticed the rusty dagger it clutched in one hand. The thing was blood-stained, and a few bugs buzzed around it. The dagger was certainly well used, and I wondered what kind of blood was on its blade, animal or human. Moreover, I wondered what the hell this thing actually was, so I decided to have a look at the one thing that might have an answer for me. Will-o'-the-Wisp nestled closer into my neck as she waited for instructions, and I backstepped just a single pace as I fluttered my eyelids. My UI flashed back up with the main page so that I could still see the creature in front of me as well as the information the UI provided me with around the edges. But I noticed as I stared at the beast that a label flashed up above its head. Written in black letters were the words, Forest Troll, Level 1, and it had a full health bar just beneath it. This thing was a troll, then, and not a very good one if it was only Level 1. Not that I was complaining, since I was just Level 1 myself. It was bad enough having to stare at an ugly real-life fairy tale creature without it outranking me as well. The troll hadn't moved from its spot just beyond the tree line, but it kept looking at me, as if it was sizing me up the same way I was evaluating its stats. I wasn't sure if it was looking for a fight, mildly curious, or if it was just trying to decide whether or not I'd fit in a cooking pot in whatever den or nest it came from. But I had a feeling that I wouldn't like the answer either way. I, on the other hand, kept looking it up and down in return, while I wondered how and why plants were growing out of its body, and also whether or not pulling my bow back over my head would make it angry. At that moment, I still had the end of it clutched in both hands, and it was only half slung over my back. I could probably pull it and knock an arrow pretty fast, but I also didn't know what this thing wanted, how fast it was, or if it was even a threat at all. Harold had mentioned enemies more times than I could count, but he didn't tell me how to identify what was an enemy and what wasn't. Eventually, the troll took another couple of steps closer. I stood my ground and observed the way it began to shuffle from foot to foot, as if it was psyching itself up. For what, I couldn't be sure, but I had a feeling that it didn't want to make friends. Hello, I said. The troll blinked at me and its long nose twitched. I'm Thomas. How's it going? Again, it just stared. I was pretty sure it couldn't speak English, if it could speak at all, but just in case it could, I tried one more time. Don't trolls normally live under bridges? It let out a heavy grunt, sort of like a grizzly bear's in its gruffness. And then it started to walk toward me. I pulled the bow off my back and drew an arrow from the quiver, though I still couldn't believe this was really happening. Unless it wasn't. Unless I was right, and probably Braden had given me one of every drug he likely had stashed in that rented camper. Where in the world was that thing now? And where was probably Braden? Maybe I was a dick, but part of me doubted he'd passed Harold's intelligence test, if that had really happened. The troll picked up the pace. I backed up a little, right to the edge of the brook, and started to draw back my bowstring. But then the troll launched the dagger through the air. I ducked just in time, but I felt the wind just above my head as the blade ripped past my hair. A few severed strands rained down over me, and I heard the dagger embed itself in a tree on the other side of the water. "Hey!" I shouted. The troll growled again and started to run toward me. "Shit!" The bowstring creaked slightly as I drew it back to its full extension, but I paused when Willa zoomed out in front of me and zipped around the arrow. She acted frantic, like she was warning me of something. I looked back at the troll. It would be on me in 20 seconds or less, but would one arrow kill it? It was a level 1 troll, but it still had thick, leathery skin that would be tough to get through, and it was strong and muscled too. If I shot this arrow and it didn't kill the bastard, then it would be on me, and I wasn't sure who exactly would win in a fist fight. My eyes flicked in the direction of the 10 in the top left corner of my vision, my mana rating. Mana which I could use to activate my class perks. "Fuck it," I said. As Harold had told me, the UI knew what I wanted and selected the mana counter, and my 3 perks flashed up in front of me.
Eradication perk. Bolt to the heart. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow of pure lightning. That arrow does an additional 300 lightning damage. Additionally, if it hits its target, the lightning can arc to up to 2 nearby enemies, dealing 100 lightning damage. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Purification perk. Healing Rain. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow with potent healing capabilities. The Spellfletcher fires it into the air and it explodes, raining down a warm summer rain on the battlefield. The Spellfletcher and any allies heal 10% health per second for 5 seconds, and all movement-impairing ailments are removed. This arrow costs 2 mana to forge. Communing perk. Ghost Walking Wisp. This wisp cloaks the Spellfletcher in environmentally adapted camouflage. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds. The Spellfletcher cannot be detected by sight or sound. The effect ends immediately if the Spellfletcher spends any mana or moves. This wisp costs 5 mana to summon. There was no point in summoning Willa. The troll knew where I was, and I couldn't move when the wisp was activated or I would become visible again. I had no wounds to heal yet, so that left only one choice. And as I mentally selected the bolt to the heart, the coolest thing possibly ever happened. As if there was mana all around me, the air began to crackle and spark, and then a moment later bright blue lightning erupted from the air around me. The lightning arced through the air and came together at the back of my arrow. I watched in awe as it encircled the fletching and then rippled down the shaft. It encased the entire thing in jagged, crackling, hissing blue electricity, and came to a blindingly bright meeting place right at the point. I saw my mana counter drop down to 7, but that didn't matter when I had the coolest fucking arrow on the planet and a troll that was quickly closing in. I went to a cold, calm place as I breathed in with a purposefully slow inhale. Then I held it as I aimed. The troll scrambled over the mossy rocks and roared as it did so. I let out my breath and fired. The sparking arrow cut through the air like a ship's rudder through water, and the troll never stood a chance. The arrow hit home right where I'd assumed the troll's heart was, and there was an explosion of blue light as the lightning inflicted damage. The health bar above its head flickered and emptied, and I smelled singed flesh and watched as its yellow eyes rolled back before the troll crumpled to the ground in a dead heap. I stood there for a moment, hands frozen where I'd loosed the arrow,
and gawked at what that shot had done.
Holy shit, that was so fucking cool! I downed a monster with one arrow because of that perk, and I gave myself a silent pat on the back for choosing well. Willa shot out from the safety of my shoulder and zigzagged triumphantly through the air. And as I smiled at the wisp, she morphed into a thumbs up, which made me chuckle. I drew another arrow just to be sure and knocked it, and then edged over to the troll. It was sprawled on the ground with its nose flopped to one side and its tongue lolled out of its mouth. An unbelievable stench rose from its open mouth, and I held my breath again as I nudged it with my foot. It didn't flinch or suddenly jerk to life again, and I assumed the dark green pool of liquid on its plump chest was its blood. I put my bow over my shoulders and stowed the arrow, and then bent down and pulled the other arrow out of the troll's body. If I only had 10 of them, I needed to retrieve them whenever possible. I quickly cleaned the tip off and then put that arrow back into the quiver as well. In the corner of my vision, my mana had already regenerated to 10. I remembered it was supposed to regenerate by 1 mana every 3 seconds when I wasn't attacking, so I was already back up to full capacity. And that bolt to the heart was so unbelievably awesome! I felt like Zeus now that I could summon and wield lightning to kill an enemy, even if I did have to have an arrow to channel it. How many other people could say they had done something like that? Badassery aside, it was a good test of how things in the great game worked. That was a level 1 troll, which I assumed was the most basic of creatures I might come up against, and I now knew that a bolt to the heart, which did 300 lightning damage, in addition to whatever damage a normal arrow would inflict, could kill a level 1 creature. In fact, it had killed the troll with ease, so I wondered if the level 1 enemies would actually die with a little less damage inflicted upon them, or if 300 was the golden number. Either way, it was a useful statistic to keep in mind. And speaking of statistics, I still had my UI on display. I'd decided it would be better to leave it up as Harold had recommended, just in case any more enemies decided to come out of the woodwork. It was good to have that information available at a moment's notice, but I also watched as the green XP bar at the bottom of my vision suddenly filled up to about 15%. Okay, I said with a grin. And then the troll's body at my feet disappeared with a little poof and left something else in its place. A leather pouch appeared on the spot where the body had been, along with a sheathed knife and some boots. Willa dropped back down from where she'd been flying excitedly around the glen, turned herself into a confetti cannon, and blew ghostly white confetti all over the loot the troll had left behind. I chuckled as I picked up the leather pouch first. Inside it were 5 circular gold coins that were about the size of a quarter, with a set of crossed swords across the faces. On my UI, the number on the bag of gold on the bottom left went up to 5, and I grinned as I secured the pouch to my belt. Next, I had a look at the knife. The label flashed up above it once it was in my hand to inform me it was a basic hunting knife, plus 3 damage. Sick. I attached the sheath to my belt as well, and then had a look at the boots. The label said, basic nomadic boots, plus 1 speed. And the brown, thick-soled shoes were a hell of a lot better for this kind of terrain than my climbing shoes were, so I quickly switched them out. They fit like a glove, which shouldn't have surprised me. If the gods who made the great game were able to take every human and insert them into this insane new world, then they'd be able to make boots that fit whoever collected them. I flicked across to the final page of my UI and saw that the hunting knife and boots had been added to my equipped items in the offhand weapon and boots slot, respectively. I felt a lot better with more of the slots filled, and I had made very good progress, given that I'd been here for less than an hour and already had my first enemy kill under my belt, as well as some coins and a new knife attached to it. I noted that my arete hadn't gone up, though. It was still at around 50% full of blue sand, so killing enemies didn't increase my points in that regard.
Harold had said that quests would increase my arret, and I would be doing it in the name of Eliana, the goddess that oversaw the Spellfletcher class. At least now I knew that quests were separate from just killing any creature I came across. "Well, that was exciting," I said to Willa as I knelt down and had a drink of water from the brook. Willa did a couple of loop-de-loops, then she came to rest on my shoulder again and nuzzled into my neck. I stood up and put my hands on my hips as I looked around again. The glen felt somehow smaller now and full of danger. It was like killing that troll had just expanded the world for me, but also made me aware of just how lethal this game could be. There was more out there, beyond this picturesque glen, and I suddenly had an urge to find out what else the gods had created. Sure, the troll hadn't wanted to welcome me to the great game with open arms, but it was objectively incredible that something like this could even exist here. And if a literal troll with toadstools on its shoulders and a nose the size of a gourd existed here, then who knew what other wonders there were for me to find and experience. God, I sighed, slightly overwhelmed, then glanced up at the sky. Gods, I mean. Willa's snicker at that sounded like Christmas sleigh bells. "What do we do now?" I said, half to her and half into the ether. There were no landmarks here, and no obvious pathways either. If I wanted to venture into this forest, I had no clue in what direction I should even go. I supposed I could follow the stream either up or down river, since people tended to settle near a source of water. So perhaps I'd come across another camp or maybe even a town eventually. But there was still a chance that I could start walking and never stop, and that this forest went on forever. But before I could settle on a route, Harold and his scroll reappeared. For once, I was actually happy to see it as it unfurled in front of my eyes.
"Congratulations, Thomas Grimshaw! You have defeated your first enemy, a level 1 troll!"
"Thank you."
"You're welcome!"
I thought about asking the Herald of the Gods what to do next, but he beat me to it.
"As a reward, here is your first quest. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors."
The scroll vanished, and in its place was some bright blue writing in the same color as the sand in the arete hourglass, I noted. The sign read,
"Quest. Travel to the nearest town. Reward once completed, 50% XP, 10 gold coins, plus 1 skill point. Do you accept this quest?"
Below it was the option to accept or deny the quest. I noted that the quest offered far more XP than killing the troll had given me, as well as other bonuses like more money and a skill point, which really piqued my interest. Plus, Harold's warning still echoed in my ears. I didn't want to let that arete counter reach 0, or to get anywhere near it. So I clicked accept, and the sign disappeared. My XP, gold, and arete remained the same, so that meant that I only got the reward once the quest was completed, which was fair enough. What had appeared, however, was a new button in the top right corner of my UI, labeled Map. "Aha," I said, and mentally selected it. It opened, and a slightly see-through map filled my whole vision. It showed where I was with a blue dot, and I could see the brook and the surrounding trees for a few inches, but after that the forest was blurred out. I zoomed out with my mind and saw that the rest of the map was like that. I figured it only unlocked once I had been to an area, just like the games I'd played as a kid. The only other mark on the map was a red X, and I figured that X marked the spot, so that had to be the nearest town. The only thing was, I had no real sense of scale with the map, so the journey there could be a day's walk or a week's. I figured the brook would look smaller proportionally if it was any more than that, but that was still a largely wide time frame. But it was either complete the quest or stay here and kill any more trolls that wandered past. And I knew what I'd prefer to do. I wanted to succeed in this game and in this world, which meant I had to see what was out there. There could be more insane creatures like that troll, or some amazing otherworldly views to gawk at. And maybe I'd come across some people who I could talk to about how fucking insane all of this was. I mean, I was perfectly happy to go it alone for the most part, but it would be nice to hopefully meet some folks in the town who could confirm that I wasn't crazy, for one thing, and that this great game, the gods and the monsters, were just as incredible and unbelievable to them as they were for me. So I checked that Willa was ready to go on my shoulder, made sure I had everything strapped tightly to me, and then headed in the direction of that red X, even though I had no idea what other creatures would be waiting for me in the shadows between the boughs. Chapter 4. Willa enjoyed herself over the next few hours as I hiked through the dense forest. She spiraled through the branches, raced the leaves that fell from them, and crooned happily whenever she came across a shaft of warm sunlight that had somehow snuck through the canopy. I had never been in woodlands quite like this before, and the shade the trees provided was so complete that whenever I did pass through a beam of sunlight, I felt its heat prickle my skin. I divided my attention between my surroundings and the uneven floor, since there had been a couple of incidents already where a particularly gnarled root had almost sent me on a one-way trip to the muddy forest floor. Ferns and mosses covered the ground, along with the occasional vibrant wildflower, which was a nice break from the dark greens and browns. There was a light breeze, too, so at least it was cool and refreshing under the trees, though the sound of the trees rustling reminded me of gossiping teenagers. I'd left my UI on display and pulled up the map every so often just to make sure I was headed in the right direction. I'd forged a route that would take me directly toward the red X, though I had a feeling that I wouldn't be able to continue on that beeline for long. The once flat ground had started to transition into an incline which dropped away to my right. I'd walked into a hilly section of the forest, and I couldn't be sure how much more difficult the terrain was going to become, since the map still only showed me a short distance around the blue dot that represented me. But I noted the appearance of more rocks, and the way the stream I'd initially walked parallel to had veered off to the right, and I started to suspect that the path I was on was about to become a lot trickier. Not that I minded. I was enjoying the hike, even if I had one eye out for any more murderous trolls that might try and sneak up on me. My bow was a comforting weight across my back alongside the quiver. It had certainly come in handy with that troll, and that bolt to the heart. I still wasn't quite over how cool that had been. It was strange to try to comprehend the fact that I could wield some semblance of magic in this game. I mean, I was pretty sure that everyone had dreamed of having magical powers when they were a kid, and while I wasn't some kind of mad wizard, I had summoned lightning into an arrow that I had used to kill a troll. If someone had told me this morning that was something I would do today, I would have told them that they were insane. Similarly, if they'd told me that a sprightly little wisp would be accompanying me as I walked through some fantastical woods, I think I would have run a mile in the other direction. And yet, there was Willa, who darted back to my side and hummed happily, then morphed into a knife and fork. You're right, I could do with some food. I'm starving. As if on cue, my stomach rumbled loudly. I had barely eaten anything that morning because I didn't like to eat much right when I woke up. But the hunger had begun to bite at my insides after walking for hours. So I knocked an arrow into my bow and went hunting. I'd hunted plenty of times once I decided I wanted to spend my life on the road and not in an office. Sometimes it had been my only option when I'd been wild camping for long periods of time, and I'd gotten pretty good at tracking small animals. And there was something reassuring about it as well, because I knew that I hadn't wasted any of the animals I'd killed. It wasn't like factory farming, where so many creatures' lives were taken unnecessarily. Out in the wilderness, I did it to eat, used as much of the animal as possible, and only killed what I needed. I was simply a part of the circle of life. It didn't take long for me to shoot an unsuspecting squirrel out of a tree. I retrieved it, built a fire, skinned it, and mounted it on a stake for me to spin above the flames. I noted that killing it hadn't awarded me any XP, so that meant that killing ambient animals wouldn't help me level up. On the plus side, the appearance of the troll had actually been a relief, in hindsight, because hopefully that meant that the enemies Harold always spoke about were more monsters and not other humans. I'd been worried that we'd be required to kill other adventurers in this game, especially if we worshipped different gods, but that didn't seem to be the case. I found a log to sit down on, and soon I had a cozy campfire going. Sure, it was the middle of the day, and it was nothing to write home about, but it did the trick. The smell of the squirrel as it cooked on the spit made me salivate, and I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I had to watch the meat slowly crisp up. While I sat there, my mind briefly drifted to Utah, my home state. I'd lost my parents a few years back in a car crash, but I found myself feeling relieved that they had passed on before all of this had happened. I didn't have to worry about whether they'd survived the tests, or to mourn, I supposed, since I doubted they'd have made it past the physical test. I'd had a few friends back home that I'd visited whenever I was there, though, which wasn't often, and I wondered if they had made it to this new world and how they were faring if they had. A lot of them were pretty darn fit and really smart, so I thought there was a really good chance I'd meet them again here, wherever here was. I looked around at the ash trees, at the beady eyes of small creatures that flickered within the undergrowth, and at the lack of any landmarks or recognizable locations. This couldn't be Earth, could it? Surely I'd been taken to some other world for the great game. Or maybe my consciousness had been uploaded into a computer in another dimension? Harold had said that Earth was going to be repurposed to become the gods' playground. But maybe he meant in an alternate universe. I found it hard to believe that these deities could completely alter our entire planet, could remove its cities and change its landscapes. But then again, they'd turned me into an archer who could summon lightning and healing rain, so I supposed anything was possible. It was amusing, however, that they had designed all of this to look and play like a human RPG video game. Perhaps it was for our sake, since so many people played games, that they would be able to grasp at least the basics of how it worked. Or perhaps the RPGs were an invention that they really liked. It was funny to think of literal gods and goddesses cheering on some geeky Twitch streamer and then thinking, "Hey, you know what would be fun? Turning this planet into one of those games." Of course, the other possibility was that the gods and goddesses had given us the RPGs as a way to prepare us for this moment. After all, Harold had mentioned that they'd been watching us for some time, so why wouldn't they have interfered before? I sighed as I tried to sort out the possibilities, but unlike before, no answers popped up on my screen. It was frustrating, and a part of me wished that I could speak with these gods and get some answers, and not just about the game. After all, if they had truly watched us since we were slimy creatures dragging ourselves out of the oceans, as Harold put it, then they knew our history better than any historian could. They had seen the cavemen invent fire, had watched the pyramids be built, and had observed the ancient Greeks, the Romans, and the Mayans. They had seen us through centuries of human civilization, and they would know so many answers to the questions that our historians never discovered. Sure, there would be a few questions I might start with, like, what the hell is the point of the great game, for one. But after that, if I ever got the chance, I would pick their brains about everything they had witnessed on Earth. But maybe they weren't just observing Earth. We didn't know for sure that there was life on other planets across the universe, but I liked to believe there was. Statistically speaking, the universe was so vast that the chance at least one other planet housed intelligent life was high. So then I wondered if Earth was their only playground. What if they had done this to other planets before, or at the same time? There was no way to know how powerful and omniscient these gods were. But what if they could monitor and seize control of multiple planets simultaneously? Or what if they had transported multiple species of life into this one game? I shook my head and told myself that my imagination had started to get away from me. It was the same thing my mom had always said whenever the strange sounds outside my window when I was a kid had scared me. It hadn't really been that reassuring then, and it didn't do much for me now. I spun the squirrel and watched the flames lick the meat. Willa hovered just above the flames and pulsed slightly as she soaked up some of the fire's warmth. She seemed to like the heat, and I wondered if that was because she was naturally quite cold to the touch. You don't happen to know why the gods are doing this, do you? The great game, I mean? Willa morphed into an X shape, which clearly meant no. Thought not. I was just wondering what the point of all of this is. She turned herself into a question mark. The game. What's the point? What's the end goal? What are we all playing for? They've put a bunch of adventurers into this game and told us to kill enemies. But Harold also said that this is a game to the gods. And most games end. Well, except maybe Monopoly. I don't think I know anyone who hasn't just quit that one to put themselves out of their own misery. Willa snickered at that, but had no answers for me. There must be an end to this game at some point, right? A way to win? Maybe we have to defeat some final boss or get to a certain level or something like that? Willa just turned herself into a little stick man and shrugged. I sighed and pulled the squirrel away from the fire so it could cool down. Would Harold tell me, do you think? I asked. And when Willa shrugged again, I looked up at the sky. Excuse me, Mr. Herald of the Gods, care to enlighten me on why exactly you've put me here? Unsurprisingly, Harold Scroll did not appear. So I snorted and started to gnaw at my barbecued lunch. As I nibbled, I looked around, and then realized I had no idea what time it was. The tree canopy covered the sky so completely that I couldn't see the sun's position. But as long as daylight remained, I was fine. I wasn't looking forward to nightfall, though. There was no way I would reach the town by then, since it looked like I still had several days of walking left on the map, and I had no pack or supplies for a shelter. There would be no point in building one either, because that would take time to erect that I could use to hike to the town and complete my first quest. I'd slept without a tent a few times before, but never in a forest where trolls and gods knew what else roamed. I wasn't looking forward to tonight, and I decided I'd keep going as long as I could. Once I'd finished eating, I covered the fire with dirt and set off again. I continued to watch out for any enemies, but I also kept my eyes peeled in case any other adventurers appeared. I'd been dropped alone in the middle of the forest, but maybe some other people had too. I wondered if everyone who had been inserted into the great game had been given the same first quest, which meant we'd all arrive at the town soon. And what would a town in this game even look like? I decided to stop asking myself questions I wasn't going to find out the answers to. I would get to the town eventually, and I would see for myself what the gods had designed for us. As the next few hours passed, I got used to the sound of my heavy breathing and marveled at my nomadic boots, which certainly did help on some of the more difficult terrain I had to traverse. I was on the ridge of a jagged hill with tree-covered slopes on either side of me, but I kept up a good pace thanks to the added speed bonus from the shoes. I could only imagine what a higher quantity of speed could do to the boots, or to other pieces of clothing and armor. When there was a break in the canopy, I noticed that the sky had turned a deeper shade of blue. I reckoned it was about 5 or 6 in the evening, and I had been walking for about 11 or 12 hours by then. My feet throbbed a little, but apart from that, I felt pretty damn good, if a little hungry again. I picked some blackberries from one of the bushes I came across and munched on them along the way. They were sweet and juicy and would certainly tide me over until I hunted for my dinner and set up camp for the night. I doubted I would sleep much, but maybe I'd get a couple of hours in if Willa agreed to stand guard. She couldn't do anything if I hadn't summoned her, but she could warn me if I was about to be eaten, at least. My heart plummeted when I heard a branch snap behind me. I dropped the last few berries, and my bow was immediately in my hand with an arrow ready to fly. Willa stayed close and silent as I slowly turned around. This time, there was nothing behind me. No troll, no shadow, nothing. But I had heard something. I knew I had. I looked around slowly, and then I studied the forest floor for any footprints or other signs. When that didn't work, I looked up into the trees in case any enemies were good climbers. The branches were just as empty, though, and I huffed in frustration. Whatever it was hiding from me. Because it feared me? Or because it was waiting for me to get into the perfect position for it to strike? I began to walk backward a few steps as I scanned the area again, but I kept my bow raised. The trees rustled again, and my grip on the bowstring tightened. I held my breath as I waited for a target to appear. Another branch snapped, so I took another step backward as I tried to follow the sound, but my foot caught on something and I lost my balance. I went down right as something burst from the trees. I scrambled to raise my bow, then sighed. It was a fucking rabbit. "You're so lucky I've already eaten," I called after it as its furry bottom disappeared into the brush. Prick. Willa chortled as I got to my feet, and I glared at her. She morphed into a smiley face with an angel's halo above her head, and I snorted. I brushed the dirt off my clothes and then looked down at what I had tripped over. I'd expected it to be a tree root, but instead, I found something red that stuck up out of the ground. I frowned, bent down, and pulled it out. It was caked in mud, but once I'd swiped it off, I knew exactly what it was. A stop sign. It was scuffed and stained, but it was real. And it was here. For some reason, seeing it felt like a punch to the gut. I dropped it at my feet and blinked at the forest for a moment as the truth of the matter finally set in. This was Earth. The Earth I'd once known. And the gods really had terraformed it and remade it into a new world. Shit, I muttered. The next couple of hours passed in a daze. I kept trying to picture roads beneath the forest and wondered what other relics from Earth might have been accidentally left around the place. At the same time, I just couldn't believe all of this was real, and that Earth had been so completely transformed that it would probably never go back to how it was. So when I heard the shout echo through the woods, it took a second for me to register what I'd heard. But once I did, I frowned and glanced around. Another shout came, and this time I knew where it had come from. It reverberated off the trees to my right, down the slope from where I stood atop the ridge. It sounded like a human's voice, too. Before I could move toward it, a blue sign popped up in front of my eyes. "Side quest! Save the merchant from the 2 level 1 goblins attacking his caravan. Reward once completed. 40% XP for quest completion. 15% per enemy defeated. 5 gold coins. Do you accept this side quest?" There was another shout, which was quickly followed by a roar. I clicked accept almost immediately. Dangerous as this was, I was at full strength, and there was no way I was going to let some innocent merchant get mauled by 2 goblins. Of course, there were goblins here. Willa remained on my side as I started to make my way down the slope. It was steep, but I was sure-footed and moved from tree to tree with ease. Soon I found myself at the edge of a short drop-off which led down to a dirt track that was wide enough for a horse and cart. I followed the shouts and grunts as I padded across the ledge. When I rounded a corner, the caravan came into view, and I stopped for a moment just to stare. The caravan was like one of those carts that tarot readers always had at small-town fairs. It was green and rounded, sort of like a large barrel on its side, and was attached to two very distressed horses. The merchant, meanwhile, had climbed to the top of the caravan, or at least that's what I assumed the man in the red tunic and dark trousers was. He had a tiny knife in his hands and was shouting for help as the two goblins began to climb the sides of his wagon. The goblins had labels above their heads in my UI that read, Goblin Level 1, in black letters, as well as a health bar, and were just as ugly as the troll had been. They were about 4 feet tall, dressed in brown leathers, and their skin was grass green and scarred from previous fights. Pointed ears protruded from their heads and hooked noses filled the middle of their faces. Their heavy brows shadowed their sunken red eyes, which were locked on their prey. Their strong, vice-like jaws housed razor-sharp fangs, which they snapped in the merchant's direction as they laughed gleefully. I could imagine that once those jaws locked onto someone's limbs, they wouldn't come off without taking a chunk of flesh with them. Each of them had short swords in their hands, which they clutched even as they crawled up the merchant's wagon. I had to make a plan, and fast. I decided that I would use a bolt to the heart to take one out. That would then arc to the other one and inflict some damage. Once that was done, I knew the goblin would be pissed and would come at me. I didn't really want to spend another 3 mana once I lured the remaining goblin away from the merchant, so I'd switch to my hunting knife as it got near. It was a bit of a risk to go in close quarters combat, but it would be injured and the merchant would be safe. The merchant whimpered as they neared him, and even he seemed to understand that his tiny knife would be nothing against those ruthless bastards and their wicked blades. It was now or never. I knocked an arrow, selected the mana icon in the corner of my UI, and activated the Bolt to the Heart perk. Again, I watched in wonderment as blue lightning crackled down the length of the arrow and fizzled at its point. There were 2 enemies this time, so I was about to see what this perk could really do. I jumped down off the ledge, landed on the road below, and set my feet about 10 yards from the caravan. One of the goblins reached the edge of the roof of the caravan and heaved its compact, muscular body over the side. The merchant gasped and backed away with his knife raised, but then the other goblin appeared behind him and grabbed the merchant by the ankle. The merchant cried out for help again, though he did at least swipe at the goblins as he tried to free his ankle. "Hey!" I shouted. The goblins both paused and then turned in unison to look at me. The merchant let out a relieved whimper, but he might have celebrated a little too soon, because one of the smiling goblins raised its sword. The merchant gasped when he saw the blade, but the goblin never found its target. On an exhale, I loosed the arrow and watched the crackling projectile fly through the air. The monsters didn't even have time to turn before it hit the one closest to the merchant right in the chest. It crumpled down dead almost instantly and rolled limply off the caravan with a thud, and my XP bar went up by another 15%. But that wasn't even the coolest part. I watched as the lightning arced out from the point of impact on the dead goblin's chest, up over the merchant's head, and buried itself in the other goblin's back. That goblin roared as it toppled off the caravan and landed with another dull thud on the road. For a couple of seconds it didn't bother to move, and the scorch mark on its back was visible to both the merchant and me. The merchant let out a shuddering sigh and dropped to his knees, stunned that he was still alive. I checked my HUD quickly and saw that the bolt to the heart had inflicted 300 lightning damage to the first goblin, which killed it, and the second one had received 100 lightning damage. Its health bar was only about half depleted, so I wasn't surprised when it slowly picked itself up, rolled its shoulders, and raised its blade once more. In fact, it was just as I had planned it, and the injured creature even started to glance between me and the merchant as if it was trying to decide who to kill first. These creatures definitely weren't the brightest, I realized. I should have been the goblin's first target since I was the bigger threat. But all it wanted was to kill, and the merchant was currently in closer proximity to it than I was. "Fine," I sighed as I realized I needed to make myself a more enticing target. I raised my bow and fired a second regular arrow. It hit the goblin in the arm as it turned, and it snarled as it wrenched the arrow out of its flesh. Green blood splattered onto the ground at its feet, and it actually bared its teeth at me. Its health went down in a chunk, but it was still alive and kicking. "Come on, you ugly motherfucker! Come and get me!" The goblin growled and ran toward me, though I waited a moment to make sure it was following before I slung my bow across my back and reached for the hunting knife on my belt. It was time to see what its additional damage could do for me. I grabbed the hilt of the knife and pulled, but it didn't come out of its sheath. The goblin, however, was still running toward me. I pulled again, but it wouldn't budge. I looked down and yanked at the knife, but it remained stubbornly on my belt as if it had been stuck there with superglue. "What the—" I said through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a scroll flashed up in my vision. "Sorry! Adventurers can't switch weapons during a fight!" Oh, shit. Oh, shit! "That would have been nice to know before, Harold!" I shouted. The scroll disappeared and was replaced by the goblin's raised sword as it swung toward my face. Chapter 5. I jumped backward just in time, and the sword missed my stomach by a few hairs. The goblin gargled gleefully and jabbed again, so I dodged to one side and slammed into the wall of mud beside the road. The creature was 2 feet shorter than me, but moved so fast with its sword that it was not to be underestimated. The knife still wouldn't come off my belt, so as the goblin raised its sword above its head, I lashed out quickly and buried my foot in its chest. It grunted as the air whooshed from its lungs and stumbled back a few paces, while I danced to the left and bounced on the balls of my feet. The merchant watched on from the caravan. Maybe if I could get the sword off this thing, I could actually win this fight. I didn't want to use my bow as a melee weapon, because if it broke, I'd be fucked. The goblin roared and slashed at me again, so I dove to the right this time, but again, that was a close one. I rolled and got to my feet, but the goblin had already begun to charge. Willa suddenly shot out in front of me and morphed into a stick man, a running one. "What?" I said. The goblin reached me and I feigned running left before I darted right, moved around it and kicked it in the back, right where the scorch mark from the lightning damage was. Willa moved again, still in her running stickman shape, but then morphed into a hunting knife. The goblin leaped and snapped its fangs at my arm. I punched it in the nose. Willa switched between the two images with increasing speed. Run, knife. Run, knife? Willa morphed into a tick. Frazzled and half distracted by the green demon who wanted to eat my ankles, I was forced to dodge and weave for another few seconds. I landed a couple of blows that didn't budge its health bar, but for the most part I was just trying to avoid being turned into a human kebab. Run, knife. Run, then knife. Of course. Adventurers couldn't switch weapons during a fight, but what if the fight was technically over, even if neither party was dead? If I ran, this fight would end. I could switch weapons and a new one would begin. "Willa, you're a genius," I said, and then I turned and sprinted off down the road. The thud of my boots hitting the hard ground was almost drowned out by the snarling of the goblin as it raced after me. The fucker was quick, I'd have to give it that, but I was quicker. I put the burners on and pelted down the road until I saw a band of strong tree roots that jutted out from the mud wall beside the road. I barreled toward them, grabbed hold of the coarse root, and began to haul myself upward. As I climbed, I looked back down and saw that the goblin wasn't giving up just yet. It started to clamber after me with its sword between its teeth, but at least it was slowing down. Apparently, these things weren't good climbers. I, on the other hand, was. I was up the roots in seconds and pulled myself onto the ledge. A heartbeat after that, I started running again. I bashed tree branches out of the way as I dove into the woods, and when I looked back again, I saw the goblin's hand grab hold of the ledge. I darted between two trees, and it vanished from view. But I knew it would keep coming after me. It wasn't just hungry now. It wanted me dead. My mana had refilled, thankfully, since I hadn't attacked anything in the last 9 seconds, so at least I had plenty to play with. There was enough space between us for me to shoot the creature, but the brush was too thick to get a good shot, and the bastard was so quick to weave in and out that I didn't want to risk losing an arrow, only for it to be lost for good. So I skidded to a halt and darted behind the nearest big tree. I took a second to get my breath back, but I knew that I didn't have many of those precious seconds to waste. Now was the moment of truth. I reached down, gripped the hilt of my hunting knife, and pulled. It came away almost mockingly smoothly, and I rolled my eyes at the pettiness of it all. But even if the fight had officially ended, I wasn't done yet. I heard the goblin howl in fury as it crashed through the undergrowth, and from the sound of it, the thing was just a few seconds away. I risked a peek around the tree and then turned toward my sprite. "All right, Willa. Let's see what you can do." Willa spiraled excitedly as I selected the mana icon on my UI.
Ghost Walking Wisp. This wisp cloaks the Spellfletcher in environmentally adapted camouflage. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Spellfletcher cannot be detected by sight or sound. The effect ends immediately if the Spellfletcher spends any mana or moves. This wisp costs 5 mana to summon.
I selected my communing perk and watched my mana pool decrease by 5 points. But I had summoned the Ghost Walking Wisp, so I had 5 seconds of invisibility. Willa began to glow with a pale blue incandescent light. It was stunning to see and almost looked angelic, especially in the dim shadow of the forest. I went totally still with the knife clutched in my hand and waited. I didn't even dare to blink just in case that canceled out Willa's magic. Willa, who I knew had turned invisible to everyone else but me, momentarily shifted into a thumbs-up sign, which nearly made me break the spell. But I knew it was still in place because the goblin appeared a second later, looked at both of us, and didn't bat an eyelid. Instead, its red irises darted around from tree to tree as it came to a halt. It looked confused, and its hooked nose twitched as it tried to catch my scent in the air. Lucky for me, the breeze had totally dropped, so none of my probably quite sweaty aroma wafted anywhere near the beast. It turned in a circle with its sword raised and peered through the shadows as it tried to figure out where I'd gone. I stayed perfectly still, quite in awe at how effective the wisp's power was. The goblin had no idea where I was, and I just had to wait for the perfect moment to... The goblin looked back the way it had come, as if it was debating whether to go back to the merchant. That was the easy kill, and at least the monster would have something to eat. But that meant its back was to me, and it was distracted by thoughts of killing someone else. Willa's invisibility ran out right as I moved, but I moved so fast that the goblin barely had a second to register that there was something behind it before I was on it. I buried the hunting knife in its back, twisted it until I felt something snap, and then pulled it out again for another strike. The goblin roared, but it staggered as it turned to face me. It tried to raise its sword, but I bashed its arm aside with my own. The goblin's fingers weren't working too well, and the sword went flying into the forest. It was strong enough, though, to grab my hand, and then it opened its mouth to take a big bite. "No fucking way!" I snarled as I brought the knife upward. It went in under its chin and right through its head, and I knew that this was a critical strike. I grimaced when I felt the brain turn to mush around the blade, but I quickly removed the knife and stabbed it once more where its heart should have been. Green blood spewed across the ground as it fell backward in a lumpy pile, and I tensed just in case it somehow managed to get to its feet again. But then I saw the spark in its scarlet eyes flicker out, and I didn't need to look at its health bar to know that it was dead. I looked down at the hunting knife in my hand and grimaced. There wasn't just blood on there, but chunks of... well, I didn't want to think about that. I wiped it off on a big leaf, then slid it back into the sheath on my belt. In the meantime, my XP bar went up to 45%. since I'd earned another 15% for killing the second goblin, whose body disappeared a few seconds later. In its place were the 5 gold coins that I'd been promised as a reward, which I gathered up and added to the other 5 in my coin pouch. As I straightened up again, a blue sign appeared in my vision.
Congratulations! You have successfully completed a side quest.
Once the sign disappeared, I received another 40% XP, which meant my XP bar was now 85% full. I was just 15% away from leveling up. Not too bad for my first day. Not only that, but my arete hourglass had filled up a little more. Where it had been half full before, it looked to be about 60% filled now. Just as Harold had said, I had completed a quest, or in this case a side quest, and Aliana, the goddess who watched over the Spellfletcher class, had rewarded me for my bravery. So at least that sand wasn't going to run out any time soon. The goblin hadn't left anything else behind, and even its sword had vanished along with it. So I began to pick my way back through the woods toward the road. Willa hovered at my side, and though her angelic light had vanished, she seemed very pleased with herself. In fact, she even seemed a little smug. "That was awesome," I told her as we went. "Turning invisible is so damn cool." Willa sighed happily as if to say, "I know." "I think I'll stick to the bow if I can help it, though," I said as I noted the splatters of blood on my hoodie. "That was a little too messy for my liking, and until I have a stronger melee weapon, I'd prefer to keep my enemies at a distance. A lightning arrow is better than a steak knife any day of the week." The purr that came out of Willa suggested she couldn't agree more with that. By the time we reached the edge of the woods, my mana pool had regenerated back to 10, and my UI was looking pretty impressive, what with all the XP, arete, and gold I now had to my name. I couldn't help but smile as I climbed back down the ladder of roots, and if Willa had a face, I knew our pleased smirks were probably identical. My feet touched down on the dirt road, and I marched back in the direction of the caravan. It looked so quaint when it first came into view again, and I even noticed the pretty flowers that someone had hand-painted onto the green, rounded walls of it. The horses had calmed down now that the goblins were gone, but the merchant was still on the roof. He was probably in his 30s, though I noted a few stray gray hairs nestled in his brown locks and the light laughter lines by his eyes. He wore a long navy blue coat that was belted in the middle, and he'd secured his knife in a small sheath that was attached to the belt. He seemed to have recovered from the initial shock of being attacked, almost dying, and then being saved in the space of a couple of minutes, though he was now stuck with trying to find a way down. He'd gotten down on his hands and knees and kept stretching his leg down the side of the caravan, but then he thought better of it and pulled his leg back. "Need some help?" I asked as I arrived beside the cart. "You've already helped me so much today," he said as his cheeks reddened. "But it seems that getting down is a little, trickier than getting up was. I can't quite remember exactly how I managed it." "Here," I said and patted my shoulder. "Put one foot here and I'll help you down." "Are you sure?" "Yep." "My boots might be a little muddy, though. I don't want to ruin your—" "Just put your foot there." He smiled sheepishly, turned around, and then slowly lowered his right foot down the side of the caravan. I was just tall enough for him to plant his foot on my shoulder, and once his foot was in place, I got him to bend his knee slightly so that I could take one of his hands. I could feel his legs quivering, and he took a deep breath as he leaned down. But on my cue, he jumped down to the road. It wasn't exactly elegant, but he made it down without any sprained ankles, so it was a success. "Are you—" The merchant suddenly threw his arms around me and embraced me in a tight hug. Willa snickered beside me, and I glared at her even though the merchant couldn't see her. Eventually, I gave him a pat on the back with one hand, then pried him off me. "Sorry," he sniffled as he wiped his eyes. "It's just— thank you so very much for saving my life." "Don't mention it. Are you all right?" "Just a couple of splinters, I think. Nothing compared to what would have happened to me if those goblins had gotten to me. They would have had enough Cuthbert stew to last a month. That's my name, by the way. Cuthbert. I probably should have mentioned that before I made that joke. if you can call it that. Wasn't really very funny anyway.
Nice to meet you, Cuthbert,
I said, and we shook hands. I apologize, I babble when I'm nervous.
You don't say,
I chortled as he grinned sheepishly.
I'm just glad I could help.
Please let me help you in return. That's really not necessary. After all, I'd already had a nice reward from the game, and while this merchant was very nice, I didn't want anything in return for saving his life. I would have saved him side quest or no side quest. I insist. I'm a merchant, if you couldn't already tell. Yeah, the game told me. He said and frowned slightly. Right. Well, I'm heading into town, and I'm rather well known with the other vendors there, if I do say so myself. I'd love to offer you a discount, not just on my products, but on any of the products the other merchants will be selling too. Can you do that? Why not? Most of them owe me anyway. I've slipped them all a few free bags of grain when business has been slow over the years, and what's a 20% discount to them anyway? That's very generous of you. Thank you, Cuthbert. No problem. Thomas Grimshaw. Gosh, your name is as impressive as your physique, he said, then balked. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. I just laughed, and I heard Willa chortle as well. Cuthbert hadn't looked at her once, which seemed to confirm that I was the only one who could see her. But it made it hard to keep my reactions normal, especially when she whizzed right in front of his face and did a dance. Did you say you were heading into town? I asked as I forced myself to look at the merchant and not the dancing fairy. Yes, Avalon. That's what the town is called. It's the only town near here for miles. For miles? How long? Oh, it's a few days' ride from here. He nodded and then waited for me to say something else. A few days' ride. Gods knew how long that would take me on foot. And if it was the only nearby town, then it was probably the same one that was on my map. Well, the quest had only ordered me to get there. It never said anything about how. Is there any chance I can ride with you? You want to ride with me? If it's not too much trouble. I'm heading there too, and it'll take me a lot longer to walk there. Of course you can, he said as his eyes lit up. It's the least I can do. There's room in the caravan for you to sleep. The bed's seen better days, I'm sorry to say, but I'm saving up for a new one, and there's a lot of grain in there. But if you don't mind being a bit squished, I would have been sleeping on the forest floor otherwise. A bed is a big upgrade from that. Well, climb aboard, Mr. Grimshaw. Just Thomas is fine. Right, Thomas. You know, if we both take turns driving while the other one rests, we can probably make the journey in just 2 days. That's music to my ears. He smiled, then gestured for me to climb onto the seat at the front of the caravan. I did, and a moment later he followed me up, took up the reins, and snapped them. The horses lurched forward, and we both settled onto the bench for the long ride ahead. The forest loomed overhead, and I realized that the road we were on was actually a dried-up riverbed, which had eroded the ground and cut through the forest. It was clear that not many people traveled along this route, though, because the tracks Cuthbert's wagon left behind were the only imprints in the dirt. The sky had clouded over, though I preferred that to the sun's hot rays, and the 2 horses trotted along at a good, steady pace, since we didn't have to worry about them overheating. This is much better than walking, I muttered to Willa. Willa hummed in agreement. I turned and saw Cuthbert looking at me funny. What? Nothing. Okay, I said, but I had the feeling he thought I was crazy. You're brave to travel alone through these woods. They're not known for being the safest for lone travelers. As we've seen today with those goblins. Exactly, but I had to risk it. The last town I was at had next to no business, so I thought, on to the next. You, on the other hand, how come you're wandering the forest on your own? Well, it wasn't exactly my choice. I just got dropped there. Dropped? From what? By who? The game. Wasn't it the same for you? The game. Right, yes, sure. There was another silence for a few minutes, and we both watched the forest go by. On a couple of occasions I thought I saw sets of glowing eyes in the brush, but then the boughs of the trees would move and they would disappear again. Even so, I let my bow rest across my knees instead of being on my back, just in case we were suddenly ambushed. I'd taken down 2 level 1 goblins, yes, but I was still level 1 myself, and I wasn't going to let myself get comfortable or cocky. If a creature of a higher level stepped out of the shadows, I couldn't be sure how I would fare, and frankly, Cuthbert wasn't going to be much help. He was brave to have ventured into these woods on his own, especially since he didn't appear to have been dropped in with much in the way of weapons, apart from that dagger on his belt, which might as well have been a cheese knife against the goblin swords. "I'm still getting used to monsters like those goblins being real," I eventually said. "You haven't come across them before? They're quite common around here." "I think I got lucky that I haven't then. Although I did have to fight a troll when I first got here. That was a bit of a shock to the system. You know, I was once in this big town, and I had made friends with some of the other merchants. They were a bit of a raucous crowd. They liked to go a little heavy on the mead, if you know what I mean." Mead jugs. This guy was very committed to his merchant character. Maybe he was an actor before the great games started. I nodded for him to continue. "Anyway, they convinced me to go to the tavern with them once we closed up shop. I'm not usually one to stay out all night, but it was just one more drink, and then just one more, and before I knew it, I was seeing double. We've all been there. I ended up stumbling back to my caravan in the dark. Once I made it up the steps and opened the door, I fixed myself a glass of water and glanced at the bed, only to realize that there was a mound in it. I thought, I could have sworn I made that bed this morning. I'm a bit of a neat freak, if I'm honest, so I knew I must have made it. I tiptoed a little closer, and I was still absolutely hammered, by the way, but I crept forwards and pulled back the covers, and... what? There was a bloody troll tucked up in my bed, dreaming away! Can you believe it? I sure couldn't. Of course I ran out of there in a flash and found someone to kill it for me. But the cheek of that creature to sneak into my bed for a nap? My caravan stank of moldy moss for a week. We both laughed, and a couple of birds flapped out of the trees, disturbed by the sound. But then I thought for a moment about what he'd said, that his caravan stank of moss for a week. A week? I'd only been here for less than a day. "How long have you been here, then?" "In the forest? A couple of weeks now, I think. I mean, here. "Ah," he said, and that slightly confused look crossed his face again. I'm not sure." "Huh. Maybe some people were dropped at different times, then. I mean, you seem to be very accustomed to all of this." "All of what, Thomas?" "This," I said and gestured to the woods around us. "I was in Yosemite this morning, and now I'm here. But this is supposedly still Earth. A new Earth that the gods built for us. The gods work in mysterious ways. You know, I knew a guy who claimed he was a god." "And was he one?" "His name was Clive. Do you think a god would be named Clive?" "I doubt it. What happened to poor Clive?" "He went mad, I think. Or got madder, I suppose. He ran off into one of the marshes outside his town because he said he had godly duties to attend to. They found his body a few days later. He'd gotten stuck and died. Poor old Clive." "Jeez. Oh, sorry, that's a bit of a mood ruiner." "I asked," I said with a shrug. "Which actual god is in charge of your class?" "I worship all of them equally. Like you said, they made this world. Who am I to pick and choose?" "Yeah, but you have one assigned to your class, right? In fact, what class are you anyway?" No labels had come up above his head like they had with the monsters. "Class? I'm a merchant. I don't remember that being one of the classes you could choose from." "Well, my father was a merchant, and his father was one before that, and so on. There wasn't really much of a chance of me becoming anything else. Not that I mind. I get to travel all over the world, and I've made many friends along the way. Friends just like you." I stared at him as he smiled and readjusted his sitting position. He must have felt my gaze on him because he turned back to me with a puzzled look on his face. "Is something wrong?" "How long have you been here, Cuthbert?" "You already asked me that." "I don't mean in the forest. I mean in the great game." "Ah," he said with a slightly apologetic wince. "Thomas, I have to be honest. You've mentioned this game a few times now, and I'm not really sure what you mean by it." No label above his head, no class, memories of an entire lifetime in this world, which I knew had only been created this morning. "Don't worry," I said. "That goblin gave me a knock on the head. I'm not even sure what I'm saying. Feel free to lie down in the back. I'll let you know if any more monsters show up to kill us." "I'm all right. I'll just shut up for a bit. Tell me more stories of your travels." Cuthbert obliged, but I wasn't really listening. All I could do was stare at him in surprise and wonderment, at this man who was real and animated and alive, and who was also an NPC. Chapter 6. "I mean, the audacity of some people," Cuthbert chuckled. "I don't know what came over me that made me think I could catch him. I suppose I was just thinking of how much coin I was going to lose out on if he got away with all 5 bags of grain. So, the next thing I knew, I was running out of my stall, and then I jumped onto the back of his cart while it was moving. Safe to say I've never run that fast before, and I doubt I will again. Perhaps I've missed out on my calling to be a circus performer. Ha! Anyway, this fellow couldn't believe it, and neither could I. But he pulled over and admitted that someone burned all his crops down and his family was starving. I told him not to steal from anyone because we're all in a similar boat. You know, you don't spend your life selling grain if you're flush with money. I gave him a bag for the road, but took the other 4 back. I needed to eat, too. Sure. The other vendors couldn't believe it. One of them even offered me a couple of gold coins to act as security for them. I turned them down. I definitely pulled a few muscles getting into that cart. I was limping for days. I watched Cuthbert's face crease in the setting sunlight as he launched into another fit of hysterics. He did that after every one of his stories, and I suppose it was lucky that he found himself so hilarious, since he often didn't have other company to share his tales with, and therefore had to keep himself occupied for weeks at a time. I laughed with him, often just to encourage him to keep talking, because his voice helped drown out the loud, bewildered thoughts inside my head. But it didn't stop me from staring at him. A lot. I knew he had probably noticed it, and every so often I wondered if his constant babbling might have been because he was slightly unnerved by my endless gaze. But I just couldn't help it. I couldn't help but stare at him, at his face with all its pores, hairs, and quirks, at his hair, where every strand moved in the breeze, and at his body as he spoke animatedly about his life. His life, which had only started this morning, though he believed that this earth had always existed. He had memories, he had friends, he had a career in this world, and he had no idea that none of it was real. That the gods he so revered had made him for a game he had no idea was being played. For me, this was the great game. For him, this was just life. But he was real. He was a person. He had thoughts and feelings. He laughed and cried and bled, and he was sentient. It wasn't like the NPCs in most games that were programmed to say about 3 different sentences and disappeared once the players were far enough away. Once Cuthbert and I parted ways, he would go about his business. His life would continue. He might even get married or have children in this world, and yet he would remain totally unaware of the people who had been dropped here who knew of a world before this one. It was astounding, really, to look at him and to think that these gods were powerful and detailed enough to make a place where these kinds of people existed. They had gone to the trouble of making whole new people and had given them personalities and memories, all in the name of the great game. I glanced at Willa beside me, who morphed into a question mark to ask if I was all right. I nodded subtly, then turned back to Cuthbert, who had already launched into another story, of which he seemed to have an infinite supply. Over the last few hours, I'd managed to smooth over my initial first impression that I'd given the merchant, which had been that I was an excellent fighter who was probably a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Since he couldn't see Willa, he'd seen me speak seemingly to nothing, and then I'd gone on about being dropped here to play the game, which had made him look at me like I must have escaped from a mental institution. But my excuse of being hit on the head seemed to have done the trick, and I made sure not to mention anything to do with the game again. I listened intently to his stories, offered some input now and again, and chuckled when appropriate. That seemed to do the trick. Soon he'd forgotten about my initial weirdness altogether. "So, what do you do, Thomas?" Cuthbert asked. I'd been so lost in thought that for a few moments I just stared at him. "Thomas? I'm a bounty hunter." I was close enough to the truth, I supposed. "And you've let me rattle on about myself for the past few hours? You must have so many stories, much more interesting ones at that. Come on, spill the beans. It's not like we don't have enough time on our hands." "Well, I'm pretty new to it," I said. "About 16 hours, give or take." "How does it work?" "Well, I travel to different towns and I get jobs there, or along the way. I complete them, and then I get a reward." "So, I assume you've just finished a job and are heading to Avalon for some new business?" "Exactly. And if those goblins are any indication of what Avalon is like, I'm hoping I might get quite a few, contracts." "Well, I can only cross my fingers for you. What kind of prices do you charge for your services? Sorry if that's rude to ask. I've just never met a bounty hunter in the flesh before, though I suppose I should be happy about that. Most folks who see bounty hunters often see them right before they, you know." I watched as he drew a finger across his throat. "I'll never hunt people," I said, and he seemed to relax a bit at that. "Monsters only. And I sort of take whatever my, client can offer me." My client being Harold, who I assumed I couldn't haggle with over my rewards. Then again, I could find out the next time I got a quest just to see what would happen. Don't ask, don't get, as my dad always used to say. "That's good of you. Some folks can barely afford to keep a roof over their heads, and if they're being hounded by monsters, it must be nice to meet someone who won't rob them blind to get rid of the beasts." "Exactly." "That reminds me. I have a friend, Darlene, and she claims that she once befriended a nymph." "A nymph?" I said, then remembered I was supposed to hunt monsters for a living. "Right. They can be tricky." "You can say that again. Oh, they're crafty little buggers. This one wound up making itself at home in the pond at the end of her garden. At first, she tried to get rid of it, but it was a stubborn little thing. She claims that once she stopped trying to get rid of it and began to feed it instead, they became somewhat amicable." "Is the nymph still there?" "It got too big for the pond, or so she says. Darlene is known for exaggerating, so I take everything she says with a pinch of salt." Speaking of salt. The next 2 days passed much the same. Cuthbert and I took turns to sleep, and when we were both awake, he blabbered away to no end. If this had been Earth number 1, he definitely would have had a successful podcast with the amount he could yap. Not that I minded much. His stories were humorous enough, and when I didn't want to listen, I could tune him out, and his voice acted as a kind of white noise that blended in with the sounds of the forest. The riverbed we followed never split off, so there was no chance of us getting lost. It was just one long, meandering road to Avalon through the dense woods. I dreaded to think how long the journey would have taken me had I been traveling on foot. That side quest had been a godsend in the end, and sleeping nestled between bags packed full of grain was better than the cold forest floor. I noticed that as the days passed, my arete hourglass began to dwindle again. It appeared that the time I spent without completing a quest meant I lost some of my faith, so to speak, and at the end of the second day, it was down to about half full again. On the plus side, the forest began to thin out, and I could see a field up ahead, and just beyond that field was a town. I looked up at the sun and judged it to be about 5 in the afternoon, and even from this distance I could see that the town was still humming with activity. In fact, I could hear it from a mile away over the otherwise silent forest. "Aha!" Cuthbert cheered as he emerged from his nap in the caravan. "Here we are! Welcome to Avalon, Thomas!" There was a high wooden fence around the town, most likely to try and stop too many monsters from creeping in, and beyond that was the modest settlement. Ramshackle houses were squeezed in beside one another around the edges, and we followed the compacted mud road toward the town center. I'd grown up in a small town in Utah, but this was something else. This was right out of a history textbook on the Middle Ages. There were stray animals all over the place, horses and carts parked by the side of the road, and I even watched as a lady chucked a bucket of suspiciously yellow water out of a first-story window. The whole town smelled of horse shit and freshly baked bread, a combination of smells one would never want to put in a scented candle. At least the place was big enough to have a couple of taverns, and I noticed some scantily clad ladies on the porch who looked me up and down as we drove past. A couple of villagers who seemed to know Cuthbert waved to him warmly when they saw him, and he dipped his head in return and called out that his stall would be open tomorrow in the trader's courtyard. "The trader's courtyard?" I asked. "Just up here," he said as we followed the main road to a large square. The courtyard was filled with stalls, most of which were still open. Customers milled around the place with newly purchased items clutched to their chests, and they got out of the way as Cuthbert drove his caravan to the opposite end of the courtyard, where the other merchants' horses and carts were parked. "Well, here we are," he said as he brought the horses to a halt. "Thank you for the ride," I said and shook his hand. "Thanks for saving my life. Remember about that discount. I'll speak to the vendors tonight, and they'll keep an eye out for you tomorrow." "I appreciate that. Hopefully I'll see you around, but if not, it was lovely getting to know you." "Back at you," I said with a nod as I jumped down from the bench. "Bye. Goodbye." I strode away from the caravan while he got to work securing the horses, and I was about to have a look at the marketplace when suddenly a sign popped up in my UI.
"Congratulations! You have successfully completed a quest!"
10 gold coins suddenly dropped from the sky, and I caught them before they hit the ground. I glanced around, but no one nearby had batted an eyelid. I slipped the coins into the money pouch, and at the same time watched as my arete hourglass filled back up to about 60%. Finally, my XP bar was boosted by 50%, but I was already 85% full, so that meant that the final 15% brought me up to level 2, and then the bar reset and filled up to 35% capacity. A scroll appeared in my vision from Harold.
"Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 2 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up. You have also been given an extra skill point as part of your reward for completing the quest. Remember, a well-rounded adventurer is a successful one. Choose wisely."
"Noted," I said, and selected the arrow to the right of my UI. It slid across to the next page where my strength, acuity, and focus scores were at the top, and the traits were listed below. It was certainly nice to be able to get rid of some of those zeros. First, I decided to allocate where I wanted to put my first trait point.
Strength. Each point of strength increases weapon damage by 1%. Each point of strength increases hit points by 1%. Acuity. Each point of acuity increases critical strike chance by 1%. Each point of acuity increases the chance to evade attacks by 1%. Focus. Each point of focus increases attack and cast speed 1%. Each point of focus grants a point of warding, which is consumed to reduce incoming damage by 2%. Ward is restored when it has been 10 seconds since the last use of the ward. For Spellfletchers, focus does not grant casting speed, but the bonus to attack speed is doubled, and it adds 1 mana to their class resource pool. I deliberated between all 3.
Since I only got trait points whenever I leveled up, and I was 65% XP away from level 3, strength, of course, would be the easy choice. My class passive noted that strength would increase the damage done by my spells instead of the weapons themselves, and the spells I had at my disposal were pretty fucking gnarly on their own, so any additional strength would only make them more awesome. On the other hand, acuity would boost my chance to evade attacks and increase my critical strike chance, which could be really useful against any enemies I might face. However, my eyes kept getting drawn back to the focus trait. For one thing, it would increase my attack speed, which I thought would be very useful after fighting those goblins. They'd been extremely quick, and I doubted I would have outrun the last one if I hadn't climbed those tree roots into the woods, which slowed it down. The other nice thing about the focus trait was that I would get 1 extra mana to my class resource pool. A bolt to the heart costs 3 mana, healing rain costs 2, and summoning Willa cost 5. My mana would only regenerate when I wasn't attacking an opponent, and I only gained 1 mana back every 3 seconds. I didn't want to let that resource pool ever drop too low, so the bigger the pool, the less chance I had of that happening, and the more mana I would have at my disposal to defeat my enemies. In the end, I put the trait point into focus and watched as the 0 turned into a 1, and checked that my mana icon on the main page had increased to 11. I felt good about that choice, and there would be plenty of other opportunities to add to the other traits as I leveled up. Next, I had 2 skill points to allocate, 1 from leveling up and 1 from my quest reward.
Skills. Weapon Mastery. Weapon Mastery increases the chance to hit, the chance to land a critical strike, and the ability to equip higher-tier weapons. Mercantilism. Mercantilism reduces the cost of items or services from vendors. Sense. Sense increases the ability to detect nearby enemies, avoid traps, and find hidden items. It also counteracts enemies with stealth abilities. Cooking. Increases ability to craft consumables that restore health in combat. Alchemy increases ability to craft consumables that increase damage in combat. Weapon and armor crafting increases the ability to upgrade items found to a higher tier. Additional skills are unlocked through adventuring. Instantly, I decided to put 1 skill point straight into weapon mastery. Being skilled with weapons meant I could win fights. Winning fights and completing quests meant I would earn XP, and earning XP meant I would level up, earn more money, and get better equipment. I selected weapon mastery, and a list of weapons to choose from appeared. I found bows a heartbeat later and put my skill point into that. But that still left 1 more point to spend. I considered putting another into the same category, but halted. Mercantilism would be of little use to me here, especially with the discount on the vendor's products that Cuthbert had promised me. Cooking and alchemy meant I'd have to buy the ingredients, and I didn't have limitless coin to spend on that sort of thing. Nor did I know how expensive things like food, clothing, weapons, and a bed for the night would be. And weapon and armor crafting wasn't something I needed now, since I didn't have good enough weapons or any armor to upgrade. But the sense category had caught my eye. That troll had snuck up on me, and while I'd heard it coming, I would have liked a little more warning. Plus, it mentioned it would help me avoid traps, and while the goblins and troll hadn't been the brightest bunch, that didn't mean other enemies wouldn't have a good head on their shoulders. There were sure to be monsters who would know that adventurers posed a threat to them, and maybe some of them were forward-thinking enough to make preparations for that. I didn't want to be caught in a trap while on a quest, especially when I planned to go through this game alone. So I put the second skill point into sense. After all, I didn't want to put all my eggs into one basket, and while being a skilled fighter was key in this game, so was awareness of the world around me. I switched the UI back to the main page, saw that everything looked good, and turned to walk into the market. I hadn't even taken my first step, though, when a man clattered into me. I turned to him with a scowl, only to find Merlin from The Sword in the Stone staring back at me. This guy had long, white hair, which I was pretty certain was a wig, especially since he couldn't have been older than 40. He also wore a set of purple robes and had a belt around his waist with a couple of potions hanging off of it.
His eyes were wide, and he looked just above my head. I did the same and found a label above it that said, Shaper Level 1, with a full health bar just below that. The Shaper's twinkling eyes widened even further, and I'm sure mine looked somewhat similar. "You're an adventurer. Thank God. I haven't met any others yet, and—"
"Spellfletcher!" he cried maniacally. "Did you choose the class, or did the class choose you, young one?"
"Pardon?"
"We are the chosen ones, dear boy," he said in a painfully fake British accent. "The ones chosen by the gods to wield the magics of this world. But remember, with great power comes great—"
"Are you good?"
"Better than good. I've been unleashed inside this realm. Now I must use my blessed powers to thwart the evils of this world."
"Don't you think you're a little too in character?" I said quietly so the NPCs around us didn't hear me. "I mean, you're still wearing Nike sneakers." The wizard looked down at his Air Force Ones, then cleared his throat. I watched as his hands dropped from where they had been overdramatically waving about. "Man, why aren't you more in character?" he said with a southern drawl. "This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to us. Might as well go along with it."
"I was just going to try not to die."
"Suit yourself," he said, then reverted back into his character.
"Perhaps I shall see you around, Spellfletcher. Destiny works in mysterious ways."
With that, he glided away. I just stared at him and decided that I would not be seeing him around if I could help it. Things were weird enough without a Dumbledore wannabe at my side. I began to meander through the various stalls, and I eyed the other shoppers as I did so. A lot of them were NPCs just like Cuthbert, and I knew that because of the absence of any class labels above their heads. They were just normal people dressed in modest medieval-style clothing going about their days. Each of them had lives and backstories, and none of them knew that this version of the world was new. A couple of them smiled in greeting as I passed them, but most were busy trading goods with the merchants or were in conversations with friends and didn't look my way. I supposed, being the only town for miles, they were used to random travelers showing up. But there were also quite a few adventurers here, too. From masters of arms to thaumaturges, I must have passed at least 4 people from each of the basic classes by the time I'd walked down the first row of stalls. I could see their class, level, and health, but not their other stats, and all of them were a level 2 or below me. I had to admit, it was nice to see some familiar clothing, like t-shirts and jeans, compared to the tunics, breeches, and plain dresses a lot of the NPCs wore. Most of the other adventurers I saw seemed to know where they were going, like they had been here for a few days already. I supposed that people had been dropped all over the map, and I'd just gotten unlucky with how far away from Avalon I was when the game started. A lot of them were in small groups and traveled together, so I supposed they'd already begun to form their parties. The basic classes were intended to be in groups, so it made sense, especially for the thaumaturges, the healers who needed protection. In fact, I didn't see a single thaumaturge on their own in the entire courtyard. As for the market stalls, they offered everything from baked goods to blankets and wool to armor and weapons. The merchants called out to me and other people who passed by, eager for our patronage. But I ignored them. I decided I'd come back tomorrow once I'd figured out what I wanted to purchase and once Cuthbert had organized that discount for me. Besides, I wanted a bed for the night, and I needed to know what that would cost before I spent any of my coin on extra items. When I killed the troll, it left my hunting knife behind, and while there wasn't any guarantee that an enemy would leave something behind each time I killed it, I would choose a bed over a basic blade for now. Speaking of basic, I muttered as I passed one of the weapons stalls. All of the weapons the man had on offer only went up to +5 damage or strength, and the labels above each weapon were in white letters. All of them were basic daggers or basic crossbows, and so on, and it appeared that none of the sellers sold any gear that was better than basic. I spotted a couple of counters that sold healing buns and potions that caught my eye, but the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and after 2 days on the road, I was eager to rest my head on a pillow instead of a bag of wheat. A young NPC woman with a basket filled with carrots came toward me, and I stepped into her path. She was probably in her early 20s, and she looked up at me warily, so I smiled to show her I meant no ill intent. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm new in town, and I was just wondering if there's an inn nearby that might have a room."
There is indeed. I work there in the kitchen. I'm Sally.
"Thomas, nice to meet you." She smiled shyly through her long eyelashes, and I noticed the way her cheeks reddened slightly. I knew I looked a little haggard after 3 days in the forest, but then again a lot of the men in this town were missing most of their teeth, so I could see why she might have taken a liking to me.
I'm heading back there now, actually. I can show you the way.
"Perfect, thank you," I replied and fell into step beside her. "So, you work at the inn, you said?"
Yes, my father owns it.
"And, how's business?" Willa chortled on my shoulder, amused at my attempt at small talk.
Good, actually. We had a bit of a lull for a while, but the last few days, a lot of people have shown up needing a room for a few nights. When it rains, it pours, I suppose.
I assumed that by a lot of people, that meant a lot of adventurers. Not that she'd know that. She probably just thought it was lucky that a lot of oddly dressed, lost-looking people had shown up on the doorstep of her father's inn, which appeared to be the only one in Avalon. "Indeed."
Where did you come from before Avalon?
"I was in the forest for a few days."
And before that?
"You know, I've been to so many towns recently, I can't remember the name," I said with a grin, and she chuckled.
Well, we've had a lot of people come to stay who don't know where they've been lately. Is there some magic forgetfulness potion being passed around that I need to watch out for?
"Well, if there was and I'd taken it, I wouldn't remember it, would I?" I said, and she laughed again. We walked out of the trader's courtyard and a short way down the main road Cuthbert and I had driven down earlier. Night was well and truly about to set in, and the moon had even appeared faintly in the sky. It looked the same as it had before the game, and something about its presence was a comfort, even though the world I knew had been flipped on its head. At least the moon had remained a constant.
This is it. The Goblin's Goblet.
I chuckled at the name as I stared at the inn. It was one of the biggest buildings on the road and probably in the whole town. It had 2 floors, both made of wood and stone, and the second story overhung the first like something out of a medieval town. Every window had a candle, and I could hear the chatter from inside the bar part of their establishment. It seemed like a good local business, and it was clearly very popular with locals and adventurers alike. Great place.
My dad will sort you out with a room. Some come with food, some don't. Depends what your budget is.
Fair enough.
I'm making beef stew tonight, though. And not to pat myself on the back, but it's pretty damn good. So, I encourage you to try it.
"Have you ever considered becoming a saleswoman?" I asked, and she laughed. "You're very convincing."
I try.
She said with a smirk.
Maybe after my shift, we could...
Fuck you!
Came a shout from the doorway of the inn. A man stumbled out from the Goblin's Goblet with a pint of ale in his hand, which sloshed onto the ground. He staggered around as his eyelids drooped from too much booze, and he could barely stay upright. The man who had kicked him out just sighed and went back inside, leaving the drunkard to loiter in the road. I noted the label above his head that read, Master of Arms, Level 1. He was an adventurer then, and one whose health bar was worryingly low.
Fuck all of you!
The man shouted and hurled his tankard at the inn's facade.
By the gods.
Sally muttered fearfully, and I stepped in front of her just in case this guy flipped out properly.
3 days I've been in this shithole. 3 days, and you want me to... No, I'm not... Denied! 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 Denied!
What's he saying?
I'm not sure, I said, though I had a feeling this guy was saying no to quests left, right, and center.
I was a fucking lawyer. I did Ironmans for fun, not to train for this shit.
Sir, said a man in a long robe who rushed up to the lawyer. Gadrel, the god of your class, encourages you to accept the next quest that comes your—
Fuck Gadrel! Fuck you, priest! Fuck you all! You could shove all of your quests where the sun doesn't shine!
But, sir, your arete is almost empty.
Get out of my sight before I kill you!
Hey, I said firmly, there's no need for— The lawyer raised his fist and swung at me. I dodged and prepared myself for another swing, but it never came. Suddenly, blood began to gush out of the lawyer's mouth. He choked on it and tried to shut his mouth, but it just kept coming, like a broken fire hydrant. But it didn't stop there. Soon, blood dripped from his nose, his eyes, his ears. His skin began to disintegrate, and soon his limbs dropped to the ground in a heap. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the road. Shit! Holy shit! Everyone stared at him in shock, and I could feel my heartbeat inside my head. And then his body just vanished. The onlookers continued to stare at where his body had been, NPCs and adventurers alike. But then, like the flick of a switch, the NPCs raised their heads and walked away. Conversations resumed, and no one looked twice at the spot where the pile of lawyer limbs had just been. A few of the adventurers gawked at one another, and one threw up right where the body had been.
Oh, gosh. He must have had too much to drink.
Sally chuckled at the sight of him. What? He's probably so grossed out by what just happened that he vomited.
What do you mean? What just happened?
She asked with a confused frown. That man? The one who just spewed blood and died right in front of us.
Are you feeling all right?
She asked and put a hand to my forehead.
You're a little warm. Come on. Some food will do you good.
I watched as she sashayed into the inn. Then I looked down at the spot where all the blood and gut should have been. Willa made a very concerned squeaking sound. My thoughts exactly, I said, then glanced at the inn again. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep anything down after that. Chapter 7. Sally led me into the bar, which took up the entire bottom floor of the Goblin's Goblet. I was still shaken by what I'd just witnessed with that drunk lawyer who had angered his god so much that blood had dripped from his eyes. The guy had died right in front of me, which was a first for me, but this was clearly something I would just have to get used to. So I tried to take my mind off it by looking around the inn. It was packed to the brim with customers, and it smelled mostly of mead and fire, though there was a hint of sweat there as well. 3 glowing hearths kept the place warm and cheery, and stairs at the back of the room led up to the 2nd floor. The bar was to my right, with a door beside it that led into the kitchen. Candles covered every surface, so the place was reasonably well lit, though it was hard to pick out the finer details. It was also hard to make out specific voices in the loud, alcohol-fueled chatter inside the wonky walls. So I was mostly going by the clothes people wore to figure out who was an adventurer and who was an NPC.
Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Yeah, totally. Just tired, I think. She smiled and beckoned me over to the bar. Everyone seated on stools around it were NPCs, and that included the bartender. He was in his 50s, based on the gray-brown beard and thinning hair on top of his head, and he had clearly worked hard all his life. In fact, he definitely seemed like the type who would dedicate his life to this establishment in order to give his family a good life. He wore a white shirt with a brown waistcoat that barely fit around the middle, and my first impression of him was a surly scowl. But then he saw Sally, and he smiled from ear to ear. He had to be her father. He realized I was following her and leveled a piercing stare at me. He looked me up and down and didn't bother to hide his instant suspicion of me, the stranger who had followed his daughter into their place of work.
Father, this is Thomas,
Sally said, and she was either unaware of her dad's dislike of me or had chosen to ignore it.
He's new in town.
So are half the people in here, Pumpkin. But they aren't following my daughter around like a lost dog.
I asked Sally for directions to an inn in the trader's courtyard. She was kind enough to direct me here.
Be nice, Father,
Sally said with a mischievous smirk.
He wants to rent a room.
Does he now?
Yes. And we have rooms available, so you're not going to turn down his business, are you?
No, I suppose I'm not.
But not. Right. I'll get dinner going. See you soon, Thomas.
I said and glanced at her father. Maybe. She laughed knowingly and walked into the kitchen behind the bar. I turned to the bartender, who crossed his arms.
My daughter says I'm to be nice to you.
Your daughter doesn't seem like someone to be ignored.
No,
he said and cracked a smile.
She's not. Have a seat, Thomas. I'm Jessup.
I nodded thanks and settled onto the only free stool.
Where'd you come from?
This was clearly the question that all the NPCs in the town would lead with, so I probably needed to invent a better answer. I was in the forest for a while hunting a troll. I'm a bounty hunter.
I bet that line impresses a lot of ladies.
I wouldn't know. I'm not really looking for anything like that at the moment. I was more hoping to stay alive in this new Earth where monsters were real and where people could literally bleed out and be dismembered by angering their class's god.
I see,
he said, and seemed reassured by that.
So, what are you looking for in Avalon, then?
Right now, a bed would be a start.
That I can help you with. For 1 gold coin, you can sleep in the barn out back. For 3, you get a room with a bed. For 5, you get a room with a bed that has clean sheets and your evening meal included.
I was about to answer when Harold sent a scroll into my vision.
Top tip! Being well-rested will grant you a 5% bonus in XP for the following 24 hours.
I'd already made my choice anyway, but that just reaffirmed that it was worth spending the extra cash for a good room. I didn't say anything, I just put 5 gold coins on the counter.
Wise choice.
Jessup chuckled as he collected them and then handed a key over to me.
Up the stairs, second door on the right.
Got it, I replied and put the key in my pocket for now. Thanks.
No, thank you,
he said as he poured a pint of mead from a barrel and put it down in front of me.
Sally will be done cooking in about 20 minutes, give or take. You can go up and I'll bring it to you, or you can wait down here.
I wanted to know more about Avalon and about the game, so the bar made more sense. At least the bartender could tell me more about the town, and maybe I could chat with some of the other adventurers as well to get their take on the great game. Here's fine. Like I told Sally, this is a great place you've got here.
Thank you. It's been my life's work to build this place into what it is. And eventually, when I go, I'll know I left my girl with a business that'll keep her fed and with a roof over her head.
And there was so much emotion in his face that it was clear he was completely dedicated to his daughter. On a human level, it was beautiful and lovely to see. Objectively, it was fascinating how convinced this man was that his whole life was real. I watched him as he served a couple more customers, at the scar on his arm that he probably had a story about, and at the way he greeted people familiarly, as if he'd known them for years, when in actual fact, all of this was new. He caught me staring, and I quickly took a sip of the mead. It was all I could do not to grimace. It had definitely been watered down, and yet there was a thickness to it that was concerning. Willa made a grossed-out grunt that I wished I could have echoed out loud. "You seem to know everyone in town," I said.
The locals, yes. The furthest I've been from Avalon is the river, which is a couple of miles away. Otherwise, my whole life has been here, and I know how fortunate I am to have this business, especially in a town like this. We're honest folk. I just got lucky that there are always people coming through town.
Sally said a lot more of them arrived in the last few days.
Yeah, they all seem to come at once. Some called themselves adventurers.
How weird.
Not that I mind their patronage, of course. Nor does my wife, who is very happy with the new dress I bought her with the extra money we'd earned.
It's admirable how devoted to your wife and daughter you are.
Are you spoken for?
No. Relationships don't really work well with my occupation. That was true both in the Great Game and before the Earth had been altered. Traveling around the country while visiting the national parks meant I hadn't had the time to settle down with anyone. Sure, there'd been fleeting fun situations with women I met along the way, but nothing long-term. Not that I wanted that sort of thing yet. I was 27, and especially now with this new world, I wasn't planning on having a family anytime soon.
Well, good, because Sally is off-limits, the bartender said, then looked at the other men at the bar. That goes for all of your ugly mugs, too.
Most chortled at that, but agreed nonetheless. I glanced at the tankard of mead again, but decided against it. I could wait until the food arrived before I took another sip, I decided. My gaze drifted toward the door, which was propped open and allowed some of the cool night air to waft inside. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the ground where that lawyer had just fallen apart. There wasn't a speck of blood in sight, and I hadn't heard anyone, either inside the bar or outside, mention it. I knew I hadn't imagined it because the other adventurers who had watched it happen had reacted to it, and from the looks on their faces, definitely hadn't forgotten about it either. The man who'd thrown up was now sitting in the corner and looked, understandably, shell-shocked. The NPCs, on the other hand, had totally forgotten it ever happened. Do people around here go missing a lot? I asked.
I run a very safe establishment, if that's what you're asking.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean in town. Do a lot of people who come through here just vanish without a trace?
Look, kid, I know you're a bounty hunter, so you're probably looking for your next job. But monsters tend to stay out of populated towns, and they certainly don't kidnap people. They just eat them and leave the remains for unlucky folks to find.
I don't mean the monsters either. There was a guy just now, super drunk. One of your guys kicked him out.
Yeah, I remember. He became ornery once he started getting drunk. I don't stand for that sort of behavior in my inn.
But after you kicked him out, what happened? Those windows are open. You must have seen where he went.
I assume he stumbled back to whatever shithole he came from,
Jessup said, and one of the guys at the bar snorted a laugh. But you didn't see him walk away?
Listen, kid, I've got a bar to run. I don't have the time to make sure every one of my customers finds their merry way home.
I nodded as he walked off to serve some guys further down the bar.
You're wasting your breath,
came a voice to my right. I turned and found a guy sitting beside me, and I suddenly realized he was the priest who had warned the lawyer about his arret levels before he died. The man looked exhausted, his features drawn and pale, and he pointed to the mead on the counter in front of me.
Are you going to drink that?
Be my guest. He took it and downed the whole thing in one gulp. I noted that his dark robes were faded and torn, and the collar around his neck had a faint yellow tinge. I also noticed the way his hands shook as he put the empty tankard back on the bar. Are you all right? I asked the clearly troubled man.
Are you? I think it'll get easier to watch every time that happens. But it doesn't. It's just awful. My nerves can't take it.
I blinked at him in surprise, then looked above his head for a class label, but there wasn't one.
I'm not an adventurer.
But you know that word, which is more than can be said for the other non-adventurers in this place.
I know it because I'm a priest, Spellfletcher. We're a little different than the rest of the people in this game.
You know about the great game?
I know a great deal. We priests were put here to aid adventurers within this world, so the gods granted us more awareness about what's going on than they did with the general population. Unfortunately, that also means my memory doesn't get erased each time an adventurer gets smited.
Smited?
What happened to that poor, foul-mouthed soul out on the street?
I saw you warning him that his arret was low. I guess it ran out, and that's why he
burst, for want of a better word. Yes. He didn't heed my warning, and so his arete emptied. He spent 3 days here and never completed a quest or thwarted a monster. It didn't take long for his arete to dwindle. I warned him what would happen multiple times, but he wouldn't listen. I guess he was freaked out about being here. It sounded like he didn't appreciate how much control the gods had over his life. I think he just didn't see the positives of the gift that Gadrel bestowed upon his class, he said diplomatically. Gadrel is the god that oversees the Master of Arms? Yes. He is the god of marshals and fighters, and the god I answer to as well. That's quite the responsibility. It's what I was made for, he said, and then held out a hand for me to shake. I'm Warren. Nice to meet you, Thomas Grimshaw. You already know my name. That's not creepy at all. Willa snickered. I'm a priest. We can see more about the adventurers than anyone else can, although I don't know everything about you because I'm not a priest for your goddess, Eliana. That's sort of comforting, actually. It's just nice to talk to someone who knows what's going on here. I'm glad I could help. I was eager to talk to you, admittedly. We haven't had a specialist class come through here yet. Really? I thought maybe 1 or 2 might have shown up. Your kind is a lot rarer than I think you realize. You should be proud that the gods deemed you worthy of one of the higher ability classes. Thanks. I guess I haven't had much time to really think about them. The gods, I mean. I was sort of just trying to get to town without being mauled. Understandable. You've done well to complete 2 quests already. Well, I'm really glad I completed them after watching that guy die for denying them. Isn't it a little barbaric of the gods to kill people who don't want to go out there and kill monsters? It's their game, was all he said. But what's the point of it? Why put us all here? Why remake the Earth? What do they hope to achieve with this game? I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I don't. That's the truth. You can believe me or not, but I'm being honest. We priests are here for you. We grant quests, give advice, and give counsel when it's needed. But that doesn't mean I'm on a first-name basis with the gods. I know that this world is their playground, that adventurers must complete quests and defeat enemies who wish them and we locals harm. But beyond that, I'm just as clueless as you are as to the point of all of this. Then why do you serve them at all if they've given you no answers? Because it is my purpose. Because if they are powerful enough to do all of this, then what else might they be capable of? And because I believe that there is a reason for all of this. We just have to wait to find out what that reason is. What about if someone wins the game? If that's even possible, who knows? I believe the game is for the gods. Are you the game's player, or are they? You're remarkably vague for someone who's supposed to give me answers. Like I said, I can tell you about this world, but not the why and how of it all.
Here you go, handsome,
Sally said as she suddenly appeared on my left with a bowl of stew in her hands. I caught the warning look Jessup shot me from down the bar. Thank you, Sally, I said as I accepted the food. It smells amazing.
You're welcome,
she replied with a coy smile before she headed back into the kitchen.
I see you've already made a friend.
Not intentionally, I said loud enough for her father to hear, which made Warren laugh. The food tasted as delicious as promised. The beef was cooked to perfection and practically fell apart in my mouth. The sauce was rich and the vegetables were gorgeous. Plus, I'd only eaten the bread and cheese that Cuthbert had in his caravan over the last couple of days, so a warm meal was exactly what I needed. I'd cleared the bowl in record time, and Jessup slid me a glass of water across the counter to wash it down with. I watched him as he laughed with some of his customers, then turned back to Warren, who was halfway through his stew. He was taking a lot more time to eat than I had, probably because he had something called manners, which I seemed to have forgotten in my hunger. Still, it was almost odd to watch someone who had technically been born 3 days ago consume food. Is it strange? I asked without really meaning to.
Is what strange?
To know that you're a part of this game? To know that I came from a different version of Earth that you never knew?
Your old world had religions and scientific theories that told you how you came to be, didn't you? It's no different than here, only with different gods.
But you were only made...
How do you know you weren't made a few days before the great game began? We all have memories of the lives we have lived, and yet we technically did not live them. Who's to say it wasn't the same for you?
I stared at his amused face for a moment. This is getting far too existential for me to handle, I finally said, and we both laughed.
Just think of this game as a fresh slate. You have a chance here to really be successful. You're already a specialist class, which means you have the skills to become something great, so long as you seize the opportunity.
I'd already defeated 3 enemies, completed 2 quests, and leveled up in a matter of days. Not many other adventurers could say the same, and as I considered what Warren had just said, it started to dawn on me. You know what? I said with a grin. I think you might be right. Chapter 8. Warren didn't stay for long after our conversation. We shook hands and I thanked him for the advice and information, and then he stepped into the night. My eyelids had already started to droop by then, and I could feel my pulse in my forehead, which meant that I was going to drop off to sleep at any moment. But somehow I managed to haul my tired ass off the stool, stomped up the stairs, and found my room, which was the second door on the right, if I remembered correctly. The key worked in the lock, so apparently I'd gotten that much right, and a moment later I was in my room for the night. It was a modest size, but I could definitely see how this one was one of the nicer rooms. For one thing, the shutters over the window were tightly shut, so none of the chilly night air would be able to weasel its way in. For another, the double bed was spacious. The covers were laundered and clean, and there was even a medieval bathroom, which made me sigh with relief. The thought of emptying myself in a bucket and chucking that out of the window didn't appeal to me at all. So the wooden seat, separate from the main bedroom with a hole in it, was a welcome sight. There was also a fire in the hearth, lit candles on the windowsill, as well as the small table in the corner, and a chest of drawers beside the bed where I could store my things. There was a metal bath in one corner of the room that was filled with warm water and had some nice-smelling soaps balanced on the side. Someone must have filled it for me while I was eating downstairs, and thankfully I'd made it upstairs before the water had cooled. The thought of a nice warm soak made me shiver with eagerness. So I pulled my bow, quiver, and bag off my back, stripped off my clothes, and padded across the rug to the tub. It was the perfect temperature, and my muscles sighed along with me as I slipped into the water. It felt good to wash the sweat, blood, and grime off from 3 days in the forest, and I scrubbed myself until my skin was red raw. The soaps smelled like lavender and pine and were soothing on my skin. So once I was clean, I soaked in the water for a while. The cold I'd endured while I was stuck in the woods seemed to have seeped into my very bones, but the heat of the water soon had me feeling normal once again. When the water began to cool, I climbed out of the tub, dried myself off with a towel, and grimaced at the color the water had turned. That being said, I still grabbed my hoodie, t-shirt, underpants, and trousers, and dipped them into the water as well. It wasn't a washing machine, but it was better than nothing. They smelled as ripe as I had after a few days without a wash, so I scrubbed some of the soap into them, then hung them up to dry over a table in front of the hearth. There were enough logs in the fire that I knew it would burn all night, so my clothes would be dry enough by morning. Finally, the bed beckoned. I flopped onto it and found it to be a little hard, but again, it was a lot better than bags of grain digging into my back. There was space to stretch out, and the pillows were soft beneath my head. Willa came to rest on the edge of the bed. She was in her normal wisp form, and even she seemed tired after 3 days of traveling. 3 days. That was hard to get my head around. And in the quiet bedroom, the reality of it all hit me like a tidal wave. I hadn't really had a moment to pause and think since I'd been here. I'd just been dropped in the forest, had fought a troll and some goblins, met Cuthbert, and come here. There hadn't really been a second for me to just process this. But as I pulled the covers up over me, I blew out a long breath that I felt like I'd been holding for days. This was my life now. I needed to earn XP and gold coins, and I had to complete quests sent by Eliana, the goddess who oversaw the Spellfletcher class, in order to stay alive. Aside from that, I supposed my life wouldn't be all that different. I'd probably end up moving from place to place as I had back on the last version of Earth, where I'd lived off the land when I was between places. I knew how to be totally self-sufficient, so there was a good chance that I could really succeed in this new world, if I didn't do anything stupid. I must have drifted off, and thankfully I was too tired to dream. If I had, it probably would have been filled with images of that lawyer falling apart and his guts as they splattered onto the road. That wasn't something I wanted to relive any time soon, even in my own mind. When I finally woke up the next morning, it was to the faint sounds of chatter and whinnying horses outside. I realized that the people in the town of Avalon had already begun to start their day, which meant I should probably get going with mine, too. The fire in the hearth still glowed, even after all the hours I'd been asleep, though the candles had finally burned down to stubs. I collected my dry clothes from the table and slipped them on, and then I went over to the window and pushed the shutters open. It was an overcast day, so many of the townsfolk had opted for warmer clothing, which meant wool tunics and thick cloaks. It was amusing to see the adventurers that were seated in between the NPCs, because they stuck out like sore thumbs with their sweatshirts, printed tees, and jeans. But it was also nice to see some semblance of what I considered normal in the middle of this medieval landscape. A sharp breeze carried the smell of freshly baked bread from the bakery down the street, as well as the other less pleasant odors from the dirty street below, though another cool breeze thankfully blew most of it away. Beyond the small, dilapidated town, I could just about see the fields and the tree line of the forest beyond, which was the first real look I'd had at the place that was now my home. I stretched my arms over my head and cracked my neck while I took in the first real look at the game board. The good night's sleep I'd had really cleared out the cobwebs, and I actually felt better than I had in ages. It took me a moment to realize that my vision had somehow improved, and my muscles weren't aching for the first time in years. In fact, they almost itched for movement, like I had some deep store of energy that was just burning to be used. I wondered if this was from the extra 5% XP for being well rested that Harold had mentioned when I booked the room, and if it was, I knew I'd be booking more comfy spaces as often as I could. Since my UI was already on, I did a quick check of my stats. First thing first, I had to look at my Auret hourglass, since I didn't want to get smited like that lawyer had been. I was happy to see that the hourglass didn't seem to have gone down while I slept, and was still about 60% full. My mana was full at 11, I had 15 gold coins to my name, and my green XP bar was about 35% full, just as it had been last night. I wondered what those stats would be once the day was over. I needed to save 5 gold coins for another room here at the Goblin's Goblet tonight, but other than that I could do as I pleased. I also had the promised discount that I could use at the market, so I figured a few more upgrades would be in order. A knock on the door pulled me away from the window, and I opened it to find Sally standing outside on the landing. Her dress was cut much lower than what the other local women wore, and I noted the way her cheeks reddened slightly when she saw me in my t-shirt, and how her eyes lingered on my exposed biceps. She was holding a tray with both hands, which had a mug of water and a plate with some bread and cheese laid out on it. Good morning, Sally," I said as I quickly looked around for any sign of Jessup. Jessup, who I definitely couldn't piss off since this was the only inn in Avalon and I didn't want to sleep in his barn tonight.
Good morning, Thomas. I brought you some breakfast.
"That's very kind of you. How much do I owe you for it?
It's on the house.
I couldn't accept...
I insist.
She said and thrust the tray at me. Thank you, I replied with a quick smile.
You clean up well,
she said as she took a step toward me. I'm embarrassed you had to meet me yesterday after being on the road. I must have looked pretty rough.
I don't think it's possible for you to look bad, Thomas.
This was very quickly going in a direction that I didn't want. She was pretty, but like I told her father, I wasn't interested in starting anything with anyone right now.
I have the morning off. I thought we could...
Sally, I think you're wonderful, and I really appreciate the breakfast, but I'm not looking for anything like what I think you're thinking.
Oh,
she said as she blinked at me a few times. Sorry if I gave you the wrong idea.
You didn't.
She sighed with a smile.
It's just that there isn't a big pool of men in town to choose from, and not many of the newcomers look like you.
I smiled at the compliment as my mind went back to the lawyer in a quick before and after montage.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
I'm very flattered, but at some point I'll probably move on from here.
I get it,
she said and squeezed my arm.
You're a bounty hunter. It's the nature of your job. Thanks at least for being honest, though. Other men would have taken what they wanted and left without a word.
I had a feeling she was speaking from experience. I'm not like that.
Which is why it's such a shame you're not interested.
She laughed, then stepped back.
I assume I'll see you back here tonight?
I think so, I said, though I couldn't be sure. She nodded, then walked off down the hallway toward the stairs. Her hips still swayed as she moved, and she gave me one last wink before she disappeared down the steps. When I closed the door, I found Willa hovering right in front of my face. The wisp snickered, so I shot her a withering glance as I walked to the table and set my plate down. Don't make me banish you to the barn, I said before I tucked into my breakfast. Willa gave me a raspberry and then drifted toward the window while I ate. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I wolfed down the bread and cheese and my stomach gurgled happily. Once I had gulped the water down, I started to gather my things. I pulled on my hoodie, looped my bag across my back, secured my belt, and then shouldered my bow and quiver. The stairs creaked as I headed down to the bottom floor, which I hadn't noticed the night before over the noise from the bar. But it was much quieter and brighter this morning compared to the rowdy, dimly lit place I'd seen on my arrival. A handful of guests were seated at some of the tables, where they munched away at their breakfasts. A few nodded to me, and I nodded back as I put my empty tray down on the bar for Sally to collect. When I stepped outside, I was met by the cool morning air and a crowd of people who hurried by with baskets filled with fresh produce. Horses and carts rattled down the street, and children sprinted past in a classic game of tag. A few labels flashed up above the adventurers I passed, and I nodded to a couple of parties that waved to me as they walked by. Every so often, one of the adventurers I passed would frown in confusion in my direction as they read my info, but their friends always ushered them away before anyone could ask me a question. I remembered Warren saying he hadn't come across a Spellfletcher in Avalon yet, so I figured that must be why they kept looking at me funny. Willa flitted in front of my face and morphed into a question mark, as if to ask what I wanted to do today. Well, I've got a 5% boost on any XP I earn today, and I don't want to end up like that lawyer, so I think I might do a quest. Willa purred excitedly. Any ideas on how I go about getting one? Is there a way to call Harold or... Willa zipped off and did some loop-de-loops, just for fun, before she briefly shifted into another question mark. Who was I kidding? That little menace had as much of an idea about this stuff as I did. So I stopped walking for a moment as I tried to figure out what to do. The other quests had just popped up in my UI without warning or request, but I had no idea how to seek one out. So when the next adventurer appeared on the street, I jogged over to her. The label above her head said Master of Arms Level 2, and it was impossible not to notice how ripped she was. Her shoulders were broader than mine, and her neck was almost the same width as her head. She must have been a wrestler or a bodybuilder back on Earth because she was built like a brick wall. I had a feeling she wouldn't shy away from a fight either, so the Master of Arms class was definitely a good fit. "Hey," I said. She looked at the label above my head, frowned, and continued to frown as her eyes met mine again. I got the distinct feeling she didn't like me all that much. But I went ahead anyway. "I'm Thomas."
Congratulations! I'm not looking to team up until I'm level 5, man, so bug off.
"I'm not looking to team up either."
So, why the hell are you talking to me then?
She asked and crossed her arms. "Is it a crime to talk to you?"
No, but I wish it was.
"You were very rude."
And you look like you should be in a boy band.
"No, I don't."
Keep telling yourself that.
Jeez, I wish I'd chosen literally anyone else to speak to now.
You and me both.
We both paused, then grinned at each other.
I'm Iona.
"Congratulations," I said, and she snorted. "I'm genuinely not looking to team up, if that's any consolation."
It is. Other adventurers take one look at me and invite me into their party, but I don't want to get into a team with a bunch of rejects. I'm looking to win this game.
"You think it can be won?"
It's a game, isn't it?
She said and shrugged.
Who knows, I guess. This whole situation is so fucking weird.
"You're telling me. Have you seen anyone you know here yet?"
Nope. I was in Missouri when that fuckhead Herald of the Gods showed up and dumped me here.
I said and looked cautiously around.
Don't worry. He's not gonna penalize you because I called him a cowardly piece of shit who won't show his face.
"I really hope not. You were in Missouri, you said?"
Yep. You?
Yosemite, California.
Figures. Everyone I've spoken to so far came from different parts of the country. Seems the Herald decided to move everyone all over the map as well as change the world as we know it. I have no idea where my family is, but I'm going to find them.
"Do you think they made it here?"
I come from a family of wrestlers. I have to believe they're here because the alternative? Well, you know.
I nodded gravely.
Anyway, why have you come and interrupted my day, One Direction?
"I wanted to do another quest, but I don't know how to get one without going back into the woods and wandering around again," I said as I ignored her dig. "And since you're level 2 as well, I figured you've done at least a couple."
The first one just appeared in my UI, which I guess is what you're talking about. But the second one I went looking for. It's easy. You just have to find the temple for your class, and the priest inside it will have a quest for you. I'm not sure where the Spellfletcher temple is, but most of them are at the edge of town, behind the trader's courtyard. I'd look there first.
"Awesome. Thanks, Iona."
Don't mention it, Thomas.
"Good luck with everything."
I don't need luck. See you around.
"Hope not." She laughed, which was a surprisingly pleasant sound, and then we went our separate ways. I chuckled to myself as I headed for the trader's courtyard, and while I had no intention of joining a party, I decided I wouldn't mind completing a quest or two with Iona. The market was even busier there than it had been yesterday, though I suppose that Cuthbert and I had arrived near the end of the day, so most of the trading had already been done by then. Now, though, it was almost impossible to push my way through the throng of people, and the stalls overflowed with items on sale. I made a mental note to come back later to take advantage of the discount, and as soon as I thought about that, I spotted Cuthbert in the corner of the courtyard. He was haggling with a customer over the price of a bag of grain, and as kind-hearted as he was, I could tell he was also a stubborn but fair businessman. He wouldn't rip people off, but he wouldn't be convinced to sell his goods for a loss either. I waved when my one-time companion looked in my direction, but I decided to take care of the quest first. Maybe I'd get lucky and pick up some more gold, so then I could find some really good items to add to my bag. I finally managed to squeeze through the courtyard to the other side, and then I had to slip between two caravans to reach the other side of town, which I hadn't even seen yet. The road I was on was just as busy as the others had been, with most of the locals and adventurers alike headed in the direction of the market. But as I walked further down the road, I started to see the temples Iona had mentioned, if one could even call them that. They were more like glorified shacks, which could also be said for most of the buildings in Avalon. The only indication that they were temples were the signs above the doorways, each of which had a symbol painted on them. I could sort of guess which class, and therefore which god, the temple was for. For example, there was one with a bleeding hand, which I figured had to be for the thaumaturges, which made sense with their blood magic and healing gifts. Then there was a sword, axe, and dagger, which I assumed represented the Master of Arms class, since they were experts with all weapons. The hand with a floating feather I figured went with the Shaper class as the manipulators of the laws of physics. And then there was a conical flask on a fourth sign, which I decided went with the Huntsman class, since they used tinctures as part of their attack methods. There were a lot of adventurers in this part of the road, and some of them had even been forced to line up at the door of their temple while they waited to get a quest from their priest. I assumed that Warren was in the Masters of Arms temple, where a lot of impatient people were gathered around the doorway and shoving each other so they could be the next one admitted. However, the further I went down the street, the quieter it became. In fact, once I came to the temples for the specialist classes, there was no one there at all. Warren was right. It seemed there weren't many, if any, specialist class adventurers in Avalon. The first temple had a sword on its sign, which had to be for the duelist class, the insanely skilled sword fighters. Next was a sign with a hammer, which had to be for the witch hunters because they were the blunt weapon wielders. And finally I saw the sign with the bow and arrow on the front of the building. The door was open as if the priest inside was desperately hoping someone might come in, even if it was by mistake. It would be no mistake for me, though. "All right, let's see what he's got for me," I said as Willa squeaked apprehensively. I ducked through the doorway and entered the modest temple. It was just one room, with a few rows of pews and about 1,000,000 candles on every surface. At the front of the room was a table covered with even more candles, as well as a marble statue, which seemed really out of place inside this stone and wood structure. The statue was of a woman, with long hair that fanned out around her like a cape and a diadem across her forehead. She had a bow and arrow in her hands, and her long gown seemed to ripple like ocean waves, even though I knew that the statue couldn't move. Her face was beautiful but hardened, as if she was looking down on a battlefield, and I noted the wisp that had been carved on top of one of her shoulders.
"Hello!"
A voice called out. I hadn't seen anyone in the building, so I almost jumped out of my skin as I looked around in surprise. Finally, a very ancient man shuffled out from a shadowed corner in the windowless temple and waved apologetically. He was about a foot shorter than me and slightly hunched, and his clothes were worn and faded from years of use, just as Warren's had been. His white hair stuck out in tufts from his head, which was covered in liver spots, and he peered at me over a pair of half-moon-shaped spectacles.
"Apologies," he said as he came even closer. "I didn't mean to scare you.
You just took me by surprise. Nice to meet you. I'm
Thomas Grimshaw, Level 2 Spellfletcher."
Right. I forgot you priests already know everything about us.
"Not everything. I don't know your favorite color, for example."
It's green.
"Really? I would have put you as more of a red guy."
What can I say? I have to keep people on their toes. He laughed, but it quickly turned into a cough. He pounded his chest with his fist until it turned into a wheeze, and then he nodded as he held up a finger to tell me to wait a moment.
"I'm Holland," he finally said. "It's truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've been waiting for a Spellfletcher to arrive for days, and it gets rather boring here on my own."
I can imagine.
"I saw you admiring the statue of Eliana. A vision, isn't she?"
"Yeah. Have you ever seen her for real?"
"Goodness, no. Only adventurers have a chance to see their god in the flesh, and even then it's very rare."
"I see.
It seems to me that the gods just want to watch us all from wherever they are, for the most part. They don't seem very interested in doing personal appearances. We can't begin to know their motivations or their ways. It's better to accept that now than search for answers we will probably not receive. We can still wonder, though. Of course. I do a lot of wondering. Probably more than I should. But what else is there to do here? Right. What I can tell you is that you chose your class and your god well. I think you might be a little biased, but I agree. Eliana is the goddess of wisdom and battle, but there is a kindness to her that is unique, he said with a warm smile. She's not like the other gods and goddesses in that way. She cares for her followers and wants only for them to succeed. So she can win the great game? That? And because she doesn't want her loyal followers to suffer. I'll admit, I'm still a little torn when it comes to these gods. They turned our lives upside down and forced us into this game for, what, a bit of entertainment? Like a family game night? Like I said, we can't begin to know their motivations or ways. But they expected humans to question them nonetheless because it's in our nature. Just know that if you are loyal to Eliana, she will be loyal to you in equal measure. I nodded and glanced at the fearless statue of her on the table again. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have a badass like her on my side. I assume you've come here for a quest? Yes. Well, you're in luck, he said and pointed to the table. The temple was robbed just last night. The burglars stole some artifacts that used to adorn that table along with the statue, and I would very much like them back. I can find them for you. What are they? 2 silver candlesticks, 1 silver plate, and a crown. A crown? I said, and didn't bother to hide my glance at the ramshackle temple. Every temple has one. It's a replica of Eliana's diadem. It's very precious to me. I see. Well, I can see why you want that stuff back. It was probably worth more than the building. Or the entire town. It was taken by 5 bandits. Ogres. They've hit other temples before, and we know they work for another ogre who resides in the eastern woods not far from Avalon. When you say not far, less than half a day's walk. Whew. I really didn't want to be stuck with another week-long trek. I had a feeling I wouldn't come across another generous merchant who would offer to give me a lift again any time soon. Once Holland was done speaking, the usual quest sign popped up in my UI. Quest! Retrieve the stolen artifacts from the bandits and return them to the temple. Reward: 50% XP for quest completion, 15% XP per basic enemy defeated, 80% XP if bandit leader defeated, 20 gold coins, 1 special blessing. Do you accept this quest? Holy shit. If I could return the artifacts and take out all of the bandits, I would have a chance to seriously cash in on XP here, along with the 20 gold coins and the... What's a special blessing? I asked. Goodness, Our Lady must be feeling generous. A special blessing comes from Eliana herself, and believe me, she is never stingy with her rewards. I didn't need any more convincing. I selected Accept on my UI, and Holland beamed. The location of the ogre's camp is on your map. Good luck, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw. See you soon, I vowed, and then I turned and stepped back out into the street. The map showed a red X where the bandits' camp was, and Holland was right. It wasn't too far into the eastern tree line. But before I ran in there, guns, or rather bows blazing, I decided it might be a good idea to stock up on a few supplies, especially if I was about to take on 6 enemies on my own. So I turned and headed in the direction of the trader's courtyard.
Chapter 9. I had a bow and arrow across my back and a hunting knife on my belt, but the people in the market didn't care. I was pushed and shoved as the potential buyers jockeyed for a look at the goods, and I finally had to start pushing back just to stay on my feet. It made sense when I realized there was only a limited amount of everything to go around, and it was all on a first-come, first-served basis. Once the stock was gone, it was gone. So the locals were desperate to get their hands on everything they needed from the vendors. The vendors were also impressive and could project their voices louder than anyone I'd ever met before. I didn't know exactly how they did it, but their voices pierced through the chatter and rang like church bells in my ears as they threw prices, offers, and compliments at passers-by in the hopes they might receive their patronage. I heard some very ferocious haggling going on at one counter, where a woman had insisted the price of the jams were extortionate, and that the last time she bought from the vendor there had been a snail inside the lid, and she was therefore owed a discount at the very least. The vendor argued she had no proof this snail ever existed, and that his jams were the most fairly priced jams one could hope to find. It was all very intense, especially over some strawberry preserves. "Yoo-hoo!" someone called over the racket. A few people turned, but when I saw Cuthbert's smiling face, I knew the call had been aimed at me. I weaved my way through the throng of shoppers until I made it to his counter. He had larger bags of grain arranged both in front of his table and around the back, and smaller, lighter bags neatly presented on the countertop. There were quite a few empty spaces where some of his stock had already been purchased, and based on the slightly smug air about him, I had a feeling he'd made quite a lot of money already. And it wasn't even mid-morning yet. "Hello, Thomas!" "Morning, Cuthbert. How's it going?" "Very well, if I do say so myself," he said, just as I'd expected he would. "I'm glad. Any plans for your first full day in Avalon?" "I'm going on a quest, actually," I said without thinking, then noted his slight frown. I got a job. A bounty." "Has anyone ever told you that you're a little odd, Tommy?" "Well, you certainly don't wait around. I thought you might at least take a day or so to settle in before you started taking contracts, but then again, you don't seem like the type to sit around doing nothing." "You'd be right about that. Plus, it wasn't like I could sit around and start a life here, become a farmer or something along those lines. I had to complete quests in order to keep my arete levels up and stay alive." "I assume you're here to get some supplies before you head off hunting?" "Yeah," I said, and then gestured to the busy courtyard. "Or I'm going to try to, anyway." "It's kill or be killed out there, but you'll be happy to know that I spoke to all the other vendors, and they're more than happy to give you that 20% discount on their stock." "That's generous. I'm surprised they all agreed to it." "We merchants may be in competition with one another, but we're still a tight-knit brotherhood. We all know at least one other vendor who has been killed on the road. Unfortunately, it's not uncommon. So when one of us is saved by someone, it's appreciated by all." "I like that ethos. Thanks for doing that, Cuthbert. Like I said, I'm still a little new to everything, so the discount's a big help." "Happy shopping!" he said, then turned to a man who had sidled up beside me and was waiting to purchase some grain. I smiled and walked away with a newfound eagerness to see what was on offer, especially now that I knew I was going to get it at a discounted price. I had 15 gold coins to my name, but only 10 to spend, since I wanted to keep 5 back to keep my room at the Goblin's Goblet. So I had to choose my purchases wisely. I stopped off at a few weapons stalls first, but I didn't end up buying anything. For one, they were all basic weapons, so they wouldn't be an improvement on the bow and knife I already had. I'd also learned that sometimes enemies would drop weapons when I killed them, so there was a chance that I might get something new today after I killed all 6 ogres. And besides, even with the discount Cuthbert had wrangled for me, just one of the weapons would cost me almost all of my gold coins, and I still had other things I wanted to purchase. One of my highest priorities was body armor. When that goblin had chased me through the forest, one of the main things that had gone through my mind was the fact that if it had gotten close enough to throw a dagger at me, it could have hit me in the back or the chest with ease. A hoodie wasn't going to stop a sharpened blade from being buried in my torso. and I had felt very exposed during both the troll incident and the goblin side quest. So I headed over to one of the largest stalls in the trader's courtyard, which was actually more of a tent. It was big enough for customers to walk around inside where they could take a look at the stock that was hung up on the rails. I slipped through the open flap behind a level 1 huntsman and began to take a look at the various pieces the vendor had on offer. The man had everything a warrior could dream of, from gloves to sleeves and padded trousers to full body armor. Labels popped up above each item when I looked at it, so I could see its armor rating, what it was made of, and if it had any other special qualities. Of course, I was immediately drawn to the chainmail items at the back of the tent. I'd tried some on once during a school trip to England, where we'd visited a museum and they'd let us don some medieval chainmail, so I knew that it was a little heavy. But I'd been 15 at the time, and I was a lot stronger now. The reason I was drawn to it was that I remembered the historian telling us how effective the chainmail was at blocking weapons from causing too much damage, and that was exactly what I was looking for. So I began to reach for one of the chainmail shirts on the rail.
Sorry, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw, that chainmail isn't for you.
It's in a shop, Harold, I said to the scroll. I can buy what I like.
Unfortunately, on this occasion, you can't.
Why not? I asked, and ignored the look one of the other shoppers gave me while I seemed to be talking to myself.
Spellfletchers are a medium armor class, meaning you can only use armor pieces of the same rating, such as leather chestplates and items of similar materials.
Figures, I sighed and put the chainmail back on the rack. The Herald of the Gods has time to give me fashion advice. Willa snorted at that. I headed over to the leather section just as the vendor finished speaking with another customer. He was a tall, lithe man, though I could tell his lean figure was deceptive. I saw the muscles on his exposed arms and how strong and honed they were. This man was a fighter, so he was sure to know his stuff when it came to armor. He took one look at my bow and my clothes and realized who I was.
"You're Thomas?"
he asked gruffly. "Yeah, nice to meet you."
"I hear you saved Cuthbert from a couple of goblins."
"Yeah, I did, and he was kind enough to give me a lift into town afterward."
"And to ask us to give you a discount,"
he said and crossed his arms. "Not my idea," I said and held my hands up in mock surrender.
"I didn't think so. I would have given you a discount even if he hadn't asked. Cuthbert's one of my oldest and dearest friends. I keep telling him he should learn some self-defense, but does he listen? No.
He kept himself alive long enough for me to get to him."
"I suppose he did,"
he said, then gestured to the leather armor I'd been looking at.
"He said you're a bounty hunter. This sort of armor would be ideal for you. For one thing, it's lightweight, so if you have to chase your bounties, you won't be weighed down by heavy chainmail. For another, it'll do the trick against glancing blows to your torso, but since you seem to favor using a bow, I doubt you'll be engaging in heavy melee combat if you can help it. Would I be right in saying that?"
"Impressively so," I said with a nod. "You're very perceptive."
"When you've been doing this as long as I have, you learn what to look for when it comes to your customers," he said, then turned back to the rail. "Now, I have protective vests of various strengths here."
I stared at the labels above each vest, all of which were basic but had different armor ratings. One of them said, "Basic leather vest plus 5 armor" above it, which appeared to be the highest of the ones on offer. So I reached out and picked it up. "How much will this one cost me?"
"I'd usually charge 10 coins for that."
Even with Cuthbert's discount, that would still cost me most of my money. I must have made a face because the vendor seemed to soften a little.
"I'll give it to you for 5.
"Are you sure? That's quite a big price reduction."
"You asking that question only reaffirms how sure I am. You're a good man, Thomas. You saved my friend. This is how I will thank you for it."
I smiled at him and handed over 5 gold coins.
"It'll be full price next time, though. Ha ha,"
he said with a wink, and I laughed. He showed me how to pull it on and fasten it myself over my hoodie, and I didn't look half bad when I checked myself in the mirror. The tough leather plates covered my entire front and back from shoulder to hip, and there were even some flaps on the sides to guard my ribs and flanks. Of course, the material was just cured hide and wouldn't stop the most powerful weapons, but it was far better than the cotton blend of the hoodie I'd been wearing. And at a price like that, I would have been insane not to accept his offer. I left the armor stall feeling a little more sure about the quest I'd agreed to complete, and I still had a few coins to spare. So I walked along the stalls until I found an alchemy stall that sold healing potions. Most of them were pink or red in color, and once the merchant behind the counter realized who I was, she agreed to sell me 2 potions for 5 gold coins, to which another customer complained that he'd just paid 8 for 2 vials of the same stuff. It was a steep price, but I figured that it was worth it. I knew I had the Healing Rain perk to use if I got injured, but I didn't want to use up arrows and mana on healing if I was still mid-fight. I wanted to save my mana so I could use Willa or the Bolt to the Heart perk, so having a healing potion I could access instead would be ideal. I attached them to a couple of the loops on my belt and moved on. However, as I passed a couple of the stalls that sold baked goods with healing properties as well, I flicked to the skills list on my UI and decided that when I next leveled up and got a skill point, I might spend it on either the cooking or alchemy sections, because it would allow me to make the healing potions or muffins myself. There was a chance I could even come back to the trader's courtyard and buy the ingredients for them tonight if all went well with the quest. Then again, that was a big if. It wasn't that I wasn't confident in myself, but 6 against 1 was tricky odds for anyone. Then again, someone had to do it, so why not me? I just had to keep the rewards in mind. There was plenty of XP up for grabs, an astonishing amount by any measure, if I could take out the entire troop of bandits. There was also the bonus arret and the 20 gold coins, which I was in desperate need of after my shopping spree. And, of course, there was also Eliana's promise of a special blessing, which had me the most intrigued. For one thing, would the blessing come through Holland, or would it be given to me directly by the goddess herself? If that was the case, then it was difficult to get my mind around the fact that I was going to meet an actual goddess, one of the ones who had terraformed the world and put us all here. I had so many questions for her, so much to ask about this world and what the point of it was. I supposed it wasn't so different from other religions back home, but the difference was that I would actually have a chance at getting answers straight from the horse's mouth. I winced and then glanced at the sky while I waited for a thunderbolt to strike me down. I didn't know how much the gods could hear or see of my inner thoughts, and I doubted comparing my celestial representative to a horse, even if it was just a saying, would go down well. I offered a sheepish smile at some passing clouds and then darted out of the trader's courtyard before I was smote on the spot. With 5 gold coins to my name, I walked to the edge of town, passed through the gates, and began to walk toward the eastern tree line of the forest. The map was in the corner of my UI, and I brought it up just to be sure I was headed in the right direction. As long as I kept heading due east, I'd get to the camp eventually, though the map wouldn't really come in handy until I got closer. For now, I had a good few hours of walking to get on with. The forest smelled of damp, mulchy leaves, and the air was thick and cold. The day was overcast, so the added shade from the tree canopy made the air chilly and moist, though I didn't mind all that much. I set off at a good pace, which was enough to keep me nice and warm. Willa roamed a little more freely in the forest than she had in the town, though she never stayed away from me for long. The furthest she went was a few yards, and then she sprang straight back like a boomerang each time. She was like a loyal, excitable puppy that wanted to investigate the world around her, but liked to come back to the safety of my shoulder every so often. She was funny just to watch, but it was nice not to feel responsible for her either. I hadn't wanted to join a party because I operated much better on my own, but Willa's company was enjoyable, and more importantly, limited. I could chat to her when I wanted to, but for the most part she could keep herself entertained while I enjoyed the peace and quiet. That had been part of the reason I'd been traveling around the national parks before all of this. I liked being outdoors, yes, but I also liked that nothing was expected of me, and I could exist on my own terms. I supposed, in a way, the gods had created a world where I could do just that, but without any judgment. And I realized that I might actually fit in the great game a lot better than I fit in the old world. As I trudged through the forest, my mind drifted back to my conversation with Iona, the ferocious master of arms who had directed me to the temples. She'd said she'd been in Missouri when the herald came to her, and now she was here in Avalon. I'd just assumed that when the gods changed the earth, they put everyone back in the same place. But were the continents even the same anymore? Or had they changed the land masses as well as what was on top of them? I supposed I could understand why they'd shuffled everyone around. Everyone would be in the same boat with a clean slate, and no one they knew in the vicinity, at least at the beginning of the game before they moved on to the next place. Parties would be formed without anyone having previous ties to any other members, and it would be interesting for the gods to watch us humans try to get through this without any of our usual support systems around us. For me, there had been little change, but Iona had mentioned her family, who she was determined to find. If anyone would manage that, it would be her, I decided, though she had a lot of ground to cover. I found myself feeling grateful that I didn't have anyone to find. If my friends from back home had made it into the great game, I knew they'd manage just fine alone, just like I was. I was about an hour in when a familiar blue sign popped up in my UI.
Side quest! Go and collect water from the Lake of Wonders to water the Huffer Flower. 1 huff of its pollen will send your enemies into a spin. Reward: 30% XP, 5 gold coins. Do you accept this side quest?
I stopped walking, and Willa drifted back over to my shoulder. I stared at the side quest for a while and read and reread it about 10 times over, as if in the hopes that it might seem more exciting if I read it enough times. But it didn't. The side quest was to fetch water and give it to a plant, a Huffer Flower, which could make my enemies feel dizzy if they breathed it in. Tantalizing. My eyes flicked to my arete hourglass. It wasn't like it was anywhere near being empty, and I had already committed to doing a quest which would boost my arete XP and other stats anyway. But I didn't want to upset Eliana. No, it was foolish to think that way. I had to take each quest and side quest as a standalone entity. Rejecting a side quest wouldn't mean Eliana's special blessing would be taken from me, or that she'd be any less generous once I finished my primary quest. She was the goddess of wisdom and battle. She'd understand that I wouldn't find fetching water very exciting. And it wasn't just the fact it would be boring as hell that had put me off this side quest. If I thought about it logically, I still had another couple of hours of walking before I even made it to the bandits' camp. And once I was there, I still needed to defeat them, retrieve the stolen artifact, and return them to the temple in Avalon, ideally before nightfall. I'd need all of my energy to have a chance at being successful, and I knew for a fact that this Lake of Wonders would be a diversion from my path that would take valuable hours of daylight from me. I didn't have any gear for setting up a camp in the forest, nor did I want to. There were enough beasts around during the day, and I didn't want to find out what lived here at night, especially if I wouldn't be able to see them. But it still felt a little strange not to say yes to a quest. I chewed my lip as I stared first at the accept button and then the decline one. In the end, I decided that I needed to be ruthless when it came to this game, and I also needed to be smart. My gut was telling me that I needed my strength for the main quest, and the rewards were impressive enough that I wanted to be in the best possible shape for it. So, I clicked decline and watched as the sign disappeared. Willa morphed into a very supportive thumbs up and sighed happily. I wasn't the only one who hadn't been overly enthused about going to water a flower then. I did note, however, that my arete went down by about 5% after I rejected it. I just had to cross my fingers that the loss would be the only repercussion for denying the side quest. But I told myself that the main quest was a big one, and that if I pulled it off, there was no way that Eliana could say I wasn't acting in her best interests. The forest terrain got more difficult the further I traveled, but I was used to this sort of landscape and scaled it with relative ease. As I pushed through the undergrowth, the map in my UI revealed more and more of the forest around me. I noted a few ponds among the bird's-eye view of the trees, but none of them were large enough to be lakes, which meant the Lake of Wonders had to be even further away. That reassured me that I'd been right to deny the side quest. It would have taken me way too far off course. As the trees got thicker, I couldn't see much beyond the trunks directly in front of me, just like the place where I'd first arrived in this world 4 days ago. I moved slower, mainly to make sure I didn't roll an ankle because I couldn't even see the forest floor through the undergrowth. Willa floated above it all and whizzed back and forth with slight impatience. "You try walking through this on foot, then," I snapped. She snickered, but I ignored her as the back of my neck began to tingle. My ears pricked up and my vision seemed to sharpen as well. It had definitely been a good idea to put a skill point into the sense category. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings now, and more importantly, I knew that something was wrong. I stopped walking and pulled my bow off my back. I took an arrow out of my quiver silently and nocked it, and I kept the string half pulled as I slowly turned 360. I'd only put 1 point into sense, so it didn't give me much on the source of the strange feeling that had hit me like a brick. But I knew there was something awry because the prickling apprehension didn't dissipate. In fact, it only grew more intense the longer I stood there. And then, though I couldn't have explained why, I got the sudden urge to duck. So I did. And right as I did, I heard something slice through the air, followed by a thud as it was embedded in a tree trunk. I spun around and saw crossbow bolts sticking out of the tree behind me. My mouth went dry, but my hands remained steady as I readied my bow to fire. I whirled to find the shooter, but there was no one to be seen. It had to have come through the 2 trees right in front of me, though. I crept forward as silently as the grave, then peeked around one of the trunks. Oh, shit! Chapter 10. The creatures I saw were not what I would have imagined if someone had said the word pixie to me. I would have pictured a pocket-sized little fairy with sparkly wings, a bell-shaped flower for a hat, and a pair of pointy ears that stuck out of its adorable head. I would have pictured it dancing on tulips or spinning on the wind. I would have pictured it as a mild-mannered sprite that was all smiles and fairy dust. The pixies in the forest just beyond the tree I was hidden behind were not any of those things. For one, they were about 3 feet tall with pastel blue skin and tufts of wiry hair all over their bodies. They wore no shirts, so I could see their bony arms, their plump bellies, and the speckles of old blood that stained their chests where it had dripped down from their mouths. Their hands had 3 gnarled fingers with dark blue claws on the ends of them, which matched their entirely midnight blue eyes that took up almost half of their face. Their heavy brows gave them a scowling, intense countenance, which wasn't helped by the razor-sharp rows of teeth in their mouths. The only thing about them that seemed fairy-tale accurate were the pointed ears and the boots with curled toes. The rest was a total head fuck. There were 2 of them in the small clearing. The first one was slightly taller and barked at the smaller one in a gruff language I didn't understand. Its dark eyes flashed as it smacked its companion around the head, and it was clearly laying into its friend for something. It only took me a second to figure out what it was so pissed about. The smaller one had a crossbow in its hands, one that I had a feeling had been stolen from some unfortunate soul they'd come across in the forest not too long ago, because the scent of blood was still in the air. Their mouths were stained red, and I was pretty sure I could see a severed leg under one of the nearby hedges that had a lot of teeth marks in its flesh. The smaller one had shot the bolt that had almost hit me completely by accident, and now it was being scolded by the other for its foolishness. Bolts weren't easy to come by in a forest, so the taller one was probably pissed he'd fired one into the middle of nowhere. I looked above their heads, and, sure enough, there were the labels. The smaller one had Pixie Level 2 written on its name card in black lettering. However, the taller one had Elite Pixie Level 1 written above its head, only its label was written in brownish bronze letters. I'd never seen any monsters with a label like that before. The colors had nothing to do with species, since the troll, goblins, and the Level 2 pixie all had black letters on their name cards. But maybe it had something to do with rank, or in my case as an adventurer, difficulty. The taller pixie that was Level 1 definitely seemed to be the one that was in charge, and it seemed physically stronger and more capable than its shorter, stouter counterpart. So it was safe to assume that the taller pixie was the next step up from the basic creatures I'd fought so far. This one was probably best described as a sort of lieutenant-level enemy, which probably meant it would take a lot more than one bolt to the heart to take it out. The basic pixie began to fiddle with the weapon and load a second bolt. Meanwhile, the elite one turned, babbled in its strange language, and then ran into the trees. It was an effort not to gasp because I'd never seen something move that fast. One moment it was standing in the clearing, the next it had disappeared and returned from another direction holding... Was that a human hand? Oh, come on. I sighed under my breath as my breakfast threatened to rise up from my stomach. Gross. The pixie smiled, which showed off its almost vampirical set of teeth, and then tore into the palm ravenously as it gulped down the bloody flesh. There were some slurping and tearing sounds that I really wished I hadn't heard, and I knew that I would never get that sound out of my head for as long as I lived. It devoured the appendage, bones and all, in about 10 seconds flat. The smaller pixie looked a little disappointed that it hadn't gotten any, as if its leader had just devoured the last chicken wing in a bargain bucket without asking. But it didn't dare complain. Instead, it turned back to its crossbow and kept tinkering with it. The bronze-labeled pixie wiped its gory mouth and belched loudly as it rubbed its plump stomach with a satisfied, disturbing grin. It said something to its subordinate, and then it turned again as if it was about to go and fetch more food. But before it dashed into the trees again, it halted. It was frozen in place for a moment, and then it slowly raised its head to the sky. Its long, pointed ears swiveled like satellites on the side of its head, while its dark blue eyes scanned the forest. Its nostrils flared as it took a very deep breath, and it actually sounded like a vacuum cleaner as it sucked in the air. I knew that wasn't a good sign even before its head whipped in the other pixie's direction. It said something, its voice like the snap of a twig in a campfire, and the other pixie looked up too. It frowned, took an identical deep breath, and its eyes widened in realization. Dang it. I readjusted the grip on my bowstring and started to raise it, just as the pixies both took another breath in unison. Their nostrils flared for a moment as they drank in the smells around them, and then they both looked right at me. I instantly fired the arrow on instinct, but they were so damn fast. The arrow hit the tree behind where the lieutenant had been standing just seconds ago. Now it was halfway up that same tree, and I watched as 2 veiny opal wings suddenly unfolded out of 2 fleshy slits down its back. I heard a click and rolled as the smaller pixie fired the crossbow at me, but not fast enough. I felt the tip rake across my bicep as the bolt slashed through my skin. Had I moved a millisecond later, it would have gone right through my arm. Luckily, I'd only received a flesh wound, but even so, I felt the hot blood start to seep through my hoodie sleeve a heartbeat later. And when the pixies smelled it, it only spurred them on. Ah, shit. I grunted as they both started to sprint toward me. I knew I'd never outrun them, not with their speed and their wings. The shorter one crashed through the undergrowth at an alarmingly quick pace, while the lieutenant flitted from tree to tree on its way toward me. I swiftly studied its thin, short wings, and the way it only traveled about 5 yards at a time, and realized that it could only fly for very short distances. In fact, it was basically performing glorified jumps instead of actually being airborne for more than a few seconds. I could use that to my advantage. The shorter one had almost reached me by then, so I knocked another arrow, spent 3 mana, and watched as the arrow was imbued with crackling blue lightning. I loosed it a second later, though I didn't fire at the short one like the pixies thought I would. Instead, I switched my aim up at the very last moment and shot at the lieutenant right as it was mid-flight between 2 trees. It couldn't run or dodge the shot, and the arrow hit home, right in its gut. It howled as the lightning flooded its body, and then it fell all the way down to the forest floor. The lightning arced a second later and hit the smaller pixie in the back, right before it reached me. The arced lightning had only inflicted about 100 lightning damage, but the blast was enough to stun it for a moment, and to leave it sprawled on the forest floor. Unfortunately, it didn't take the beast long to pick itself back up, but by then I was already running. I managed to put some good distance between myself and the pixie, enough to forge another bolt to the heart, aim, and fire. That arrow went right through the blue skin on its forehead, bore through its skull, and wedged itself in its brain. Lightning surrounded its body, and its head jolted violently to one side before the pixie stiffened and died on the spot. My XP bar went up by about 20%, but I hardly even looked at it. I was more focused on the second monster I still had to deal with. The lightning arced through the air back to the clearing, and I watched as the lieutenant-level pixie, who had just gotten back onto its feet, was struck again with another 100 lightning damage. This time it wasn't knocked down, though the blast did make it sway on its feet. Its health bar was severely depleted, but it still had vengeance in its murderous eyes, and when it saw its friend had fallen, it roared and scaled the nearest tree. I tried to aim at it, but the bastard was so fucking fast. Willa screeched at me to run, but there was no point. I couldn't run from this beast because it would catch me before I could get very far, and I really didn't want to end up as its next meal. I had to stand my ground. So I spent another 3 mana and pulled the bowstring taut. This had to work. I'd just spent 9 mana, so I only had 2 left, which wasn't enough for an extra bolt to the heart. I'd have to wait for my class resource to regenerate, and that only happened when I spent time not attacking my enemies. And unfortunately for me, time was something I did not have on my side. The pixie shrieked furiously as it flitted from tree to tree until finally it was in the one right above me. It didn't hesitate. It wanted me dead. It wanted to rip my flesh off my bones with its fangs and guzzle my blood like red wine. I blew out a breath right as it jumped from the branch straight down at me, and then I let the arrow fly. For a moment, the world was still, and then there was a sickening thud as it went straight into the pixie's heart. Lightning shuddered through the creature's body, and it spasmed maniacally before it fell to the forest floor in a singed heap. My UI alerted me that I'd made a critical strike, so at least the bastard was down for good. I could smell its burned flesh, which wasn't an improvement on the scent of human blood that had previously lingered in the air. The green XP bar at the bottom of my UI filled up even further. I got about a 40% boost for killing the lieutenant-level pixie, so I knew I'd been right about it being a more difficult kill than the basic one. After all, it had taken a fuck-ton of damage to kill it. On top of all of that, I got another 3% XP boost, which I assumed was the well-rested extra 5% I'd been promised. The green bar was about 98% filled now, so I was just a sliver away from becoming a level 3 adventurer. And I still had the quest to complete. My mana had already begun to regenerate, though I was glad that I'd put that trait point into focus. Without it, I'd probably have been turned into a pixie feast. I looked down at the pixie's body right as it vanished. It didn't leave any loot behind, and neither had the other body a few meters away. All that was left among the leaves were my arrows and 5 gold coins. "Better than nothing," I said as I gathered my arrows and slipped the gold into my coin pouch. At the movement of my arm, something twinged, and my health bar flashed at the top of my vision. It was on about 70%, and the absence of 30% of the red graph was a concerning sight. I looked down at my left bicep and saw the blood on my slashed sleeve. With all the adrenaline that still coursed through my body, I couldn't really feel any pain other than a minor ache. though I had a feeling that would change soon if I didn't deal with the injury. Plus, there were no Band-Aids or sterile ERs in this version of Earth, so I needed to take care of the wound before it got infected. Willa morphed into an arrow and pointed down at my belt, but I knew what she meant because I'd already thought of the same thing. The 2 healing potions I had bought were attached there, and I could use them to get rid of the gash. But I'd bought them to use during battle when I didn't want to waste mana on healing over fighting, and I was very much certain that this fight was well and truly over. So I figured it was about time I put my final perk to the test. "Here goes," I muttered. I gritted my teeth as I knocked one of the arrows I'd collected again. My arm protested as I raised the bow, but once I'd selected Healing Rain from the Purification section of my perk list, any thought of pain faded away.
Healing Rain. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow with potent healing capabilities. The Spellfletcher fires it into the air and it explodes, raining down a warm summer rain on the battlefield. The Spellfletcher and any allies heal 10% health per second for 5 seconds, and all movement-impairing ailments are removed. This arrow costs 2 mana to forge. I watched as the shaft of the arrow started to get slick with water, and then a thin mist, almost a cloud really, puffed out of the wood. I didn't hesitate any longer. I fired the arrow into the sky and smiled in wonderment as it exploded in the air. In its place, a light gray rain cloud formed above my head, and with the absence of any allies to heal, all of the rain was focused solely on me. For 5 seconds the rain poured down over me, and I sighed happily as each warm droplet landed on my skin. It really did feel like a warm summer rain had suddenly decided to fall, and I could almost picture myself as a child as I ran across the lawn while my mother called me from the kitchen to come inside and not get wet. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the sensation, and I also noticed the way my body almost seemed to surge with energy. So much so that my hands tingled and my head cleared. When the rain stopped and I opened my eyes, my health bar was full, and the cut on my arm was gone. The only evidence I'd even been hurt was the cut in the fabric of my hoodie and the bloodstains on the sleeve. "Holy shit," I muttered. It was impossible to know how many times I'd said those words since I'd begun the great game, but I had a feeling that this time wouldn't be the last. Willa chuckled, then whizzed closer to my arm and cooed with delight at the unscarred, perfect skin on my arm. Good as new, right? The wisp purred in agreement and then settled back down on my shoulder. I dusted myself off, put my bow back across my back, and then jogged over to the clearing where I'd first seen the pixies. I still had 1 arrow to collect, and it was wedged in one of the tree trunks where I'd missed the first shot at the ridiculously fast pixie. I pulled myself up onto a branch that was a few feet off the ground, reached across, and yanked the arrow free of the trunk. I checked the tip and the condition of the arrow, and while the point was a little blunted, the shaft wasn't bent, so it would still work fine. I slotted it back into my quiver, which now held 9 arrows after I'd used 1 on the healing rain, and then I jumped back down to the forest floor. I paused for a moment in case any more enemies were lurking nearby, but it appeared that the pixies had been the only menace in the vicinity. I checked my map, confirmed which direction I was supposed to head, and then set off again toward the bandits' camp. I felt rejuvenated after the healing rain, so I wasn't all that annoyed that I'd been sidetracked by 2 murderous, flesh-eating pixies, even if I'd planned on heading straight to the bandits' camp to complete the quest. At the end of the day, it just meant I'd collected extra XP and was now a hair's breadth from level 3, and I couldn't complain about that, could I? I glanced down at the green XP bar again. I'd gotten about 20% from killing the basic pixie, then 40 for the level 1 lieutenant one with the bronze lettering. I huffed out loud. Willa morphed into a question mark as if to ask what I was thinking about. The quest. More specifically, the rewards. It said I'd get 15% XP per basic enemy defeated, but then it said I'd get 80% XP if I defeated the bandit leader. Willa transformed into a floating check to show she was following my drift.
If that Lieutenant Level 1 pixie gave me a 40% boost, then it's safe to assume that the bandit leader is an even more difficult enemy. It could be a bronze level 2 or 3 ogre, or maybe even more. I'm going to need to be smart about how I go about this quest, I think. 6 basic enemies against 1 would be hard enough, but if this leader is leagues above the rest, I'm not going to be able to just march in there and take them all out with a few shots. Willa turned into a divide sign, then a hammer that came down on a wispy nail. Divide and conquer, I said as I interpreted her signs. Ha! I was thinking the same thing. From what I could tell on the map, I had about an hour before I reached the bandit's lair. And an hour to figure out how the hell I was going to make it out of there alive. Chapter 11. The red X on the map drew closer and closer, and as I edged nearer to it, more of the map began to unlock. The fog slowly disappeared to reveal mainly dense forest all around me, aside from the deep ravine that I soon came across on my trek. The forest floor had gotten noticeably rockier for the last couple of miles, and I knew I'd been heading up a slight incline for a while now. So when I passed between a couple of trees and finally saw the deadly sheer drop to my right, I wasn't all that surprised. The rest of the forest stretched out below and seemed to go on for miles. But it was nice to see the sky for a change, since all I could see while I traipsed through the rest of the woods were tree branches and vines. A few birds swirled in front of the gray blanket of clouds, though I could see some darker thunderstorms in the distance. It would rain tonight, and I definitely wanted to be back in Avalon before it hit. It would be no fun being stuck in the forest with no shelter and no food during a driving rain. There was about a mile between where I stood on the ravine ledge to the bandits' camp. So once I turned away from the viewpoint and continued on through the trees, I pulled my bow off my back and nocked an arrow, just in case. I didn't know how smart or organized these ogres were, but if they were switched on enough to set up scouts around the perimeter, I wasn't going to be caught off guard myself. My mana had replenished back to full, so at least I didn't have to worry about being low on my class resource for this fight. This fight which I had spent the last hour or so psyching myself up for. I could do this. I could. No doubt about it. Well, there was a little bit of doubt. The whole 6 versus 1 thing wasn't something to be laughed at. But I could do it. The priest, Holland, wouldn't have given me this quest if he didn't think I could handle it. Or so I told myself. Sure, it would be one hell of a challenge, but that was the point of quests. The gods designed them to put adventurers through their paces and to test their abilities. After all, if I completed a quest, I'd get enough XP to level up and then some. And while the gods wouldn't make it too easy for adventurers to level up, they also didn't want to kill everybody off, because then what was the point? On that note, I made the executive decision that there was no way I would leave this forest without having taken out the entire bandit camp. The quest didn't specify that I had to do so, only that I needed to retrieve the stolen artifacts and return them to the temple, and any bandits I killed would be a bonus. But fuck that. I wasn't going to willingly jump out of my nice warm frying pan and into this hellfire to come away with minimal XP. There was a ton of XP up for grabs, and I was sure as shit going to cash in while I had the chance. My sense skill didn't kick in as I crept through the trees, so I could safely assume that none of the ogres were guarding the camp's perimeter, or at least weren't guarding this side of it. Even so, I continued to move silently all the way to the tree line, where I hunkered down behind a tree stump and surveyed the camp beyond. At the back of the clearing was a rocky wall, which led up to a higher level of the forest. At the base of that wall there was a cave opening, which I quickly identified as the ogre's hideout. Just in front of the cave opening, however, there was a hand-crafted table and some small logs to act as benches around it, and a circular fire pit made of rocks in the center. There was a spit above the fire pit, and a pig was being slow-roasted above the flames. From the color of the meat, I guessed it was almost cooked, and the delicious smell of cooked pork that filled the clearing made my mouth water. It also made the mouths of the gathered bandits water, too, based on the hungry way they kept looking at the pig. 5 of them lounged around the clearing, though the only thing that held their interest was the meat on the fire. They were clearly hungry, which didn't bode well for me if they somehow caught me. On the flip side, the gorgeous aroma of their lunch meant they didn't smell my arrival like the pixies had. I didn't know if that was something every monster could do, but I was glad of the cover nonetheless. I checked their labels, which all used black letters, so the leader was the one who was missing. They were identified as Ogre Level 1, which probably explained why they looked interchangeable. On the upside, they all looked to be a few sandwiches short of a picnic. I watched as one of them used his bludgeon to try and swat a fly, and he ended up smacking his friend instead when he missed. His friend proceeded to topple backward off his log, and then they growled at each other like feral dogs for a moment, before they gave up and went back to drooling over the roast pig. On the downside, they were fucking enormous. These were supposed to be basic ogres, but they were just as tall as me, so 6 feet. A couple of them looked like they might even have a few inches on me, which made me wonder how big would their leader be. The trolls were all brawn and very little brain. Their bald, thick-skulled heads looked disproportionately tiny on their enormous shoulders and meaty bodies, which were covered in leathery yellow ochre skin. They wore baggy animal skin shorts and leather straps around their arms and legs, which had metal spikes sewn into them. Otherwise, their huge frames were almost entirely on show, from their enormous, hairy feet to their underbites, as well as their muscular, tree-branch-thick arms. All 4 of them. Each ogre had 4 arms, and each of those arms looked deadly. They could hold back 4 assailants at once and not even bat an eye. They could bash 2 skulls together while knitting a scarf with the other 2. They were mean motherfuckers with beady little eyes and hands that could rip a body apart. And even if they weren't on Mensa's radar, they were definitely going to be ferocious opponents. But not impossible to defeat. I'd been right before when I decided that killing these ogres was going to require a plan that was equal parts fighting skill and intelligence. And while they were definitely stronger than me, I had the gift of a far superior IQ on my side. I watched them for a while and got to know my enemy. It was immediately obvious to me how impulsive and short-fused these creatures were. They would brush another one's shoulder completely by mistake, and it would lead to a 5-minute wrestling match until one of them got bored or drew blood. In a way, it was sort of like watching unsupervised toddlers in a playground, though these toddlers were big enough to draw blood and preferred growls to tears. The other critical thing I noticed was how capable they were when it came to moving across the difficult terrain. There was a stream at the edge of their camp, and I watched as one of the ogres balanced perfectly on the jagged, wet, slippery rocks in the middle of the river and grabbed a fish out of it with its bare hands. It ate the whole thing with one big gulp, and I grimaced at the sound of the bones crunching between its teeth. I had to marvel at the way it bounded back across the river and then over the uneven ground without a single misstep, though, and I wondered what level I'd have to reach to enjoy such prowess. At the moment, I'd have to concentrate on my steps if I wanted to outrun these things without falling flat on my face. I was about to move positions to get a view of the camp from a different angle when a low growl rumbled out of the shadowed cave entrance. "Well, I think Papa just woke up from his nap," I whispered to Willa, who stayed tucked in close by my neck. The other ogres' heads snapped in the cave entrance's direction, and they immediately got to their feet. They jostled with one another to try and get as far away from the cave as possible without actually leaving the camp, and they locked their gazes on their feet as a silhouette appeared in the gaping cave mouth. The bandit leader was fucking colossal. It had to be at least 8 feet tall and jacked, and it made the others look like ants beside him. I'd never seen muscles like that, and the only thing I could even think to compare it to was an elephant. Its beady eyes were somehow colder and meaner than those of his crew, and it sneered at each of them as it sauntered from the cave, walked to the spit, and ripped one of the pig's legs right off. It sank its teeth into the cooked flesh without even waiting for it to cool, and the other bandits, though jealous, didn't dare make a move toward the meat until their leader, their alpha, gave them the go-ahead. The bastard waited until it had devoured every morsel of meat from the leg and torn off the next one before it granted its troops permission to dig in, which they did with gusto. They ripped at the meat and piled it in their hands, and then they sat down around the table and noisily tucked in. The bandit leader stood over them and watched, and I noted the way he regarded them as if they were lowly grunts, as well as how his eyes scanned the surroundings every now and then. This one wasn't stupid, not like the basic ogres were. No, this one had Elite Ogre Level 5 written in bronze letters above its head. Bronze, like the Lieutenant Level 1 pixie I just fought, which meant it was a rank above his cohort. And not just that, it was a Level 5 elite. I hadn't faced anything that powerful before, though it did explain why the XP reward for killing it would be so high. Shrek had nothing on this thing. I let out a long breath and rolled my shoulders. After the healing rain, my body felt good and my health bar was back up to full. My mana was full too, and I had healing potions on my belt along with my hunting knife and my trusty bow. On paper, I was ready. "Okay," I said to myself. "Okay, you can do this, Thomas." Willa morphed into a supportive thumbs up. 6 ogres. Divide and conquer. That's all you need to do. Ha! Piece of cake. I had a moment of poignant clarity that I couldn't quite believe that this was my life now, but thankfully it was fleeting. Once it passed, I took a slow breath and drew an arrow from my quiver. I was pleased that my hands were steady and my pulse wasn't off the charts as I knocked it and started to draw the bowstring back. I got my breathing under control while I spent 3 mana and forged a bolt to the heart. The blue lightning fizzled and cracked, but I hardly even saw it in my peripheral vision. All I could see were the ogres and the reward that was just within my reach. I aimed and then double-checked my aim even though I knew it was perfect. I inhaled just as the lieutenant-level ogre looked up at the tree line. I exhaled and released at the same moment. The arrow flew true and hit the bandit leader right in the chest. It roared as it was hit with 300 lightning damage, and the other ogres howled in surprise and pain as the lightning arced away from him and plowed into the 2 ogres who had been seated closest to him. They were blown off their feet and landed in heaps in the dirt, but the remaining 3 who weren't hit instantly whirled to stare in my direction, where they knew the arrow had come from. Their leader wrenched the arrow out of his chest, raised one hand to point at me, and barked at them to go. And they did. I turned and sprinted as fast as I could away from their camp. It wasn't long before I heard the heavy cretins as they crashed through the trees behind me. They weren't nearly as fast as the pixies were, especially since they didn't have any wings and were a hell of a lot heavier, so I managed to put some distance between us. When I felt like I had enough space to make my next attack, I skidded to a halt and darted behind a large tree. I raised my loaded bow, poked my head slightly around the side of the peeling trunk, and waited. A few seconds later, all 5 of the basic ogres appeared. The elite ogre was nowhere to be seen, so I hoped that meant it had stayed back at the camp, and that it wasn't circling around behind me. If it was as smart as I thought it was, it had probably decided to guard the stolen artifacts, and whatever other loot they had taken from Avalon. The 5 ogres glanced around, and then one of them pointed left, and then right. They all nodded, and then 2 of them set off in the opposite direction to me, while the other 3 began to run toward the tree I was behind. My mana pool went down to 8 as lightning crackled down the bolt to the heart I'd just forged, and then the bowstring twanged as I let it fly. The arrow soared through the air, and I saw the ogre's eyes widen as the lightning bolt came toward it. There was nothing it could do but watch as the razor-sharp tip of the arrow lodged itself in its lung, and then sent a deadly bolt of lightning right through its whole body. The ogre died instantly, before the lightning even had time to arc through the air and hit the other two, who I noticed were the ones I'd already hit with 100 lightning damage back at their camp. The others fell to the ground, but they weren't dead like the one I'd shot and killed. That one's body disappeared a second or so later, and I watched as I was awarded 15% XP for killing it, as well as an extra 1% for the well-rested bonus. Surely that meant I'd just...
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 3 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up. Move, Herald! I grunted as I tried to swat the scroll out of my vision. It disappeared upon my request right as the 2 ogres picked themselves back up. They looked at where their friend had fallen, growled, and then ran toward where they'd seen the arrow come from. They hadn't seen me, so I flattened myself against the tree and spent 5 mana on Willa, who began to glow. My ghost-walking wisp had been summoned right as the ogres arrived at the tree. They could only see the scuffed earth where I was standing. To them, that was all it looked like. Footprints that showed where their attacker had been, but little did they know I was still standing right there, statue still before them. I could see them up close now. I wished I couldn't. These were ugly motherfuckers from a distance, but up close they really were something else. For one thing, they were lumbering giants made entirely of harsh muscle, and in such close proximity I could see their ugly protruding veins, scarred leathery skin, and the blemishes, pockmarks, and oozing boils that covered them like flea bites. I made a mental note not to make any skin-on-skin contact if I could help it. I didn't want to get infected and have my own skin turn into a warty mountain range. Their heads were small and squat, their underbites revealed stony teeth that I knew could crack bones, and the stench of their breath almost made me retch. I clamped my mouth shut and tried not to breathe or hurl. Their forearms were the same size as my head, if not larger, and their legs were as thick as my torso. And yet they were somehow still lithe and fast across this terrain. Not quite as fast as me, but considering their height and weight, it was impressive. I watched as their beady eyes flicked down to my footmarks in the dirt, then back up at the surrounding forest. They knew I'd been here, but they didn't know I was still here. I didn't breathe, didn't blink, willed my heart to stop beating because I was fairly certain they could hear it, because I certainly could. It felt like it lasted an age, but it must have only been a few seconds. Thankfully, they just sneered and darted further into the forest, which gave me the advantage again. By the time Willa's camouflage effect timed out, I'd lost sight of them through the trees, though I could still hear them as they crashed through the brush. I quickly swiped across to my skills and traits UI page and allocated my points. I put my skill point into Sense, since that had been the biggest help in the great game so far, especially since my enemies seemed to like taking me by surprise. I put the trait point into Acuity, which seemed like something I could really use at the moment. Acuity! Each point of Acuity increases critical strike chance by 1%. Each point of Acuity increases the chance to evade attacks by 1%.
In a fight like this, where critical strikes would be essential, and where being able to evade attacks would be invaluable, that sorta seemed like a no-brainer. I'd spent almost all of my mana already, though it had already begun to replenish. I went to collect my arrow while I waited for it to fill back up to 7 before I began to move. I had to admit, I liked being the hunter much better than being the hunted, though I still had several ogres to take out. I rushed through the woods after the 2 ogres who'd gone in search of my trail, and I barely made a sound as I cut through the undergrowth. I kept my eyes peeled and my mind present in case my sense skill gave me any inkling that they were nearby. Sure enough, I felt my skin start to prickle, and as I glanced around the next couple of tightly packed trees, I saw them up ahead. They'd finally come to a stop, probably because they'd realized that I couldn't have been that far ahead of them, so I had to be somewhere closer to the camp. The oafs grunted and nodded at one another, and then they turned to head back to the camp. Each of them had already taken 200 lightning damage, so I knew that one last strike would take them both out in one go. I forged a bolt to the heart and stepped right into their path. They roared as they tried to stop, but I'd already let the arrow fly. The first one died instantly as the arrow went through his beady eye. The second went a heartbeat later as the lightning arced and hit it in the back. Both dropped like stones onto the ground and lay still, and their bodies disappeared a few seconds later. I rushed over and retrieved my arrow, which had been left on the ground once their bodies disappeared. There weren't any gold coins or weapons left behind, but I still had 3 more ogres to take out that could drop something nice for me. On a more positive note, my XP bar had filled up even more. After that first kill, I'd been at 14% XP after leveling up. Now I was at 46% XP, basically halfway to level 4 already. Once I took out the last 2 basic ogres, I'd be even closer. And there was still the bandit leader, which I would get 80% for killing according to my quest reward sign. The thought of going back to Avalon as Thomas Grimshaw level 4 Spellfletcher did have a nice ring to it. Right, I said. Let's go bag another 2 basic ogres, shall we? Willa purred affirmatively. I set off across the uneven terrain again, and the sound of my own panting and the crunch of dried leaves beneath my feet soon became the only sound I heard as I searched for the last 2 ogre grunts. I'd last seen them when they were all together, before they'd peeled off to the left. They hadn't been hit by the lightning from my first bolt to the heart, but as I'd learned, these basic level 1 enemies could be killed with 1 bolt to the heart and severely weakened by the arc of lightning that came off it. 2 of those arrows ought to do it, and then I just had to find the leader and retrieve the stolen items. Just had to, as if that was the easy part. No, killing the 5 basic ogres was my warm-up. The next bit of the quest was going to be the real test, and if I passed it, I knew I would have earned those XP and the special blessing, which was one of my main drives to do the quest at all. I wanted to see Eliana, and I wanted answers, and whatever she was generous enough to bless me with, I would happily receive as well. But I reminded myself not to get ahead of myself. I still had 3 ogres to kill, and I needed to put my focus on that. I knew the final 2 basic ogres had run away from the camp in the direction I'd approached it. That meant they would reach the jagged sheer fall at the edge of the ravine in about a mile or so. In fact, I must have run at least a mile or so already, so it was no surprise when I started to hear their heavy footfalls just ahead of me. Birds flapped and split open the tree canopy to get away from the noise, and I saw small critters dive beneath the ferns and vines on the forest floor. My sense started to prickle, and I knew I was close. Very close. I slowed my pace, drew an arrow, and raised my bow. Now that I had started to move at a slower pace, I could hear them more clearly. Their ragged breaths and frustrated grunts became the only sound in the forest, and it led me straight to them. They'd found a shallow pond that was coated with such a thick layer of algae that, at a glance, it just looked like a very flat patch of lime-green moss. One of them was busy scouring the tree line ahead, while the other grumbled at its friend like it was arguing that they should turn back. Its friend flapped its hand dismissively and kept looking. The other one rolled its eyes in a surprisingly sassy manner and dipped its foot in the pond, which made the algae ripple like a sheet of silk on the ocean. "Listen," I said as I stepped from behind the tree. "If you give me back that plate, the candlesticks, and the crown, I'll let you live." One of them hurled its bludgeon at my head, but it was a predictable move, so I avoided it easily. "Didn't think so, but thought I'd make the offer." The arrow hit the first one a moment later, and it fell backward into the pond, which made a disgusting gurgling sound rather than a splash. The second ogre got hit with a bright blue arc of lightning, but the blast didn't knock it off its feet. Suddenly, I had a very pissed-off ogre charging at me. I rolled out of the way, turned on my knees, and drew another arrow. There was no time to forge a bolt to the heart, as the ogre had already raised its bludgeon to bring it down on my head, so I just fired the arrow at point-blank range. It hit the ogre in the jaw, and it stumbled a couple paces. It gave me enough time to get to my feet while I loaded a second arrow, and I fired just as it started moving forward again. This time I hit it in the chest. Then I fired another and another until finally it fell down dead, with 4 arrows sticking out of its body. Both bodies disappeared, and I swiftly gathered up my arrows. That last ogre had set my heart thumping like a bass drum, and I shook off the tingling sensation in my fingers, arms, and throat as I slotted the arrows back into my quiver. Willa morphed into a wide-eyed cartoon face and gnawed on its fingernails. "Haha, I know. That was a little too close for comfort." The cartoon face nodded. I dusted myself off and checked my health bar, which was still full. I could do this. I could take out the bandit leader and find the stolen loot. Once I did that, it was just a few miles back to Avalon. Hopefully I wouldn't be shot at by any more pixies, intentionally or not, and I could make it back to the temple before the rain or nightfall came, whichever was first. I had 8 arrows. My mana was back to full. My health was strong. I felt good. I had everything I needed to defeat this enemy and complete the quest. I set my jaw. I was determined, focused, and ready. Ready to... Pins and needles scraped across my back, and I turned back in the direction of the bandits' camp. I switched out my bow for my hunting knife, and I gripped the hilt so tightly that my knuckles glowed moon-white. Willa drew in close. Had I imagined something? No. My sense skill had kicked in, I was sure of it. And there was something off here, too. Something had made the air go concerningly still and the forest eerily silent. I was not alone. The 8-foot-tall creature emerged from the trees, and its eyes were murderous. The bandit leader knew I had dispatched its crew, and now it wanted revenge. In 2 of its 4 hands it held razor-sharp hatchets, and in the other 2 were vicious, blood-stained swords. The spikes on its leather straps looked even deadlier up close, and when it opened its mouth and growled, I forced myself to growl right back. "Come on, you ugly son of a bitch! Show me what you're made of!" Chapter 12. This ogre wasn't a dumb sheep like the rest of its gang had been. The bandit leader was smart, and it was calculating its next move as our eyes met. It studied me for a moment as its beady eyes flicked from my head to the knife in my hand, to the minimal armor I wore, and all the way down to my feet. It observed the way I planted myself, the way I sank to my knees, and was no doubt very happy by how snappable my legs looked to it. Those meaty hands could probably break a femur in half without much effort. I dreaded to think what they could do with a spine. There was a wound on its chiseled chest where my bolt to the heart earlier had found its mark. There were burn marks on the skin around it, and orange blood oozed from the hole. But there wasn't much damage because it appeared the tip had sunk into solid muscle. Plus, this beast was a lieutenant rank, and a level 5 one at that. So 1 bolt to the heart hadn't been enough to take it out. In fact, its health bar was only down to about 80%, and the wound had already started to clot, so it had already begun to heal. This wasn't going to be easy, but I'd known that when I first accepted the quest. And then I wondered how effective those healing potions would be at reattaching limbs that had been ripped off. The ogre swung first, and the sword narrowly missed my stomach as I leaped backward. I looked up, but it was already swinging again with the next 2 arms. I ducked, and the 2 hatchets crossed over above my head. The 4th arm appeared out of nowhere and stabbed the 2nd sword at me. I pulled a Matrix-style move as I bent over backward and narrowly avoided it. But I couldn't keep this up. I bounded back out of its reach and readjusted my grip on my knife. I hadn't exactly brought a knife to a gunfight, but I had brought one to a two-sword, two-hatchet fight, which seemed just as doomed. The ogre's limbs windmilled, and I had to make sure I didn't fall over as I dodged jabs and slices while I stumbled back through the woods. Willa gasped every time one of the blades got too close and screeched when one made contact. Luckily, they were only glancing blows, but I still felt the bite as my skin was cut open. If I'd had a better melee weapon than a hunting knife, then maybe I would have stood a chance at retaliating against this thing during the fight without dying. But frankly, I couldn't get close enough to do any damage, and all that was going to happen eventually was that the ogre would back me into a corner and dice me up as a side dish to go with a roast pig if it continued like this. I needed to retreat and regroup, because my bow was the stronger weapon. I ducked under another one of the ogre's swords as he swung it at me, rolled a couple of times, then stood, turned, and threw the knife through the air. I thanked my previous self for practicing knife throwing when I got bored while wild camping, so it wasn't a complete surprise when I nailed a magnificent shot. The knife flipped through the air like an acrobat from a trapeze, and the tip of the blade met one eyeball with a delightful squelch. The knife went right into the ogre's eye and wedged in its skull, and its health bar dropped down to about 60% from that one precise blow. The ogre howled and dropped to one knee, which bought me a brief reprieve. I grimaced as it grabbed the knife with one of its many hands and started to extract it. It hissed when the eyeball was ripped out with it, mounted on the blade like a glistening, slimy cake pop. I was never eating cake pops ever again. Before I threw up at the sight of the gunk that was supposed to remain inside the eyeball that was now dripping down the hilt of the knife, I turned and ran away. I didn't bother to be quiet this time. I knew the bastard would come after me, and I wanted it to. It wouldn't rest until one of us was dead, and neither would I. I ran so fast that the woods looked like a blur, and my vision shuddered with every step I took. My mouth was dry despite the damp air, and my knees bore the brunt of each heavy footstep. Soon I could hear the ogre was behind me. At first it was just the sound of heavy footsteps as they crashed through the woods behind me, but then it roared in frustration at having to chase its food. Then there were deafening cracks as it tore apart branches that were in its way, and the squeal of small animals that tried to get out of its way. All I could see were the trees in front of me and the rocky ground, and I tried to focus on that instead of the noise behind me. It was like one of those dreams where you keep running but never get anywhere, because the view in front of me never seemed to change. I hurtled over small ponds, planted my hands on fallen trees to vault over them, and steered myself further and further from the bandit leader and its campsite. Finally, I pulled my bow off from where it had been slung across my shoulders, but I didn't knock an arrow yet, because I needed one arm to be free to help propel me forward. Willa shot off ahead of me and acted almost like a guide through the forest. She led me away from terrain that would be too difficult and dangerous to traverse and found pathways through vines that I wouldn't have otherwise spotted. Suddenly, she screeched and flashed in front of my face in the shape of an axe. I ducked just in time, and a moment later I felt the wind rush above my head. I looked up as one of the ogre's hatchets hit the tree beside me with a dull thunk. It would have split my head open like a coconut had it found its mark. "Thanks," I wheezed. She urged me on, and I started to run even harder. The ground got rockier, though, and slate and stones shifted underneath me. I almost ended up on my butt several times, but somehow I managed to stay on my feet. Sweat covered my forehead and soaked my underarms, but I didn't slow down, not until the ravine finally came into view. And hopefully, my salvation. I was a few yards from the ledge when I turned and raised my loaded bow. I spent 3 mana on a bolt to the heart, and the arrow harvested the electricity from the surrounding air and filled the arrow with stunning lightning. When the ogre appeared, I was ready to shoot, but this fucker was smart. It knew I had waited for it, so it was ready for an attack. Just as I was about to loose the arrow, it threw the other hatchet. I couldn't grab hold of the bowstring in time, nor could I focus on my aim with an axe coming straight at my face, so I was forced to dive out of the way as I fired. That resulted in my bolt to the heart missing the ogre by a mile. I sat up and fired another arrow, a regular one, and hit it in the arm that had just thrown the hatchet. It growled and yanked it out, but I'd already fired again. The third arrow hit it in the shoulder, which drew more orange blood. I needed to piss it off so it would stop planning what to do next, and it turned out that I was rather good at doing just that. The ogre charged at me with its swords raised, and I ducked beneath it, skirted around behind it, and kicked it in the back. It staggered, and I shot an arrow at it from close range in the back of the knee. It snapped the arrow off as it regained its balance, but it was definitely angry as hell at what I'd done. It swung the sword again, and I dodged, but I took a slice on my bicep, right where I'd healed it from the pixie's crossbow bolt. My hoodie had so many tears in it now that I was starting to look like I worked at Hot Topic. I gritted my teeth and dove out of the way of another 2 swings. I danced behind a tree, sidestepped the stab the ogre aimed at me around the trunk, then fired another close-range arrow right at its face. The tip went through its cheek, and it spat out about 5 of its teeth onto the ground, along with a glob of orange-colored blood. But a quick glance at my screen revealed that its health bar was very low. "Come on!" I shouted. It roared in reply, and I knew I had it. And then its limbs started to blur as it moved ridiculously fast toward me. The swords missed me by a hair's breadth each time, but I just had to hold a few moments longer, just long enough until my heel met air, and I knew I was balanced right on the edge of the ravine. The ogre hadn't noticed yet, or maybe it just didn't care. It was too blinded by rage and fueled by the desire to kill me that things like ravines were no longer important. I knew that because I could practically see the red mist in front of its eyes. So, I lowered my bow and exposed my entire chest to it. With a smile, I held my arms out wide as if to say, "Have at it." The ogre roared one last time and charged. I waited until the very last moment to duck. I dropped to my knees, grabbed hold of a strong rock on the ground, and felt the impact as its leg met my side. It screamed as it tripped over my crouched body and dropped over the edge of the ravine. I looked down over the ledge as it picked up speed. I had to act now. I forged a bolt to the heart and fired it at the ogre as it fell. I'd aimed just ahead of it, and the arrow met its mark, right in its stomach. The body jerked, and a second later there was a crunch as its already limp body met the rock face. I put my bow down and laid back on the ground while I got my breath back. There was something thrilling about having killed all of the ogres, and about my feet dangling over the edge of a deadly drop. I stared up at the clouds as they drifted lazily overhead, then smiled as the XP bar at the bottom of my UI began to fill up. 80% XP for taking that brute down. 80, plus 4 extra % for being well rested.
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 4 adventurer, and therefore have been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up.
Thank you very much, Harold. This quest had certainly been worth it after all. I'd leveled up, and I was left with 62% XP. I was already over halfway through level 4, which seemed like a good day's work. I had a look at the skills and traits page on my UI. I already had 2 skill points in Sense, so it was time to branch out, and there was no doubt in my mind as to which skill I wanted to put my hard-earned point into.
Weapon Mastery! Weapon Mastery increases the chance to hit, the chance to land a critical strike, and the ability to equip higher-tier weapons.
I was already a fairly good shot, but there was never any harm in adding some points to improve my control over my bow and my effectiveness at dispatching my enemies, so I put my weapon mastery point into bows. It was easy to pick where to put my trait point as well. I had 1 in focus and 1 in acuity, so it was only natural that I add my 3rd trait point to strength. A well-rounded adventurer was what I was determined to be, and these were the first crucial steps toward that. I went back to the main UI page right as something dark appeared above me. At first, it was just a speck against the gray blanket of clouds above me. I thought it was some kind of bird of prey that was about to dive bomb for its lunch. But as it drew nearer, I realized that it wasn't a bird, but rather something else. Something that was falling right down toward me at tremendous speed. I rolled out of the way just in time. The hatchet hit the earth so hard that it went deep enough that the dirt met the handle. The chest plate that followed slapped on top of that, and both had landed right where I'd been lying seconds earlier.
Really?
I snorted at the sky. The wind blew. I could have sworn it felt like the gods were laughing at me. I pushed myself up off the ground, and as I did so, I caught a glimpse of my bicep as it bulged beneath my sleeve. Huh. I'd been muscular before, but I could have sworn it looked a little bigger than I remembered. Maybe it was the New Earth diet, or maybe that strength point had gone straight to my muscles. I turned to have a good look at the loot that had been dropped beside me. These had to be what the elite level 5 ogre had dropped, as its body was a bloody mess at the bottom of the ravine. The pieces that had been dropped in its place had generously been sent back to the spot where I'd tripped it to its death. The labels above both of the pieces were blue, unlike the white lettering I'd seen above all basic gear up to now. First, I picked up the body armor and had a look. The label said, Uncommon Ogre Hide Body Armor, plus 10 armor. And just from a quick glance, I could tell this piece was leagues better than the already scuffed chest plate I'd bought from the market, which only covered my chest and back. This piece covered both, but also protected my shoulders and arms as well, with pleats and separate pieces to allow for fluid movement. It was made out of a leathery material that looked a lot like dried and reinforced ogre skin, now that I thought about it, which explained the name. It took a couple of tries to get the uncommon hack attack hatchet plus 9 damage out of the ground, but once I did, I grinned. It was a mean-looking thing, with a large blade that was sharp enough to cut through rock as I'd just witnessed. It slotted nicely into a loop on my belt and came with a cover for the blade so I didn't slice myself when it was stowed. On the topic of sliced, I hissed when I had a look at my injuries. They weren't deep, but there were more of them than I'd realized. My arms looked like a chopping board, and I had taken a couple on my thighs as well that I hadn't realized in the heat of the moment. My health bar was at about 65%, which wasn't awful, but once an infection set in, that number could dwindle very quickly. I went to reach for an arrow from my quiver and discovered it was empty. I hadn't yet collected the ones I'd used during the fight and were probably scattered around the ledge and throughout the forest, but I'd definitely lost a few for good in that fight, including the one I'd fired as the ogre fell. Did I really want to use another one just for it to explode, all for a few seconds of healing rain? Especially when I had 2 very convenient healing potions attached to my belt. I picked up one of the pink vials and had a look at the solution. There was a glittery look to the solution that reminded me of a vodka soda I'd tried once at a dorm party. That had reminded me of sweet tarts, but I had a feeling this wasn't going to taste nearly as good. It's either this or try to find my arrows again. I uncorked the vial and raised it to my lips while Willa watched with an eager expression. I figured it would be like downing cold medicine, and the best way to do it would be to swallow it all quickly. So I downed the whole thing in one gulp and then stared at the now empty bottle in surprise. The solution tasted sweet. In fact, was that raspberry? Shit! Holy shit! Wow! I said as I got to my feet. A jolt of energy went right through my body the second the healing potion hit my stomach, and I watched as my skin started to knit itself back together. My health bar refilled the whole way, and my body was spotless and totally refreshed in about 5 seconds flat. Ha! If only those had been a thing back in the old version of Earth. I would have been so damn productive.
You could get addicted to those things.
Willa made a noise that could only mean, there are worse things to be addicted to, which I couldn't have agreed more with. But those potions weren't cheap, so until I was drowning in gold coins, I'd have to be stingy on how often I took one of those potions. Now that I could move without feeling the pain from my lacerations, I decided it was time to upgrade what I was wearing. So I removed my flimsy, basic chest plate and pulled the new one on. For one thing, it covered all of the slits in my hoodie sleeves, which was a bonus. But for another, it was a lot thicker than the last one had been, and covered a lot more skin. I felt safer and more protected in this, and while it was still armor for a medium armor class like myself, I knew that it would take a much stronger enemy to get through the ogre hide. "How do I look?" I asked Willa as I spun around like a bride at a dress shop. Willa morphed into a flame, which made me laugh. "Thanks, my loyal hype wisp." Willa snickered at that. There was a spring in my step as we headed back to the bandits' camp. I collected any arrows as I went, but ended up with only 6 in my quiver by the time I reached the clearing. I marched across the camp and headed straight into the cave where I'd seen the bandit leader emerge from earlier. Sure enough, the stolen items from the temple were there, laid out in the middle of the cavern like trophies. I pulled my bag off my back and shoved the plate and candlesticks into it, and then I carefully picked up the crown. It was made of silver, but it had jade gems set into its face. It was one of the most beautiful pieces I'd ever seen, and it felt totally illegal that it was in my dirty hands right now, and not in some museum where people with crisp white gloves polished it every day. I put that very gingerly into my bag as well, tied up the end, put it over my back, and headed for the cave exit. "All right, should we get back to town?" I said to Willa as I stepped back into the clearing. "The quest's not complete just yet, and I want to—" I stopped when I saw the half-eaten pig still mounted on the spit above the fire. The underside was a little burned now, but the top— God damn, that smelled amazing. Willa hovered in front of my face, confused, then slowly drifted in the direction of the delicious, succulent, wonderful-smelling barbecue. I mean, it would be rude to waste all of it, right? Willa hummed in agreement. "I have a long walk ahead of me," I said, and edged closer. "And I don't want to wait for dinner at the Goblin's Goblet. I'll be starving." Willa morphed into a cartoon face and nodded. "I think I've earned a bite or 2. Or 20. Willa made an impatient grunt, and I got the message, which was essentially, "Stop talking and eat so we can leave." Yes, ma'am. The pig was fucking delicious, and while the healing potion had mended my body, the food hit the spot. I'd needed it a lot more than I'd realized after all of that excitement, and before I knew it, I'd eaten a large chunk of it and had a thick layer of grease around my mouth to prove it. I sat down on one of the log stools as I kept eating, and when I finally slowed down enough to look around, I realized the clearing was actually really peaceful when 6 ogres weren't stomping around it. The stream trickled past behind me. A few rabbits bounded through the high grass, and the gentle rustle of leaves felt like a massage on my ears, compared to the sharp roars that had scraped at my eardrums not that long ago. "What a day," I said with my mouth full. Willa chirped in agreement. 6 enemies," I muttered more to myself than to her. It hadn't been easy, but I'd done it. I'd won. I'd taken out 6 of them, and in doing so had made it to level 4. But now that I was that level, I knew that it meant the quests would only get harder, and the enemies would get meaner. And yet, the thought of the increasing difficulty didn't worry me. In fact, the main emotion I felt was excitement. Not fear, not even trepidation. Excitement. As I shoveled some more pork into my mouth, the shocking realization that I really liked this life hit me pretty hard. But it was true. I liked this existence that the gods had given me. I liked spending my time in new territory. I liked the simplicity of hunting down evil creatures in return for gold, XP, and arret. I liked that everything I was good at before the Earth was turned into this place was actually useful here. Back on Earth version 1, my skills had been cool, but not seen as useful. In such a corporate, computer-controlled world, not many people cared that I could free climb a mountain, make a camp out of branches and leaves, or that I was a skilled archer. I hadn't blamed people for questioning why I'd bothered to learn such skills at all when people didn't have to live like that anymore. Admittedly, I'd asked myself the same question on multiple occasions. That doubt was why I'd gone into a more corporate office/lab job in the first place. But here, I was free to do what I loved. Here, I could make it to the top of the pyramid with the talents I already possessed. All of the people here had passed a physical test, sure, but not all of them knew how to survive without modern technology. It was things they'd have to learn as they went along, which would slow them down. And that would allow me to get ahead because I already knew how to live this life. I was far too sober to be having such deep existential thoughts, but hey, maybe that was just part of the great game as well. I burped happily and sighed when I physically couldn't fit any more pork into my stomach, which was on the verge of bursting. Unfortunately, it appeared to be time for me to head back to Avalon, and also to walk off all that meat. I was sweating, and not because of any exercise. It was the meat sweats, which meant a walk was very much needed. Hopefully no more monsters showed up to try and eat me on the way. I had a feeling I'd be a lot slower after that meal if I needed to run away from something. Chapter 13. The sun was just disappearing below the horizon when I made it back to Avalon's soon-to-be-closed town gates. I passed through them and trudged down the wide earthen street, which seemed busier now than it had been this morning. Everyone had finished their day of work, whatever their profession happened to be, and so the townspeople were either headed home or to the nearest tavern for a nightcap before bed. I joined a horde of farmers who were coming in from their fields, which were located around the outskirts of the town, and they all looked dead tired, even as they peeled away from the group one by one down as we reached the street where their home was. There were a few adventurers around as well, though most appeared to be members of a party and were still level 2 or 3. I, on the other hand, was a very admirable level 4 adventurer after today's little excursion. And that was about to change again once I reached the street I decided to call Temple Row, where all of the temples for the various gods were located. I passed through the trader's market to get there, and it was strange to see it so dark and empty, though I supposed since night had fallen, not many customers would be interested in buying products they couldn't see. Temple Row was lit by flaming torches in brackets outside each of the buildings or shacks of worship. There were a few adventurers here too, though most seemed to be here to claim a reward after the completion of a quest, much like me. The first few droplets of rain kissed my forehead as I ducked through Eliana's temple doorway. Thanks to the lack of daylight coming through the opening, it was even darker inside than it had been this morning, even with the hundreds of flickering candles that Holland had kept burning all day. The priest in question turned from where he had been sitting on one of the long benches and smiled when he saw me.
"Thomas Grimshaw, I was beginning to worry. When it got dark, I wondered if you'd set up camp in the woods for the night, or if things might have gone awry. I know that the quest I gave you was no easy feat."
It wasn't, but it wasn't an impossible one.
"You succeeded?"
he asked hopefully. I didn't say anything as I pulled my bag off my back, opened it, and pulled out the stolen artifacts. Holland sighed in relief when I handed him the 2 candlesticks first, which he placed on a sideboard along with the plate, which he polished with his sleeve before he hugged it to his chest. He beamed with utter delight when he saw the crown in my hands. In fact, the whole temple seemed to come alive once it was returned. The green gems that were set into the silver circlet reflected the dancing candlelight and cast ripples across the walls and ceiling, almost like the reflection of moonlight on water. Holland took the crown carefully and with reverence, and the second it touched his hands, a message flashed up on my UI.
Congratulations! You have successfully completed a quest!
I received the extra 50% XP for completing the quest, along with an extra 3 for the bonus for being well rested. That meant I was now a level 5, and even had 15% XP left over to put toward my climb to level 6.
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 5 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up. Now that you are level 5, you are also able to unlock another class perk. Choose wisely.
Holland knew what was going on in my vision, so he shuffled over to the table where the sculpture of Eliana sat and began to rearrange the candles. In the meantime, I got to work allocating the points I had been awarded. For my skill point, I stuck with what I'd considered earlier in the market. I'd bought those 2 healing potions, and the one I had tried had been unbelievable, but I wanted to be able to make them for myself and be self-sufficient with my healing rather than relying on merchants to buy them from. However, I'd seen in the market how expensive a lot of the alchemy ingredients were, and since I was still just starting out, it made sense to keep it simple. So, I put my skill point into cooking instead, because that would allow me to make food that would have healing properties. The prices of those ingredients were a lot more affordable, and I could always try the alchemy side of things at a later date. Next, I had to allocate my trait point. I had 1 in each category at the moment, which was a nice feeling, and now was the time to build on that solid baseline. In the end, I decided to put the point into focus, since that would increase my attack speed even more, and would also, more importantly, add an extra point of mana into my class resource pool. I'd almost used all of my mana up during that drawn-out fight with the bandits, so the more I could have available to me, the better. Finally, it was time to choose from my list of perks, which had popped up on the UI page beside the skills and traits. This was the first time I had done this since I was pulled off that rock face in Yosemite and forced into the great game, so I needed to remind myself what was on offer.
Eradication. Bolt to the heart. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow of pure lightning. That arrow does an additional 300 lightning damage. Additionally, if it hits its target, the lightning can arc to up to 2 nearby enemies, dealing 100 lightning damage. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Molten Rain. The Spellfletcher fires his next arrow into the air, which explodes, raining drops of molten iron on his enemies. This arrow unleashes an area effect attack that deals 25 fire damage per second to each enemy in the area for 5 seconds. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Deep Freeze. The Spellfletcher's next arrow is imbued with the cold of the deepest winter. It unleashes an icy conal attack upon impact. All enemies hit by the conal attack take 75 cold damage and cannot move or attack for 2 seconds. This arrow costs 4 mana to forge. Fissure. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow that burrows into the earth and unleashes a massive explosion on enemies adjacent to him. The Spellfletcher leaps into the air and fires an arrow into the ground below him. Upon hitting the ground, a fissure is created. 1 second later, the fissure explodes, sending razor-sharp shards of rock into the air. Enemies adjacent to the fissure take 200 physical damage, which is reduced the further away from the fissure they are. Enemies wounded by the fissure move at half speed for 10 seconds. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Arcane Phoenix. The Spellfletcher channels the soul of a mythical creature into their arrow to eradicate their foes. This arrow deals damage in a line underneath its flight path. Any enemy hit by the magical line takes 100 armor ignoring damage. When the arrow hits its mark, a phoenix explodes upward, dealing another 200 armor ignoring arcane damage to the target and any adjacent enemies. This arrow costs 4 mana to forge. Purification. Healing Rain. The Spellfletcher forges an arrow with potent healing capabilities. The Spellfletcher fires it into the air and it explodes, raining down a warm summer rain on the battlefield. The Spellfletcher and any allies heal 10% health per second for 5 seconds, and all movement-impairing ailments are removed. This arrow costs 2 mana to forge. Soothing Wave. The Spellfletcher forges an explosive arrow that heals in an area, fired at a ground target. When it lands, it explodes, and all adjacent allies heal 200 health, with the amount reduced further away from the epicenter. This arrow costs 3 mana to forge. Peregrine Arrow. The Spellfletcher forges an arcane arrow that protects body and soul. It deals no damage, but automatically hits its target if the target is an incoming missile attack or spell. Intercepted missile attacks are deflected harmlessly, while incoming spells are countered. So if someone shoots at him, he can intercept it and cancel theirs out. This arrow costs 2 mana to forge. Nullification. The Spellfletcher cleanses themselves, body and soul. Lose all mana. All mana-forged arrows are unforged. Lose all negative ailments. Cannot gain any new ailments for 1 second per mana lost. Heal 10% hit points per mana lost. Mana-forged Stitches. The Spellfletcher is healed by the mana flowing through his body. For 20 seconds, every mana spent heals the Spellfletcher for 5%. This spell can only be used once every 30 seconds. This arrow costs 4 mana to forge. Communing. Mimicking Wisp. The summoned wisp replicates the magical attacks of the Spellfletcher. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the wisp will shoot a copy of every mana-forged arrow. The wisp's attack will deal 66% less damage and will attempt to select a different target unless there is no other option in range. This wisp costs 4 mana to summon. Surgical Wisp. This wisp protects from spells and cures the Spellfletcher's ailments and defends from incoming spell damage. The incoming spell damage is reduced by 50% plus 1% per level, and the wisp is unsummoned. When the wisp is unsummoned, it removes 1 ailment from the Spellfletcher. This wisp costs 2 mana to summon. Reticule Wisp. This wisp detects weak spots in the enemy's defenses and directs his summoner where to strike. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the wisp provides a reticule for the Spellfletcher on his target, which increases the chance to land a critical strike by 10% and reduces chance to evade the arrow by 50%. This wisp costs 3 mana to summon. Mana-hungry Wisp. This wisp devours raw mana from the environment, sharing it with the Spellfletcher. The Spellfletcher's mana regeneration rate is doubled until he forges a mana arrow. Upon forging an arrow, the wisp is unsummoned. This wisp costs 1 mana to summon. Ghost Walking Wisp. This wisp cloaks the Spellfletcher in environmentally adapted camouflage. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20 seconds, the Spellfletcher cannot be detected by sight or sound. The effect ends immediately if the Spellfletcher spends any mana or moves. This wisp costs 5 mana to summon. The Bolt to the Heart, Healing Rain, and Ghost Walking Wisp were highlighted in blue on my UI to show that I already had those. But that left quite a hefty number of other perks that were up for grabs. I scanned the purification list first, but in the end I decided against selecting any of those for now. The purification perks were primarily for healing, and I figured since the Healing Rain had worked wonders and I had planned on experimenting with the cooking skill, I would refrain from choosing another healing addition for now. Next, I had a look at the communing section. Again, the Surgical Wisp was ruled out because I wanted to explore other healing possibilities first. The Mimicking Wisp was definitely up there on my list, along with the Reticule and Mana-hungry Wisps, which each had their strengths. Knowing my enemy's weaknesses was imperative in a fight,
and being able to regenerate mana quickly could also be extremely useful, especially if I used mana up as quickly as I had against the bandits. The Mimicking Wisp could copy the magical attacks I launched at my opponents, which would mean I could attack more of them at once. Having just gone after 6 enemies on my own, that didn't sound half bad. But then I looked at the eradication perks, and I realized which perk would be even more effective at inflicting damage on multiple enemies at once, and that was the Molten Rain. It would inflict 25 fire damage per second to each enemy in the area for 5 seconds, and it only cost 3 mana to forge. That was exactly what I wanted in my arsenal. Even if that fire damage didn't kill my enemies, it would certainly slow them down and injure them enough that attacking all of them on my own would be a lot easier. If I'd been able to fire one arrow over the bandits' camp and damage all of them in one go, I probably would have been able to take them all out far quicker than I had today. I would be able to select a new perk every 5 levels, and I had reached level 5 in less than a week, so I figured I'd be able to review the other perks again soon enough. And besides, the Molten Rain perk just felt like the right choice for me. I mentally selected Molten Rain, and the list disappeared.
Eradication perk! Molten Rain selected!
I blew out a sigh of relief and felt a giddy energy bubble inside of me. It kind of felt like January 1st, like I just stepped into a new period of my life where anything was possible. Level 5 would bring with it new challenges and tougher enemies, I was sure, but it also brought better rewards and probably a lot more excitement as well. My eyes refocused on Holland as he placed the crown right in the center of the table, surrounded by a ring of candles that acted like sentinels tasked with guarding the precious relic.
"Happy with your choice?"
he asked without turning around. How he knew I was done deciding was beyond me, but I suppose the priests in the great game had some sixth sense about that sort of thing. "Very," I replied, then pointed at the crown. "Are you sure you shouldn't put that in a safe or something? It wasn't exactly easy to get that back, and I don't want to repeat the quest."
"I will not let it out of my sight again. It will be stowed safely when I am not in the temple. But while I am here, it will be here for me and any other Spellfletchers who might find this place to admire."
"What's the significance of it?"
"It's more what it represents. Aeliana's power, her wisdom, her appreciation of beauty and of her loyal subjects. The fact that she will reward those who serve her. Do you imagine any other people in a town like this possess a piece of such devastating beauty? It's a gift from the gods that I've been honored to look after. Although some priests think these relics were owned by the gods themselves and that they left relics like this all over the world. I'm not entirely sure I subscribe to that line of thinking, though. The gods seem to like being as physically removed from this place as possible."
"I guess you priests really don't have all the answers."
"If we did, then we couldn't really call ourselves men of faith, could we? Not if we had all the facts. We have to overcome doubt to prove our faith."
I hadn't thought about it like that. Holland gave me a knowing smile, and then he ran a loving hand over the crown. He seemed to be thinking about something, and then he pulled his hand away and studied me for a moment.
"Speaking of the gods and quests and all things great game, I believe you still have one reward to collect."
His eyebrows went up as he folded his hands inside his sleeves. "Well, I wasn't going to mention it," I said with a sheepish grin. Holland chuckled for a moment, and then he bent down to get something out from under the table. The old man's knees cracked as he leaned over, and I moved to help him. But he held out a hand to stop me. When he finally stood up again, he had a wooden chest in his hands that was about the size of a small guitar amp. He held it out for me to take, and when I did, I marveled at the fact the elderly guy had managed to lift it at all because the damn thing was heavy as hell. I set it down on one of the pews and opened the lid. The 20 gold coins gleamed like honey in the candlelight, and on top of them was a small bronze brooch in the shape of a bow and arrow. It was a simple thing, but it was a touching gift from Holland, who could barely afford to darn the holes in his robe. "Thank you," I said as I pinned it to my hoodie beneath my chest plate. "You didn't have to."
"It's a gift. It's not much, but I'm exceptionally grateful for what you have done for me and for Eliana today. That brooch is how I can show my gratitude."
Thanks would have been fine, but I'm not going to say no." Holland smiled. I gathered the 20 gold coins and shoved them into my pouch with the other 10 I already had. Damn, I feel rich.
"Compared to the rest of us folks in Avalon, you are! Now come over here."
I did as he said and stepped up to the table. The candle flames wavered as I disturbed the air around them, but like those annoying trick birthday candles, they stayed lit. Slowly, I looked up at the statue of Eliana that towered over us. Even in marble, I could see what a force she was. The arete hourglass in the corner of my UI had gone all the way up to 80%, I realized. And while I went on the quest primarily for myself, I was glad that my efforts hadn't gone unnoticed by my class goddess either.
"Your special blessing awaits, Thomas. Raise your hand to the statue, and you shall receive it."
"Okay," I said, and began to raise my hand before I hesitated. "Any tips?"
"Remember your manners. And don't bow. I hear she finds it awkward."
"Noted." I chuckled, both at his seriousness and at the concept of a goddess feeling awkward, and then I brought my hand up to the statue of Eliana. There was a blinding flash of light, almost like the one that had filled my eyes before I was dropped into the game, and I squeezed my eyes closed. My hand was still outstretched, and when I dared to open them again, all I could see for a count of 10 were my blurred fingers on a glowing white background. But as I dropped my palm back down to my side and my eyes adjusted to the piercing light, I finally saw the figure that was standing right in front of me. My breath caught in my throat, and I was stunned into speechlessness.
Hello, Spellfletcher Grimshaw. How lovely it is to meet you.
Chapter 14. The goddess of wisdom in battle was also the most beautiful woman I had ever laid my eyes on. As in jaw-droppingly, eye-bulgingly, head-spinningly beautiful. Devastatingly so. All of my breath rushed out of my lungs as I tried to process the sight of her standing before me. She was tall for a woman, and only a few inches shorter than me, with olive skin and long, elegant legs, which I glimpsed between the slits in her glittering forest green gown. Her curved hips transitioned into a toned waist and gorgeous curves, and her arms were lean and strong. She wore a belt with 2 swords on each hip, and a gorgeous ivory bow was strapped across her back, along with a quiver filled with a myriad of arrows. But her face, damn. Dark brown hair surrounded her tanned face, which only made her bright green eyes seem even more vibrant. Her features were sharp, but not harsh. They were determined. I could imagine that face on a battlefield as she issued orders and dared anyone to defy her. A few freckles kissed her cheeks, and her soft, full lips were curled into an amused smile. I realized I'd been gawking at her and tried to control my face while offering her an apologetic wince.
This form pleases you, I see,
she said, her voice assertive and yet smooth as honey.
"Get it together, Thomas!"
I said, and cleared my throat. This form?
This is one of the many forms I am able to take. My true form is, well, you would not be able to withstand it. Let's put it that way. So, I thought I would appear to you in a shape that won't make your eyeballs explode.
I appreciate that. I have to say that
marble statue doesn't hold a candle to the real you, or I suppose this version of you.
You flatter me.
She chuckled and waved a hand in my direction.
You humans and your compliments. We gods could learn a thing or two from you in that regard.
Is that what the great game is for? To learn from us?
Jump right into the questioning, why don't you? I know you're not one for small talk, Thomas, but really, where are your manners?
Where were the gods' manners when they terraformed the earth and murdered a large portion of the population? She seemed to read some of that in my face, but she just smiled and lowered herself into a moss-green armchair that definitely wasn't there a moment ago. I blinked and looked around within the white void we were surrounded by, but there was nothing here. There weren't even any edges, no distinct points where the floor ended and a wall began. No ceiling, no ground, just nothing.
Have a seat, why don't you?
Eliana said, and gestured to something behind me. I turned and found a matching armchair to hers that had appeared behind me. This was all very weird. But I lowered myself into it anyway at her behest and tried my best not to shift about too much in my seat. Eliana was draped over her chair like a queen, though she nonchalantly hung her legs over one of the arms. She fiddled with the fingerless leather gloves she wore, and I watched her patiently. The gloves seemed strangely plain compared to the decadence of the rest of her. They were worn and well-used, and looked like something I could pick up from the trader's courtyard for a couple of gold coins. And yet, somehow they looked like they belonged on her. Her stunning gown was almost a distraction from the warrior she was underneath, and the gloves were the only glimpse of her true nature that she allowed to come through.
So, tell me, how are you finding the great game so far?
Where do I even start?
There's no need to rush your answer. We have all the time in the world here.
Wherever here was. It was definitely an adjustment, I eventually said, but probably more so for other people than for me.
Indeed. I understand you were a bit of a nomad before we, intervened.
You could call it that. I still had a postal address, though, so I wasn't totally off the grid. She chuckled at that. If I'm completely honest, I like the game. I was thinking about this earlier, and I realized that I fit here. I feel like I've finally found a purpose, which is something I never thought I'd say. I feel like I tried everything back in version 1 of Earth, and nothing really stuck. Even the nomad thing, as you put it, was fun, but it wasn't something I could do forever. For one thing, there was no money in it, and for another, it kind of just felt like an extended vacation, like I was going in circles or frozen in time. I wasn't working toward anything because nothing had inspired me.
But you feel inspired now?
I do, partly because I'm good at this stuff, adapting to my surroundings, survival skills, and being outdoors. Those are all things I already knew how to do and already enjoyed doing. And now there's a point to having those skills.
I'm very glad to hear that. It has been very interesting to see how the humans have fared in this new landscape. Some, like you, have flourished, while others have been left behind, or have struggled to adapt, like you said. Since the current players all passed our initial testing, and are therefore members of a similar caliber of person, it's been fascinating to see who has been able to rise to the challenge, and who hasn't.
Those of us who survived your tests, I said before I could stop myself.
You seem upset,
She said with a mild frown. Not upset, bewildered. May I be frank?
You're going to be whether I permit you to or not.
True. I suppose I just don't understand how you can justify killing billions of people for some game.
Do you know how many human beings have lived and died up until this point? How short and inconsequential their lives were? You should count yourself lucky that you're part of the group we chose to participate in the game.
I do count myself lucky that I wasn't erased by you for getting some questions wrong.
The tests were essential. The game could not be overpopulated, and most people would have died far more gruesome deaths in this version of your world than they did when they failed our tests. One moment they were alive. The next, they were not. There was no pain, no fear, no suffering. We simply deleted them from existence. They didn't even know it was coming until it happened. It was a mercy.
Only because you turned the Earth into a place where they couldn't survive.
The ends justify the means.
What is that supposed to mean? What is the end goal of all of this? What's the point?
It wouldn't be any fun if you knew the answer to that, would it?
She replied with a sly smile. She wasn't going to give anything away if I asked her outright, so I needed to be smarter about the questions I posed to her. Why change the world so dramatically? Why all the medieval houses, the horse-drawn carts, and the bows and swords?
The Herald explained to you that we've watched you for millennia. I remember the medieval times distinctly. There was a harshness to their lives, but there was also satisfaction and joy in the simplest things. A good harvest, a fresh loaf of bread, a successful hunt. In your more modern times, with your battery farms and mass-produced crap, there was none of that. So, we brought the Earth back to a simpler time. Only better. We took away the plagues and the gross bits. I've seen enough boils and pus to last a lifetime. And when you're a goddess, that is a very, very long time.
Right. And what about the monsters? The goblins, ogres, pixies, and who knows what else?
They're excellent creations, don't you agree?
I said carefully. That's certainly one word for it.
One thing about humans that we have always loved is your creativity.
She smiled at the compliment and paused for a moment like I was supposed to react. We can be very creative.
Yes, you can. All the stories that were passed down through generations, paintings on cave walls, books filled with gripping tales, and movies depicting the weird and the wonderful. All of that astounded us, that such simple creatures could produce such beauty.
I'd hardly use the word beauty to describe an ogre.
We also saw what you were doing when you made up all those things that go bump in the night. You made monsters that were worse than humans, so we would always be the heroes. You slaughtered millions in the name of honor. You murdered and stole and violated. You decimated your planet and pumped it full of fumes, and you would have kept on doing that until the whole planet burned. But these monsters were always worse.
Yeah, I agreed when she chuckled.
And they were such incredible creations. So we thought, why waste such creativity? Why try to reinvent the wheel when we have everything we need to make enemies that humans will genuinely fear, but will also fight? We didn't want to pit man against man. That's too barbaric, and frankly, too boring. The monsters make things far more entertaining.
I'm glad us almost getting killed by them on a daily basis is so entertaining for you, I said with more snark than I'd intended.
Pretend to be annoyed with me all you like. You like this life. You told me so yourself. You're relieved. You don't have to fight your fellow man. And in this game, there is no war. There is no fighting between yourselves. There is a common enemy that all of you have been tasked with fighting against.
So you want us to get rid of all of the monsters?
I want you to succeed, just as you've already done,
she said diplomatically.
I like seeing that red hourglass of yours so full. And I was extremely impressed with how you handled that quest today. Holland was concerned that it would be too challenging for you, and yet, here you are, and already level 5. The same can't be said for most of the other adventurers in the great game.
How many others are there?
Enough to keep the game exciting.
Are you always this vague?
Yes.
I couldn't help myself, and I laughed and shook my head.
I'm not being vague despite you, Thomas. There are just certain things that you can't know. Not yet, anyway.
Is there anything that I can know? I asked with my best smile.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, all of the classes are looked after by each of the gods, right?
Correct.
So, are we playing the game on your behalf?
Correct.
So you must want the Spellfletchers to win it for you. That is, if the game can be won at all. She just smiled and drummed her fingers on the arm of her chair. Seriously, nothing? I asked, and then sighed when no more information was forthcoming. Is the game a way for you and the other gods to settle some sort of fight or debate?
You are our representatives on Earth. You are tied to us, and your success reflects on us. That's all I will say.
At least that was something, even though I'd sort of gathered that much on my own already. Have you done this to other planets? Again, she just drummed her fingers on the arm of her chair. What happened to the people you erased who didn't become adventurers? You said they just died, but did you bury their bodies or vaporize them or...
They were recycled.
Recycled?
It's like the monsters. Why reinvent the wheel when you have what you need within reach? We took the organic matter and DNA and reformed them, just like we did with the Earth.
The NPCs are made of the people who didn't make it?
Yes.
You mushed them up like clay and remolded them?
Well, it sounds very horrific and messy when you put it like that. Think of it more like we had a stack of playing cards, and we just reshuffled the deck.
Not only that, they cut the cards up and stuck different pieces back together. My stomach churned a little, but I tried not to let it show.
You haven't joined a party yet. Are you going to?
I can't predict the future, but I think I'm doing all right on my own. I prefer to work alone, so...
You're a lot like me in that respect. Unfortunately, the other gods insist we work together on most things. They can be so very tedious sometimes.
Are you guys all part of the same family?
Some of us are related somewhat. It's not the same as it is on Earth, though. Family, I mean. It has a very different meaning for us.
So you're more like colleagues, then?
When you've existed for as long as we have, words like colleagues, friends, and family seem far too small for us.
How long have you existed?
Don't you know it's rude to ask a lady her age?
She asked with a grin. I laughed, and then I stared at her for a moment. She lounged so casually on the armchair, but I could tell that she was studying me just as intently. The fact that she was a literal goddess and that we'd just had a full-on conversation wasn't lost on me, though I wasn't entirely sure it had hit me just yet either. The fact I'd just sat here and argued with a being that could erase me from existence without even lifting a finger still seemed bizarre, and I wasn't quite sure my brain was really processing this all just yet. Despite my doubts, though, she'd sat there and listened to everything I'd said. She hadn't answered most of my questions, but she hadn't criticized me for asking them either, nor had she told me to stop asking.
She knew that it was natural for me to be curious about this new world she'd had a hand in building, and she was patient enough to take the time to hear me out. I supposed when you lived as long as she had, a conversation like this would be less than a speck on her timeline. "Is this the only time I'll get to see you?" I asked.
I don't know. Are you planning on being killed or smited in the near future?
"No, ma'am."
Then, if you're lucky, you may receive another special blessing one day. Speaking of which, you're still owed your first one for the excellent job you did dispatching those ogres. I must say, those are my least favorite. It's something about the beady little eyes that unsettles me, but Aurea insisted.
"Aurea?"
The goddess of precision, elegance, and dramatics. Except, I added that last part. My sister has been in particularly insufferable form of late.
Her sister. She'd said their definition of family was different to ours, but still, that was some information she'd given away freely and seemingly without meaning to. "You make me feel glad I don't have any siblings."
Indeed.
She snorted, then rose like a coil of steam from her chair.
It's time I give you my special blessing. Although part of it was the chance to speak with me.
"Of which I'm very grateful," I said truthfully as I also got to my feet.
I would also like to award you with another trait point. I think you deserve the extra commendation for such stellar work. You took out all 6 ogres on your own, which delighted me.
Holy shit. I didn't need her approval, but it still felt pretty sweet.
Don't interrupt.
Technically, I hadn't, and judging by her smirk, she knew that as well.
And finally, I think you might find this useful.
She held out her hands, and I watched as a piece of armor was brought into existence atop her palms. This weird in-between place we were in just supplied me with endless questions. The helm itself was beautiful, and was made of thin iron and tough leather. The front of it came down over the face, and the parts that covered the nose and forehead had been carved to look like a wolf's snout. It was a gorgeous piece of armor, and it only made it better that Eliana was the one who had given it to me. The label that appeared above it said, "Uncommon Wolf Helm plus 15 armor," which made sense considering its canine design.
You won't find another helm quite like this one.
A wolf design, you mean?
No, silly. Most of the time it's just your common or garden variety, uncommon wolf helm. But if you wear it at night or in the dark, it will give you plus 10 cents.
Holy shit, I said, then blanched.
Humans are funny. Try it on.
Of course, the helm fit like a glove, though that was hardly a surprise. While there were certainly a few things I could critique about the gods, one thing I could at least appreciate was that they had bothered to remove silly things like armor or clothing that didn't fit. That was tedious as fuck in the real world, and I was glad they were of the same opinion as me. "Wow, thank you," I said with a smile big enough to split my face in half. "That's very generous of you."
You're welcome. Just be careful when you try it the first time. It can be a lot to get used to,
she said, then rested her hand on my shoulder, which made my arm hairs stand on end.
You have a bright future here, Thomas. I look forward to watching your progress, and I hope to see you again one day.
Back at you, I replied as I took the helm off again. I'm sure I'll have a lot more questions for you by then.
I don't doubt it. Goodbye for now, and good luck. Do me proud, Spellfletcher.
I will, Eliana. The light around her began to surge, and soon she was just a silhouette. Her hand left my cheek, and the light grew to be too bright to bear, so I squeezed my eyes shut, and the smell of candle wax filled my nose once again.
How was our favorite goddess? Came Holland's voice.
I turned to the old man, who was still in the same place I'd last seen him. How long was I gone?
Gone?
He said with a knowing smile.
You've only had your eyes closed for a couple of seconds.
I whipped my head around, and sure enough, I was back in the temple.
Weird.
I think I went in a bit too gung-ho with the questioning.
I'm sure she's used to it. What did she give you?
A chance to ask her all the questions I could think of, and a trait point, and this. He gasped when he saw the wolf helm in my hands.
Goodness! That was generous of her to offer a level 5 adventurer a trait point. I thought she might stretch at most to a skill point, but perhaps she's in a good mood today.
She seemed to be in good spirits. I swiped across to the second page of my UI and put the trait point into strength, bringing the total up to 2, with 1 in acuity and 2 in focus as well. I was racking up the points in fairly quick succession, and my chest swelled with pride as I stared at the stats on my main page as well. Level 5, 80% arret, 30 gold coins, 12 mana, and all of the weapons and armor I had at my disposal, from my boots to my hack-attack hatchet to my bow to my ogre hard armor and wolf helm. Not bad going for someone who had been in the game less than a week.
Well, I don't mean to throw you out, but I am exhausted. It's been a very long day, and my energy levels aren't what they used to be. Not all of us are lucky enough to be in their 20s with knees that work.
No problem. I'll get out of your hair. Do you need any help closing up?
No, I'm all right. I have my process and a certain way of doing things,
and you don't want me to get in the way. I get you. I used to pack up my van in a very specific way, and if anyone tried to do it for me, they always did it wrong.
Isn't that always the case?
Well, have a good night, and lock that crown up somewhere safe.
I shall, I promise. Thank you again, Thomas.
Thank you, too, I replied, and then stepped out into the night. As I headed back through town, Willa snuck out from my shoulder and whizzed about like a puppy with nighttime zoomies. She hadn't made her presence known while I'd spoken with Eliana. In fact, I wasn't even sure if she had been there with me, but she moved just as sporadically as the thoughts inside my head were. I'd just had a sit-down chat with a goddess. I wished she'd answered more of my questions, and some of them I wished she hadn't. But either way, it seemed that the goddess who was in charge of my class liked me, which I supposed couldn't be a bad thing at all. She'd gifted me an extra trait point, not to mention her time, and, most importantly, she'd given me hope that all of this wasn't for nothing. She hadn't given me any solid answers about the point of the great game, nor had she hinted to how exactly one could win it. But from what she'd said about us representing her on Earth and participating in her name, I got the impression that there was a way to win this thing. Of course, I had no clue what would happen once someone won. Perhaps the whole Earth would be erased, or we'd be pulled apart and mashed together like the poor people who didn't make it into this version. Stop. I couldn't think about that, or I'd be sick. And I certainly wouldn't burden any other adventurers with that knowledge either. The less they knew about that, the better. They could live with the hope that they would see their family members again, rather than wondering if the NPC they were talking to had matter from their loved ones mixed up inside them. Sally was in the doorway of the Goblin's Goblet when I arrived back at the inn. She had clearly just stepped outside for some fresh air, and she gave me a friendly smile as I approached.
Back for another night, then?
She said, then noted the ogre hide armor I wore.
New armor?
If only she could see the wolf helm, which I'd stowed in my bag for now. But in a place like Avalon, I decided to keep it hidden in case any thieves decided to try their luck at stealing it. They'd lose some fingers, but I'd rather not have the stress. Yeah, I found it on the job.
How did it go?
Very well, thanks. How are you?
I was just escaping the kitchen for a moment. It gets too hot in there when I cook casserole.
At the mention of casserole, my stomach growled loudly enough for both of us to hear it. Somehow, even after all of that roast pig, I was still hungry.
Looks like I put the stove on just in time then. Go on in. It'll be done in a few minutes.
Thanks, I said, and headed inside. The inn was full of people like it had been last night, but I found a spot at the bar and plunked down on the stool. Jessup, the bartender, came over and put a mug of water and another one of mead down in front of me without me having to ask.
You look like you need it.
I nodded gratefully and gulped both of them down in one. Even the mead went down smoothly. Can I get a room for the night? I asked once I'd rehydrated.
You know the drill,
he said with a nod and accepted the 5 gold coins I handed him.
Long day?
You could say that. Tough job, but the reward was worth it.
I'm glad to hear it. You look like you could use a hot dinner, a hot bath, and a warm bed.
Yes, sir. He smiled and sauntered off down the bar. He must have come to the conclusion that I definitely didn't intend to get involved with his daughter, so he was a lot more pleased about my presence in his inn. Money was money, after all. Sally came out with a pork casserole, which was absolutely delicious. I wolfed it down along with the bread she gave me to soak up the extra sauce, and then I headed up to my room. I chucked my stuff to one side and practically dove into the bath, where I scrubbed off the dirt, blood, and sweat, and gave my bloody hoodie a good wash as well. I hung it by the fire, then went to climb into bed. But before I could, Harold's scroll suddenly appeared in my vision. "Looking for some nighttime gossip, Harold?" I said as it started to unfurl.
Good evening, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw.
Good evening, Harold.
And what a good evening it is!
Has there ever been a day when your energy hasn't been at 1,000%? I muttered as I massaged my tired eyes.
Congratulations on your success on your most recent quest!
Thanks.
The gods have noted your skill and effectiveness at dispatching those bandits, and have also seen your impressive statistics.
Okay.
And so, they have decided that you are ready for your first dungeon quest.
Dungeon quest? I said with a grin. Now we're talking. Chapter 15. Harold didn't divulge any more information on what exactly a dungeon quest entailed that evening, so I got into bed and slept like the dead until the sun came up the next morning. It was a sunnier day, but there was a cool, harsh breeze that swept through Avalon like a flood. It was the kind of wind that bit my skin and yanked my hair, and I was just relieved that my hoodie had dried completely in front of the fire overnight, because walking through wind like this in damp clothing was a recipe for a stuffy nose. I debated sleeping in after the long day I'd had yesterday, but I had so much still to do that lying around in bed felt like a waste of time. So I was up and walking toward the trader's market by the time most of the citizens of Avalon were just waking up. Of course, the promise of carrying out a dungeon quest was the main reason I was so full of energy so early in the morning. But there were a few items on my to-do list I needed to take care of before that quest was given to me, whenever that would be. I passed through the gates around the trader's courtyard, and just as I'd expected, all of the merchant stalls were open and ready for business. Thankfully, the market wasn't quite as busy as it was later on in the day, so I could actually see the ground I walked on as I made my way to the armor shop where I'd bought my first chest plate. The seller who had given me a generous deal on it turned as I approached his stall, and he raised an impressed brow when he saw the ogre hide I had on.
Back so soon?
It's not that I wasn't grateful for the discount you gave me.
Hey, I'm in the armor trade. Am I supposed to be annoyed when someone upgrades, even if you didn't buy it from me?
I was given it on a job, I promise. I chuckled as I took the basic chest plate I'd bought from him out of my bag. Can I sell this back to you?
You most certainly can,
he said as he quickly checked it over.
It's barely scuffed and still has that new leather smell. Did you even use it?
Very briefly. It was great while it lasted. He snorted, then reached under his counter for his money. I wondered how much he was going to give me for it. I certainly didn't want to rip the guy off, especially since he'd been so generous with me before.
How does 5 coins sound?
Isn't that what I paid for it?
Yeah, and I gave you a ridiculous discount. 5's a bit low, even for second-hand pieces.
Well, I can't argue with that, I said, and reached out a hand for him to shake.
You know, it's nice not to have to haggle with someone for once.
He chuckled as he shook my hand and slid the coins across the counter.
Good luck out there, Thomas.
You too, I replied, and then I moved on to my next port of call. Cuthbert's stall wasn't too far down the row, and the merchant's face split into a smile when he saw me coming. "Thomas Grimshaw!" he cried excitedly, much to the surprise of his neighboring vendors. "How's it going?" "Good, thanks. And you?" "All the better for seeing you. Although I'm not giving you a discount today. We'll have to fight it out the old-fashioned way, unless you're just here for a gossip session." "I'm actually here to spend some of my hard-earned money, I'm afraid," I said, which earned me a laugh. "I was hoping to make one of those healing muffins and was wondering if you could help me out." "Of course I can, friend. How much were you hoping to make?" "Just 1 or 2 for now." After all, I only had 1 point in cooking at the moment, so I doubted the healing properties would be that strong yet, and I didn't want to waste money on extra ingredients I wasn't going to use. "Wait here. Back in a minute. Just make sure no one nabs any of my stock." Okay, but, I began, but he'd already darted off across the courtyard. Willem morphed into a cartoon-like smiling muffin, and I snorted. But it seemed I was now in charge of the stall. So I adopted a position I'd seen many bouncers take outside nightclubs over the years. The wide-legged, arms-crossed, deep frown stance told people I wasn't to be fucked with, and neither was Cuthbert's stall. The man had been so kind to me, there was no way in hell his grain was getting stolen on my watch. The market had begun to slowly fill up, though the surrounding shoppers were mainly NPCs who clearly owned some sort of food establishment, since they were stocking up for the day ahead. I even saw Sally pop into one of the butcher's stalls. There were hardly any adventurers about yet, and the ones I did see passed right through the courtyard on the way to Temple Row. Cuthbert returned a few minutes later with a small cloth bag in his arms. He picked up a tiny bag of flour from his counter as well, about the size of a cigarette packet, and then showed me the contents of the cloth bag. I looked inside and found it to be stuffed with mini ingredients, like a small flask of oil, a small bottle of milk, and some purple vials that were the size of perfume testers. There was also an egg in there, along with some sugar and vanilla extract. "That's everything you need to bake a healing muffin." "Where the hell did you get all of this?" "The other vendors. We keep mini versions of our stock because some folks like you only want small amounts at a time. I said I'd dish out the earnings accordingly. It's like I told you. We're a family in a way. There's trust between us, even if they are our closest competition." "How much do I owe you for all of this?" 3 gold coins should cover it." "That's all? If you were buying more, it would cost more. This will just make you 1 hefty muffin. I figured you'd want to try out your baking skills before committing to a bigger haul." "You guessed right," I said, and handed over the coins since there was no use haggling over such a fair price. "Thanks for your help, Cuthbert." "Don't mention it. Now you know what to look for next time." "Yeah," I said, and then picked out one of the small purple vials. "This is the healing component?" "Indeed it is. There are different herbs and saps in each of the vials, but when they're mixed together and baked, they have healing properties. You can actually forage for them, but I doubt someone like you has the time. They're called Falmy Sap, Ogre's Breath, and Nymph Scales." "Appetizing names." "That's why Millie, the lady who sells them, never put labels on those ones." "Well, this is great. Thanks again." "Good to see you, Thomas." "You too." The final stop I made was at a weapons stall where I bought 4 basic arrows to restock my quiver, after I'd lost or blown up 4 of them during the quest yesterday, and that left me with 25 gold coins to my name. On the way back through the courtyard, I found who I was looking for.
Oh, we have to stop meeting like this,
Sally said as I fell into step beside her.
I was just out on the morning food run. How come you're up so early?
The same reason as you, actually. Listen, I have a favor to ask you,
I see.
she said with a smirk.
I'm listening.
10 minutes later, we were back at the Goblin's Goblet, and Sally had led the way into the kitchen through the door behind the bar. The kitchen was spotless, and I could tell that Sally and her mother really took pride in their workplace. The wooden table in the center was scratched from years of chopping ingredients, the wood-fired stove was immaculate, and pots and pans hung from a rack above the center work surface. Sally chucked some wood into the oven fire and told me to help myself. In the meantime, she got started on the breakfasts for the other guests, which mainly consisted of bread and jam, which she'd just picked up from the market. In the meantime, I put my new cooking skill to the test. Unfortunately, I'd never been much of a chef, so I needed all of the help I could get, which was why I'd asked Sally to keep an eye on my efforts. I started with a mixing bowl that she handed me, and I chucked all of the ingredients into it. Somehow I knew exactly how much of each ingredient needed to go in, and I added the falmy sap, ogre's breath, and nymph scales last before I gave it a good old stir. It turned out that the ogre's breath was just a yellow herb that matched the color of their skin, and the nymph scales were some sort of finely ground spice that smelled sort of like chili powder. Soon I had a small amount of mixture, which I poured into a tray that Sally found for me. It looked a little silly, an entire cupcake baking tray with only one muffin in the middle of it, but Cuthbert had promised that it was going to be a hefty one, whatever that meant.
Have you always loved baking, or is this one of those spur-of-the-moment new interests?
Sally asked as she sawed the second loaf of bread into thick slices. It's a new skill I'm trying out. It could be useful to be able to make food that can heal myself rather than buying potions at the market.
I had one of those potions once. I had an awful fever, and my father ended up buying one. The town doctor couldn't figure out another solution. Safe to say, I was bouncing off the walls within the hour.
Yeah, it was quite the energy boost, but very much needed.
Was yesterday's job a bit tougher than you let on then? I mean, I did notice the blood on your top.
Not exactly harder, but I took a few hits and decided to give the potion a try. I was very impressed with how effective it was. Sally and I chatted some more, and I had to concentrate on maintaining my false story about being a bounty hunter, though I supposed it wasn't too much of a stretch from the truth. What would have been too much for her to comprehend would have been if I told her that I'd spoken to Eliana last night. I was pretty sure that Sally would have finally made up her mind that I was insane if I'd let that one slip. Eventually, the muffin was done, and I took it out of the oven. I set it on the side to cool and enjoyed the sweet aroma that filled the air. That vanilla extract had done wonders to mask the smell of the herbs and sap that I'd mixed into it. Finally, I took the muffin out of the tray and set it down on the table. Cuthbert was right. It was a hefty one. It was about the size of both of my fists put together and would probably put a small child into a coma if they tried to eat the whole thing.
Well done, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You have cooked a healing muffin! Healing muffin will heal 30% of health when fully consumed.
Good to know.
Huh?
Good to know I still remember how an oven works, I said quickly and then added a grin.
Here.
She said and handed me a paper, grease-proof bag.
I assume you don't want to eat it right away.
Thank you, I replied as I popped the muffin inside and twisted the top.
No problem. Although I'll expect a tip if you stay for dinner again tonight.
You bet.
Do you have a job for today?
Maybe. You don't happen to know if there are any dungeons in town, do you?
Dungeons?
Forget I asked.
No, I was just surprised that you did. Every town that has more than one street has a dungeon. I don't know why you'd want to go there, though. The more respectable people in town don't tend to go there, if you catch my drift.
I see. Well, someone said there might be someone there who has some work for me. Be more vague, Thomas. I was starting to sound like Eliana.
Right. Well, you'll excuse me if I don't come with you to show you where it is.
Just some directions would be great. Sally gave them to me, and I thanked her again before I left the tavern. I nodded goodbye to Jessup on the way out, then headed toward the edge of town, where Sally had told me the Delver's Dive Bar was located. She explained that to get to the dungeon, one had to be vetted somehow by the owner of the Delver's Dive Bar first, and according to her, the owner was a complete and utter douche. But it was the only dungeon in town, and I wasn't going to wait around now that I'd been permitted to go on my first dungeon quest. The Delver's Dive Bar was exactly what it sounded like. It was right on the outskirts of town, and there were broken carts and machinery that had been abandoned in the front, which concealed part of the bar's facade. The building itself was gray and grimy, with a simple red sign above the door with a picture of a window with bars across it, and Delvers scrawled beneath it. There were no windows, and the building looked to be about the size of a garden shed, which seemed really odd. I glanced around just to check that I wasn't somehow mistaken, but there were no other buildings close by that looked anything like a dive bar. Well, I guess I should take a look. Willa let out a confused and slightly reluctant huff. I walked up to the rickety door, grabbed the handle, and pulled it open. Immediately, the sound of gruff chatter and low voices filled my ears as I looked around the tiny, empty room and at the shadowed staircase that was set into the middle of the floor. There was a faint flicker of orange light that came from the lower level, and it was definitely the source of the voices. So I put a hand over my coin pouch for safekeeping and started to descend the steps. I reached the bottom of the staircase and found myself in probably one of the seediest bars I had ever laid my eyes on. The basement bar was pretty dark and only lit by a couple of torches on the walls and some candles on the tables and bar. The roof was low and cracked, the air was thick with sweat and smoke, and every surface looked dirty. And not just messy, but unhygienic. Mead slopped onto the counter as the barman slammed a tankard down in front of one of the customers, who looked as dubious as Sally had described. A lot of them turned to look at me as I entered, and I found myself feeling very much like the lone cowboy who had just walked into the wrong tavern in a western. All of them were NPCs, though they all had their fair share of scars and blood-stained clothing. A couple of them cracked their knuckles, but I ignored them and strode over to the barkeep, who looked at me like I might go well in his next pot of stew. I actually watched him spit in the glass he was holding to clean it, and it was all I could do not to grimace as I arrived at the counter. I went to lean an arm on the bar, then thought better of it. There were about 5 layers of grime on top of it, and probably twice as many layers of bacteria and viruses.
"You old enough to drink, kid?" the barman asked, and others along the row laughed loudly. At 27, it had been a while since I'd been asked to show ID. I'll take that as a compliment. "Take it how you like, and while you're at it, you can take yourself out of my bar as well."
"Folks like you ain't welcome here," one of the other customers snarled. I ignored him completely and stood my ground. "I was told there's a dungeon down here somewhere." Instantly, the barman and the men sitting at the counter burst into laughter. One of them even wiped a tear away.
"You don't want to go down there, kid. You ain't coming out alive if you do."
I'm willing to take the risk. So, I am in the right place then?
"You're in the right place, but I don't think you're the right person, kid."
"Stop calling me kid," I said firmly yet calmly.
"Ooh,"
the barman crowed patronizingly.
"I've upset the little one, fellas."
I let out an annoyed breath but didn't rise to the bait.
"Listen, kid, I'm saying this for your own good. Go home."
"No."
"You got a death wish or something?"
"Apparently so." He scoffed and shook his head. "Look, as flattered as I am that you're so concerned for my safety, I think it's my choice whether or not I do this."
"You know what? Fine, have it your way. Does anyone know you're here? Why? Because I don't want more folks turning up here asking where your cold, half-eaten body is.
Charming. No one will come after me.
Figures.
He muttered, then pointed to a door at the other end of the bar.
Through there. Say your goodbyes now, fellas. Won't be seeing this kid again.
Their laughter needled me as I strode through the muggy bar, threw open the door, and walked right through. The room I'd entered was pitch black, but the second the door clicked shut behind me, torches of fire roared on the walls on either side of me to reveal what looked like an old-fashioned post office, complete with floor-to-ceiling shelves of pigeonholes, a rolling ladder to get to each of the slots that were stuffed with scrolls and other items, and a counter at the front of the room with a bell on top of it. It couldn't have been more different to the Delver's dive bar if it tried. Not that I could hear the drinkers in the room behind me anymore. In a way, it felt like I'd just stepped into a completely different universe. There was no one I could see in the room, so I stepped forward and dinged the bell on the counter. There was a thud and the sound of papers being dropped on the floor. "Curses!" someone shouted from the back of the room. I peered between the rows of shelves, but I couldn't make anyone out. "One moment!" the same voice cried. There was some more rustling, some inaudible muttering, and then the scrape and squeak as an old ladder slid along the length of the room on the rail right to the counter. The man who hopped down from it was a beanpole of a human and must have been in his 60s. His silver hair puffed out from his head like he'd been electrocuted, and he wore a full tweed suit, complete with a bow tie and suspenders beneath his blazer. "Well, well, well," he said when he saw me. "I haven't had a level 5 adventurer down here in a while." "You know what I am?" The only NPCs I'd come across who knew about the great game so far were the priests. All of the others had been clueless. Well, until now. "Of course I do, you silly sausage! I'm a dungeon keeper. It's part of the job, you see." "Right, of course. I've definitely heard of dungeon keepers before today. I've been at this job for 42, gosh! How long has it been? Well, I would have been 17 when I started, and I'm 61 now, so that minus that, Jesus Christ, well, a long time," he finally concluded. "Although I started as an apprentice, I was hoping to do my first dungeon quest." "Well, I assumed as much, or else you wouldn't be here. Give me a moment." I nodded, and he hopped like a spring lamb back up onto the ladder and wheeled himself away. I gave Will a mildly exasperated look, to which she snickered, although by the time I looked back at the counter, the dungeon keeper was already on his merry way back. "Found it! Found it! Usually I have to root through heaps of paperwork, but lucky for you, this one was right at the top of the pile." I took the scroll of parchment that he thrust toward me with a bony hand. It was closed with a wax seal that had the same barred window image imprinted on it as the sign above the Delver's dive bar. "This dungeon isn't for the faint of heart. Is this your first time?" "Yeah." I get a lot of newcomers to the Delver's community here. This is how it works. This dungeon is made up of 3 rooms. There is an atrium before each room where you may gather yourself, recover, and heal for as long as you like, although there are no refreshments or beds down there, and it gets rather cold after a while. So, I wouldn't recommend staying down there for too long. Each room will be a different challenge, though whether it is a physical or mental challenge, I can't say. The only way to get rewarded is to complete the dungeon. Normal game rules apply. So, for example, you can't switch weapons during a fight. Now, I think that's everything I'm supposed to tell you. It wasn't exactly encouraging to have such a scatterbrained dungeon keeper telling me about how this quest was going to go. Oh, I almost forgot. Once you enter the dungeon, you can't come back. The only way out is through. Do you accept? A similar question popped up in my UI.
"Do you wish to participate in this dungeon quest?"
I clicked yes, then replied the same to the dungeon keeper. "Oh, goody!" he said eagerly, then pointed to the scroll. "Say the enchantment to enter the dungeon. Good luck, Spellfletcher." With that, he climbed onto his ladder and wheeled off into the distance, leaving Willa and I alone with the scroll in my hand. I took a deep breath, then broke the wax seal on the parchment. I unfurled it and then prepared myself to find some magic spell written in some illegible language that I'd have to sound out in order to get into the dungeon. Instead, all I found were 3 words that had been written in cursive on the page. "Bluebird, bread, moon," I said. Nothing happened. I glanced back at the door to the bar, but that had stayed closed. There weren't any others in the keeper's office. I held the parchment up to the light and even turned it over, but those were the only 3 words on the whole thing. Maybe I didn't say it loud enough, but then the stone tile I was standing on vanished, and I tumbled into a lightless void. Chapter 16. Thankfully, it wasn't a long trip down. In fact, I only fell about 10 feet until my feet touched the hard stone floor. I bent my knees and rolled to soften the blow, then rose to my feet just in time to see the stone tile swing back into position in the ceiling, which sealed away the dungeon keeper's office for good. "A hidden trap door," I sighed as I brushed myself off. "Seriously?" Willa turned into a grumpy cartoon face with steam coming out of its ears, and I snorted a laugh. As I shoved the parchment into my back pocket, I realized that we were in the atrium before the first dungeon room, just as the dungeon keeper had promised. There were a couple of torches on the walls, but it was still bathed in shadow. The stench of dust and damp filled the room, and I noted a few items piled up on the floor in the corner, like old ripped clothes, pillows, and even a new chopping board, as if some lunatic adventurer had gone shopping and then on a whim come down here only to realize their purchases might weigh them down a little in a fight. There was also an undercurrent of the smell of urine in the air, which made me grimace. Clearly, a few adventurers with weak bladders had come through here in the not-so-distant past. That, or the gods had possibly put a little too much detail into this room when they created it. I took the opportunity to do a full check of my inventory. I knew I'd packed everything, but there was no harm in double-checking. I made sure all 10 arrows were within reach in my quiver, that my hatchet was secured but accessible at my side, and then I reached into my bag and pulled out the helm that Eliana had given me for my special blessing. I hadn't tried it out yet. Hadn't had the opportunity to. But while I was in this atrium before the first dungeon room, I figured I might as well give it a go. She said it would give me plus 10 cents at night or in the dark, and also that it would take some getting used to, and I didn't want to pull it on in a rush only to be totally blindsided as to what an extra 10 cents could do for me. There were 2 torches in this room, but I was pretty sure it was still dark enough for the cents to kick in. So I pulled on the helm with my eyes closed and then slowly opened them. Instantly I was flooded with, well, everything. My hearing was amplified tenfold and I could see through the darkness like some kind of nocturnal animal. My fingers felt every ripple of air around them, and I could taste the dust and must far more than I had before. I almost got vertigo when my vision started to zoom in on the door I'd accidentally been staring at this whole time, as if it somehow knew that was the main focus for me inside this room. There was a green glow to everything, not dissimilar to a night vision camera or goggles back on normal Earth, but the whole thing was trippy. I hadn't noticed the slight wonkiness of the floor before, or the draft that came from one corner of the room, or every single scrape and crack in the walls. But now I could sense it all. And, most importantly, I could see in the dark. Eliana was right. It was very overwhelming. I'd need some time to get accustomed to it, but there was no time like the present, and at the end of the day, it was still armor, and a bit of extra head protection wouldn't go amiss. I pulled my bow off my back and held it in my hand so that I could use it at a moment's notice. I still had one healing potion on my belt if things got gnarly, and the healing muffin was stowed in the bag on my back as well. My mana pool was full at 12. There was no chance I was going to run out of arret either, and my red health bar was entirely filled as well. I couldn't have physically been more ready to carry out a dungeon quest if I tried. But before I went through the metal door that was set into the wall opposite me, I took a moment to let my heart rate come back down and to process what the dungeon keeper had told me. He'd thrown a lot at me all at once, and I wanted to make sure that I had every detail right in my head. This was a dungeon that consisted of 3 rooms, with atriums in between each one for if I needed recovery or healing time. Each room could be any kind of challenge, but I wouldn't know what that challenge was until I went through each door. The usual rules of the great game applied, so if I needed to switch from my bow to my hatchet, I wouldn't be able to do so if I was mid-fight. That was definitely something to keep in mind, because I didn't know if there would be space in these dungeon rooms to run away from a fight in order to switch weapons. I decided to go with the bow as my main weapon for now, since it was my primary weapon, and I could always pull the hatchet before the fight if need be. But the keeper had also said it wouldn't be entirely combat-based. Some of it would be mental challenges, probably similar to the test I took to get into the game in the first place. It was a good thing I had such a good night's sleep last night then. There was no time limit in how long I could stay in the atriums, but I agreed with the keeper. I didn't want to stay in a cold, piss-stained room like the one I was currently standing in longer than I had to. And finally, there was the most important piece of information that he had almost forgotten to tell me. The only way out of the dungeon was to get through it. There was no emergency exit, and no way back out of that trap door. I was in this now, for the long haul. "All right," I muttered to myself as I bounced on the balls of my feet. "All right, I can do this." Willem morphed into a thumbs up, then spiraled through the air in agreement. I knew that she was trying to psych me up for the first room, and I was extremely grateful for it. I felt my adrenaline start to surge again, which made my hands tingle and helped clear my head. I needed to be present and sharp for this, and the adrenaline push had done the trick. But I still didn't move forward. I stared at the door like it might reveal what was on the other side, but it remained as dark and impenetrable as the rest of the room. There was no way of knowing what awaited me beyond that metal door, but I couldn't just stand around out here forever either. I finally strode to the door with purpose and shoved it open. The metal hinges creaked, but the heavy door opened smoothly to reveal another stone-walled room about the same size as the atrium, with more fiery torches on the walls so that I could see my surroundings. Opposite me was another metal door. That had to be the exit to the next atrium, which meant I would be even deeper in the dungeon. Other than that, there was nothing in the room. No huge monsters for me to kill, no furniture, not even any people. The door shut behind me as soon as I stepped forward, and I frowned when nothing happened. "This is slightly underwhelming," I whispered as I crept forward. Indiana Jones had been an almost monthly watch in my household growing up, so I kept an eye out for any pressure plates, booby traps, or crossbows set into the walls, but there weren't any. I walked right across the room and pressed on the door, but of course it wouldn't budge. No, there was something more to this room than initially met the eye. And it wasn't long before I figured out what that was. I retraced my steps back across the room, and that was when I noticed that something had been carved into the floor. I'd been so wary of traps and enemies coming out of hidden doorways that I hadn't seen the writing on the floor. However, the second I did notice it, there was a scrape that sent a shiver down my spine. First, I turned back, since it had sort of sounded like something had entered the dungeon behind me. But then I realized that it hadn't been the scrape of a door on stone. The door hadn't scraped on the way in, and it was made of metal. That scraping sound was stone on stone. The walls to my right and left were moving. Not just moving, I realized, but they had started to close in. At this pace, I reckoned I had less than 5 minutes to figure out how to get the next door open, so I needed to get started on whatever the puzzle was. Now. My breath escaped me, but I forced myself to focus on the carving in the stone tile. It looked like an equation, which made me groan. 11 plus 5 plus 25 equals 16 minus 23 plus 15 plus 18 plus 4, arrow, arrow. "What is this, math bowl?" I muttered. It soon became clear, however, that this was no ordinary equation. For one thing, it was wrong. 11, 5, and 25 added up to 41. The other side of the equation equaled 30, and I had no idea what the 3 arrows at the end of it were for either. The walls scraped the floor again, and I gritted my teeth. Even if I shuffled the digits around, I couldn't find a way, at least not a quick one, that could make both sides of the equation equal the same number. I searched the entire room and scoured the floor for any more carvings. Perhaps part of the equation had been written out somewhere else. Maybe part of the challenge was finding it before I became a human pancake. "Oh, screw this," I grunted. The door didn't budge, no matter how hard I ran at it. I suppose there was no harm in trying it again, just in case one of the hinges was rusty enough to break off, but unfortunately it held firm. I was going to have to figure this puzzle out the hard way. I went back to the carving, crouched down, and checked that none of the numbers or symbols could be pressed in any way. They couldn't. This was genuinely just a puzzle I needed to solve. Willa hovered just beside it and pulsed slightly to give me a bit more light. Not that it did much good. I was still at a loss. I had less than 4 minutes to go, too. Shit. I sighed, then closed my eyes and gathered myself. This wasn't impossible. There was an answer. I just needed to look in the right place. I opened my eyes and tried to look at it from a different perspective. The sums were wrong. They didn't equal the same value. But the arrows meant something. And if the arrows meant something, maybe the numbers did too. It wasn't much, but it was a start, and I felt the surge of excitement in my gut when I reached that conclusion that told me I was on the right track. The numbers weren't numbers. Not really. But maybe they were a cipher, like they represented words, I said. "The numbers are fucking letters!" Willa cooed in excitement. In the meantime, I took one of my arrows out of the quiver and etched the alphabet into the stone slab beside the one with the code on it. Then I carved the corresponding number into the rock below each letter, so A was 1, B was 2, and so on. The walls started to speed up. I kept my hands steady. Soon I had a grid of letters and numbers to reference from. From there I could start to figure out the words. 11 was K, 5 was E, 25 was Y. Key! I laughed triumphantly. Ha! The first word is key! The word to the right of the equal sign came together next. 16 was P. The subtract sign meant space. 23 was W. 15 was O. 18 was R. And 4 was D. Key equals P word, I said. Key equals password. The key is the password. Willa cried out excitedly, but also in warning. The walls had reached the doorway now. It wouldn't be long before the door was covered, and before I was turned two-dimensional. I grabbed the parchment out of my back pocket. Bluebird, bread, moon. The walls kept closing in. Bluebird, bread, moon! That's the fucking password! Stop the damn walls! The walls didn't stop. I ran to the door and shoved it, but still it wouldn't budge. I was right. I knew I was right. Key equals password. Shit. The arrows. I hadn't taken them into account. The walls brushed both my shoulders. The arrows were pointing backward. Almost like the rewind button on a DVD player. Backward, I muttered. Moon, bread, bluebird! The door fell open under my palm, and I dove through it before the walls crashed into each other. I panted as I turned and stared back at the solid wall just beyond the doorway, then slammed the door closed on it. Willa morphed into a stick man and wiped her brow, which had comedic droplets of stress sweat that flew off it. "We're not through it yet. That was just the first room, and we still have 2 of them to go." She transformed into a glass of water and pointed to the water that filled up to the halfway point. "You're right. Glass half full, not half empty." Willa chirped in agreement. In the meantime, I put the arrow I'd used to scratch into the rock back into my quiver. That first room, while a little hair-raising, had admittedly been an all-right one to ease me into my first dungeon quest. I hadn't been instantly bombarded with razor-toothed enemies from the jump, but instead I'd had to put my brain to good use. The walls closing in had been an unwelcome addition to the challenge, but in the end I'd made it out, and that was all that mattered. As for what lay beyond the next door for me to face, that remained to be seen. Once I'd gotten my breath back, I readjusted the wolf helm on my head that Eliana had given me yesterday. I had a feeling in my gut that this test wasn't going to be as intellectual as the last one, and I had to be prepared for whatever it might throw at me. I stared at the door to the second room. I had no idea what would be in there for me to face, but at least I felt a bit more prepared to react to whatever the dungeon might throw at me. Plus, there was no use asking, what if? It was a waste of time and energy. The fact was, I'd find out the second I passed through the door. So, to avoid mulling over it too much, I marched over to the door, opened it, and went through to room number 2. Once again, no boulders tried to squish me. There was no pit with sharp spikes at the bottom, and no crossbows were hidden in the walls. Instead, the room was a little bigger than that first one had been. The next door was opposite the one I'd just come through, and otherwise a similar setup. Stone walls, floor and ceiling, and fiery torches on the wall to illuminate the catacomb-like room. And the only other thing inside it other than me was the large stone in the center of the floor. I moved slowly and cautiously into the room, just as I had with the first one. I wasn't going to let myself get cocky just because I'd survived the first room. I had to think about each room as its own separate challenge, and I couldn't let my success from the last one cause me to get sloppy. This time I was a lot more observant of my surroundings, not just wary of possible attacks. That meant I noticed the scrapes and grooves on the walls and floor almost instantly. Most of them weren't too deep, more a glancing scrape than an intentional carving, but I could still tell it had been done by a weapon, or perhaps a sword or something with a blade. And as I moved to run my hand across one of the deeper gashes in the wall, I noticed that the stone wasn't entirely gray anymore. Instead, it was stained with... oh, shit. The burgundy and scarlet stains were blood. It was dried, but there was no doubt what those splatters up the walls and along the floor were. And it was definitely human, too. All of the enemies I had faced had bled colors other than red. I grimaced and gripped my bow a little tighter. Next, I walked over to the big stone in the middle of the room. It was jagged and had a weird shape, but other than that, there wasn't anything remarkable about it. There was no blood on it like there was on the walls, and I couldn't see anything odd about it as I walked around the entire thing twice. "Weird," I said. "If this is some sort of code again, I'm at a loss." Willa hummed in agreement. I went over to the door again and pushed it. There was no harm in checking, but it didn't budge. So I started looking for carvings in between the blade marks in the stone. I focused on the area around the big rock first, then moved outward. Eventually, I was at the back corner of the room, near the door I'd come through, and still I'd found nothing. There was no clue as to what the hell I was supposed to do here. "Well, I guess I could try and blow the door up," I said to Willa, and I was only half joking. Willa made an beeping noise that said maybe hold off on that for now. I was inclined to agree. I wasn't sure I'd technically pass the dungeon quest if I somehow got out of this room without completing the actual challenge. Maybe I've been looking at this wrong. Maybe there's something we've missed here. Maybe there was a scrape, and I tensed. It sounded exactly the same as the walls in the last room when they'd started to move. The difference was, I'd found the code I needed to crack before they'd started moving. I had no idea what to do to stop them in here. I whirled and put a hand on the wall beside me to see if it really was moving. But the wall didn't budge an inch. There was another scrape of rock on rock, then another. Slowly, I turned toward the source of the sound. The rock in the middle of the room was alive. I watched in total awe as it shook, which is what had caused the scraping sound. But then, from the very base of the rock, part of it cracked like an egg and stretched out from the main stone to reveal a hand. A hand made of stone, attached to an arm attached to the creature's body. The second arm emerged. It planted its palms on the floor and pushed up. As it did so, its legs, which had been curled up beneath it, unfolded until the creature stood about 5.5 feet tall. Its back cracked as it remolded itself into a straight-backed, solid torso, and finally its head appeared. It had been hidden beneath the outer wall of the rock, folded all the way into its chest at an insane angle that would have broken any human or animal neck. But this was no human or animal. This was a beast made entirely of stone. It rolled its broad shoulders and flexed its fingers and knees, and rock dust and grit fell off it like a shower of dandruff. And then it slowly turned its wide, short head in my direction. Even its eyes appeared to be made of stone, though it was black compared to its otherwise gray facade. The creature's jaw crunched as it snapped at me like a hungry crocodile. As far as I knew, rocks didn't tend to be easy to stab or fire arrows at. Things had just gotten a whole lot more complicated. Chapter 17. The creature opened its mouth and roared. The sound was like the noise a piece of a cliff face would make as it ripped away from the cliff and tumbled into the ocean below. It was guttural, and it scraped and rattled around the room. I gritted my teeth against the racket since I was unable to put my hands over my ears as I reached for an arrow from my quiver and raised my bow with the other hand. As I stared at the stone beast, a label finally flashed up above its head in my UI. Written in bronze lettering were the words, Elite Golem Level 2. So, it was the same ranking as the ogre bandit leader I'd faced in the forest, though a few levels beneath that delightful specimen of the gods' creations. That being said, it was nothing to sneer at. It had taken a lot to take out that bandit leader, and I'd had the forest environment to use to my advantage then. In this dungeon room, there was nothing for me to use except my own wits. The walls wouldn't budge and the door wouldn't open unless I killed this thing. There was nowhere to go, no advantage for either party, and inconveniently, no ravine with a deadly drop that I could shove it off of. I realized just how spoiled I'd been when I fought against those bandits, and the reaction of the people in the bar suddenly made more sense. And just to make matters worse, the golem reached behind its shoulder, right over to its spine. There was a crunch, and then it started to pull something upward. A moment later, it held up a sword made entirely of stone, which it had taken right out of its own damn body. Despite the loss of the stone, the damn thing didn't seem to be in any pain. Could something made of stone even feel pain? There were too many questions and not enough answers about this thing. But one thing I was sure of was that it was looking at me like it wanted to see what I looked like without my head attached to my body. I wasn't going to give it the chance to find out. I spent 3 mana and forged a bolt to the heart. The arrow crackled and the bowstring creaked as I pulled it to its full extension. The golem roared again at the sight of the blue lightning and ran toward me, so I let the string go. To my credit, The arrow lodged itself in one of the crevices on the golem's chest. It wasn't a smooth body, since it needed to be able to fold and move, and I'd aimed it perfectly to slip right into the crack below one of its stone pectorals. I stared at the health bar above its head, and also watched its face as it paused, mid-roar, and frowned in confusion. It looked down at the sparking arrow in its chest, and I watched as its limbs and chest began to quiver with the blast from the arrow. "Come on," I said as I stared at the red bar above its head. The golem shook some more, but managed to raise its free hand. "Surely it's—" I trailed off. The golem ripped the arrow out and threw it to one side. The health bar above its head only went down by about 10%. "Shit. Ah," I said. "That's awkward. It must have some resistance to lightning damage." The golem snarled. "Thought that would be a bit more, effective. Apparently I was mistaken." The golem roared so loud I thought one of my eardrums had burst. "I can understand you're angry with me," I began, then ducked as it swung its stone sword at me. It grunted in annoyance when it missed, but I'd already rolled and backed away to give myself time to think. The first word that came to mind was, fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck! That bolt to the heart had only reduced its health by 10%. I had 10 arrows. Technically, if I fired all 10 of them at this thing with a bolt to the heart, I could kill it. But there were 3 issues with that plan. One was that I didn't have enough mana to forge 10 arrows in quick succession. I'd have to wait for it to refill, and during that time I wouldn't be able to attack or else it wouldn't regenerate. The second issue was that I wouldn't have any arrows left for the final dungeon room and whatever was inside that. And the third issue was the simplest one. I'd be dead before I could get 10 shots off at this thing. In fact, it had already tossed my arrow aside and had charged at me again. Thanks to the golem's size and weight, I was much faster than it. However, I knew that if it caught me with its stone sword or one of its fists, I would be in a whole world of pain. It swung its sword at me and I ducked just in time. The sword collided with the wall and scraped a new groove into the rock face, so now I knew where all of the scrapes had come from, which didn't seem all that important at that moment. I dove again and rolled, but it was ready for it. It brought its sword down as I came to a stop, and I only just split open my legs as it slammed the stone blade into the floor. The tip of it was just inches from the crown jewels, and I hurriedly shuffled back from its sword and got to my feet. Think. No use summoning Willa. Its sights were locked on me, and I couldn't move while invisible or it canceled out the ghost-walking spell. The golem swung again and sent me scurrying toward a different wall. The sword was so heavy I wasn't sure I'd be able to pick it up, but the golem swung it around like it was feather light. It jabbed and swung, and I dodged and weaved as best I could, but it caught me a few times. The first blow was when it clipped my head. I'd ducked, but just not fast enough, and the very end of the sword had glanced off the side of my head, just above my right ear. However, the wolf helm took the brunt of the blow, so much so that the sound of the impact was more painful than the impact itself. The next few blows came in the form of thumps to the ribs and arms. The ogre hide did a good job of softening the blows, so at least I wouldn't end up in a full body cast once this fight was done. But I did get the wind knocked out of me a couple of times, and I could feel the pulse under my already swelling arms. My health bar was down to about 80%, whereas the golem's was still at 90%. There had to be a way for me to beat this thing. The frantic side of my brain told me to forge another bolt to the heart and just pray I got a lucky shot, that it had some soft spot I didn't know about, and that I'd somehow hit it in just the right place to defeat it. The logical side of my brain knew that was dumb. No, there had to be a way to beat this thing. I was a level 5 adventurer, the highest rank I'd seen in Avalon thus far. I wouldn't have been sent into a dungeon quest if I didn't at least have a good chance of completing it. A level 5 adventurer. Something nagged at my mind. But the golem kept on swinging. I didn't have a second to pause and think because I had to focus on my reactions if I wanted to survive. It definitely wanted me dead, and it even reached for my helm to try and rip it off, but I spun away. I didn't bother to throw any punches its way. All that would lead to was shattered knuckles and cracked arm bones. So I just kept moving. I could tell the golem was getting pissed off because I wouldn't stay in one place. But it wasn't stupid either. It almost managed to block me into a corner on a couple of occasions. On one, I had to dive through its legs just to get away. A level 5 adventurer. The sword clipped the helm again as I ducked. Level 5. New perk. Molten Rain. I scrambled away from the golem and drew an arrow because I just remembered something from my materials science class. The molten rain was molten iron that would rain down on my enemies. The golem was made of stone. Iron melted at around 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas most strong stone melted at around 2,400 degrees. So, the molten rain would be hotter than the heat I'd need to melt this motherfucker. In theory. But theories were all I had at my disposal, and I couldn't run from this thing in one room forever. So, I spent 3 mana, raised the arrow which turned gray as I knocked it, and fired forward and up. The arrow shot off in the golem's direction, and I saw the beast smirk when it thought I'd misfired. The arrow arced high over its head, and then it exploded. The golem had a delayed reaction. First, it flinched at the explosion and looked up at the source. Then it saw the molten iron coming down toward it, and a moment later, the scorching metal hit its face, shoulders, chest, and arms. And finally, the beast howled like a werewolf at a full moon. I knew the arrow unleashed 25 fire damage to my enemies per second for 5 seconds. So, for 5 glorious seconds, I could stand still and watch as the molten iron burned right through parts of the golem's body. The iron hissed as it bored through the beast, and it clawed at the unbelievably hot metal in an attempt to get it off. But that only burned its hands as well. The rain kept coming, no matter where it staggered around the room. I drew an arrow and spent 3 more mana on a bolt to the heart, which I held at the ready on my bow. The molten rain stopped, and the creature turned to face me one last time. It looked horrific. I had assumed that the golem was made entirely of stone, but I was wrong. It turned out that the stone was a kind of exoskeleton, and it concealed the softer, fleshy parts of the creature within, like its muscles, and, more importantly, its organs. But the molten rain had burned much of that away, and now I could see the charred meat underneath. Chunks of its stone outer casing dropped onto the floor, and dark gray blood pooled around the hunks of armor. Its faceplate was almost entirely ruined, and beneath it was a sinewy, bloody, oozing skin with exposed black eyeballs, stringy tendons, and chipped teeth on a white jaw. It was disgusting, but was also fully exposed. And its health bar was down to less than 20%, so I just needed to tip it over the edge. I let the bolt to the heart fly, and the golem didn't even try to dodge it or save itself. It couldn't, because it couldn't see what was coming under all the iron and gore that slopped down its face. The bolt went right into the exposed center of its chest, and the monster convulsed like someone in the electric chair for several seconds, before it crumpled to the floor. It was little more than a burned heap by the time it landed, though it twitched for a few seconds before it lay still. The fact the bolt to the heart had gone into its flesh rather than hitting its stone shell meant it had been able to do more damage, and I smiled as what was left of its health bar vanished. The body vanished a second later, too, and my XP bar instantly went up by 50%, plus another 3 for being well rested, which took me to about 68% XP. Well, it was worth it then, I chuckled as I watched the green bar fill up. Willa squeaked affirmatively, though she sounded a little stressed, which I couldn't blame her for. I picked up the arrow it had ripped out of its chest and thrown aside, and the one that now lay where its body had been. I was down 1 after the molten rain arrow had exploded, but 9 would hopefully carry me through the third room. My mana had already started to regenerate as I slid the arrows into my quiver. Once they were stowed, I reached into my bag and took out my healing muffin. I'd taken a couple of hits, and while I felt all right aside from some bruising, the muffin would heal 30% health when consumed, and I had begun to get hungry after all the running around. Plus, my health bar was down to about 75%, and I wanted to go into room 3 with as much energy as possible. I bit into the muffin and frowned slightly as the flavors exploded on my tongue. It wasn't how I'd expected it to taste at all. The vanilla was definitely there, but it was slightly drowned out by the myriad of other things I'd mixed into the batter back in the kitchen at the Goblin's Goblet. Strangely, all of the ingredients had come together to create an almost pumpkin-like taste, but it had a spicy kick that had taken me by surprise. It didn't taste half bad, actually. It wasn't the instant rush like the healing potion had been, but then again, it wasn't nearly as potent or powerful as that had been. But it did the job I needed it to. I wasn't badly injured anyway, so this was just a quick pick-me-up before the final challenge. I sauntered over to the door to the next atrium and pulled it open. It was going to take me a good few minutes to get through the enormous muffin, so I might as well finish it where there was no chance of another golem suddenly appearing. The door creaked a little as I opened it, and I frowned when I saw that it was darker in the next waiting room than it was in the golem room. But there weren't supposed to be any surprises in this one, so I took a step forward while I waited for my eyes to adjust. The door swung shut, and I took another step into the room in order to avoid getting hit on the rump, and then I slipped on something wet, and the smell of metal filled my nose. It was blood. Chapter 18. I lifted my foot slowly and twisted it so I could see the sole of my boot. In the firelight, the blood looked burgundy, but the droplets glinted like precious gemstones as they fell from my foot onto the floor. I looked beyond my shoe and saw the puddle I'd stepped in. It wasn't just a few drops, it was a pool, one so fresh that it hadn't even had a chance to dry yet. And it wasn't the only one. The one I had put my foot in was closest to the door, but I followed the trail of droplets to the next pool, then the next. There were footprints, too. Those had dried, and in the dim light they almost looked black, like someone had stepped in soot and traipsed around the atrium. I could see how irregular the footsteps were. The person had been almost unable to walk when they entered this room, and judging by the prints that showed their cumbersome gait, they had staggered away from their fight with the golem with a very serious injury, probably one to the gut or femoral artery, judging by how much blood there was in such a small amount of space. My mind conjured an image of someone limping out of the second dungeon room holding their intestines inside their severed stomach. It was gruesome, but exactly the sort of severe injury that could cause something like this. The smell of the blood made me not want to keep eating the healing muffin in my hand. Call me crazy, but seeing about 10 pints of human blood covering the ground didn't exactly inspire my appetite. Nor did the sight of the corpse I then discovered in the corner of the room. Ah, shit, I sighed when I saw it. Willa sighed sadly as well, and we both tentatively approached the slumped body, though I didn't know where to tread. I didn't want to disturb any more of their blood for some reason, probably because it almost felt disrespectful, but there was so much of it that I couldn't avoid stepping in some of it. When I reached the body, I crouched down, and I could see the streaks on the wall where they'd fallen against it and slid down it to come to rest on the floor. One leg was out straight in front of them, but the other was folded under them. From a distance, they'd almost looked like they'd just taken a nap against the wall, but there was no denying the coldness in the room and the heavy air. This person was dead, and had been for at least a few hours. I had to pull the hair back since it had fallen over their face. I saw a man's face beneath it, some stubble over his white chin, his eyes thankfully closed, because I really didn't want to have to close them myself. His mouth hung open and blood had started to dry on his lips. In fact, blood had dried on every part of his body, and I closed my eyes for a moment as I said a silent prayer. When I looked at him again, I could tell he was an adventurer, not just because he was down here, but because he was wearing a white shirt and black slacks. He looked like a guy who'd been on his way to the office for some corporate job before the Herald of the Gods decided his day would go very differently. He even had a fancy Swiss watch on his wrist, the face of which was now cracked, and one of the hands was missing. If it had been intact, I might have considered taking it. It was an awful thought, and I scolded myself for it, but it would have been nice to know the exact time, especially on cloudier days when I couldn't tell from the sun's position. But for now, that decision had been made for me. There was no way to fix that watch in this version of Earth, so it would stay on this poor man's wrist until his body was removed. I was about to turn away when I saw something clutched in his hand. I leaned a little closer, and I saw it was an empty vial that had once held a healing potion. I could also see that I was right about his stomach. He'd been stabbed right through the belly button, and the golem had brought its stone sword right up through his torso to right below his sternum. His severed organs spilled out of his abdominal cavity like a tipped-over pot of casserole, and I groaned at the fact my mind had taken me there and hoped to the gods that Sally didn't cook another one for the guests at the inn tonight because I wasn't sure I'd be able to stomach it. The man's stomach was a mess. The fleshy organs that had once been filled with blood and oxygen were faded, pale, and gray now. They were also indistinguishable from one another. The golem hadn't just sliced his innards up, it had twisted the sword enough to mash everything together into an organ mulch. I was pretty sure I could see a bit of intestine and maybe the liver, but other than that, it was just a bloody organ soup. Rest in peace, I sighed as I stood back up. Willow floated down to the man and pressed herself against his forehead for a moment. Sometimes I forgot that Willow was a wisp, which meant that she was deeply connected to nature and the world around us. I wondered if she could somehow sense something that I couldn't, or if she was saying goodbye on the Earth's behalf. Whatever she was doing, it was actually quite moving to see, and a part of me hoped she would never have to do the same for me. I moved as far away from the body as possible and shoved the rest of the muffin into my mouth. It was hard to eat in this room with the scent of blood in my nose and the body slumped against the wall, but I had to top up my health bar. Somehow the muffin felt drier in my mouth, and the flavors were suddenly muted and dull. But I ate the whole thing and forced myself to swallow it down. My health bar went back up to 100%, even though my stomach continued to churn, and I wished I'd brought some water with me down here. I told myself I could have a very tall glass of cold water once I finished the third room. That was as good an incentive to get this done as any, and I held on to the image of a giant glass filled with ice cubes and clear water, just so I wouldn't think about the body. I felt like an intruder in the room now, and I realized it was the first time I'd seen an adventurer that hadn't survived a quest. Come on, Willa. She floated back over to me and perched soberly on my shoulder. I did some stretches to get my muscles warmed up again, held my bow tightly with one hand, and knocked an arrow. This was the third room, which probably meant it was going to be the most difficult one. Of course, it could be another puzzle, but something in my gut told me the opposite. I was sure that the golem had been a mere taste of what was to come. Now it was time for the main event. I shoved the door to room 3 open and went a step forward, but I stopped just in time. There was no floor in this room, just a rocky chasm that was so deep that I couldn't see the bottom of it, not even with the helm's added sense, which had kicked in thanks to the lack of any light inside this room. That sudden, unlit drop must have caught most adventurers out. Indeed, as my foot shifted right on the edge of the ledge, a small rock fell into the abyss, and while I heard it bounce off the walls, it never seemed to reach the bottom. Shit, I muttered and looked across the expanse for the final door. The room was about the length of 3 Olympic swimming pools, and I could see the metal door at the other end. If I could get there, I would finish my first dungeon quest, and if I didn't, well, I'd probably be joining that pebble on a never-ending fall to nowhere. A quick scan of the room revealed that the only way across the cavern was by a narrow bridge that connected the doorway where I was to the one and only exit. The bridge was about 3 feet wide, which would have been fine had it not been for the lethal sheer drop on either side of it that promised death for just a single misstep. And I knew that this wouldn't be the only part of this challenge. This was only a small part of it. "Let's fucking do this," I said, more to myself than to Willa, though she grunted with determined agreement anyway. The bridge didn't shake or spin when I stepped onto it, which was a relief. I'd seen enough episodes of Squid Game to know that I should be wary of shifting blocks or false panels. And even though the bridge looked like it was made of stone, there was no guarantee that every single stone would be solid beneath me. But the bridge held firm, so I picked up the pace until I was moving at a swift jog. I kept my eyes peeled for anything that might be launched at me from the distant walls, but so far so good. My bowstring was half drawn in my hand, and I kept the arrow aimed at the ground as I darted forward. The room was enormous, but I kept my focus locked on the door in the distance. That was where I needed to go, and I told myself nothing would stop me. Then I heard something crack, and I slowed for a moment as I checked for the source of the sound. Of course, the first place I checked was the bridge beneath me. If the whole thing was about to crumble to dust, I needed to know so that I could try and make the sprint to the other end. But thanks to the helm, I could see that there weren't any cracks near my feet. It was holding for now. There was another crack, but this time I realized it had come from above. I looked up just in time to see a very large rock falling down from the ceiling toward the bridge just ahead of me. No, not a rock. A golem. In fact, it was 2 golems. The first one landed a few feet away from me, while the second one slammed down right in the middle of the bridge, which caused the whole thing to shudder like a kite caught in a windstorm. The bronze labels above their heads said, Elite Golem Level 3. So these guys were meaner and more powerful than the one I'd faced in the previous room. Only this time, I knew how to attack them. Without hesitation, I spent 3 mana to forge a molten rain arrow and fired. The arrow exploded in the air above their heads and rained hot iron droplets down over both of them. The pair howled and tried to cover themselves from the burning droplets by hunching over. The thick stone across their backs took the brunt of the fire damage, unlike the other golem, who had taken most of it to its front. Even so, the molten rain did the trick, and parts of their rocky exoskeletons were burned away until I could see the charred flesh beneath. The trouble was that, as they rounded on me, their injured backs were hidden from me. I drew another arrow and was preparing to forge another molten rain arrow, but the closest one to me charged. Its footsteps made the bridge shake so much that I couldn't even knock my arrow properly. The other lieutenant-level golem had stayed back in case I got past this one, which was fine by me. A fight with one of these bastards on a 3-foot platform would be hard enough without adding a second one to the mix. As it came for me, the golem reached behind its shoulder and pulled its stone sword out of its back. "That is so fucking weird," I said, and then ducked as it swung at me. I wobbled slightly, then jumped over the blade as it jabbed at my ankles. I thought I'd made a solid landing, but I felt the edge of the bridge dig into my left heel through the sole of my shoe, and I had to fall forward to avoid a trip to the abyss. The other golem, however, wasn't entirely out of the fight. While it kept tabs on the one that was fighting me, it kept stomping so hard that the whole bridge rumbled. It was impossible to knock the arrow, much less aim it, so I finally gave up on that plan. I had to duck to avoid another blow and then scramble backwards to avoid the follow-through. With every swing, the golem was pushing me back the way I had come, and I didn't want to consider what terrible thing might befall me if I was forced all the way back. The other adventurer's body flashed in my mind, and I vowed I wouldn't end up like that. So I ducked 2 slashes of its sword in quick succession. It had swung to the left, which meant its right was exposed, and I leaped forward and slammed my shoulder into its side. It was like running into a brick wall, but I dug in my heels and powered past the creature until I was behind it. Before it could turn around, I jammed my arrow into the beast's back, right into the oozing, burned meat, and I felt the arrowhead scrape against bone. The golem howled and spun around, but I'd anticipated that move, so I ducked to avoid the wild, berserk swing of its blade. Instead, I figured out which leg it had planted and which one was raised to allow it to turn, and with all of my might, I kicked the one it had pivoted on as hard as I could in the shin. The impact jarred my entire leg, but as the monster was already off balance, it stumbled. I was already up before it could recover. I ran into it full tilt, and I made sure to plant my hand in the only flesh wound on its chest. I ignored the squelch as my hand sank into what could only be described as organic goo, but the creature toppled. It swung its free fist as it fell and clipped my jaw, and I felt my teeth snap together. But I was too happy to notice. I watched as the golem tried to put a foot behind itself to catch its fall, but there was no floor there for it to stand on. And so it fell from the bridge with windmilling arms and roared as it plummeted down into the pitch-black chasm below. Just like the pebble, I never heard it hit the ground. The roar finally faded, but there was no splat or thud from the ground below. I still hadn't reached the end of the bridge, but I noticed that my XP bar went up by 63%, and a moment later, a scroll appeared in my vision.
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 6 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up.
I glanced over at the remaining golem. It had watched me shove its friend off the bridge, and it didn't look pleased about it. Understandable, but not ideal for me. In fact, it started to run at me so hard that I could almost feel the full weight of its stone armor pressing down on me. I hurriedly put my trait point into strength and my skill point into weapon mastery for bows, just so I had a chance of defeating this thing. Then I spent 3 mana on Molten Rain, watched the arrow turn solid metal gray, and fired. As it flew, I saw the moment the iron arrow heated up and exploded. The molten droplets fell on the golem, and since it had been moving at full speed, it took the creature a few seconds to stop and try to fold itself over like it had done before. The hot metal found its mark, and it roared as the iron bore into the top of its head, its shoulders, and trickled down its front, which made parts of its body drop off like it had leprosy. I spent another 3 mana and aimed as it stood up and started to stomp toward me. It made the bridge shake so hard that I couldn't get a good lock, which was clearly what the golem wanted. I could see that its health bar was low, but it still managed to stagger toward me with its sword drawn. It was almost impossible to keep my balance on the bridge, and the thing was getting closer and closer. It started to grin, no doubt because it thought it had me trapped. Apparently, it didn't realize that it was also becoming a bigger target the closer it got. When it started to swing its blade, I breathed out and loosed the arrow. The bolt to the heart crackled as it soared through the air, and it went right into the creature's heart. The golem stiffened and gasped, though it somehow managed to take one more swipe at me. I jumped out of the way and then kicked it in the knee. It felt like I'd kicked a boulder, and I was almost sure I'd broken a toe, but the golem stumbled, twitched, and finally fell off the side of the bridge. I let out a sigh of relief, but the quest wasn't over yet. I could see cracks starting to snake across the bridge, and there was a loud ripping sound behind me. The bridge was about to join the golems down below, and if I didn't hustle, I would also join them. I ran faster than I ever had before. There wasn't even time to feel the pain I was in as I raced the snapping sound behind me to the other side. I felt like a cartoon character as my legs became blurs and my sack smacked against me. "Just get there! Just get there!" I muttered as I willed myself to run even faster. When I was about 60 feet from escape, there was another loud crack, and I was sure the whole bridge was about to give way. It took me a moment to realize that the sound had come from above, and by then, the third golem had landed. It dropped to the bridge right in front of the door, and I skidded to a halt, even though I could feel the bridge crumbling behind me. I could see cracks starting to appear along those final few feet, and I knew I didn't have much time to get to the door. "Damn it!" I grunted, which earned a grunt of agreement from Willa. I glanced at the golem and saw it was an elite level 3, the same as the others. It roared and I gritted my teeth against the sound. Fuck, it was so loud. Willa squealed in warning and I opened my eyes just in time to see it start to come for me. I grabbed an arrow and knocked it, but the floor shuddered beneath me. I forged a molten rain arrow, but as I fired, the whole bridge lurched to one side and my arrow went wide. Like, really wide. Wide enough that when it exploded, I knew it would take a few seconds for the burning metal to reach the golem, rather than pelting it immediately. I ducked as it swung its sword, but it was already coming back the other way. The bridge shook again, and I lost my balance and fell back onto my ass. My bow skittered away across the rock. The golem was on me in an instant and grabbed the front of my ogre hide armor while my head was over the edge of the bridge. In my peripheral vision, I could see the endless chasm below. I tried to pull an arrow from the quiver, but they were trapped beneath me. I saw the golem raise its fist to deliver the killing blow, and my knee-jerk reaction was to try and squirm out of its grasp. And then, the sky exploded. Chapter 19. The golem's fist came down toward my head in a blur. I barely managed to move it out of the way, and its knuckles plunged through the cracking stone where my head had just been. But I didn't look at the rapidly crumbling hole beside my face, or the sneer look on the golem's face as it brought its fist back for another swing. No, I watched the molten rain as it erupted from the arrow across the room and spread through the air in search of enemies. I smiled even as I caught a glimpse of the creature's fist pulling back for another strike. This fucker wouldn't be alive for much longer if I could just hang on. I kicked the golem's chest, but it kept its strong hold on my ogre hide armor. It growled and slid me across the stone slab until half of my body dangled over the abyss. I felt myself teetering back and forth above certain death and grabbed the creature's arm just in case it decided to let go before it finished punching me in the face. Shit! 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 And then the rain finally found its target. The golem roared as molten iron drilled through the armor on its back and wreaked havoc on its stony exoskeleton. The fire damage it took was brutal, and I could see its life ticking down on the bar over its head. I, on the other hand, wasn't touched by a single drop of the deadly metal. The molten rain drifted past me as if I had a magical force field around me. It would have been beautiful if I wasn't suddenly very aware that the golem wasn't holding on to my armor anymore. I was suddenly aware that if I'd had some allies with me, they could have caught me as the golem squealed and let go of me. But the only other creature in the room was Willa, and all the wisp could do was make a panicked sound as I started to fall backward off the bridge. I heard the golem scream, and a moment later I saw it topple off the other side. I barely caught a glimpse of its flailing body as it flipped down through the darkness. I was more focused on stopping my own backward roll. Time slowed to a painful crawl, and I felt every twinge in my spine as each vertebra pressed into the edge of the bridge. I felt a lurch in my stomach as I started to drop, and I had enough time to wonder if my quest was about to have a bloody end. Somehow, I threw out my hands and tried to grasp the bridge, but from my angle it was impossible to see where the ledge was. My legs went over my head as I kept rolling, and I tried to brace myself. I could feel solid rock still beneath me at first, and then I was completely airborne as the bridge shook again. Shit! I hadn't come this far only to lose at the final hurdle. Just before the dreaded drop, my arm shot up and landed on something solid, and my fingernails scraped the rough stone. I dug them in and ignored the bite as the grit ripped into the underside of my nails. My fingertips started to bleed, but I held on. When my hand slipped, I dug my fingers in harder. Willa screamed as I got closer and closer to falling into the darkness. My hand stopped slipping at the very edge of the bridge, and I was literally holding on by just my fingertips. But fortunately, this wasn't my first rodeo. I'd hung off mountain faces like this more times than I cared to admit, with no ropes or spikes to assist me. No, this was all strength and willpower, and in that moment, I had both in abundance. I put all my weight into my right arm, and then I let go with my left. I grunted at the sudden drop of weight on just 5 of my fingers, but I held on. I swung right, clenched my muscles, and then threw myself up and left. I got some height, enough to get my whole left arm over the bridge. I found a hold in the stone where the golem had punched through the rock and gripped on, and then I moved my right hand across the bridge as well. I pulled myself along until my whole torso was across it, then swung my legs up, planted my feet, and stood. I let out a relieved laugh breath and shook out my cramping hands. Holy shit, that was close. As if in answer, the entire bridge shuddered again, and when I looked toward the exit, I saw the slabs start to disintegrate. Fuck! Willa squeaked and started to flit toward the exit. Her agitation kicked me into gear, and I snatched up my bow as I sprinted along the collapsing bridge. It's not that far! It's not that far! I can do this! I heard a large slab right behind me start to crumble, and I had to lunge forward as the one underneath me started to shake apart right under my feet. The cracks were spreading, and I knew this was going to be tight. I kept telling myself I was almost there, even as I pushed harder on those last few strides than I ever had. When my hand finally met the door, I shoved with all my might. Even if the door had still been locked, there would have been no stopping me. Fortunately for both me and the door, it opened, and I tumbled through it just as the whole bridge collapsed with a thunderous roar. The door slammed shut behind me as soon as I tumbled to the other side, but that was fine with me. I had no desire to open the door and see the result. I lay on the floor and sucked in air while I tried not to shout the stream of profanities that were balanced on the tip of my tongue. That was so fucking close. I had literally tasted death right then, and it didn't taste good. Eliana's wolf helm had come through in a clutch, though, and I dreaded to think what would have happened if I hadn't had it with me for that final dungeon room. For one thing, I would have had to fight those golems totally blind, which would have been impossible. Not to mention the whole bridge over a deadly drop thing it had going for it as well. Yeah, I would have been a goner for sure. If I could have blinded those golems, on the other hand. As my XP bar went up by another 63% for killing that final golem, a scroll appeared in my vision, and I sighed happily as the Herald of the Gods sent me what was starting to become quite a familiar message.
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 7 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up.
Level 7 already. Damn. Thanks very much, Herald, I said brightly from where I still lay on the cold stone floor. I swiped across to my skill and traits page on the UI and picked where to allocate my points. I put my trait point straight into focus because I figured the more mana, the better. Plus, the bonus attack speed would be a welcome boost. And as for the skill point, I decided to put a point into alchemy. With some extra alchemy skills, I could do more than just make healing potions. I could also make potions that could be used to attack my enemies, such as, say, a burning or blinding potion, both of which would have been really rather useful in that last room. However, those 2 points weren't my only rewards for completing the dungeon quest. The next reward was announced in the form of another Herald Scroll.
Congratulations! You have also completed your first dungeon quest. Well done for making it through all 3 rooms. Not many adventurers of the same level as you made it out of there alive.
As usual, Harold was very chirpy when talking about human deaths. I realized that I'd never been told what I would get out of the dungeon quest if I carried it out. I'd been so excited by the concept of it that I hadn't noticed that there hadn't been any mention of the rewards I'd received, like I would with normal quests or side quests.
You have shown both physical and intellectual prowess, and you have done your class and your goddess proud.
I watched as my arete hourglass glowed bright blue in the corner of my UI, and I smiled when I saw it fill up to about 90% capacity. That was the most arete I'd ever had since I'd started the great game. Granted, I'd never slipped any lower than half full, but it was a nice feeling to see the blue sand just a hair's breadth from the top of the glass timer. Next, my XP bar filled up by another 50% for completing the dungeon quest, which meant that I'd leveled up. Again. I was seriously on fire today. The good kind of on fire, not the bad kind that would probably end in my death. I chuckled to myself as I stared at the 7% XP in my green bar, and at the 8 in the corner of my vision. Level 9 was actually something I could achieve soon, if I kept fulfilling quests, and who knew how much higher I could go in this game.
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 8 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up.
Yeah, I know the drill. I put my skill point into cooking since I wanted to make plenty of muffins once I got out of here. The thought of magic muffins made me look at my hands, which suddenly ached as I remembered I had abused them. They were a little cut up, but it wouldn't be worth wasting the healing potion I had left on my belt to heal them. I could just use my cooking to make another healing muffin when I got back to the Goblin's Goblet. My red health bar was at about 80%, mainly because of my hands and the few scrapes and bruises I'd gotten from that last fight, and one of those muffins could push me back to 100% easily enough. After some thought, I put my trait point into acuity, just so I would be more balanced. I now had 3 in strength, 2 in acuity, and 3 in focus, which meant my mana pool was now on 13. Well, it would be once it filled back up. It still needed a few more seconds to regenerate fully. The scroll disappeared from my eye line, and I was once again looking up at the stone ceiling of the final atrium. I pulled off my wolf helm and wiped the sweat off my brow. Then I glanced up at the sky and nodded thanks to Eliana. Somehow I was pretty sure she'd seen it, and I'd like to think she nodded back. And then I saw the wooden chest in the middle of the room. It hadn't been there when I'd tumbled inside, but things in this game worked in mysterious ways. Willa whizzed over to it and immediately squealed with impatient excitement. She didn't have to wait very long for me to open it, since I was just as eager and excited as she was to see what was inside. I pulled open the lid and laughed out loud with glee. The first thing inside the chest was a large pouch of gold coins, which I counted right there, and I gasped when I found out there were 40 in there. 40! That meant I now had 65 gold coins to my name. I feel like a millionaire right now, I said, and Willa sniggered. It's lucky they came in a bigger bag. My old coin pouch wouldn't have been able to hold all of this. I discarded the old, smaller pouch to one side and transferred my other coins into the bigger bag. It was a bit of a weight on my side, but a welcome one. If it got any bigger, though, I'd probably have to put it in my bag for safekeeping. Somehow the coins never clinked or jangled when I moved, even though the pouch bounced around on my hip when I walked or ran. Another nice touch from the gods. The next thing inside the chest were arrows. For every one I'd used during the dungeon quest, I'd been given a new one. I quickly refilled my quiver and felt much happier now that I was back up to having 10 arrows. I could get a bigger quiver at some other time, but for now, being back up to capacity felt good. Just under the arrows was a water skin that was full to the brim with crisp, clean water, along with a vial of iodine, which would allow me to clean any water I refilled the water skin with. I gulped down every drop greedily and then attached the empty skin to my belt. Being able to bring water with me would be invaluable, especially on quests like the one I'd gone on to kill those bandits and retrieve the stolen artifacts, where I'd been in the woods with no access to clean water. Finally, there were boots inside the box. These were reinforced, unlike my very basic and already very tired and worn boots that I'd been given when I was first dropped into the great game. The new boots had a label above them that read, "Uncommon Boots of Golem Slaying, +8 strength, +5 armor," in blue lettering. Yep, this was definitely an upgrade. I kicked my old shoes off and pulled the new boots on. Once again, they fit like a glove. The soles were far thicker with hobnails to help me grip onto any terrain, and they also had reinforced toe caps and sides. There was also a sheen to them that I had a feeling would mean that my feet would stay dry no matter the weather, even if I had to wade through a shallow stream or river. The boots were taller, too. They came up to just below my knees in more of a Wellington boot shape rather than the hiking boots like I'd had before. Once I'd put them on and put on a short-lived fashion show for Willa, who morphed into a stick lady flirtatiously fanning herself, to which I laughed, I flicked through my UI and took stock of everything I had at my disposal, as well as my stats. 3 strength and focus points, 2 in acuity. As for skills, I had 3 points in weapon mastery for bows, 3 in sense, 2 in cooking, and 1 in alchemy. I had 13 mana to use now, and about 90% arret, both of which I was extremely pleased with, along with the 65 gold coins in the pouch on my belt. As for armor and weapons, I had my bow, arrows, quiver, and hack-attack hatchet, the ogre-hide body armor, and of course, Eliana's wolf helm. And to top it all off, I was a level 8 adventurer. I felt pretty confident as I began to head for the door which led out of the dungeon. Each step felt effortless, and I could literally feel a surge of power pulse from my feet and up my legs and torso, as if the muscles had been injected with some kind of super serum. Damn, these boots were awesome! All in all, I'd made an absolute killing, and not just in the literal sense. I'd made out like a bandit here, and even though it had been a close call, these rewards and the thrill of the battle made me want to do this again and again. Willa joined me as I put a hand on the door out of the dungeon and shoved. The scrapes on my hands grumbled, but I soon forgot about them. The door swung open easily, and my eyes widened in utter surprise. I was back in the Delver's dive bar. I turned back as the door shut, and sure enough it looked like the same one I'd gone through to speak to the dungeon keeper, only somehow it was also the exit as well. Weird. Sometimes the great game really did boggle my brain. As soon as the door closed, every bleary, swimming set of eyes landed on me, and slowly their expressions of annoyance shifted to surprise, and then to utter disbelief. The barman even dropped the glass he'd been polishing out of utter shock, and I relished the sight of all their ugly mouths as they fell open in awe. They were clearly stunned that I'd made it out of the dungeon alive, and that made it all the more satisfying as I swaggered through the bar toward the stairs. I made sure to make smug eye contact with each of them and smirked the whole way across the room. It was deathly silent, probably because they were all in mourning for their egos, which I had just crushed under my new weatherproof boots. Completing the dungeon quest felt good. Showing these schmucks exactly who they doubted felt better. I didn't say a word, but there was really no need to say anything. They knew I'd just handed them their asses on a plate, and most refused to meet my gaze. Those that did almost looked apologetic. So I walked past with my head held high and a smirk on my lips. I was never going to see these assholes again anyway. But maybe it would make them think twice before they questioned the next adventurer that came down here asking about a dungeon quest. The stairs creaked beneath my weight as I started up, but I had so much energy left that I bounded up too quickly to be caught by any more collapsing stairs. I made it to ground level, shoved the door open, and stepped out into the sunlight. It almost felt like the blue sky and smiling sun had come out just for me as another bonus reward for a job well done. I practically skipped away from the bar as I headed back toward town. I knew I looked a mess after those 3 dungeon challenges, but I couldn't have cared less. I'd done it, and I'd come out a level 8 adventurer in doing so. I'd call that a pretty productive day, wouldn't you say, Willa? I said as I walked. She chirped her agreement. I know it was a little hairy in places, but every time I level up I get more capable of handling harder quests. Plus, the dungeon keeper wouldn't have given those challenges to me if he didn't think I could do it. It's the same with the gods. They don't give us quests they don't think we have a chance of completing. She transformed into a wispy group of stickmen. You're right. Most adventurers are doing the quests in groups. But I got this far alone. She morphed into a nodding cartoon head, then popped like a balloon and spiraled off into the air. I laughed as I watched her soar about the place like a wispy, ghostly sparrow. She was just as pleased as I was that we'd been successful in the dungeon quest. Funny, I hadn't considered what might happen to Willa if I died during a quest. Would she get reclaimed by nature, or would she cease to exist along with me? I decided to just add that to the ever-growing list of unanswered questions I had about this damn game. Difficult as that dungeon quest had been, I had definitely learned a lot from it, and most importantly, I now knew that it wasn't impossible. It was hard, yes, but not impossible, and that was the important thing to remember. That dungeon was the only one in Avalon. Avalon, which only had adventurers up to about level 5, which had temples that looked like candlelit garden sheds, and which had begun to feel like a dead end. It was a holding place, I realized, designed to be a beginner's sanctuary and an intermediate's trap. If I stayed here, then I would be holding myself back. But at the same time, I had no idea what else was out there. Was it all towns just like this one, or were there bigger cities with better prospects? I had a feeling there was, but it wasn't like the blurred-out map I had on my UI could answer the questions I had about this world. But there were some people in this place who did have answers, one of whom I knew would be happy to help. I needed to speak to Holland. If anyone would be open to giving me an inkling as to where to go and what to do next, it was him. I whistled to Willa, who flitted back to my shoulder, and then we turned and headed in the direction of Temple Row. Chapter 20. Holland didn't seem all that surprised to see me. In fact, he was sitting on one of the pews nearest the door like he'd been expecting my arrival. "Hello, Thomas Grimshaw," he said without turning around. "Are you trying to act like a Bond villain? A what? Don't worry. But just know that would have been funny if you were from the same place as me." "If you say so, adventurer." The old man chuckled as he heaved himself to his feet on rickety legs. "I'm pleased to see that you've made it out of your first dungeon quest with all your body parts still attached. As am I, although the golems try their best to take some of my limbs as souvenirs." "Golems, you say? Oh, those are nasty things. Fortunately, you don't normally get them around these parts. They stick to more mountainous or cavernous landscapes, which is probably why they enjoy dungeons so much. Well, that and the fact they get a steady stream of food coming through in the form of you adventurers. Except when they get killed by us. It's the circle of life, he said with a shrug. They probably decided that they would rather die with a full stomach than starving on a mountain where not many people tend to venture. I guess so. Not that I have any sympathy for the nasty bastards. Oh, goodness, no. I've only had the misfortune of coming across one once in my youth. That thing they do with their swords when they pull them out of their backs, it's gross, so gross. I mean, is it actually a body part, or, after having one swung at me more times than I can count a day, I think I'd rather not know the answer to that question. Fair enough. I don't blame you. I told him about the rest of the dungeon, from the scatterbrained dungeon keeper, the trapdoor, the code I cracked, the body I found, and the hair-raising last room where I'd almost fallen to my death. Holland urged me to whip up some muffins for my hands, even though they'd already scabbed over, and I told him that I would. I hadn't gone through all of that just to get an infection from a few scrapes on my palms. He chortled when I told him about the reaction of the thugs in the Delver's dive bar once I came out of the dungeon a victor. The people that go to that bar are not the sort of folks I, or anyone else in town, tend to be friends with. I can see why. Of course, if one of them were to come in here seeking guidance, I would help them, he said, then leaned in a little closer and lowered his voice. But I wouldn't be quite so welcoming as I am with you or any other adventurers. I don't blame you. Speaking of which, have any more Spellfletchers come through here? Why do you ask? Well, I haven't met any other specialist class adventurers yet. It's starting to feel like I'm the only one. Well, there are a lot less of you than there are the basic classes. And considering all adventurers have been spread out across the world, the likelihood is that all of the specialist classes are scattered all over the place. It could be a while until you encounter another Spellfletcher, or even a duelist or a witch hunter, or something perhaps even more exotic. But that's a tale for another day. I suppose we're also more independent players, too. We're less likely to join a party, so the gods wouldn't bunch us all together in groups like they have with the other classes. Exactly. But rest assured, there are more of your class out there, and I am sure that the benevolent Eliana is keeping a watchful eye over them all, as well as over you. She is loyal to her adventurers so long as they are loyal to her. The gift she gave me certainly came in handy, that's for sure. Without that helm, my body would be at the bottom of a very deep, very dark hole right now. And my soul, well, I don't know what your thoughts are on the afterlife here, but if you believe that we go somewhere, then that's exactly where I would be. I'm not sure if there's a specific place that we go, but I know that the gods will care for those who have cared for them in equal measure once we pass on. So, you're hoping for an express ticket to paradise, then? Well, I haven't spent my life in service for nothing, have I? He said with a mischievous smirk. Well played, sir. How's the crown, by the way? Still here, if that's what you're asking, you cheeky rascal. I haven't let it out of my sight. I should hope not, because, well, here it is. Here what is? We've gotten to the actual reason you're back here. I was wondering when you would get around to the question you wanted to ask me. Are you in some kind of rush? Maybe, he said with a grin and then laughed for a moment. Of course not. I'm old. I couldn't rush anywhere if I tried. But I appreciate that you bothered to make conversation with such an old fart before asking for advice. You're a good kid, Thomas. Parents raised me right, I guess, I said with a shrug. Go on, then, Spellfletcher, he said and gestured to one of the pews. What's your question? I took a seat and he lowered himself onto the bench beside me. He smelled like old books and candle wax, and offered me such a kind, paternal smile that I almost didn't want to leave this place at all. But then I glanced at the level 8 in the corner of my UI and knew that this had to be done. Well, I'm level 8 now. I know. Right. Of course you do, I said, as I'd momentarily forgotten the priests had a certain amount of insight into the adventurers that the other NPCs didn't. That dungeon quest was tricky, but I did it, on my own. Which isn't something most adventurers can say they have also done. So I was right then. They did normally do the dungeon quests in parties, and so it was even more impressive that I'd done it alone. And I've also noticed that all of the other adventurers here aren't the same level as me, especially not after today. And I suppose I'm wondering if I've outgrown Avalon. You can only buy basic armor at the market, and if the quests I receive are going to stay the same level of difficulty, they won't be as hard to complete, and therefore not as lucrative for me now that I'm a higher level. Not that Avalon is in any way a bad town, obviously. The people have been great for the most part, but I guess I'm just starting to feel like there could be more out there for me. I want to succeed in this game. I want to get to a high level so that I can have a good life here. And if there's a way to win the whole thing, then I want a chance to do that too. And I don't think I can do that if I stay here. I agree with everything you've said, Thomas. But I didn't hear a question within all of that. Well, and I think I didn't hear one because you already know what the right thing to do is. But if you want me to reassure you, then I will. You're right. You've outgrown this town. It can't offer you anything better, and as you move up the levels, the quests will earn you less XP and arret, because they will be far easier for you to complete. But if you were to go to another town or a city where there are far more opportunities for someone of your talents, I know that you would thrive there. I don't say this to just anybody, Thomas. You have serious potential to do well in this game if you carry on as you are. You don't say it to just anybody because no other Spellfletchers have come through here. True, but that doesn't make what I've said any less true. You are a very skilled man, and more than that, you have Eliana's attention. Do you think she gives gifts like that Wolfhelm to just anyone? Especially someone who is, frankly, not that high of a level yet? She knows you're special, and so do I. I think you'd be a fool if you didn't move on to somewhere bigger, somewhere greater, where you could go on to be great too. I nodded, not entirely sure what to say to such a compliment. I have to say I'm relieved to know that you think that. And I'm also relieved to know that there actually is something else out there. Bigger towns and cities. Oh, yes! There's a whole world out there for you to explore, Thomas. I've never been more than a few miles from Avalon, but then again, your lifestyle wasn't what I was made for. I'm happy here. It's a simple life. I provide help to those of you who come through here. I worship the gods, and I keep a roof over my family's head. I don't want anything more than what I have. I don't need anything more either. You do. The sky's the limit when it comes to you, Thomas. I think you might be exaggerating a little there, Holland. I think we both know that I'm not, he said with a knowing smile. Unfortunately, the fact I'm not very well-traveled means I can't really tell you much about the big, wide world beyond my modest town. All I can do is give you the location of the next big town for you to find on your map. Sure enough, I mentally clicked on the map in the corner of my UI and found that a new red X had appeared, just north of where I currently was in Avalon. It looked like it would be a 2-day journey on foot at the most, so long as there weren't any huge ravines or big mountains to get around. I wish you all the best, Thomas, Holland said as he stood up and held out his hand to me. I know that you will go far, and selfishly, I hope that your journey brings you back here one day. But if it doesn't,
It has been a pleasure to get to know you."
"And you," I replied as I shook his hand. "Thank you for your help. You've been incredible. And thanks for the advice. Sometimes you just need to hear that you're on the right path from someone else, you know?"
"Indeed," he said with a nod. "Good luck, Thomas."
"You too," I said as I headed for the door.
"Keep that crown safe. Heal those hands."
I chuckled and waved as I stepped out into the street. He waved back, and his gaze lingered on me for a couple of moments, as if he was trying to commit my face to memory, just in case it was the last time he saw me. I smiled and sauntered off toward the market. It was just after lunchtime, so the trader's courtyard was, of course, packed with eager shoppers and bellowing merchants. This time around, I did a speed shop. I knew what I was after, and time was of the essence. That chat with Holland had felt like I just bounced off a springboard, and now I was about to fly. Cuthbert had moved on, it seemed, so I went to a different set of merchants to buy the ingredients for the healing muffins. I also purchased the ingredients I needed to make a potion with my new alchemy skill, as well as a new tunic, a bedroll, and a small tent. All in all, it cost me 15 gold coins, which meant I was back down to an acceptable 50, which was still more than I'd had up until this point. I put the tunic, tent, and bedroll into my bag, which didn't weigh any more or bulk up despite the addition of the 3 items. There was definitely something magical about it, since it could fit everything I put in there without running out of room, and it was also light as a feather across my back. Once I was done in the market, I jogged back to the Goblin's Goblet, waved hello to Jessup behind the bar, and found Sally as she finished delivering some lunch to one of the customers.
Thomas!
She said with a smile when she saw me.
Gosh, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you look like you've been through the ringer. Tough job?
You could say that, but a success.
I can tell,
She said and glanced at the loaded coin pouch on my belt.
Was there something you needed?
I was wondering if your oven might be free again. She snorted, rolled her eyes, and led the way back into the kitchen. There was an enormous bronze pot that was already bubbling away on the stove, which I assumed was dinner. It smelled amazing. But that was as close as I was going to get to tasting the stew, because I didn't plan on being here by the time dinner rolled around. Sally leaned against one of the counters while I whipped up some more healing muffin batter, arms crossed and a small smile on her lips. I made the batter a lot faster and more efficiently than I had done when I'd only had one cooking point, and it felt a lot more natural already. Once the muffins were in the oven, I got to work on the potions. I only had 1 point in my alchemy skills, so I hadn't gone crazy with my purchases. I decided to start off simple, just as I had with the muffins. So I'd only bought enough ingredients to make 1 blinding potion. I already had the spare healing one on my belt, so I thought it best to have one with healing properties and one I could actually use in combat. I just needed to remember which was which, so I didn't accidentally render myself blind.
I'll get the maid to clear out your room for a new customer then,
Sally finally said. Pardon? I replied as I poured a liquid called Parisi into a small bowl.
You're leaving.
How did you know?
I've seen that look before on the faces of guys like you.
Guys like me?
Guys who don't stick around in one place for very long. Guys who do crazy things for a living, get bored, and leave to find somewhere more exciting.
It's just the nature of my work, I suppose. It's not that I get bored exactly. There's just more out there that I haven't seen yet. More to do. More contracts.
Oh, it must be nice to have so much freedom. I know I'll be here for the rest of my life.
Is that what you want?
Not many people who are born in Avalon ever leave. My family's here. I would never leave them. But I do sometimes wonder what else is out there.
Her mind would have melted out of her ears if I had tried to explain what an airplane was to her. Well, you just have to do what's right for you.
Well, hopefully a nice young man will come to town and decide that he can't possibly live without me, and we'll settle down. I'll inherit this place, and we'll have a family. That's my dream. And it'll happen so long as the man sticks to the script.
I'm sure he will.
Don't you get lonely sometimes?
She asked curiously. I paused what I was doing. I hadn't been in the Great Game for very long, and while I had been here, I'd been surrounded by people for a lot of that time. But before that, when I traveled around on my own for years and often went without human contact for weeks at a time, had I ever felt lonely? Fortunately, I realized that I hadn't. I liked my own company, for one thing. Plus, being alone didn't automatically mean I felt lonely. I could choose if and when I spoke to or saw people, and I was designed for a more solitary life with the occasional sprinkling of people. At least, that was how I liked it right now. In the future, that could change, but for this current moment, I was all good as a one-man band. No, I said simply. I'm happy on my own.
Well, I'm not sure I've ever met someone like you, Thomas. Are you sure you don't fancy co-owning a tavern?
I think I'll have to pass, I'm afraid, I said, and we both laughed. I finished up with my binding potion and pulled the healing muffins out of the oven. I'd added some blueberries for a bit more flavor and had made 4 of them, which I quickly wrapped and shoved into my bag for a later date. Sally smiled and squeezed my arm warmly.
Gosh,
she said as she felt my bicep, then blushed as she removed her hand.
good luck, wherever it is that you go.
Thank you. I hope you find the man that will stick to your script.
So do I. Bye, Thomas.
I nodded, then showed myself out of the kitchen. I waved to Jessup, who waved back. He knew he wouldn't be seeing me again, too. At least, not for some time. I stepped out into the street and looked around. I saw parties of adventurers of levels 4 and 5 as they moved around the town. Some of the groups chatted and laughed, while others were banged up and looked shell-shocked after whatever quest they'd just been on. A few glanced my way, and I saw their expressions turn to awe when they saw my level, but I was already moving on before anyone could comment. I pulled up my map and set my sights on the red X, the closest big town to Avalon, and with one final deep breath, I passed through the town gates and set off toward the forest. Soon I was surrounded by trees once again, which were as tightly huddled as penguins during a blizzard. My armor scraped against tree bark as I squeezed between the trunks, but thankfully I eventually found something resembling a dirt track that snaked through the woodland. I munched on one of my muffins on the way and watched as my red health bar started to slowly refill. It was astounding to watch the cuts on my hands healing over with every mouthful I swallowed. The skin literally pooled over every cut like water and sealed over it, and soon my hands were probably in better condition than they had been in years. Given my climbing background, I was used to having some bruises and split calluses on my hands, but they were spotless now. I walked steadily through the forest for the rest of the day. Willa enjoyed herself as she dodged and weaved through the boughs of the trees, and I smirked when she accidentally smacked into one of the trunks. She morphed into a dazed cartoon face with birds that flew around its head, and I laughed. I came across a few old earth relics as I went. Here in the lesser-traveled section of the woods, it seemed the gods hadn't been as diligent at erasing every piece of the previous world as they were in more populated areas. I found a smashed wing mirror and sighed. For one thing, I missed my old van. It would have been perfect around here. It was built to go off-road, it was a portable house, and had everything one could possibly need. And again, where would I get gas in a world like this one? But I also sighed because having a mirror could have been useful, especially to look around trees or blind corners. But it was smashed to bits, so I chucked it aside and made a mental note to keep my eyes peeled for one that was intact. I also found an umbrella and a wire brush, both of which were caked in dirt and bent wildly out of shape. I found myself wondering whose hands were the last to touch these items, and if the owners of those hands had made it through the Herald of the Gods tests and into the Great Game. The likelihood of that was slim, but I liked to think that they had, mainly because the other conclusion was a lot more morbid. Finally, I came across the Holy Grail. No fucking way! I said as I bent down and brushed the mud off the wrapper. "Willa, come and look." The wisp zipped over and crooned when she saw what I had in my hands. Chocolate. I had a chocolate bar in my hands. A sealed one, too. I bounced around with excitement as I pulled the wrapper open slightly and inspected it. No maggots, no bugs, no dirt. It was uncontaminated, and it smelled incredible. I started to salivate and had to shove it in my trouser pocket just to stop my stomach from growling. I'd eat it later when I made camp as a reward for a good day of walking. I'd covered a lot of ground already, and by the time the sun had started to set, I knew that I wouldn't be in the forest for the next one. I'd reach the town before nightfall tomorrow, but for tonight I needed to make camp. I found a tiny clearing in the middle of a copse of trees that was just big enough for my tent. I set it up, laid out my bedroll, and then darted off into the surrounding areas until I found what I'd been looking for. A rabbit. Soon I had a fire going. The rabbit had been skinned and prepped, and the smell of the cooking meat filled the clearing with its delicious aroma. In the meantime, I munched on the gorgeous chocolate bar I'd found. I normally ate a very clean diet, but chocolate was my kryptonite. And holy shit, this was the best damn chocolate bar I'd ever tasted. Probably because I hadn't eaten any junk in so long, but still. It was heavenly as it melted in my mouth, healed my soul, and all the rest of the whole 9 yards. Night had well and truly set in once the rabbit was cooked, and I leaned against one of the trees as I stuffed myself full of the meat. I would save some for tomorrow, since Sally had given me a few paper bags to take with me that I could wrap the meat up in to tide me over until I reached the town. But when I went to inspect what was left, I realized I'd eaten quite a lot more than I thought I would. Guess I was hungry. I sipped on some water from my water skin, which I had collected from a nearby stream and cleaned with a drop or two of iodine. I didn't want to jinx anything, but life was pretty damn good in that moment. Willa had settled down into my shoulder, and while I was pretty sure wisps didn't sleep, this was the closest thing to it. In the meantime, I took my hatchet off my belt and went to get some more wood for the fire. I was too wired to sleep just yet, probably because of all the chocolate I'd just consumed. I went a short distance away from my camp and started to lop some branches off some of the thinner trees. Fortunately, it hadn't rained, so the wood was dry and burnable. I breathed heavily as I worked, and the light from the distant fire was just enough for me to see what I was doing. If I'd gone any further, though, I wouldn't have been able to see the camp through all the trees. That was why I'd chosen that spot, for privacy and safety. I didn't plan on sleeping much that night. I'd get Willa to keep watch while I dozed, but I could get some real rest at an inn tomorrow night, so long as tomorrow's travels went according to plan. I wondered what the next town would be like. Maybe it would have more to do there, or it would be filled with other adventurers of similar rankings to me. I knew there would be a priest there for the Spellfletcher class, and I was eager to ask him if any other specialists or Spellfletchers had been through there yet. In fact, I was just eager to see what the town had to offer as a whole. I had my fingers crossed that there would be better quests and maybe even another dungeon for me to take a swing at. I smiled inwardly as I remembered Holland's words. There was a whole world out there for me to explore, and I was eager to see what it had to offer. I collected the bits of wood I'd cut down and turned to go back to my camp. But instead of the camp, I found myself nose to nose with a very pissed-off troll. Chapter 21. Forest Troll Level 1, the label above its head said in black letters. Basic Level 1. The same ranking and species as the first enemy I'd ever faced in the great game, in the clearing where I'd been unceremoniously dropped. Our current surroundings were a bit less pleasant this time around, though. The troll's leathery green skin would be bad enough in sunlight, but in the minimal light of the forest it was somehow even nastier. I could still pick out its bulbous, warty nose, black tongue, and bulging muscles without any problems, though, as well as its rotund stomach. It must have been eating well for a while to have grown so fat, but it still looked at me like it was starving. It was so close that I could see the fruit flies that flitted between its cracked teeth despite the overpowering stench of its breath. And Lord, did it stink. To its credit, the troll had taken me by surprise. I'd been so focused on chopping and gathering the firewood I now held in my arms that I hadn't heard it coming. And now, here we were, face to ugly face. It let out a low, rumbling growl, and its rusty dagger glinted in the moonlight. Yep, this guy meant business. And to think, I'd had such a pleasant evening up until this point. "Catch!" I said suddenly, and launched the firewood at the beast. It was taken totally off guard. I didn't think I'd thrown the firewood hard, but it hit the troll with enough force that it stumbled back a few paces. A few paces was all the time I needed to unhook my hatchet from my belt, which I'd used for some of the firewood, but would now press into service against the creeper. By the time the troll had looked up at me and started to raise its dagger, my hatchet was buried in its brain. It looked mildly confused for a moment and went cross-eyed, as if to confirm that there was, in fact, a very sharp blade wedged in the middle of its skull. I watched as its health bar bottomed out, and then it sank to the ground, dead. I wrenched the hatchet out of its skull and frowned down at its sprawled corpse. That was underwhelming. One blow was all it had taken to kill it. One. When I'd first fought one of those things, it hadn't been that easy, not even close. But I'd felt the strength in my arm as I brought the hatchet down on its head. I saw the blur my arm became as I moved, and the power of my blow had been enough to turn its brain into mulch. Even now, as I stood over its body, I felt the rippling strength in my muscles and the power in my veins. I wasn't level 1 anymore, that was for sure. I was stronger, faster, and far more deadly than I'd been that first day. That creature never stood a chance against me. It was one thing to watch my level rise up the ranks, but it was another thing to see just how dramatic an improvement that made. This was the first time I could really compare my skills now versus what they'd been, and I had to admit, I was impressed with myself. I'd cut that nasty piece of work down like it was a blade of grass, yet just a few days ago it would have been a toss-up as to whether I lived or died. I smiled as I gathered up the firewood I'd tossed at the troll, as well as the 2 gold coins that had been left behind once the body disappeared. Only 2 this time, which confirmed that as I moved up to a higher level adventurer, the rewards for killing more basic enemies would decrease. It was only fair, I supposed. Otherwise, people would reach double or even triple-digit levels in no time if the rewards stayed the same. Indeed, I only got about 10% XP for killing the troll this time around, and I guessed that once I passed level 10, that would probably decrease even further. I rambled back to my camp, chucked some more wood onto the fire, and hunkered down in my bedroll under the tent. The fire crackled while Willa floated at the entrance of my tent, both a reassuring presence in the darkness. The wisp would keep watch while I slept, though I didn't plan on sleeping the entire night. I'd take a few hours at a time and then take my turn on watch duty until there was enough daylight to move safely again. Well, that was what I told myself. But I woke up to the cool light of the morning and sighed. Willow was still on duty by the tent flap, and the fire was now just a smoldering pile of ash. It was nice and cozy inside my tent, but I finally forced myself to crawl out and stretch. "It could have woken me up," I grumbled as I rubbed my eyes. "I need to practice sleeping in shifts." Willow replied with a noise that might be interpreted as, "You had a long day and needed to rest." She was right. I hadn't moved all night. I was that tired. Not that I'd admit that to her. "Willa, I can't sleep through the night like that. Not in these woods." The noise she made said, "But I was keeping watch." "That's not the point. Next time, wake me, please." She grumbled a response that didn't sound like a promise, but there was no arguing with the wisp sometimes. And besides, I did feel a lot better after a long rest. so I decided not to go too hard on her. I packed up my tent and bedroll and shoved them in my bag, took a leak on a tree, and rinsed my face in the nearby stream. The cold water and the leftover rabbit I had for breakfast helped to clear away the grogginess of sleep. And then it was time to begin another day of walking in the woods. Mornings like this one were my favorite. The air was cool and crisp, and I could feel the cold moisture in the air. It wasn't too chilly, but it wasn't hot and humid either. The leaves crunched beneath my boots, the trees swayed, and animals rummaged around in the undergrowth. A smile touched my lips as I took it all in, and then I chuckled when I thought about how simple this world was compared to Earth 1.0. No paperwork, no bills, no insurance, no taxes, no admin. Nothing humans had invented that just complicated the world that had already given us everything we needed to live happily. God, I was in heaven here. It took almost the whole day to reach the next town because the trail I'd followed had turned into a steadily uphill track from about midday onwards. But by the time the sun had started to ripen from yellow to dark orange, the town gates came into view. Just like Avalon, there were walls around the edge of town to keep unwanted creatures out. But the gates were still open and the wall was low enough that I could see into the settlement. I could already tell that it was about 4 times the size of Avalon, and it had a river that ran right through the middle of it. Buildings were piled up along the compacted roads, and they looked sturdier than anything I'd seen so far. In Avalon, it felt like I could have blown most of the shacks over with a strong sneeze. But here the walls were made of stone, not wood and clay. I passed through the gates and pushed through the busy streets. There were shops and cafes everywhere, as well as stalls on the pavement and taverns on every corner. Horses and carts cut through the crowds, chatter filled the air, and thankfully it didn't stink of waste here quite as badly as it had in Avalon. Clearly they had figured out some sort of plumbing system that didn't include chucking piss out of windows and onto the streets. And I actually sighed in relief at the thought of a toilet. I passed a 2-story building with a balcony on the front of it, and a lot of very scantily clad women leaned over the railings to wave at me as I went by.
Yoo-hoo!
One of them called to me.
Yes, you handsome. 3 gold coins and I'm yours for an hour.
I'm spoken for, I'm afraid, I lied.
I won't tell if you won't.
She cawed. I chuckled, shook my head, and continued deeper into the town. There was a much larger population here of both NPCs and adventurers alike. I nodded to each adventurer I passed, feeling somewhat conspiratorial, like we were all part of some secret club, which, in a way, I supposed we were. All of them were between level 5 and 15, I noticed as I passed another party. I was definitely in the right place. I'd wanted to find somewhere that would give me more opportunity to advance within the game, and Holland had sent me to a place that would let me do just that. I was on the lower end of rankings in this place, which meant that there was only one way I could go from here. Up. "Excuse me," I said to a gangly red-headed NPC man who had a bag of carrots in his arms. "What?" he snapped, but then he looked me up and down, noted the hatchet and bow, and smiled meekly. Sorry, mister. I didn't mean to be rude. I won't hold you up for long. I was just wondering what the name of this town is." "Oh, it's Ollet." "Ollet, thanks. I run a produce shop. Over there." I looked at where he was pointing, and sure enough there was a sign over the shop front that featured an unskilled drawing of several vegetables. I took that to mean that not many people could read here either. "Nice. You should, go there if you need vegetables," he said with a grimace, as if he wished he could stop talking, but his mouth wouldn't let him. "Right," I said, and patted him on his bony shoulder. "I'll keep that in mind." He smiled and ran away like a bolting horse. I stared after the ferret of a man, snorted when Willa made an amused cooing sound, and then walked on. I'd hoped to ask the guy about somewhere to stay, but he looked a little bit like he would turn to dust if I asked him anything else, and then he'd run away before I could. In fact, the NPCs in Ollet took more notice of me than the locals in Avalon had, but not in a way that suggested they didn't like my kind being here. They obviously didn't, since the streets were packed with armed adventurers all in mismatched outfits of old Earth clothes and new Earth armor. But they stared at me slightly warily, as if they were trying to gauge whether or not I meant them harm or just intended to keep to myself. I had a feeling that previous experience had told them to be cautious around newcomers to their town, which made me wonder if some other adventurers had gotten arrogant about their newfound powers. I wouldn't have put it past some people, and Harold hadn't tested whether or not we were good or ethical in order to get in here. There was a good chance that a few psychos were here, along with everyone who was nice, normal, and just trying to get by. I reached a courtyard that looked somewhat like the traders' courtyard back in Avalon, only about 5 times the size and 5 times as loud. The merchants had a way of projecting their voices in a way that battered my eardrums, and I noticed other people wince as one of them bellowed about a deal he had going on woolen blankets that day. I meandered through the rows of stalls and eyed what was on offer. There were plenty of potions and cooking ingredients on display, which would be useful if I stayed in the town for more than a few days. For now, I still had my blinding potion and healing muffins that I'd made in the Goblin's Goblet, which I hoped would be enough to get me through my next quest. There were also some clothing stalls, more food like jams and dried herbs and fruit, a butcher's counter, fresh produce, woodwork, candles, you name it, it was there. Unsurprisingly, it was the weapons and armor stalls that caught my eye the most. Unlike Avalon, where everything for sale had been basic, standard stuff, there were uncommon pieces here. That only solidified further the fact I had made the right choice about leaving Avalon, if this was the sort of stuff that was on offer here. Then again, the prices I heard the merchants throw around weren't anywhere close to something I could afford. I gritted my teeth as I came across yet another helm that was priced at 20 gold coins. I wouldn't trade the one Eliana had given me for the world, of course, but it certainly hinted that I would need to get my money up if I was going to progress in this new town, and if I wanted to keep a roof over my head. I decided not to make any impulse buys at the market tonight, not until I had secured myself a bed first. I asked a passing NPC woman to direct me to the nearest inn, and she pointed me to a 3-story building at the edge of the market square. It looked strangely like a mixture of a Western-style tavern and a Swiss ski chalet, with its wooden balconies, thick walls, and swinging front doors. I sauntered into the booming bottom floor, which was more of a bar, just like the Goblin's Goblet. This inn was called the Troll's Tankard, so there was definitely a running theme when it came to the names of the inns on this new Earth. I walked up to the bar and waved hello to the barman, who nodded to me while he finished up serving another customer. While I waited, I noted that there were no free stools at the bar and most of the tables were packed. I set my sights on a free one in the corner, though, and crossed my fingers no one else took it before I did.
Looking for a room?
I turned and found the barman staring at me with his one eye. The other was hidden by an eye patch, and the strap disappeared beneath his cloud of white hair. He wore a waistcoat with a white shirt underneath it, and smiled warmly, even if a couple of his teeth were missing. "Yes, sir, although I'm getting worried you might not have one when I see all the customers you have."
It's always like this at the Tankard. Don't you worry, this lot'll clear out once the roosters start to caw. A room's 10 gold coins, but that includes dinner, beer, breakfast, and a bath.
And clean sheets?
The fact you have to ask tells me you're gonna like my inn a lot more than any others you've stayed in. Yes, clean sheets.
Great, I said and handed the 10 coins over. Thanks, man.
Thank you,
he replied and handed me a key in return.
3rd floor, room 4. Dinner's in 5 minutes.
Awesome. I'll wait over there. He nodded and turned away, so I hurried over to the only empty table in the whole bar. I settled on the bench, took off my wolf helm, and warmed my hands over the candle that flickered on the tabletop. In the meantime, I observed my fellow man with mild curiosity. Now that the sun had just gone down, I wasn't all that surprised to find that a lot of the people in the inn were drunk. They spoke in loud, slurred sentences, punctuated by obnoxious gulps of the mead and beer they slurped on. There were plenty of NPCs in here of all ages, sizes, and appearances, and they all seemed happy. Well, more than happy, if I was being honest. The fact they were only a few days old still baffled me, especially since they were oblivious to that fact. And then I turned my gaze on the other adventurers who, for the most part, kept to themselves. Well, except for one party of 4.
Mind if we sit?
I looked up to find them standing at the end of my table, drinks in hand. I glanced quickly around the inn, but all of the other tables seemed to be filled, and I was the only asshole sitting on his own at a table for 6.
Sure,
I said slightly begrudgingly. They each thanked me and slid onto the benches, 2 opposite me, 1 at my side, and the 4th on a stool at the head of the table. I considered going upstairs, but a warm dinner had been promised to me, and I was starving. The party consisted of 2 men and 2 women. The man who had asked me if they could sit down was about my age with blonde hair and that Captain America look that made me want to roll my eyes. The name card above his head said, Master of Arms, Level 7. I quickly noted the twin blades on his back and had to fight another eye roll. The other man was small and wiry, though I could tell he was the type to have a sleeper build. He was all lean muscle without an ounce of fat beneath his bronze skin. He gave me a small smile before he sipped on his mead and turned to look at the rest of the bar. His label read, Shaper, Level 6. I was curious to see some of his powers for myself, though he didn't seem like the type who enjoyed the attention of others, or the type to speak much at all. The 2 ladies were night and day. One had long jet-black hair and green eyes and was objectively stunning. The other had wine-red hair to her shoulders, freckles on her cheeks, and bright blue eyes. The raven-haired lady was a level 8 thaumaturge, and her look kind of complemented the vampire-esque powers she wielded, while the redhead was a level 7 huntsman and had a nice uncommon bow on her back.
Spellfletcher,
Captain America said. Thomas Grimshaw. I remembered my manners and extended a hand for him to shake. He shook it, though he tried to squeeze my fingers in that alpha male way that made my teeth grind. I squeezed back just as hard with a challenge in my eyes. An understanding formed between us. Mutual dislike.
Glenn, and I meant that I didn't see Spellfletcher on the list when we chose our classes. You're an adventurer, right? Or are you some kind of enemy we should be fighting?
He phrased it like a joke, but his eyes told a different story.
It's a specialist class, I said calmly. Only people who scored highest on the Herald of the Gods tests had the chance to choose from that list.
His eyes narrowed with jealousy, but he managed to keep a semblance of a smile on his face.
Just meant I had more to choose from,
I joked to the other 3.
It was a gift and a curse. I'm indecisive enough as it is.
The other 3 chuckled, the woman with the dark hair most of all. Glenn's eyes flicked to her for a moment, then settled back on me with another burst of competitive flame within them. I learned that the quiet guy's name was Stan, the redhead was Stacy, and the brunette was Hannah.
You must be very fit if you ranked higher than most people,
Hannah said coyly.
Oh, who am I kidding? Look at those arms.
Again, Glenn's eyes flicked to her.
It's Hannah!
Stacy giggled, then glanced at me.
You're not wrong.
I was a rock climber.
That's so cool,
Stan said eagerly.
Is there much money in the rock climbing business?
Glenn asked.
Nope. Not that it matters much now what my bank account used to look like. I was an architect.
Design any buildings I'd have seen? That shut him up.
I used to be a nurse,
Hannah offered to disperse the awkward silence.
Really? That must have been tough.
Sometimes, but it was also super rewarding.
You put me and my mountains to shame, saving lives every day, I said, and she chuckled. I guess you're still a healer, even here.
It's a little different to blood tests and injections, but it was the obvious choice. None of the other classes really seemed to fit. Oh, I had that exact problem. I chose to be a huntsman mainly because I ran out of time, and thaumaturge sounded gross. No offense.
Hannah just snorted.
I was a nerd. The Shaper class was as close to a wizard as I'm ever going to get.
I chuckled at that. Master of Arms seemed the most honorable, Glenn said, and the sound of his voice made my back tense. Protecting people, mastering weapons, fighting for those who can't fight for themselves. Now that's rewarding. I'm sure it is. I thought I was doing pretty well since I hadn't punched Glenn in the nose yet. Willa seemed to agree, and unseen by the rest of them, she morphed into a cartoon shit and sat on top of Glenn's head. What's so funny? Glenn demanded when I snorted a laugh. Nothing, I said, and shot Willa a conniving glance.
Where's your party, Thomas? Don't tell me they're dead. I've seen too many people die here already.
You're in luck. I don't have one.
You don't have a party? You mean you're on your own?
Yup.
How?
What do you mean?
Well, for starters, how are you alive? And how are you level 8 without a party or completing a dungeon quest?
I have completed a dungeon quest. They all blinked at me. Even Glenn.
You did a dungeon quest on your own?
It was only 3 rooms, I said with a shrug.
Our first one was 2 rooms, and we almost died, like 7 times.
Stacy said, and Stan nodded in agreement. Do specialist classes get extra help or something? Nope.
Oh, jeez. We're in the presence of greatness, my friends.
We all laughed at that, except Glenn, who now despised me even more because I was better than him in every way. Aside from his coiffed hair, that is, and I'd happily give him that. Our food arrived, and we continued to chat while we wolfed down our roast beef, vegetables, and potatoes. The food was good and smothered in gravy, and it hit the spot after a long day of walking. The other adventurers told me about how they had all been dropped near Ollet and had come together over the last few days. Hannah and Glenn had met first when he saved her from a goblin, and she then healed him when he got his leg cut open. Stacy saved Stan from 2 pixies, one of which crashed into Glenn while trying to escape the huntsman. Stacy killed the pixie, and the 4 of them decided to party up. Although Glenn kept on pointing out how he and Hannah had met first, and that their team was sort of made up of 2 pairs that had been glued together. Hannah was either aware of the fact he had the hots for her and had chosen to ignore it, or she was actually oblivious to the fact that Glenn was infatuated with her. Either way, she clearly didn't care because she spent the whole night flirting with me. And, admittedly, I flirted right back. The woman was stunning. How could I not?
You should join our party! 5 would be better than 4.
Hannah agreed with a sly look in my direction. Her knees brushed under the table, and the testosterone in my body told me to ally with them then and there. Nah, Glenn said. 5 would be a crowd, and Thomas is a lone wolf, aren't you, Tommy? It's Thomas. All right, princess. My hand balled into a fist. I had done nothing to this guy other than exist and speak to a woman he had known for a handful of days, and for some reason he hated me. I could see him rolling his shoulders like he was thinking the exact same thing as me, because I had half a mind to... A scroll opened quickly in my UI.
Now, Spellfletcher Grimshaw! I would strongly advise against harming another adventurer. It's extremely frowned upon within the great game, and will displease the gods immensely. Think about what that may mean for your arret!
Well, that told me. Fight other adventurers and suffer the consequences was essentially Harold's warning. And from the way Glenn blinked and then suddenly looked away from me, he'd just received the same warning. It didn't mean I couldn't imagine hitting him, though. How do you go about getting a dungeon quest in Ollet, then?
There are quest boards up all over the town, but you should go to the Dungeon Guild if you want to do a dungeon quest.
All right, I'll go there first thing tomorrow.
Are you sure you don't want to join our party?
Hannah asked with concern in her eyes. "I'll be fine on my own, but I should probably get some sleep first. It was nice to meet you all. Except Glenn."
You too.
See you soon.
Stacy said with a smile. I smiled back, rose from my chair, and headed for the stairs.
Thomas.
Hannah said as she caught up with me at the staircase. Glenn was watching us, but he sighed and turned away.
Do you wanna...
She said and glanced up the steps. "Yes, 1,000 times yes, but I don't want to be the reason your group falls apart," I said.
If you're talking about Glenn, there's nothing going on there.
"Maybe not for you, but you guys need each other. And if you don't sort shit out with him, whatever we do isn't going to help the situation."
You're right.
And not that I don't want to.
I get it. I'll speak to Glenn, and then maybe another time?
I smiled and nodded, and she sauntered away. She definitely swished her hips as she did so, which only made me grin more. I had half a mind to go after her, but I'd done the right thing, and I needed to sleep before I walked into the living hell that was another dungeon tomorrow. Chapter 22. The next morning I woke up feeling fresh. The sun was out and its rays streamed in through my bedroom window as I dressed. I'd had a bath last night and washed my t-shirt and hoodie, so today I donned the spare tunic I'd bought and left my other tops to dry. I considered getting rid of the hoodie altogether since there were so many slashes in it, but there was never any harm in having an extra layer at my disposal. The new tunic was teal blue, fit like a glove, and was especially comfortable beneath my ogre hide armor. Which was just as well, because I had a feeling the ogre hide armor was going to come in handy today. My breakfast was brought up to my room by one of the staff at the inn, and it was a lot fancier than the bread and cheese I'd had at the Goblin's Goblet. The troll's tankard had taken things up a notch, and I munched on some nice buttered toast with strawberry jam, some sliced apples, sausages, bacon, and eggs, and washed it all down with some orange juice. Safe to say, I felt like a king at a royal banquet. I wasn't a picky eater, but now that I knew what sort of meal was on the table in bigger towns like these, well, I could definitely see staying in the area for a while. And I'd certainly gotten what I'd paid for. I'd have been annoyed if 10 gold coins had earned me a lumpy bowl of oatmeal with a slice of stale bread. The sun seemed to have brought out the joy on people's faces as I strode through Alet. The locals went about their day, with most of them heading into the market to stock up on their supplies. Some kids ran past me on the way to the schoolhouse, which I spotted down one of the side streets. It wasn't very busy, I noticed, and that probably explained why most of the signs above all the shops and cafes were pictures, not written words. There were plenty of children who were helping their parents with work, from delivering the milk to helping with laundry. There were even a few kids selling small items on street corners, like matches and the like. I passed some of the quest boards that Hannah and her party had mentioned last night. They were simple wooden boards at the edges of various streets, and to a normal passerby, they would just look like a regular notice board, with notifications for the locals about certain matters, wanted posters, and that sort of thing. But as I drew nearer, the blue signs appeared in my UI, which the NPCs wouldn't be able to see. There were a myriad of different quests on offer there, from easier ones like the one to bring water to a magic flower that I'd rejected what felt like ages ago, to harder ones that were much more my speed. Take down a murderous band of goblins. An ogre has kidnapped a merchant. Bandits have stolen from a temple in the forest. All of them were definite possibilities that piqued my interest. But for today, there was somewhere else I planned to be other than in the town. I was level 8 with 85% arret, which had been very good compared to the folks in Avalon. But now I was in Alet, and I started to pass more and more adventurers who were level 10 and above, which made sense. In Avalon, there hadn't been so many quests so easily on offer. There was only one small dungeon, and it wasn't like any of the locals there would have had any money to pay me to deal with an enemy either. Here in Alet, there was much more opportunity, which meant there was a chance for me to really get a boost through the ranks. If I'd managed to get to level 8 in Avalon, where quests were scarce, then I figured I could do really well in a place where they had quests posted on street corners. Willa seemed to have the same opinion, and she whizzed around while she looked at each of the quests on offer, and then squealed gleefully before she returned to my side. I hadn't seen Hannah, Stacy, Stan, or, thankfully, Glenn this morning. In fact, I didn't recognize anyone as I continued through the town. It didn't surprise me, now that I knew that everyone who had made it into the Great Game had been scattered across the world when they were dropped here, but I still kept an eye out just in case I came across a familiar face. A slightly red-faced, smiling woman pointed me in the direction of the Dungeon Guild, which was one of the biggest buildings in Alet. It was a vast improvement over the basement dive bar in Avalon. In fact, it almost looked like a bank or some other respectable corporate building. It had stone walls and even a couple of steps that led up to the oak wood front doors. And as I pushed them open, I was surprised at how spotlessly clean, quiet, and subdued it was inside. Yep, just like a bank. I chuckled as I looked around the place. Identical wooden desks lined the edges of the room, and there was a clerk in a wooden chair at each one. Behind each clerk was a door, which I assumed led to whatever dungeon they were in charge of. The clerks were smartly dressed and rummaged through parchment or scribbled stuff down at their desks, and the windows allowed enough natural light that they didn't have to use lanterns or candles. The silence was broken by either the occasional cough or by the quiet voices of the other adventurers. A party of 3 sat in front of one of the desks as they spoke quietly with a man who, I assumed, was a dungeon keeper. Only he wasn't nearly as insane-looking as the one I'd met back in Avalon. With a smile, he showed them to the door behind his desk, and they filed through into the dungeon in an orderly manner. The clerk was very calm about having possibly just sent those people to their deaths. He sat back down and started to munch on an apple while he flipped a few pieces of parchment. I strode a little further into the hall, not entirely sure who I should talk to, but a woman looked up from her desk as I silently debated what to do and waved me over. She wore a nice blouse and a long skirt down to her ankles, and her blonde hair was plaited into a crown on top of her head.
Hi there.
She said warmly with a cute British accent.
Lovely day, isn't it?
Yep, I replied with a smile.
Please have a seat,
she said and gestured to the chair opposite her. This was much more relaxed than my first experience with a dungeon keeper, but at the same time, it was almost more sinister. Dungeon quests were deadly, and here was the Grim Reaper with golden hair and a doll-like smile.
Level 8,
she said with an impressed eyebrow raise.
And a Spellfletcher, too. I haven't had one of your lot come past my desk yet.
I'm told we're a rare breed, I said, and she chuckled. Your guild is very organized.
Ta, love. We're very proud to be one of the best dungeon guilds in the area. We take customer service very seriously. We want to make sure you have the best possible experience with us.
Before I go through that door and get my head ripped off. She smiled again when she finished her ad read and then waited for me to speak. That sounds great, I offered, unsure of what she wanted me to say. She nodded and shuffled some of the paper on her desk. Then she looked up and smiled again, a little awkwardly. After a moment, she glanced at the door once, twice, 3 times. Is there something wrong? This is where I can get a dungeon quest, right?
Yes, of course. I was just waiting for the rest of your party to arrive before I begin the brief.
I see. Well, you can go ahead and start because I don't have a party.
You...
She gulped.
You don't have any allies with you?
Aren't most specialist classes lone wolves?
I'm just very surprised. And apprehensive.
I'll be all right on my own. I've done it before. And you can't really turn me away, right?
I guess not,
she said, though she still seemed reluctant to continue.
All right, then.
I waited patiently while she pulled out a scroll of parchment from her desk drawer. She unfurled it, shoved some spectacles on the end of her nose, and started to read.
Welcome to the Audit Dungeon Guild,
she said with half-hearted enthusiasm.
We wish all of you, Just you. The best of luck.
I nodded my thanks and gave her a smile of encouragement.
This dungeon quest is made up of 6 separate rooms, with atriums in between each room for you to recover in. We take pride in our dungeons, and so you can expect there to be a fun theme throughout your quest.
Fun wasn't exactly the word I would have chosen to describe the deadly challenges I was about to go up against. But I knew she had probably been given this to read by someone who had never once set foot in a dungeon.
Once you enter a dungeon, you can't come back. The only way out is through. Do you accept?
The same question appeared on my UI.
Do you wish to participate in this dungeon quest?
I clicked yes at the same time as I told the dungeon keeper the same.
Wonderful,
She said with a forced yet sad smile. I wasn't a fan of the way she looked at me, like I was a dog that didn't know it was about to be put down. She rose from her chair and beckoned to me to follow her to the door behind her desk. When I did, she pulled the door open to reveal a dark, cobwebbed passage beyond it, very much different from the bright, airy room she worked in.
Best of luck.
Thanks. See you later. She turned away, but I didn't miss the sad shake of the head. I sighed, now even more determined to complete the dungeon quest simply to prove her wrong, just as I had done with those drunks at the Delver's dive bar. The door closed behind me, and I was plunged into complete darkness. But not for very long. My wolf helm started to work the second my eyes couldn't see my surroundings on their own. Suddenly, I was able to see the walls, floor, and ceiling of the passage as easily as I would have if I had been in there with a flashlight. I walked down the hallway and tried to ignore the sound of my echoing footsteps and the scuttling of spiders in shadowed corners that were amplified by the helmet as well. The air was musty, but not undisturbed. Someone else had been here not too long ago. Probably another adventurer. I stopped for a moment to study some footprints I found and decided there were 4 people just ahead of me. I reached a door at the other end of the hall that was already open, and torches sprang to life as I passed through into the first atrium. This atrium wasn't like the ones back in Avalon. Those had been entirely bare, aside from the one I'd found the dead body in. Just stone walls, fiery torches, and the smell of damp and dust. But the dungeon keeper hadn't been lying when she said that the Alet dungeon had a theme. The atrium was decorated to look like a scientist's cupboard. There were wooden shelves mounted on all 4 walls, some of them not entirely straight, which were laden with glass vials, flasks, conical flasks, Bunsen burners, and other lab equipment, along with hundreds and hundreds of thick, cloth-bound tomes that appeared to be textbooks, research, and personal notebooks. There were some stains on the floor that seemed to have been made by some of the multicolored liquids stored on the shelves, and just out of curiosity I reached up and tried to pull one of them off the shelf. It wouldn't budge, which didn't surprise me. I had no idea what any of the liquids were, but I doubted they would be of any use to the adventurers who came through here. And even if they were, the person who had designed this atrium had made it impossible for us to use any of the stuff in here. While I wasn't entirely on board with the dungeon keeper's description of the fun theme of this dungeon, I had to admit it certainly made things more interesting. And in a way, it made it impossible for me to focus solely on the possibly deadly room I was about to enter. And speaking of which, I turned to look at the door to the first room of the dungeon and found that it had a sign above it that read, Room 1, Dr. Khazar's Failed Experiments. That checked out. The atrium I was in was decked out like a scientist's storeroom, and it appeared that the theme of the dungeon was going to be a mad scientist's lair. I had a feeling that Dr. Frankenstein would have been jealous if he'd seen this. Room 1 would be one of the easiest of the 6 rooms, so I selected my hack-attack hatchet as my initial weapon of choice. If there was a fight inside the first room, I could always switch it before I engaged in the fight, or I'd find a way to manage with just the hatchet. But having the axe in my hand meant that I had my other hand free, whereas my bow was a 2-handed weapon. My mana pool was full, as was my quiver and my health bar. I felt good, energized, and ready to take on the world, and I was procrastinating because I already knew all of that. "Okay, get a move on," I said, more to myself than to Willa. Willa led the way over to the door, more in an act of moral support, as she definitely didn't intend to go through the door first, even if I was the only person who could see her. The wisp had a good sense of self-preservation, which made me wonder if I was maybe missing that key aspect of survival as I shoved the door open. The room I stepped into was bright and clinical. The walls were painted white, and the torches on the walls had a paleness to their flame. In fact, the tendrils were almost white, which suggested to me that this Dr. Khazar guy had altered them somehow to make them match his clear aesthetic. On the wall to the left of the door was a row of hooks with white lab coats, as well as some protective gloves, masks, and chest plates. Everything was covered in scratch marks and shredded to within an inch of their lives. Yep, the ogre hide was definitely going to come in handy today. The rest of the room was fairly empty, aside from some side tables around the edges with notebooks piled up on them, and the massive entirely glass cage that took up most of the center of the room. It stretched from floor to ceiling and had to be about 30 feet by 30 feet. There were some bloodstains on the stone floor inside it, but other than that, it was empty. "Maybe I got lucky and Dr. Khazar's run out of failed experiments," I said. "Maybe the last adventurers that were in here took them all out for us." Willa's dubious squeak of response could have said, "That would be nice." I walked over to the way out and shoved the door just to check. Of course it stayed put, but there was no harm in making sure. I turned back to the glass cage, but as far as I could tell, there was nothing inside. I walked around it, but all 4 clear sides showed the same thing, an empty cage with no sign of a monster. I tapped my foot and then paced a bit while I waited for something to show up. If I'd had a watch, I would have checked that too. "Come on," I sighed at the room as if it could hear me. "Let's get on with it. I've got 5 more rooms after this one." As if in response, there was a scrape of stone. Finally. The noise came from above me, so I tilted my head back to find that the ceiling above the cage had opened. It slid back just enough to reveal a dark void beyond it. From this angle, I couldn't make out anything beyond the ceiling, but I didn't really need to. A few seconds later, I heard snarling and screeching, and then 4 creatures tumbled into the cage in a writhing mess of bodies. The ceiling remained open, but no more fell out. So I turned my attention to the 4 beasts that were stuck behind the glass. For a while, they were so tangled together that I couldn't make out where one of them ended and the next began. But eventually, they stopped fighting one another when they realized there was a much more delectable meal waiting for them. Me. Each face slowly turned to look at me, and after a moment of staring, they lurched toward the glass. Their claws scraped the glass while their pointed ears twisted to hear my breaths, and their razor-sharp fangs gnashed at me. Their blue skin and navy eyes looked sickly in the bright light, and at first glance they looked like the pixies I'd seen earlier. But then I saw the snake tails and almost hurled at the sight of the metal staples that had fused the pixie torso to the serpent's rear. I wasn't sure what Dr. Khazar had been going for, but if these were the failed experiments, I wasn't sure I wanted to see the successful ones. Of course, now that I'd wondered about the creatures, their labels came up above their heads in my UI, though it appeared my UI wasn't even sure how to describe them either. It finally settled on Abomination Level 1, and the black lettering indicated they were basic level enemies. Abomination was exactly right. These things were ugly, ferocious, and rabid. And free. The glass cage suddenly jumped about 3 feet into the air, which allowed the abominations to scuttle out on all 4s as their wicked tails trailed behind them. They were truly horrific, and it took everything I had just to stand my ground. But they were also basic level 1 enemies. The sight of them was enough to throw me for a split second, but then a grin crossed my face when I remembered how I absolutely obliterated that troll in the woods on the way to Alet. this was going to be a piece of cake. I gripped the handle of my hatchet and bent my knees as the first of the monsters reached me. It leaped off the ground and its tail whipped forward at the same moment. It clearly intended to slash my face with the sharpened tip, but with 2 smooth motions, the abomination was split into thirds. The remaining 3 stared at their buddy for a moment, and then they charged toward me at the same time. I was already in my flow, though, so there was no stopping me, no matter how many limbs and tails they had. The first 2 wrapped their tails around my legs so they could pull me over, but I cleaved one in half with a single blow before it could jump at me, then kicked the other one into the air like a football, which sent it flying into the wall. The last one began to climb up my leg, its sharp teeth angled for my thigh. I grabbed its neck and pulled it off me. The creature twisted in my grip, and the pixie eyes were furious as it tried to stab me with its tail. I cut it in half, and the snake part dropped along with its internal organs. The metal staples clattered onto the floor, but were quickly drowned out by the squelch as I chucked the top half of the abomination to the side. My XP bar went up by 10% per kill, along with a few extra points for being well rested, which meant I'd just gone up from 17% XP to 59%. I was now over halfway to level 9, and I was still in the first room. I'd definitely move up before I finish this dungeon quest, and maybe I'd even reach level 10 if I got lucky. I started to move toward the exit, but then I realized that the roof above the glass cage was still open. I turned just in time to see another creature fall in, and this one was a mean motherfucker. It looked like it was a half-ogre, half-human hybrid with 4 arms, and it was all nightmare. The UI labeled it an Elite Abomination Level 1, which meant that this bastard definitely wouldn't go down just from a couple of hits from my hatchet. My muscles hummed as I walked around the glass case, which had closed again once the first abominations had been released. It gave me a moment to stare at the grotesque beast Dr. Khazar had created, almost like the mad scientist wanted me to marvel at his work. The ogre was about 6'6", so quite a bit taller than me, and built like a brick wall. But there were human elements that had been surgically implanted into its body. I noted the mismatched hands first. Its right hands were as they were supposed to be, with meaty palms, strong fingers, and an unbreakable grip on its own massive battle axe. Its left hands, however, were human. They were still large, but had a pale, peachy hue and scars all over their otherwise smooth skin. It was the exact opposite of the ochre-colored, leathery hide that the ogre parts of the beast had. There were other human parts of it, too, which I could see all too well, since the ogre only wore a simple loincloth over its private parts. It was safe to say that I was immensely grateful for that. Chunks of human pieces were embedded into other sections of its body, and hauntingly, about a quarter of its stout head was a man's. I saw the brown eyes staring at me and prayed that there was no part of the human who used to own it that knew what his body had become, and that he couldn't see me right now, since I was about to kill him for a second time. The abomination didn't claw at the glass like the pixie snakes had. I'd noticed that the elite enemies were more switched on than the basic ones were, and this thing was no exception. This one knew its time to be released was coming, and it was content to wait. It swung its battle axe around in its right hands and rolled its enormous shoulders. It grunted and flexed its impressive muscles when it caught my eye, and I noticed the scars all over its body and the blood on its blade. I wondered how many adventurers this creature had murdered. A lot, by the looks of it. It clearly intended to add my name to its list, too, judging by the way it grinned as the glass case began to rise. I stepped back as I waited for it to bolt out of the cell the second the glass started to rise, but it didn't. It took a moment to study my own weapon before it ducked under the glass wall and squared up to me. Its imposing frame loomed over me, and Willa made a noise that sounded like a gulp. "Well, if you don't want the honor," I muttered, and then launched myself at the beast. Those strength points hadn't been wasted, and I was fast, too. I moved at lightning speed as I dealt blow after blow against the failed experiment, and I aimed for its vital organs every time. Unfortunately, it moved just fast enough that its arms took the brunt of my blows. Still, I did some pretty severe damage, enough that it gushed blood before it even took the first swing. I ducked as the battle axe sailed over my head and bounded around behind the beast. It whirled and swung again, but I was ready. I slammed my hatchet into its arm, and the beast roared. I hit the limb again, and the whole thing fell off, axe and all. It dove for the axe, but I kicked it away across the room. The ogre human tackled me, and we fell to the ground with a thud. Winded, I rolled before it could pin me down and kick-flipped to my feet. The beast was up a second later and unleashed the strength of its 3 remaining arms on me. It was all I could do to deflect its punches, though the force of its arms against my own made my health bar start to trickle down slowly. I couldn't do this forever, despite all the leveling up I'd done. I had to find an opening if I wanted to end this and have a chance to recover. And then the hybrid made a mistake as it swung too far, and I had my chance. I swung my hatchet at its exposed stomach, and the beast tipped back its head and roared. I pulled the hatchet back for another swing, but it grabbed me by the neck as it roared again, this time out of pure rage as its guts spilled onto the ground from the gaping wound I'd left. It lifted me just enough that my toes only just touched the ground and I gasped for air, but I already knew what I had to do. It was a risk, but there was no other option. I jabbed my hatchet upward with every ounce of strength I had left. My arm went right through its jaw, and I buried the hatchet in the back of its mouth. I felt a searing pain in my arm as my blade went through its skull and into its brain, and then I watched as its health bar emptied like a plug had been pulled. It dropped me, and I stumbled back as it crumpled to the floor and disappeared. I gasped for air while I watched my XP go up to 91%. None of the monsters had dropped any loot, though I figured I'd get a bigger reward at the end of the dungeon instead. Shit, I muttered as I glanced at my health bar. I was down to about 60% thanks to the ogre tooth that was currently sticking out of my forearm. I had been forced to sacrifice my forearm to kill the bastard, and the tooth had been ripped from the beast's skull as it died, so it was stuck in there pretty well. On the plus side, it meant I wasn't bleeding too much, even around the torn pieces of skin, because the tooth made a nice plug. On the slightly more negative side, I had a fucking ogre's dirty tooth in my damn arm. I waited until I was in the next atrium to do anything about it. The adrenaline meant I hardly felt the pain, even as I held my bag open with my bad arm and pulled out one of my healing muffins. I still had 1 healing potion left on my belt, and of course the healing rain perk, but I decided a muffin would do the trick. It would get me back up to about 90% health without me having to use up the precious, extremely effective potion that I might need later, or destroying one of my arrows for the healing rain. But before I could start eating, I needed to get the damn thing out. Willa babbled softly, a sound that encouraged me to be quick about it for my own sake. I nodded, gritted my teeth, and pulled. The tooth came out with only a minimal amount of pain, so at least I didn't scream, though I did grimace. It was longer than I thought it would be, which didn't exactly help my mental state as I stared at the dirt still caked on the tooth and wondered what sort of bacteria lived there. I quickly shoveled as much of the muffin into my mouth as I could and chewed, and I refused to look at the wound while I ate. I wanted the muffin to stay in my stomach, not get hurled back up. Eventually, I devoured the whole thing, and I risked a look at my arm. I wiped some of the blood off and found that there was only a small red mark that had been left behind. It was the kind of scratch you would put a Band-Aid on, not have surgery for. I breathed a sigh of relief and got to my feet. I had a few more muffins left, but I decided I'd wait and see how the other rooms went before I topped myself up. For now, the muffin had done the trick. I wasn't even lightheaded from the blood loss, so I figured it was time to move on. 1 down, 5 to go, I said in an attempt to be positive. Willa floated over to the sign above the next door. Room 2, ferocious fish tank, I read aloud. If there are fucking piranhas in there, I'm gonna kill them, and then whoever put them there. Chapter 23. There were no piranhas, thank the gods. There was just a small, empty box of a room, with a door on the other side and nothing in between. For a room that was called Ferocious Fish Tank, it was a little lacking on the fish front. I pushed that thought away before I could jinx myself, but I had a feeling I'd already done that. As usual, I checked the door first, but of course it didn't budge. I grunted even though I'd been expecting that, and then I walked around and pressed the stone walls to check for any hidden doors or pressure plates, but again there were none. I even checked the ceiling to see if there was any sign that it might slide back in order to drop a creature in to fight me like it had in the last room, but again I found nothing. The only thing of note was a 3-inch tall groove about 2 inches off the floor that ran around the base of all 4 walls. I shoved my finger into it but couldn't reach the back of the groove, which suggested it went in fairly deep. I got back to my feet and brushed myself off. That groove was no accidental addition to this room. It was part of it somehow. Of course, my mind immediately began to whir as I tried to figure out if it was some sort of strange code or challenge that came with no instructions. After all, not all of the rooms in the dungeon would require fighting to pass through them. Some required intellect, but right now mine was coming up blank. It was a fucking groove in a wall, not an equation. What was I supposed to do with that exactly? Willa drifted down to have a look as well, though she never strayed far from me while I was doing a dungeon quest, just in case I had need of her. She didn't appear to find anything of use either, so she zipped back up to her perch on my shoulder and hummed quietly to herself to dispel some of the silence. The gurgling started off so quietly that I thought my stomach had begun to rumble. I put a hand to my belly, but the rumbling continued, and it wasn't coming from me. I pressed an ear to each door in turn, but it wasn't coming from them either. It sounded like it was coming from the walls themselves, or actually something behind them, like the dungeon had bad plumbing. Only I knew it wasn't that. Dread filled my body and made my hands and feet go numb. This room was called Ferocious Fish Tank, but there wasn't a fish tank in here, because this room was about to be the tank. Sure enough, water began to gush out of the groove at the bottom of the walls. It flooded the entire floor within seconds and continued to rise. Soon it was up to my ankles and continued to climb at a very fast rate. I gawked when the water started to spurt out in random places, but as I moved closer, I realized it wasn't just bursts of water. It was fish. Hundreds of different fish had started to push out of the grooves and into the room, and they writhed and darted through the waves with alarming swiftness. Even a few eels and snakes slithered through and began to circle me, and a couple brushed up against my legs hungrily. I had no idea which species any of these things were, or, more importantly, if they liked the taste of human flesh. I decided I didn't want to stick around to find out either, so I rammed my body against the door, but it wouldn't budge. I even took my hatchet to it, but it didn't even make a dent. The material was tough, yes, but to not even leave a scratch? There had to be some kind of magic involved to keep adventurers in the room until they figured out how to escape. Not even my bow would have done any damage, so I didn't bother to waste an arrow. Instead, I scrambled around and tried to figure out what to do. I pressed the walls again as I went and looked for an off switch. I considered plugging the groove up, but with what? I had nothing on me that would stop all the water coming in. "Fuck!" I grunted. Willa squeaked nervously as she flitted higher and higher. She was clearly worried that we were both about to drown, but she didn't know how to escape the water either. The water that was now up to my thighs and rising. Something else started to rise about that time as well. 2 pillars emerged from beneath the water and grew to about my elbow height. They were simple stone poles that faced one another, but they each had a mechanical lever on top of them. Both levers were angled upward with space to yank them down. I ran to the first one and pulled it, then ran to the second and did the same. Both snapped back upright and nothing changed. If anything, the water flowed in faster. I remembered the dungeon keeper's face when I told her I was going in alone. It wasn't just because she thought it was foolish. No, she'd known that there were rooms in here that required more than one person to succeed, and this challenge was one of them. "I have to pull them both at the same time," I said to Willa. She gasped. She couldn't pull it for me, and there was no one else in the room. But there was always another way. The water swirled around my waist. It was freezing, and I sucked in a breath as the freezing liquid encircled my waist and froze the contents of my stomach. The fish and eels brushed my legs, but I tried to ignore them as I darted to one of the levers. My teeth chattered as I grabbed hold of the handle with my left hand and raised my hatchet in my right. Willa made a sound that said, "Are you sure about this?" "There's no other option." She pulsed slightly in support. I turned back to the levers and aimed. I probably only had one chance at this. The water would cover the lever by the time I could retrieve my hatchet and try again. I practiced the swing twice, which was all I had time for. On the third swing, I let the hatchet fly. It hit the lever with a scrape, and the weight of the weapon pushed it down. At the same time, I yanked my lever down just as the water began to edge toward the mechanism. There was a loud, whirring sound, a splash as my hatchet hit the water, and a grinding noise that made me wonder how long it had been since the plumbing down here had been checked. The water finally came to a halt just below my chin. I batted away any of the creatures that came too close and thanked fuck that none of them had started to bite me. Then again, my legs were so cold that they might have taken a chunk out of me, and I just hadn't noticed. Slowly, the water levels started to go back down. I breathed out a sigh of relief as the room drained, and it was only once all the water was gone, and only a few ugly fish and slimy snakes were left twitching on the dungeon room floor, that the door finally unlocked. I picked up my hatchet and ran out of the exit before it could close on me, and then I jogged around the next atrium like a madman to try and warm myself back up. My clothes and I were soaked through, but thankfully the bag was waterproof and my arrows were dry. My bow was damp, which I knew wasn't great for it, but I camped out in the next atrium for about 20 minutes to give it and myself some time to dry off a little bit. "Well, that was a bit of a Hail Mary," I said as I attached my hatchet to my belt again. Willa squeaked in agreement. I finally glanced around the room and found it to be some kind of downtime reading nook. Of course, all of the books that were piled up around the place were either in a language I didn't know or were sealed shut so I couldn't read them, but there were a few comfy armchairs around, one of which I sank into while I recovered. I chose the one closest to the hearth at one side of the room, which was definitely there to help adventurers dry off. I put my bow as close to it as I could without damaging it, and although I was eager to get going on to the next room, I wasn't going to risk going in there semi-hypothermic with a soggy weapon. I sipped from my water skin while I waited, and soon I felt my bones start to defrost. Once I was feeling ready, I got to my feet, collected my almost entirely dry bow, and walked to the next door. The sign above it read, Room 3, Mad Scientist's Manifesto. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew I'd soon find out. Thankfully, this room wasn't another physical challenge. Instead, I walked into what looked like an insane person's personal study. There were bookshelves, side tables covered with scientific equipment, and anatomical diagrams of various different creatures pinned up all over the room. I looked closely at some of the sketches and was surprised to find a Da Vinci level of detail in some of the drawings. A sketch of a golem especially piqued my interest, since it showed how its stony exoskeleton was attached to the fleshy inside, and it was clear that Dr. Khazar had dissected one to find out what the inside of one of the beasts looked like. And it wasn't just the golem he had dissected. There were drawings of pixies, ogres, nymphs, and even a couple of goblins throughout the office. They were certainly interesting, especially the part about nymphs having no heart or lungs. But other than that, I didn't learn much new information. I already knew how to kill most of the enemies he'd looked into. I didn't need to know about how effective their livers or glands were as well. There was a desk in the center of the room, and unlike the rest of the messy office, there was nothing on it except for one roll of parchment and a pen. There was no doubt in my mind that it was there for me. I sat down in the chair behind the desk, which creaked under my weight. I picked up the pen as I unrolled the parchment, since I'd probably have to write something. Why else would the dungeon designer place one on the desk? It is my one goal to save this world, a world that is so full of useless vermin. I will be the one to alter them. Tell me, trespasser, what land do you come from? Behemoths terrorize mine. Are you without fear? No, you cannot be, for the monsters are everywhere. The streets are rife with them, the forests more so. Since I was hauled into this world, they have been here. They consume every drop of joy, every drop of blood, every ounce of flesh. But they have weaknesses. I have made it possible to alter them, to make allies from our rivals. Allies that will let me forge the world anew. A world where I am a deity. A god. Well, those definitely aren't the words of someone who's batshit crazy, I muttered as I reread the note over and over again. Thankfully, there was no water flooding the room, no monsters that were about to chop my head off, and no imminent danger that I needed to thwart while I figured out how to exit this room. But it was almost a more daunting thing to imagine being unable to solve the puzzle and to be stuck here until my food and water ran out. I'd come across the body of an adventurer in one of the atriums before, but never inside one of the dungeon challenge rooms. I wondered if that was part of the quest, that once you entered the room, you got out of it with the same people you went in with. So in my case, alone. Otherwise, I could just let the next group come through and tag along with them. I doubted the dungeon keepers would let that happen, let alone the gods. Not that any of that mattered, because I was determined to solve this mystery on my own. I started by checking the first and last letters of each line of the manifesto, just as I had on the entrance test for the great game. They made gibberish words, so I gave up on that pretty quickly. I checked the second and third letters of each line and so on, but again, nothing substantial. There were 2 questions, though, so I answered them out loud. What land did I come from? Utah, I said out loud. Then California. Nothing. Was I without fear? I think it's healthy for everyone to feel a bit of fear, so no. Again, nothing. That was a bust. I kept getting sidetracked by how disturbing the manifesto itself was. This doctor guy, who I knew had sewn snakes and pixies together to make some fucked up pets for his lab, wanted to be a literal god. By the sound of it, whatever else he had made inside this lab was worse than what I'd already faced, and was also controlled by him somehow. If he could make an army of beasts just like that half-human, half-ogre thing, then there was a serious problem here. Focus, I muttered to myself. I tried taking the words as a whole and rearranging them a bunch of times, but nothing felt right. So I went back to the letters. It is my one goal to save this world, I read aloud quietly. A world that is so full of useless vermin. I will be the one to alter them. Tell me, trespasser, what land do you come from? Willa sighed while I massaged my temples. It is my one goal, I said again. A world I will be. Tell me, what land? Huh? Willa's squeak said, What? I sketched a few letters out on the parchment below the manifesto and grinned. What? Willa's squeak urged. It's a pattern, I explained. You have to take the first letter of the first line, the second letter of the second line, and so on to get the hidden message. She purred proudly as I counted through the lines and wrote the whole thing out. I will own the world. This guy's a fucking lunatic, I snorted once I was done, and then I looked at the door out of the study. I will own the world. It fell open as if the air in the room had turned into a very polite butler. I smiled and sauntered through into the next atrium, which stank of piss. I definitely wasn't going to stay long in this one. The sign above the fourth door read, Room 4, Frankengolem. I felt like I was moving through the rooms pretty quickly, but I told myself not to get cocky. I'd be a dead man for sure if I did. I took a deep breath and read the sign again, since I had some idea of what kind of creature I'd be facing. I pulled my bow off my shoulders and knocked an arrow, ready to fire some molten rain on their stony asses. I shoved the door open with my foot and hissed through my teeth at the sudden burst of light that almost fried my eyeballs. As I peered into the room, I was astounded to find that it was filled with bolts of white lightning that forked down from the ceiling and onto the metal tables that filled the room. It seemed that a lightning rod jammed in the roof was conducting the light show, and there were scorch marks across the floor where lightning had missed the metal countertops and struck stone instead. It looked like I was getting closer to the belly of the beast, so to speak, to the center of this mad scientist's lair. I mean, if this wasn't a nod to Mary Shelley's genius, I didn't know what was. There were figures covered in paper-thin, translucent blankets on 3 of the tables, and random body parts strewn across the others. Various metal prongs and tubes kept the organs and limbs alive, and I even saw a heart beating in a glass jar. I also saw the door on the other side of the room, but I would have to weave around all of the tables to get there, and I knew it would be locked tight until I completed this room. I took a couple of cautious steps into the room, and the door to the atrium slammed shut behind me. Game on. The lightning seemed to intensify, and every time I took a step, another bolt forked down from the rod and struck one of the tables. It started off with the ones furthest from me, but soon I had to weave sporadically to avoid being anywhere near the blast. Every crash of lightning against steel sent a jolt through my body, almost as if I had been struck by it myself. I pressed on through the room while I kept glancing around for any sign of the golem, but it was only when I reached the middle of the room that the main event began. There was an especially loud crack like the sound of a femur snapping in half. I looked up right as a streak of fizzing lightning split into 3 forks and powered into the trio of blanket-covered bodies on the tables. The lightning lasted longer than most of the other bolts had done, and I watched as the creatures beneath the covers began to convulse. I gripped my bowstring tighter as more lightning rained down around me. I had to dive to one side to avoid being split in 2 by one of the bolts, and by the time I looked up again, the 3 basic level 4 golems were on their feet, or what had once been golems anyway. They lumbered off the tables as sparks flew around them, and as they came together, another shaft of burning lightning erupted from the ceiling. The 3 golems roared as they were encased in a cage of pure lightning. It was too bright for me to see what was happening to them, but for a few moments I wondered if something had gone wrong in the lab, and the lightning was going to take them out for me. Of course, no such luck. The long blast of power subsided, and I gasped when I saw them. No, it turned toward me. The golems had been fused into one, and where they had once had golem labels above their heads, it now read Abomination, just as Dr. Khazar's other creations' name cards had been. I wondered if the gods and the great game itself approved of Khazar's work, or if the label was simply a reflection of what they thought. Either way, it really did feel like more than just a dungeon quest or a fun theme. If Dr. Khazar had really found a way to alter these creatures, then what was stopping others in this new world from doing the same, from making mega-enemies that could threaten humans as a whole? The mega golem turned to me, so I had a better view of it. The golem's bodies had been melded together, so this creature had 4 active legs and about 6 enormous arms. And then I watched in horror as it pulled not 1, but 4 of those stone blades out of its body. Just one of them would be lethal if it got through my armor. 4 of them? This would be no easy feat, but at least there was something I could do to even out the playing field a little. I spent 3 mana and forged a Molten Rain arrow. The power flooded the arrow and encased it in a metallic casing that stretched from where my fingers gripped it right down to the razor-sharp tip of the arrowhead. The golem locked its beady eyes on me as I steadied my bow. One head was atop its shoulders and the others were buried in its chest, but they still had all their eyes. It was the creepiest stare I'd ever endured, and when the beast roared, the entire room shook like an earthquake had hit. I balanced myself, breathed out, and fired the arrow into the air above the mega golem. The arrow flew perfectly straight and exploded right above the monstrosity. Molten iron showered the beast, and it howled as the droplets burned through its stone exoskeleton and sizzled its flesh. The smell was horrific, but so was the look it gave me once the rain stopped. Its half-melted, furious face snarled, and I could see its disintegrating gums, stone teeth, and burned skin that hung off its jaw. Pieces of bloody exoskeleton slopped onto the floor, and it began to shove tables aside as it stormed toward me. Lightning exploded around it as it moved, and I darted through the tables not just to avoid its reach, but to make sure it didn't block my path to the exit. A quick glance confirmed that my mana had already started to regenerate, but I wouldn't be full by the time it reached me. So I spent another 3 mana and forged a bolt to the heart. But the mega golem was much faster than I'd anticipated. As I turned to fire, I almost got decapitated by 2 of its swords as it sliced them toward me like the blades of scissors. I ducked, rolled, and whirled, but it was already on me. I jumped over another sword and backed away until my spine bumped into one of the metal tables, which toppled over from the impact. Lightning struck and threw me off my feet, and my bow clattered onto the floor a meter from my grip. The golem raised its foot to crush me, but I rolled away just in time. I had to roll again before I could get to my feet as another sword threatened to decapitate me. The bow was still out of reach, so I shuffled backward as I tried to inch closer. The golem roared again, which I took as a signal that it was about to charge. With one final lunge, I grabbed my bow. The arrow was still crackling with its own lightning, so I turned to fire just as the mega golem raised its sword above its head. The bolt lodged itself in the creature's head before it could swing, and while it stumbled back, I forged another arrow and fired that one too, just to be sure. Lightning damage was no joke, and the mega golem screamed as the electricity ripped through its body and cooked it from the inside. It finally stiffened and collapsed onto the floor, but I waited for its health bar to completely empty before I went anywhere near it. Once that happened, I dove forward and wrenched my 2 arrows out of its body. I held them in my hand since I didn't have the time to clean them, slung my bow across my shoulders, and sprinted for the door. The lightning kept on coming, and it was now hungry for blood. The blasts hit the floor just inches from my feet, but I kept running. There was no other choice. If I hesitated, I was dead. 10 feet. 7. 5. Willa screamed, and before I could figure out why, there was a loud crack as another deadly bolt erupted from the roof. I knew it would hit home this time, so I threw myself at the door. I jerked it open and tumbled through. It slammed shut behind me, and then there was a deafening bang as the lightning hit the indestructible door instead of me. I wheezed as I sat up and wiped the sweat from my brow. "Holy shit!" I gasped as I forced my lungs to take in oxygen. "Damn," said a voice. "You sure know how to make an entrance, Spellfletcher." Chapter 24. I looked up at the owner of the voice and found a man in his 30s looking down at me. He had chestnut hair and a red bandana across his forehead, which was soaked with sweat. A deep gash stretched from his temple to his chin and dripped blood onto his body armor, and he favored his left leg as his right ankle swelled before my very eyes. The label above his head said Master of Arms, Level 8, and I noted the sword on his belt and the long spear he leaned on like a crutch as he offered his other hand to help me up. I took it, and he hauled me to my feet. "Thanks," I said. He opened his mouth to reply, but then a groan echoed around the room. I glanced around for the first time and saw that the place was designed to look like a morgue, complete with openings in the walls that I decided I wasn't going to look inside. The groan belonged to a woman who was lying on the floor in the corner. Her head was in a black-haired man's lap, and her eyes were squeezed shut from the agony of her injuries. Blood gushed from a deep cut in her thigh, and based on how much of what was supposed to be on the inside that was now on the outside, she didn't have long left. The femoral artery hadn't been severed, but she would still bleed out pretty fast. Another lady stood over her and chewed her fingernails anxiously as tears streamed down her face. "You certainly did better than we did in that last room," the master of arms who helped me up said. It was true. All of them were nursing some sort of wounds, but none compared to the woman moaning on the ground. "The abomination got her?" "Yep, sloshed her up good before we could defeat it." "But you're a party, right?" I asked, and he nodded. "Every party I've seen has a thaumaturge. Where's yours?" The three who weren't dying looked sheepishly at me, and then all looked down at the bleeding woman.
"Figures. We've tried everything. Pressure, stitches, but nothing's worked," the black-haired man holding the woman's head said. "Our classes aren't really intended for healing."
He was a level 7 shaper, and while I didn't remember every perk on the shaper class list I had read while selecting my class, I certainly remembered being put off by the fact it didn't have much in the way of healing abilities. Neither did the Master of Arms, and the man beside me and the crying lady were both level 8 members of that class. I was already moving. The woman would die if I didn't do something immediately, and at least I had options. I had my healing rain, but I didn't want to lose another arrow unless it was absolutely necessary, and I still had one healing potion left. I would see how much that could do for her and then think about the rest. I took the purple vial off my belt and uncorked it. The woman's face was deathly pale and her eyes swam, but she was stubbornly holding on to her consciousness, just about. "Drink this," I told her as I held the vial to her lips. As she gulped it down, a tear dropped from the corner of her eye. She knew that if this didn't work, she was dead. I'd seen it in the last dungeon when I found the other body. That adventurer had managed to drink a healing potion, but it had been too little too late. Everyone in the atrium held their breath as the woman swallowed and even licked her lips to make sure she got every drop of the potion. The man gently caressed her forehead, and she looked lovingly up at the shaper. But then her eyelids fluttered closed.
"No," the shaper said and patted her cheek. "No, Cynthia, wake up!"
Oh, God.
The other lady sobbed and buried her face in the other Master of Arms' chest.
"Come on,"
I muttered as I willed the woman's eyes to open again. Seconds passed, but they felt like years. Finally, the level 9 thaumaturge's eyes flew open and she sucked in an enormous breath. Her party cried out in relief at the sound and laughed as they knelt beside her and grasped her outstretched hands. I watched with a smile as the cut in her leg began to knit itself back together. It was like I was watching the wound heal at 10,000 times speed. The muscles reconnected and the skin around the injury began to weave itself back together. Where the lady had been unable to move before, the shaper now helped her up to a sitting position as the color began to return to her cheeks. Her health bar filled up to about 70%, and the only sign that she'd been injured was a raised scar on her leg. It still bled a little, but it was more like a paper cut than an amputation. Still, I took a healing muffin out of my bag and handed it to her. "Eat this. It'll get you back up to full."
Thank you.
She said as more tears fell.
You saved my life.
Anyone would have done the same. It was just lucky I had that potion. She pulled me into a hug, and I tried to ignore the warm blood seeping off the floor through my trousers. I smiled and pulled away, then got back to my feet and turned to the male Master of Arms. I held out my last healing muffin to him.
Don't.
The thaumaturge said from the floor.
I can heal him in a moment. I just need to get my breath back.
You don't want to exhaust yourself immediately after that injury.
I can do it. Save your muffins for yourself.
You've already done more than enough for us. Like I said, anyone would have done the same. I said, but I put the muffin back in my bag nonetheless.
I'm Martin, he said, and we shook hands. The other MOA is Danny, the Shaper's Dom, and of course you've already met Cynthia.
Cynthia smiled at me sheepishly, to which I chuckled. I'm Thomas. Nice to meet you guys.
I wish it was under slightly less bloody circumstances,
Danny said as she shook my hand gratefully as well. Me too.
Martin, do you have any water left?
Yeah,
Martin said and pulled his bag off his back to retrieve his water skin. I moved a few steps away to give the group some semblance of privacy while I dealt with my issues. I had some points to allocate, after all. I'd earned 79% XP for the Mega Golem, which had taken me over the threshold and into level 9 territory. I put my trait point into focus, which also boosted my mana pool up to 14, and put the skill point into weapon mastery for axes. I'd grown fond of my handheld weapon in the close quarters of the dungeon, and I'd already put plenty of points into the bow. The hatchet had hit that level and saved my life back in the ferocious fish tank, so it was only fair that I showed it some love as well. My UI was looking good as I surveyed the results of the last room. I stood at 70% XP, 90% health, an 85% full arete hourglass, 14 mana, 55 gold coins, 1 blinding potion, 1 healing muffin, 3 strength points, 2 acuity, 4 focus, 4 skill points in weapon master, 2 in cooking, and 1 in alchemy. Not to mention my ogre hide armor, uncommon golem slang boots, and Eliana's wolf helm. I took off the helm so I could gulp down some water. I could sense the party watching me as I recovered, but I pretended I hadn't noticed. I just needed to get my breathing and heart rate back to their regular rhythms, and then I'd head into room 5. The mad scientist had a sense of humor at least. The sign that said, Room 5, Dual Equations was above on one of the metal doors that should have concealed a body. I'd have to slide through there to get into the next dungeon room, and part of me wondered if I'd have to slip by a corpse on the way. That wasn't sickening at all.
What's a Spellfletcher?
Danny called from across the room.
I didn't see it on the class list. The Herald of the Gods showed me.
It's a specialist class. I scored pretty high on the entrance test, so I had more classes to choose from. It's a medium armor class, a combination of archery and wizardry.
Cool. And by pretty high, I'm sure you meant super high, right?
Pretty high, I said modestly, but with a grin. She laughed, and an understanding look appeared in her eyes. Where's the rest of your party? It's just me. Seriously? How the hell? I mean, don't get me wrong, you look very capable, but damn, how'd you get out of that fish tank one? With a very lucky throw, I said, and pointed to the hatchet on my belt. Jesus, I thought I was supposed to be the one who's good with every weapon.
I can't believe you got to level 9 on your own.
I'm pretty self-sufficient, I replied with a shrug.
You're like the most modest guy ever. If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't shut up about it.
You never shut up anyway, Dom. So, thank the gods you aren't in his shoes.
Hey, someone's perked up. Maybe I should get that golem back in here.
Asshole,
she said and flicked his nose.
How weird is it that we've already gotten to the point that when we see a golem, we're not like, oh my god, that's a golem. We're like, oh, there's another one.
It's funny how quickly you adapt to the game. Then again, my life wasn't very different beforehand. The main changes have been the lack of a car and the addition of mythical creatures that want to eat me.
I was an analyst. Took me a while to figure out how to make fire, let alone get used to the ogres and goblins who wanted to roast me above it.
General Surgeon,
the thaumaturge said, which didn't surprise me.
Carpenter.
Florist,
Danny said, and she chuckled at my puzzled look.
I did axe throwing on the weekends. It's cheaper than therapy.
Right, that adds up. How long have you guys been a party?
Pretty much since the beginning. We were all drinking our sorrows away in a tavern a few towns over, and that one drunken conversation led to us becoming allies.
Nice, I said as I began to walk toward the door, or locker door, that would open into room 5. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck with the next 2 rooms. I'd better see you on the other side of it.
Wait!
I paused and turned back to her.
We just discussed it between us, and we'd like you to join our party.
I'm flattered, but I don't really...
We have 2 rooms to go. We could use a 5th member. One who knows what he's doing better than we do. There's a reason you're still alive after all this time alone. I think we could learn a lot from you.
And you can benefit as well. We'll give you a cut of our reward in addition to keeping all of your own reward. We'll definitely get some gold at the end of this. How does 20% sound?
I sighed and glanced at each of their hopeful faces in turn.
We really want to make it out of here alive, man,
Dom said and squeezed Cynthia's blood-stained hand. 20% was a generous offer. Plus, if there was another room like the ferocious fish tank, but with more levers or buttons to press all at once, I could do with some other sets of hands. Sure, I felt a bit like I was being hired to babysit them, but they'd almost had one member of their party die, and they were only on room 4. They needed me. Willa purred in my ear. She could sense me warming to the idea, and she appeared to be in full support. Martin walked over to me and held out his hand for me to shake.
So, will you join our party for this dungeon quest, Thomas?
A pink sign flashed up in my UI that read,
Do you want to join this party?
I selected yes at the same time I shook Martin's hand. The others cheered, and I felt my cheeks redden a bit at the dramatics. I would part ways with them once we finished the dungeon quest, but for now I had 4 new teammates. I waited while the thaumaturge spent 2 blood magic and 10% of her newly renewed health in order to use her life bond perk, which she explained allowed her to heal Martin's wounds for 150% of the amount sacrificed, plus an additional 10% per level. The swelling in Martin's ankle went down to almost nothing, and the gash on his face closed up like someone doing a zip-up on a jacket. He thanked her, and they all helped her to her feet.
How are you feeling?
Dom asked kindly.
Good. Let's move on. No time to wait.
Martin chuckled and turned to me, since I was the one who was standing beside the cold locker. I opened it to reveal a short, darkened tunnel where there should have been a metal gurney and a body on top of it. Stay close. We don't want to get separated. I pushed myself up and into the tunnel. It was just big enough for me to crawl through it on all 4s, and once I was a few feet in, I heard Martin climb in behind me. The poor guy was forced to stare at my ass as we passed through the tunnel, but at least it didn't last long. I reached the other end and shoved the door open. It opened with ease, and I dropped down into a room that was designed like a classroom. There were empty chairs lined up across the room, and all of them faced the blackboard at the back of the room, which covered the door out of here. I crossed the room and tried the door, but it didn't budge. In the meantime, the others clambered down from the tunnel. Dom helped Cynthia down and closed the door behind her.
Class is in session,
I quipped, and Danny snorted. We gathered around the blackboard, which had 4 questions written on it. What gets bigger the more you take away? Is this equation correct? 2 times 16 clothes parentheses equals 4,032 divided by 63. Panic, ill, area, cup. When is a door not a door? Well, questions was a stretch. 1 was an equation, 1 was just words.
Do you think we have to write our answers down?
I just said them out loud in the manifesto room, but there's chalk here, so maybe.
I'm good at math. Maybe I could...
What gets bigger the more you take away?
Martin interrupted as he and Danny pushed to the front.
A hole?
Nice,
he said, and they high-fived.
Guys, 2 times 16 is 32. Times that by 2, 64...
Something grabbed my ankle. I shouted, grabbed my hatchet, and brought it down. The bony arm snapped in half and retreated right through the floor. I knelt down and slammed my palm against it, but the stone was solid. Or it was to me, anyway. The others had seen it too, so at least I knew I hadn't lost my marbles.
What the hell was that?
It looked like it was just bones.
A clacking sound echoed around the room. We all turned in unison as skeletons began to clamber out of the floor, their bones held together by gory, exposed tendons and decomposing skin. They were all basic Walking Dead, as their name labels said, and there were 6 of them in total. They each had golden eyes in their sockets and wielded a blade of some sort. They looked at us hungrily, and even though they had no stomachs, I had a feeling they couldn't wait to sink their rotten teeth into our flesh. Now the room name makes sense. Dual equation. We have to solve these problems while fighting these bastards. Danny, come on, Martin said, and they turned back to the blackboard. I was about to join them, but the Walking Dead had other ideas. They launched at me, Dom, and Cynthia barely dove out of the way of one of their blades. Dom suddenly threw his hands forward and used his force push perk to throw the skeletons across the room so hard that they hit the wall. The collection of bones picked themselves up, but their health had taken a real hit. Nice.
4,032 divided by 63. 64!
Cynthia shouted as she got back up to her feet, hands ready to use her blood magic.
The answer is yes. The equation is correct.
Are you sure?
I am.
I'll double-check while you do the next one. I scowled, but the Walking Dead were coming back at us, so I couldn't help. I rolled under one of their blades and took out its legs as I did so. Its tibias were removed, but it still tried to balance on its knees. I bashed the level 1 Walking Dead in the head with my hatchet, then again in the chest until it was just a heap of bones on the floor. My XP went up 11%, taking me to 81% full. Panic, ill, area, cup. Maybe we have to figure out which one's the odd one out? I glared at the unused sword and spear at his side. In the meantime, Cynthia turned to Dom and me.
Ring of action,
she said, and Dom nodded. She closed her eyes and moved her hands in a circle. As she did, I could have sworn she left a trail of blood suspended in a ring in the air. She threw her hands toward us, and the ring expanded and encircled us. Have fun with the added speed, Dom said with a wink. The ring disappeared, but the Walking Dead were still coming for us. They were moving a lot more slowly, though. I put it at about 15% slower, and as I moved, I found that I was an equal amount faster.
10 seconds,
Cynthia called out. Then I needed to get moving. I ran at a basic level 2 skeleton and felt like I was fucking flying. Holy shit, this was cool. The bag of bones didn't stand a chance. I cut it down like it was nothing and got 16% XP for it. I was now on 97%. In the meantime, Dom had gone full demon mode. I watched him take on 2 of the Walking Dead at once, while Cynthia fought a level 1 skeleton with her dagger. I glanced back at the blackboard. The Masters of Arms were stumped. Panic, ill, area, cup. PIAC, no. ALRU, no. The last letters of each word? CLAP. Everyone clap your hands, I shouted. They did as I said, a single clap, even Cynthia and Dom, who were still fighting. Cynthia killed her skeleton a second later, and Dom took his pair out as well. That left one more. It ran toward me, and I ducked its blow with ease. It opened its jaws, and the worst gust of putrid breath wafted toward me. I grimaced, ducked another blow, and cut its leg off. At the same time, Dom used his scepter to cleave its body in half. He got the XP, but I didn't care as long as we made it out of this room. We clapped hands and then rushed back to the blackboard. I didn't hide my annoyance as I shoved both Martin and Danny aside to read the last one, but now wasn't the time to argue. When is a door not a door? When it's ajar. Danny wrote it out for good measure, and then we all ran to the door. It wouldn't open. I stepped back and looked at it like that might make it work, and that's when I noticed the keyhole in the center of it. I knew the equation one was wrong.
It's not.
I looked around the room and found what I was looking for. On one of the desks was a jar filled with pens. I tipped it over, and a key clattered onto the tabletop. At the same time, more bony arms began to push through the floor. I ran back to the others, shoved the key in the door, and turned it. It unlocked, and we barged into the atrium. I took out the key, slammed the door shut before more of the walking dead could follow us, and locked it behind us. I slid the key into my pocket just in case we'd need it again, though I doubted we would. "Nice work, Thomas," Martin said, and held up his hand for me to high-five. I didn't. I just glared at him until he lowered it, and then I rounded on him and Danny. What the hell was that? Their faces fell, and they looked cluelessly at one another. "You're both level 8 Masters of Arms. You're supposed to be the ones with the weapons, the fighters." "Yeah?" Martin said, still dumbfounded. "Funny, I didn't see either of you fighting back there."
We were solving the questions.
"I'm pretty sure Cynthia and I solved 3 of them. We would have eventually. Not the point. You're the fighters. Dom's a shaper, sure, but he's also a lower level than you guys. And Cynthia, she's a healer, guys. She has some attacking perks at her disposal, but nothing like the rest of ours. She solved the math equation in no time, but you ignored her. You left her to be killed. If those beasts had been a higher level, she'd probably be dead or dying right now. Again. I have to say, I'm suddenly not all that surprised that she was so badly injured before if you always leave her on her own like that." Cynthia went red, but she didn't argue. Neither did the rest of them. They knew I was right. "There's a difference between respecting one another's powers and leaving people to fend for themselves," I said more calmly. "Frankly, Cynthia is the most important person in this party, because if any of us are injured, she's the one that's going to heal us. Our main objective, other than getting through this dungeon, should be protecting her. You chose your classes, now follow through. The Masters of Arms are the brawn of this operation. The Shaper gives us a fighting advantage since he has sway over reality. The Spellfletcher falls somewhere in the middle of that, and the Thaumaturge keeps us alive. Got it?"
Got it,
they all said. "I know I might sound a little harsh, but you asked me to keep you alive. That's what I'm doing. I want you guys to go far, but you won't if you don't work with one another's strengths and cover their weaknesses."
Sorry, Cynthia. I just didn't think. It's fine. Just don't let me get cut up again. It really hurt.
"Deal," Martin said with a smile. "How is everyone's class resource looking?"
All good.
"Same. Replenished."
We don't have any warriors inside until we're in a fight, but we're good.
"Okay, then," I said and turned to the final room. "Let's do this." The sign above the door said, "Room 6, the World Destroyer." "Theatrical much?" Martin said as he pulled open the door and stepped through. He cried out as he dropped like a stone, but I had him by the scruff of the neck a second later. Dom and Danny held my legs as I hauled Martin back up and into the atrium. He was shaking like a leaf, and he blew out a relieved breath as he looked down at the abyss he'd almost fallen into. "Another tip. Look where you're going." He grinned sheepishly, but at least he didn't disagree. The final room was like nothing I had seen before. Hexagonal platforms were scattered around at different heights, like lily pads in a pond. The space in between each pad was a lot longer than a simple hop, so if we missed, we'd end up falling into a very dark and endless nightmare. The room itself was about the length of 5 football fields, so we had a lot of ground to cover. As far as I could see, our only option was to jump between the pads to the other side. But who knew what the mad scientist's dungeon would throw at us while we tried to make it to the other side.
This a bad time to mention I'm not too good with heights,
Cynthia squeaked. Oh boy, this was not going to be easy. Chapter 25. The platform started to glow with a white light as if to taunt us. Some were at different heights, some were smaller, and all of them were apparently hovering in mid-air. "Martin, Danny, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. We keep Cynthia and Dom between us at all times."
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Cynthia muttered beside me. Martin nodded, backed up from the doorway, and took a running jump. He hurtled over the 6-foot gap between the atrium and the first platform with ease, rolled, and got to his feet. He'd been brave to go first, since we couldn't be sure if the platform was even stable, or if something would suddenly jump out and come for him. But for now, he was all right. So, Danny went next. She copied his movements elegantly and then turned and beckoned the rest of us over.
"Screw jumping," Dom said.
I turned just as he raised his hands out in front of him as if he was about to push open a set of double doors. He moved his hands out to the side and stepped forward, and he disappeared. I gawked at the place he should have been, and then a whistle sounded from the platform, and I turned to see Dom standing on it. He gave me a smug wave and giggled at the stunned look on my face.
Just don't perk. He can teleport for short distances.
That's so fucking cool. All right, you're up next. She nodded, though her lips were pressed so tightly together that they were white. She stalked to the edge of the doorway and stared at the platform. Danny smiled, and Martin held out his hands, ready to steady her once she made it.
Oh my god,
Cynthia said again as her whole body started to shake. Don't look down.
too late. Oh my god. I'm a surgeon. A surgeon. I can't do this. I can't make it. I'm going to die. Oh my.
Before she could topple off the platform in her panic, I picked her up and threw her with all my strength. Martin and Danny gasped as their thaumaturge sailed through the air, and Cynthia screamed. Martin caught her with ease and set her down on the platform. For a moment, she looked like a baby giraffe as her knees wobbled. But then she realized she made it, and she laughed hysterically. Suddenly, the platform began to move, to rise. "Oh, shit!" I grunted, and before it could get any higher, I leaped across the gap. Dom grabbed my arm to steady me as I made it just in time. If I'd waited any longer, I would have been holding onto the edge of the platform by my fingertips. "Well, we know they move now." The others breathed a laugh, but the atmosphere was a little tense. After all, we didn't know if the platforms would speed up or slow down, or exactly how high or low they could go. The pit beneath us was seemingly bottomless, so we'd have to keep moving to avoid getting stuck down there, platform or otherwise. I moved to the other side of the hexagon and stared across the enormous cavern. There was a route we could take to reach the exit, but whether or not the other platforms would move and we'd have to change course remained to be seen. I turned back to the party, mainly to Cynthia, who seemed to have perked up a bit. I wondered if her confidence had grown or if she'd realized that the only way out of here was to get through it, just like the dungeon keeper said. "Okay, we move together from platform to platform. If someone gets separated, we find a way to get back to the same platform. We're not leaving someone behind. We're going through that door and completing the dungeon quest together." "Agreed," Martin said with an eager nod. The others patted one another supportively on the back. If this was going to work, we each had to give it our all. I led the charge to the next platform. It was only about 3 feet away, but nearly twice that in the drop. I gritted my teeth as my stomach surged into my mouth, but the second my feet hit the floor, I rolled and righted myself. There was a desk on the platform, complete with a quill and a creaky old chair. It was as if this room had once been normal, but had since been split apart like tectonic plates. The others met me on the platform. Cynthia, then Dom, then Danny, and finally Martin, who had the furthest to jump down. We made it without any twisted ankles, though I was sure a couple of us would be limping by the end of this. We made good progress across the room, though I quickly noticed that the platforms were more closely spaced nearer the entrance, and the further in we went, the further apart they got. We had huddled together on some of the smaller platforms, and those were the ones that tended to move up and down a lot faster, as if their smaller weight meant they could move more freely. We were about a third of the way through the cavern when I heard a mechanism begin to whir. In this dungeon, that was never a good sign. "Be alert, guys," I called back to them as I readied myself to jump. "Something's up." I didn't wait to see if they heard me. I leaped across a 4-foot void and made it to the platform, where I was met by one of the surgical tables. I almost rolled into it, thanks to my momentum, and I didn't even have a chance to get to my feet before the platform started to spin. I cursed and grabbed hold of the surgical table with one hand.
Thomas!
Danny shouted. "Go another way!"
We have to help him!
Cynthia said to the others. I didn't have the spare energy to tell her to keep going. I managed to hook my elbow around the leg of the surgical table, which was thankfully secured to the platform. But as it spun faster and faster, my legs began to lift off the ground. I was a fucking sail on a rowing boat that had just sailed into a whirlpool. In the blur that was my vision, I could just see the party hop to the platform opposite me. It teetered slightly back and forth, but they quickly moved to the middle so none of them toppled off the edge. Willa screeched then and snapped me back to my own predicament. The platform had reached its top speed, but it also wasn't slowing down. I remembered the next one wasn't that far away. Well, maybe about 6 feet. It would have actually been quite a challenge to make it there in one jump. But maybe... Willa crooned in warning. But apparently I was feeling extra insane today. Like a dancer, I found my point of focus, which was the platform I wanted to go to, and I timed it so that I knew every time I spun in its direction.
Hold on, Thomas, we're going to get you off that thing!
It was too dangerous for them to risk it. No, I'd get myself out of it. I gave myself 3 spins to let go. 1. Shit, my hands refused to release. 2. Next one. 3. I let go. I hurtled through the air so fast I couldn't even see if I'd judged it right. I was pretty sure Cynthia screamed. I got a glimpse of the chasm below, but then I saw a glowing light and my ass connected with something hard. A platform. I flipped onto my front and buried my hatchet in the floor. I felt my feet go over the edge, but I held onto the hatchet's handle with every ounce of strength I had, and finally, I came to a halt. I laid there for a moment, face down, and wheezed. But then I slowly pushed myself up to sitting. My head was spinning like a top, but as I blinked, my brain slowly began to stop its whirling. Shocked laughter erupted across the room, and I saw Danny with a hand over her mouth, Dom with his hands on his knees, and Martin and Cynthia both giggling out of pure surprise and relief.
That was equal parts fun and terrifying. You're fucking mental, dude!
I smirked and wrenched my hatchet out of the floor. Then I bounded over a one-man-sized platform and leaped onto theirs. It teetered slightly, but it wasn't as unstable as I'd initially thought. It swayed like a boat on a calm ocean rather than like a seesaw.
That was so sick! I was like, this dude better not let go, and then you let go! You flew like a damn bullet, and I thought for sure you were a cutter! Thank the gods you had that hatchet. You would have slid right off the edge otherwise. And that...
All right, blabbermouth.
Sorry. I just don't think I've ever seen something like that in my life. I mean, I've watched Jackass, but it's different seeing something like that in person. I wouldn't recommend it, I said as I rubbed my bruised backside. But hey, I made it. Can't complain.
Now we know how he's lived this long. Actually, on second thought, maybe we don't. If you do daring stunts like that all the time.
Willa chirped in agreement with Cynthia, and I shot her a withering glance. Now that we were back together, we started our trip across the abyss again. Cynthia was still nervous about some of the larger jumps, and I offered to launch her across some of them, which she gladly accepted. Finally, the group was working like a real team. When I met them, they'd been a party, but they weren't working together. Now they were helping one another down high drops and protecting their thaumaturge above all else. They even helped me a couple of times when I almost lost my balance. I had to admit, it was nice to have some company for a change. And while I wouldn't want to be a permanent member of a party, their levity definitely made defying death a little less serious. We reached the halfway point, and after we all took a few deep breaths, we pressed on. The platforms were getting ever more distant, but we all had added strength, so we could jump pretty far across the gaps. Dom had even leveled up after he killed those skeletons and was now level 8, which he also wouldn't shut up about. The man loved to talk, or rather, to babble. I was pretty sure it got worse when he was nervous, but to be honest, I didn't actually mind it much. He meant well, and it was also a distraction whenever my heart skipped a beat when one of them skidded or flailed their arms while they tried not to fall. As final dungeon rooms go, this one is...
Don't.
What?
You'll jinx it.
Jesus, were you born yesterday, Tom? Something moved up ahead. Guys?
You never say anything like, "Isn't this easy?" when you're doing a quest. We've been over this.
Well, you just said it too. Guys?
I was giving an example.
Danny said, then paled.
Oh, shit. Did I just jinx us as well?
Guys! Each of them looked at me, then at what I was pointing at. 3 figures stood on a large platform about 40 feet away from the one we were on. The 2 on the outside were elite abominations level 5. I didn't need to be told that they were Dr. Khazar's successful experiments. Their bodies were stolen from 2 enormous ogres, but they had the pointed ears of a goblin, the void, dark blue eyes of a pixie, and the wings of a creature I hadn't yet come across. The wings were pointed, bony, and veiny, sort of like a bat's wings in both shape and color. And as the beasts drooled at the sight of us, their wings flared to their enormous full span. But in the middle of them was their creator, the man who wanted to own the world, the man who had made these things to raze this earth to the ground again and claim it for himself. And above his head was a label I hadn't yet come across. Champion Dr. Khazar Level 1. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Yep. The writing is gold in your UI too, right? Yep.
Have you ever faced a champion enemy before?
Nope. But I'm about to. Chapter 26. A champion enemy. I'd fought basic and elite monsters, but never one whose name was printed in gold. But that only made me more determined to be the one to take the bastard down. Of course, Dr. Khazar was of the same mindset. He didn't want any of us to walk out of the door he was blocking. No, he wanted our bodies added to the pile of rotting adventurers I was sure were heaped in the pit below. That, or he would let the abominations have a feast fit for a king, and let them chuck the bones down there once they were full. That wasn't going to happen on my watch. Okay, remember what we talked about? We play to each other's strengths and cover their weaknesses. That's how we all survive this. Let's do this, Martin said with a determined nod, and the others did the same. I switched out my hatchet from my bow, then turned back to the 3 enemies on the platform 40 feet away. Dr. Khazar was sandwiched between his demonic henchmen, and he didn't look entirely human either. He was 6 feet tall with a white lab coat that could barely stretch far enough to cover his broad shoulders and muscular arms. For some reason, I'd imagined an Einstein kind of guy up until now. But this guy was quite the opposite. His bald head reflected the light from the glowing platforms. His lips were pulled back over sharpened teeth into a maniacal snarl, and one of his eyes was discolored. There was a sheen of green over the whole thing, and I wondered if that was some sort of injury, or if it was actually an enhancement. Either way, the bastard looked deranged. And he looked even more deranged when he lifted both arms and screamed at his abominations to kill us. The winged ogre-pixie-goblin hybrids launched into the air. Their huge wings made the takeoff effortless, and I felt the wind rush through my hair from the sheer force of one beat of their wings. I immediately spent 3 mana on the bolt to the heart and fired it at the beast on the right, which was coming back down toward us much faster than the other. The lightning crackled off the arrow and went into the creature's chest, and it roared as the lightning damage ripped through its body. Of course it didn't kill it, but it slowed it down enough to give the party time to spread out, and another bit of lightning arced off the beast and damaged the second abomination and scientist, too. Martin and Danny leaped over to the next platform, the one between us and the mad scientist. I stayed back to protect Cynthia and Dom while they figured out what they could do to help the warriors, and so I could cover the masters of arms from a distance with my arrows. I now had 8 at my disposal, so I had to make them count. The abominations took the bait when Danny and Martin started to shout at them. While they drew the beast's attention from me and the other two, both winged beasts dive-bombed toward their platform. As they came down, Cynthia closed her eyes and cast her Ring of Action perk. When the ring of blood appeared at her fingertips, she shoved it away as quickly as she could. It expanded across the room in seconds and came down over our part, Martin and Danny included. And it was just in time. The abomination slowed down just enough that Martin and Danny could roll out of the way of their open mouths and razor-sharp weapons as they landed, and each dealt a wicked blow against each of the beasts. Danny dug an axe right into one of their eyes, while Martin shoved his spear into its side. Both beasts roared and retreated, right as the Ring of Action wore off. Cynthia sighed beside me and lowered her hands. It had taken a chunk of her health to cast that ward. "Nice. You okay?"
Fine. Just make sure I'm not stuck on my own with one of those things.
I nodded and turned back to the fight. My mana was back up to full, as I hadn't attacked in 9 seconds, so I knocked another arrow. The abominations went for Martin and Danny again, and I was about to forge another bolt to the heart when both abominations and Dr. Khazar beyond them were suddenly facing the wrong way. I turned to see that Dom had his arms out, and realized he'd given them a good taste of his Force Push perk, and the scientist screamed as he toppled off the platform. One of the beasts dove down to retrieve him, which left the one I'd shot at before on its own. I quickly forged another bolt to the heart and fired. It hit the beast and its health went down to about 20%. Then the lightning bolt split in two and arced to the scientist and other abomination. Those blasts did less damage, but a few more well-placed blows, and it would be all over. The Masters of Arms had each gained a point of Warrior's Insight from their first blow against each beast, and they each spent that one Warrior's Insight on their Physical Specimen perk, which meant that they had superior strength during their next attack. Martin growled and Danny roared as they fell upon the beast, which tried in vain to fly away from them. Once Martin used one of his swords to shred its wings with frightening efficiency, Danny bounded toward the enormous creature with her axe above her head. She flipped right over its own blade as it swung at her, and then she lopped off its head with a single swing. It was fucking awesome. She kicked the body in the chest and it fell down into the abyss. As the body disappeared into the darkness, she grabbed the head and booted that into the abyss for good measure. But then the other one appeared. "Danny!" She turned, but not in time. The abomination was holding Dr. Khazar, who raised his hand and leveled it at Danny, who ducked, but not in time. I watched in utter shock as a deep wound opened down the entire length of her arm, as if a blade had sliced it. Only there was no blade, just the scientist's outstretched hand. Danny screamed and dropped to her knees while Martin moved to cover her. I fired my next arrow a split second later and watched as it exploded above the beast. Molten iron rained down on the abomination and the scientist. Both screamed, and the abomination tried to fly away from the burning rain. It took the scientist to a far platform and used itself as a living shield over its master, while they cowered from the molten metal. I took the opportunity to grab Cynthia, and together we leaped across to the platform Danny and Martin were on. Cynthia immediately began to heal Danny, while Dom, Martin, and I stood around them. "Okay, new plan. Danny's out."
No,
"You're out until that arm is healed. And once it is, you guard Cynthia with your life. If the scientist can sever flesh without a weapon, we need both of you at full health." Since the fight was currently on pause, I was able to take out my healing muffin from my bag and handed it to the thaumaturge. This time, she didn't argue. She knew she was the key to making sure the rest of us came out alive, and since she had to sacrifice health in order to use her blood magic class resource, she'd need a quick way to restore it. "Dom, what's the most powerful perk you have at your disposal?" "The shockwave.
It emits a powerful series of shockwaves from my body. Wave 1 hits enemies in melee range, dealing 500 armor-ignoring damage. The second hits enemies up to 10 feet away and deals 250 armor-ignoring damage, and has a 50% chance to knock down enemies. The third hits enemies up to 25 feet away and has a 50% chance to inflict the blind debuff on knockdown enemies. How much does it cost? 5 inner will. Alright, I'm gonna need you to stay back here as well. But I can help! And you will. But I need your inner will to refill first, so no casting unless absolutely necessary. Once you have enough inner will and you're sure Danny and Cynthia are safe, you wait for the right moment, teleport to melee range, and blast the fuck out of Khazar. Understood. And in the meantime, it's time to take this winged motherfucker out. He nodded, grinned, and started to run. I followed him, and we began to leap from platform to platform, but up ahead, Dr. Khazar and the Abomination had righted themselves. The molten rain had stopped, and both had taken damage. Mainly the Abomination, which had awful burn scars all down its back, and its wings were ruined. But as the mad scientist gestured for it to go after us, it didn't even hesitate. It just leaped on its strong ogre legs toward us. With a roar, we met on one of the platforms that seesawed from side to side. As each of us moved, it tilted one way and then the other, which made it almost impossible for any of us, the Abomination included, to keep our balance. Martin managed to right himself first and hacked at the creature. It swiped at him and he rolled, but the platform tilted as he did. He yelled as he went over the edge, but I saw his fingers gripping the edge. I went to help him, but then the beast was there. It narrowed its navy blue eyes at me and began to swing its swords. Fuck, it was quick! I only just managed to duck and dodge each blow, and I was pretty sure I felt the bite of pain as one of the blades just caught me on a couple of occasions. But I ignored it, dove right and rolled as I remembered at the last second to keep my weight toward the center of the platform. The sudden weight on that corner meant the other one flipped up, so Martin had enough grip and momentum to throw himself back onto the platform. But I'd also sacrificed my own advantage in the meantime. I was teetering over the abyss, and as the Abomination joined me, it only made it worse. I risked a glance down below me and gulped as I nocked an arrow. The Abomination raised its sword, and I fired the regular arrow at its face, since I didn't have the time to forge a fancier one. The arrowhead went right through its cheek, and the mutant faltered. And that was when Martin drove his spear through the creature's back. I reached up and ripped my arrow out just before Martin hauled the Abomination over his shoulder and onto the floor. The beast had to weigh more than 400 pounds, but Martin chucked it like it was a heavy bag of flour as his muscles bulged under his armor. The beast roared again, and I used the arrow I just pulled from it to fire a bolt to the heart at its chest. A second later, Martin freed his spear from its chest and used the sword in his other hand to hack at its body until its health bar hit 0. "Hello, level 9, Martin chirped. And then blood poured out of his mouth. I looked down and saw the incision in his stomach, and it was bad. Bad enough that I could see intestines. He clutched his stomach and went down, thankfully in the middle of the platform where he couldn't roll off. I looked up at the scientist 30 feet away, who lowered his hand. Clearly he could only cut once every so often, but he had made that one count, and now both of our masters of arms were down. "Cynthia!"
Coming!
she called out behind me. A couple of seconds later, the platform wobbled slightly as she arrived and knelt at Martin's side. He was very pale, but I could see that Cynthia had crumbs around her mouth. She'd just finished the healing muffin, which meant she had plenty of health to sacrifice to heal him. I glanced back at Danny, who followed Cynthia over. She was back on her feet, but still a little woozy.
I'll stay with them. You and Dom kill that bastard.
I nodded and took off running. The scientist came to meet me, just as I had hoped. Since this was his dungeon, he knew the platforms like the back of his hand, so we bounded over each of them and ignored the deadly ones with ease. I was slower, but that was intentional. I needed him as close to the party, as close to Dom, as possible. We met on a platform that slowly began to spin. Not like a fucking merry-go-round on steroids, thankfully, but enough that the cavern around us became a blur, and all we could see was each other. I read your manifesto. It sure as shit doesn't make me feel bad about killing you.
My world is full of monsters,
he hissed, and his voice sounded more serpentine than human.
I will turn them into my minions and rid the world of...
Yeah, I know. World domination, I get it. Yawn.
He raised his hands, and I flinched, but my guts didn't pour out of my stomach. I did manage to spot Dom as he edged closer, though. Only a few feet more, and we'd have this bastard where we wanted him.
Spellfletcher.
You can read. Congrats.
I want your body.
Damn. Can't say anyone's ever used that line before. I'm flattered, but you're not my type.
I want to take it apart and make one of my creations with it. I want to marry your bones with an ogre's. I want your hands on a pixie's body. I want your power at my disposal.
Sorry, not gonna happen.
Then you will die,
he said, and raised his hand toward me. I felt the skin on my neck begin to slice apart. Not if we kill you first.
We?
Dom used his jaunt perk to teleport right behind the scientist, who whirled just in time to see Dom throw his hands down and up, as if his palms had run up a steep ramp. The shock wave erupted out of him, and Dr. Kazar was thrown into the air. His health bar went down like it was going out of fashion as he somersaulted through the air like a rag doll. He landed on another platform and tried to get to his feet, but the second wave came. His health was even more depleted, and he was knocked down on the next platform. But, as if he'd had one last burst of energy, he rose like a phoenix from the ashes and aimed his hands in our direction. Dom cried out as the skin on both his palms burst open. I forged a bolt to the heart and fired before the third burst of Dom's shockwave could come, and it found its home in the scientist's heart. He looked down at the arrow sticking out of his body and screamed. But not even for himself. It was because he knew that his genocidal agenda would not continue beyond today. His health vanished, and he crumpled into a heap on the floor. My XP bar went up by 80% for killing the scientist, plus an extra 4% for being well rested. I ended up with 79% XP as I crossed the threshold into...
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 10 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up. Now that you are level 10, you are also able to unlock another class perk. Choose wisely.
Thank you very much, Harold. I quickly put the skill point into sense, bringing that total up to 4, and my trait point into acuity, bringing that up to 3 and balancing those traits out a bit more evenly. I didn't need to think much about which perk I wanted. All I had kept thinking while I fought multiple enemies during this dungeon quest was how useful it was that the others had been there to take on the rest of the creatures at the same time. But I wouldn't always be in a party, so I wouldn't always have that luxury to fall back on. With that knowledge, it would be useful to be able to hit more than one target. Sure, the bolt to the heart allowed some lightning to arc to other enemies, but there was no harm in dealing out a bit more damage now and again, so I selected
Mimicking Wisp. The summoned wisp replicates the magical attacks of the Spellfletcher. For 5 seconds plus 1 second per level to a maximum of 20, the wisp will shoot a copy of every mana-forged arrow. The wisp's attack will deal 66% less damage, and will attempt to select a different target, unless there is no other option in range. This wisp costs 4 mana to summon.
A small pinkish light appeared right in front of my face, and I smiled as the mimicking wisp hovered in front of me. Willa whizzed over to meet it, and the little white wisp danced around its pink twin while she squeaked excitedly. "Welcome to the team, Mimi," I said to the mimicking wisp. The little pink orb seemed a lot more chill than Willa, and she settled happily onto my other shoulder just as Cynthia, Martin, and Danny hobbled over to our platform. Martin's insides were back where they were meant to be, thanks to Cynthia, who almost looked asleep on her feet. Danny was back up to almost full strength, and Dom had wrapped his palms in strips of his t-shirt. Cynthia offered to help, but he waved the exhausted surgeon off. She didn't have it in her to heal him, and he'd be all right without her help for now, and so would I. The small cut on my neck had pretty much clotted, so I didn't let her even begin to examine it, though she still tried, which I appreciated. You know, we didn't even get our dungeon loot reward.
We fucking did it!
Danny breathed, a grin on her bloody face. It was a little close for a second there, but yeah, we did. We smiled at one another, and then we turned to look at the door out of the dungeon. However, that wasn't where my eyes immediately went to. No, my attention was captured by Dr. Khazar's dead body, which was moving. I don't think we're done yet, guys. And, as if on cue, the scientist's body burst open like a scene from Alien, and two monsters erupted in a shower of gore and dove toward us. Chapter 27. One of the creatures was airborne, the other was on all fours, and both had Elite Demon Level 5 above their heads. Demons. Of course they were fucking demons. Holy shit, Martin groaned beside me.
I can cast a ring of action,
Cynthia said as she raised her hands, but her eyelids drooped. Dom caught her before she hit the ground, but it was clear she was unconscious. Healing everyone had really taken it out of her, and she was out of the game for the moment. Dom was still replenishing his inner will, and his hands were still bleeding, so he wouldn't be much help. Martin was at about 50% health, and although his stomach wasn't still a gaping hole, I saw how he winced as he moved. It seemed that Danny and I were in the best shape, and my mana had replenished, but I only had 5 arrows left. We still had 2 enemies to kill, and while I could have fired a healing rain arrow, I didn't want to face these things with 4 arrows to my name. Cynthia was exhausted, and Dom was low on his class resource, but the rest of the party was mobile and healed enough, thanks to Cynthia, for my plan to work. Hopefully. Martin and Dom, get Cynthia to the door. Dom, back us up from here when you can. Martin, you're our last line of defense. Heal up and get Cynthia to the exit between you. And once Danny and I have killed these things, go straight through. Danny, how are you feeling?
Good,
She said with a determined nod. Good, because I'm gonna need a distraction.
Now that I can do,
She said with a grin. We watched as she turned and roared at the 2 demons who immediately set their sights on her. She hurtled across 3 platforms and found one about the size of a boxing ring, which was fitting, considering she was about to take them both on. At the same time, I split off from the group and went in a different direction, around to the back of the demons a couple of platforms away from Danny's. The winged one got to her first, and Danny turned into a blur of blades. I couldn't make out where her hands ended and the axe and sword began, she was so fast. But somehow, barely any of her attacks landed. No, scratch that. They did land, but they went right through the beasts, as if they were incorporeal, but only some of the time. The reptilian one on 4 legs reached her while I was trying to figure out how the demons were there and not there, and the 2 living nightmares descended on her with the ferocity of an angry rhino. I ripped the blinding potion off my belt and launched it through the air. It was a perfect throw, and it landed right beside the serpentine demon and the winged one, which had just started to dive at Danny as the glass vial exploded. There was a sudden explosion as the potion met the air and turned into a toxic gas. Of course, it only affected enemies, so Danny kept on hacking at them while they were rendered blind for a few seconds. I knew it wouldn't last forever, but it certainly helped Danny out of a tight spot. She bounded back into the middle of the platform so she couldn't be pushed off by them, and managed to slice off one of the demon's wings so it couldn't fly away. Most of her blows still went through the creatures' bodies, though. Then again, the demons didn't seem all too focused on her anymore. No, they were hungry for the blood of the person who had taken their sight away. and despite their current blindness, they knew where I had come from, and I was sure they would come for me once even a flicker of their vision returned. I spared a quick glance at Dom and Martin, who were carrying Cynthia slowly from platform to platform toward the door. They were nearly there, so now all we had to do was destroy the demons. I hopped over a couple of platforms to the left, away from where I'd thrown the blinding potion and away from Martin, Cynthia, and Dom. Danny brought her axe toward the serpent demon's tail, but it turned, pulled it out of the way, and then roared triumphantly. Shit. I figured that meant it could see again, a fact which was confirmed when it started to scan the shadows for me. It seemed like a good time to go invisible, so I spent 5 mana on Willa. I already had an arrow nocked and ready when it kicked it, but I didn't fire. I stayed perfectly still so that Willa's invisibility would continue to shield me. Danny gawked, but the demons didn't. They raced toward the platform they knew I had been standing on. They knew I was invisible, but they thought I was still there. Thanks to the fact I was level 10 now, I had 15 seconds of invisibility to play with. The demons, now both flightless, reached the platform in 10. It gave Danny a breather, and it gave me an easy target. My new companion flashed pink beside me. The mimicking wisp was apparently eager for a fight, and I was happy to oblige. I spent 4 mana and summoned Mimi. She would match the bolt to the heart I spent 3 mana forging, but with a slightly less damaging effect. I fired the bolt to the heart at the injured demon, the one who had lost its wing. The bolt hit home and the lightning arched to its friend, who screamed like a banshee. Mimi's arrow hit the 4-legged one first, as the mimicking wisps often went for another target to spread as much damage as possible, and the lightning arched and hit the one with the missing wing again. At the same time, Danny arrived on the platform and swiped her sword at the one-winged one. There was a brief moment where we both froze in shock as its head came clean off with one slice. For the first time since she'd started to fight these things, her blade had properly hit home, and that was the result. "The lightning," I muttered, then raised my voice. "Danny, the lightning! The electrical current must prevent them from becoming incorporeal." She gave me a thumbs up, but then she was on her back as the other demon swept her off her feet. She rolled dangerously close to the edge of the platform to get away from it, and the demon was all fangs and claws as it slashed at her. "Shit!" I grunted as I started to run toward her while I knocked another arrow. 1 more point of mana. That was all I needed. Danny screamed as the beast shoved her off the edge. "Danny!" Martin shouted. Danny had reached out with one hand and managed to grab hold of the edge of the platform. She was hanging on, but barely. The beast raised itself onto its back legs so it would have a better angle to swipe at her hands. It stared down at her for a second or two, and then it started to bring its claws down. I checked my UI and saw I had 3 mana again. I forged a bolt to the heart and fired. The blast went straight into the demon's back, and I made it onto the platform a second behind it. I didn't bother to stop, though, and instead I sprinted across the platform until I was close enough to launch myself into its back. My feet slammed into it while the lightning was still going through its body, so it felt like I'd crashed into a concrete wall. It screamed as it fell off the edge of the platform, and it took one last swipe at Danny as it tumbled. The Master of Arms swung herself out of its reach just in time, and then we listened as the demon howled once more before it disappeared into the darkness. I was at the edge of the platform while the demon was still howling, and I grabbed Danny's hands and pulled her back up. She gasped and wheezed as she tried to calm her nerves, though I noticed her fingers were red and trembling from holding on for so long. We never heard a thud from the beast hitting the ground. The pit was probably too deep. Or in this new world, I wouldn't have been surprised if there was no bottom. It might even open up directly into hell, which was something I didn't want to contemplate. Whatever happened to the thing, I got confirmation the beast was dead in this world when my XP bar went up another 53%. That took me over the threshold and into level 11.
Congratulations, Spellfletcher Thomas Grimshaw! You are now a level 11 adventurer, and have therefore been awarded 1 skill point and 1 trait point for leveling up.
I put the trait point into strength and the skill point into alchemy, since that blinding potion had really come in handy. Then Danny and I picked ourselves up and carefully jumped across the remaining platforms to the exit. Cynthia had come around, and Dom and Martin smiled at us as we reached them. Only once we were together did the other members of our group open the door, and we stepped through as a team. After all, we'd gotten through the dungeon quest as a team.
I've never been so happy to see a musty atrium in my life.
Martin sighed as he trudged inside and sank to his knees by the chests laid out on the floor. Each chest had a name card above it to indicate which one went to which adventurer. As the others sank to the floor near theirs, I went to mine on the far right and opened it up. But the first thing I saw wasn't what was in the box, but Harold's scroll as it unfurled in front of me again.
Congratulations, Thomas! You have completed a dungeon quest! Yeah.
My XP bar went up from 32% to 74% for finishing the quest, and I grinned at the green bar in all its glory. I also grinned when I saw that my Arete hourglass had been topped up to 95% fullness. Eliana was very happy with me, it seemed. I also got all the arrows I used back to refill my quiver, 30 gold coins from my box, as well as an extra 20 from the parties since they had promised me a share of theirs. I thanked them and watched as they each rooted through their own chests. They'd been rewarded very well, too, and each eyed new pieces of gear, weapons, and in Cynthia's case, a few medical potions and salves, with glee. She caught me looking at her and sauntered over.
What's that in your chest?
She asked as she pointed at the open box at my feet.
What?
I asked with a frown. She bent down, picked up a slip of parchment I'd totally missed, and handed it to me.
Thanks,
I said, and opened it. Touch your wolf helm, Spellfletcher, the note said. I glanced up at the others. Martin had just gulped down a healing potion he'd received in his box. Danny was grinning as she admired her new double-edged sword, and Cynthia had gone to put some better dressings over Dom's hands. None of them looked in my direction. Slowly, I raised my hand to my head and rested it on the leather-bound headpiece. For a moment, nothing happened. I was still standing in the torch-lit room looking down at the party I'd joined forces with. And then there was a blinding burst of light as if I'd accidentally walked right into the sun. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I didn't dare to lower my hand from the helm, not until the light faded enough that I couldn't see every vein that crisscrossed over my eyelids. Slowly, I squinted into the white void I had been in only once before. I had a feeling in my gut that the gold and XP wouldn't be my only reward for completing this dungeon quest. And lo and behold, I was right. The figure started off far away, more like a mirage in a desert than a human form. As she sauntered toward me, her hips swayed like waves across the barren, empty nothingness. She certainly wasn't in a rush to bestow the next gift. No, she took her time. But I suppose, being a goddess, she had all the time in the universe. I never looked away from her because a little part of me was afraid she might disappear if I did. Faster than I would have believed possible, though, those bright green eyes were right in front of me again. She looked just as gorgeous, badass, and wise as she had the first time we met. The only change was that she looked even more smug as she regarded me.
Well, well, well. I knew it wouldn't be long before we saw each other again, Thomas.
The honor's all mine.
Charmer.
She snorted, then flopped down on a sofa that hadn't been there a second ago. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to that. I chuckled as I sat down in my own newly materialized armchair.
You will, eventually. After what I watched today, you're going to have to get used to the attention of the gods. And I don't just mean me.
It was a team effort.
Sure it was,
she said with a sly smirk.
Stop wasting both of our time being modest. We have a lot to discuss.
Chapter 28.
Eliana wasn't one for small talk, I'd learned. That was fine by me. I was exhausted after that dungeon quest, so I wasn't sure I'd be able to muster the energy to try to pretend to be interested in small talk. Thankfully, Eliana didn't seem to be interested in discussing the weather either. No, she got right down to business.
I'm impressed, and so are the other gods,
she said from where she lounged on her sofa.
One of them even tried to switch the rules of the great game so that he could have you in his class instead.
Who?
Gadril. He oversees the masters of arms, and he's never been a gracious loser.
Well, Martin and Danny fought really well today, so I don't know why he was even paying attention to me.
It's not easy to overlook a star performer when you see one.
I'm not a ballet dancer.
No, but you do have that, as you humans call it, it factor,
she said with a grin. I shifted in my seat, unsure of what to do with that comment.
Plus, you showed more than just brute strength today. You showed intelligence, leadership, and compassion. It's no wonder Hat's returned at the office.
The office? I asked as I imagined these unearthly beings tapping at keyboards or spinning on desk chairs.
I thought it might make the conversation easier for you if I used some colloquial phrases.
I see. I appreciate it. And I appreciate what you're saying, too. I know I was a little hard on my party back there at times.
As a leader should be. You cared enough that they listened to you, but you chose survival over feelings. Excellent job, Thomas.
Thanks. What you said about Gadril not being a gracious loser...
Turn a phrase.
Had my actions somehow put her and the Spellfletcher class higher in the runnings? Were there even runnings at all? Fucking hell, this game. Did you have a hand in designing the scientist?
No, that was one of the others. One who thinks they're hilarious, I'd wager.
I don't think I describe him or his abominations as hilarious. Or the demons that burst out of his chest, for that matter.
Cassip is one for theatrics.
She sighed and then waved a hand as my brow furrowed.
Oh, he oversees the huntsman class. And that's all you need to know about him for now.
I'm surprised you've even said that much. You're not exactly talkative when it comes to the other gods or the game.
Some things you need to know. Some you really don't.
Yeah, I'm getting that impression.
I know it's frustrating, Thomas. But it's the rules of the game. Not even I can break them. None of us can.
What happens if you do?
Nothing good. We all agreed to a punishment, awful enough that none of us will risk it.
How can you be sure that no one cheats, though?
We're gods,
she said, as if it explained everything. Well, on second thought, it probably did. Are you pleased with how it's going so far? The great game, I mean?
Oh, yes,
she said with a smug smile.
Well, I am anyway. Some of the other gods are getting a little frustrated with their adventurers.
How so?
Just, some people didn't choose well. Sometimes humans see themselves not for who they are, but how they wish they were. So some adventurers selected classes for themselves that were idealistic, not realistic. And as time goes on, those adventurers are failing much faster than they should.
I hope I'm not one of them.
Believe me, you aren't. Gadril's having a hard time, though. He had the most adventurers select his class, which also means he has lost the most so far.
Again, she was so unfeeling when she discussed human death. Then again, she'd probably watched people die since the first Homo sapiens walked the earth. How come so many people decided to be masters of arms?
He claims it's because it's the best of the basic classes,
she said with a smile.
But I think some people were just so flustered by the herald shoving the choicest scroll in their faces that they just chose the first class they saw. And his was at the top of the list.
Ouch. Have you told him that?
Yes, it didn't go down well.
I can imagine. At least he didn't lose 2 more Masters of Arms today.
Indeed. But he won't gloat about it like he usually does because he knows they only survived because of one of my adventurers.
I blushed slightly at the sidelong glance she gave me.
I was surprised that you joined a party.
It was mutually beneficial. They said they'd split the reward, and they needed my help.
And because you cared about whether or not they lived or died.
Yes, and that. Most of all that. They didn't deserve to die just because I tended to avoid teamwork. Are there more characters like the mad scientist? Ones with demons inside of them or something equally creepy? Doing experiments, that sort of thing?
Probably,
she said with an irritating smile. You're not going to tell me. Of course not.
Don't get snappy,
she said, though she said it playfully.
We've just been over the fact that there are certain things I can and can't say. And besides, I'm here to give you a blessing. Don't make me rethink that decision.
You sound like my mom on Christmas. She'd only let me open my presents if I promised eating my vegetables at dinner.
And did you eat your vegetables?
Of course I did. My mother was not a woman to be messed with. Eliana chuckled at that. Her dress wafted in an invisible breeze, and she ran her fingers idly through her dark hair. There was something truly mesmerizing about her, and I couldn't look away. She knew it, too.
The other Spellfletcher seemed to like the form I've taken as well,
she said, and when I tried to deny it, she just laughed.
There's no shame in appreciating beauty when you see it, Thomas. I do too.
Was an actual goddess flirting with me right now? Or was the way she was looking me up and down just to amuse herself? Is there anything else that you can tell me about the game? Any pointers you could give, or any ideas to what I should be trying to accomplish? Anything I should be heading toward?
Just keep doing what you're doing, Thomas. You're on the right path.
Vague as that sentence was, the words were still reassuring. I had no idea what the end goal of the great game was. I didn't know what the gods wanted out of the game, or what the end even looked like, if there even was one. They were so old that generations of adventurers could go by without an end in sight. But something told me that Eliana was keeping a close eye on me for some reason, and that told me that there was a way for me to win, even though I had no idea what that meant. I just needed to keep doing what I was doing, which meant rise up through the levels, defeat the enemies that crossed me, and keep my arete up.
You should do all of those things. And just know that the path you're supposed to be on isn't one you need to look for. It's there. Just keep going.
I nodded, then frowned. You can hear my thoughts? She chortled and got to her feet, so I did as well. She smirked for a moment as she studied me some more, and then she reached behind her back and pulled out the most beautiful bow I'd ever seen. Granted, I hadn't seen all that many, but this one was fucking gorgeous. It was curved to perfection, with a dip in the middle for the handle. The wood was so smooth and pale that it looked like it was made out of ivory, though the tips of it where the bowstring joined the bow certainly were made of bone. The carvings and inscriptions along the wood glittered with gold leaf. It honestly took my breath away, and as she handed it to me I felt its perfect weight and could admire the ornate craftsmanship up close. I tested the bowstring and discovered it was strong and waterproof, just like the rest of the bow. It wouldn't be ruined if it rained or if I was submerged in water. Again. Holy, wow.
This is the ivory horn bow of the giant slayer.
Catchy name.
Indeed. I thought you could use an upgrade, and I had this old thing lying around.
I knew that wasn't true. She hadn't just dusted this off and given it to me. No, this gift was special. Personal.
I had to wait until you were level 10 or above to give it to you. Adventurers below level 10 can't use a weapon like this. The ivory was taken from a giant in the heart of the Highlands. Don't worry. You'll come across that place at some point. And you'll know I was telling the truth when I say that kind of ivory is not easy to come by. The bow itself adds 45 base damage to the arrows you fire, and there's also a 10% chance every time you fire an arrow that it will deal double damage.
Plus 45 damage? Double damage? Holy shit! The label above the bow in my UI was in yellow, and it read, Rare Ivory Horn Bow of the Giant Slayer. Rare had to be the next level up from Uncommon, which was the step up from Basic. And that was what my bow currently was. Eliana, this is beyond generous. How can I even accept this?
Don't argue with a goddess, just say thank you.
She replied with a smile. Thank you.
You're welcome, Thomas,
she said, and gently brushed my cheek with her hand.
I think you'll make it far, Thomas. I want to see you go far. Just keep going.
I will.
Good. See you soon.
Her face became a blur, and then the light became too intense for me to keep my eyes open. I covered them with a hand, and when I finally opened them again, I was back in the dim atrium. Yo, Thomas, are you good? Dom asked. The whole party was staring at me.
Did you just get a special blessing? You did, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Their eyes turned to the shiny new bow in my hands. Gadriel needs to take notes, Martin said, and Danny smacked him around the head. What did your god say? To keep going.
Simple, but deep,
Danny said with a nod. I nodded and switched out the basic bow over my shoulders for my new one, which fit like a glove. Anyone want this? I asked and held up the old one. It wasn't like I'd get much for it in the market, especially not in Alet, where most products were uncommon. I'll never say no to a new weapon, Martin said as he gleefully accepted it and then held out a hand. Thanks for keeping us alive. Thanks for keeping me alive, I echoed and shook his hand.
There's a permanent spot for you in our party, if you want it. We'd love to have you.
But we also know you're doing your own thing, cool guy, Dom chimed in. I chuckled and locked eyes with each of them in turn. At the same time, a question flashed up in my UI. Do you wish to leave this party? I hope our paths cross again down the line. But for now, I think I'll go it alone. They nodded. They understood and took no offense either. I selected that I wanted to leave in my UI, and that was that. You're still coming to the tavern to celebrate with us, though, right? Wouldn't miss it. We have a lot to celebrate. We do, Dom said and wrapped an arm around Cynthia's shoulders.
And in the morning, where will you go next?
A sudden, overwhelming sense of joy filled my entire body. There was no plan, no specific direction I was supposed to go in. Just the game, and a life within it that I had come to love. And that was fucking wonderful. You know what? I said as I smiled from ear to ear. I have no idea. End of Book 1.
Thanks for listening to Fletcher of Fate on Magecat Audiobook. Thomas's journey is just beginning, and in a world ruled by gods, every shot counts. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more epic LitRPG adventures. See you in the next chapter.